This story tells about an ordinary poor guy named Lion. The landlord threw him out of the apartment and changed the lock. We urgently need to find funds to rent housing so that we do not have to sleep on the street. Lion is 18 years old and is the author of a book about growing sakura. Recently, the prices of books have decreased, but on the contrary, the prices of manuscripts have increased, so he was in a difficult financial situation. He had only a small handful of money in his pockets. This could only be enough for dinner. And at that moment, Lion thought about trying him to test his luck in the gambling house. Right in front of him was just such a place. Fate seems to have specially brought him here. If life is falling apart, what difference does it make to buy a lottery ticket or not? The guy approached the seller and ordered 5 tickets, hoping that he would be lucky. The man who owned this store and worked there as a salesman was called Endo. He offered Lion himself to choose which tickets to buy. But at that moment, something truly incredible began to happen. The boy could not believe his eyes. Next to each lottery ticket, there seemed to be percentage indicators, which seemed to hint at the probability of success. Lion was quite surprised. It seems he drank too much yesterday. It wasn't clear if everyone was seeing these strange percentage signs, or if it was just his own imagination. Looking at the seller, it seemed that he had no idea about interest, and when he tried to touch the sign, he realized that it was some kind of strange illusion. The seller was already getting impatient. He was nervous about the young man's behavior. He wanted him to pay as soon as possible and leave. And it was at this moment that Lion realized that if it didn't happen, he had to try. Maybe today was his day. He picked the ticket with the sign showing 100% and won his first 10 yuan in less than a minute. His eyes lit up strangely. He realized that no matter how strange it looked, luck seemed to be on his side today. He urgently asked for 2 more tickets, but he asked for exactly those tickets, next to which he again saw 100% signs. Having won twice more, he was already sure this is not a simple illusion. The numbers above the cards are the probability of success. The boy was torn by a feeling of happiness. He felt that he had caught luck by the tail, and he was not going to end it there. Lion ordered 10 more tickets. Endo was quite puzzled by such a large-scale purchase. He understood that the boy would most likely lose all his money, but he allowed for the factor of luck. There were 9 tickets on the table with a 100% chance of winning, and Lion decided to take the ticket with the 0% sign on it to test his theory. He turned out to be absolutely right. The ticket that showed 0% did not bring a penny. From that moment there could be no doubt. He clearly saw the probability of success. This caused different feelings in the boy. It seemed like a dream. The salesman told the young man that perhaps he should stop, as gambling can cause unprecedented harm. But Lion instead ordered 10 more tickets for 20 yuan, and 1 ticket for 10 yuan. The owner of the shop was furious after such an audacity. In his mind, the man thought that now the boy's luck would run out, and he would lose everything he had earned. Luck doesn't last forever, he thought. But after 10 minutes, the seller was in despair. All the tickets that the young man bought were somehow winning, and the boy already had more than 20,000 yuan in his account. Lion thought he understood that percentages show the probability of success. But there was a small problem. They do not show the amount of winnings. It would be much better if he knew exactly the exact amount of winnings, and could buy only those tickets that bring the maximum profit. For example, the probability of receiving a certain amount. Thinking, he could not understand how probability is calculated. And then his gaze came across another type of lottery tickets, and he froze in surprise. His eyes seemed to light up. He asked the boss to give him the same tickets he had just seen. They were the same price, but different in appearance. But the difference was that they had more options of plates with probabilities, from 10% to 400%. The seller defiantly warned the boy to accept his luck and be careful, because this time the results may not be as pleasant as before. But Lion felt simply incredible. The mood was great, and he confidently decided to take the risk again. This impudent boy has already earned more than 20,000. He cannot be allowed to win again, the man thought. A card with a probability of 10% again brought, although not a large but pleasant profit. Lion could not contain his happiness. He was constantly talented, and this was the boy's greatest joy in recent times. At the same time, the seller opposite him had completely different emotions. Anger was tearing him apart from the inside. The young man did not stop winning and step by step inflicted significant losses on the store. Endo was quite furious. He couldn't believe what was happening. It was like a bad dream. 6 wins in a row. It was beyond his understanding. To all this, Lion declared with a defiant smile that he was very lucky today, and won again and again. Then things only got worse for the seller. The tickets near which Lion saw a high probability brought big money. The boy carefully looked at the lottery tickets. The probabilities he saw were very different from card to card. This did not give him peace, because he did not quite understand what it meant. He was only interested in how much he could win. And then it dawned on him, and he understood everything. The percentage of success depends on the question he asks. As long as the guy asks the right questions, he can make a lot of money and fool the owner of this store. This will help him finally change his fate. Lion joyfully told the seller that today he is quite lucky, and there is nothing but luck here. But the man was no longer sure that all this was due to luck. It seemed to him that the young man was the reincarnation of the god of gambling. The boy was quite amused by such conversations. His ability really looked divine. A little shy, he asked the seller to sell him a couple of dozen tickets at once, and maybe even a couple of packs. It was already too much for the owner of the shop. He admitted that the young man is quite lucky today, but he should not become addicted to such games. Lion felt that today was definitely his day. He said that with such luck he wanted to try to earn another 20,000. He confidently took a new ticket, but the seller was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. While the boy was checking to see if he would get lucky again, Endo, sweating profusely, mentally cursed the day he decided to sell lottery tickets. Everything around seemed to slow down. Incredible tension was felt in the room. It seemed that the boy's luck would never end. But to young Lion's great surprise, the ticket was not a winning ticket again. The seller exhaled happily. It was quite a relief for him. He stated that there is no such thing as endless luck in this world. The boy, on the other hand, was not discouraged by the one-time loss. He was still in a good mood and understood that it was far from luck. But to his great surprise, the new tickets turned out to be losers, one after another. Meanwhile, the man was comforted by the fact that the boy's luck was running out. Lion couldn't believe his eyes. It didn't even take a few minutes for his mood to change from elation to total disappointment. The seller treated instead. He told the boy that he had warned him, and that having won so much, the young man had wasted all his luck. But it was not in the style of a young lad to give up. He wanted to change his destiny, and was ready to do anything for it. And as it turned out, all this was just a show for the seller. Lion has not lost his talent for seeing probabilities. All this was just his sneaky plan to divert attention from himself, losing several times in a row. There are things that are hard to understand, and one of them is his new ability. He saw everything, and specially selected tickets with a probability of winning 0% to take away suspicions. The guy was sure the plan worked. The owner of the store did not understand anything. Instead, the man continued to rejoice. His confidence in the boy's luck was growing. Lion directly stated that he is sure that luck is still on his side, and has not turned away from him. It's time to use his new talent to the fullest. He consoled himself with his cunning, and with the fact that he had the seller around his finger. The man advised the boy to forget about it and leave before it's too late so as not to lose everything to the last penny. His face twisted in confusion when he saw that this cheeky boy had won again. The seller felt better when he saw that the winning amount was not significant. He was worried that he would lose several thousand. Lion, on the other hand, jumped for joy and shouted that he had won again, that luck had returned to him and now it was time for great victories again. Oddly enough, during all this time the owner of the shop had already gotten used to the boy's small victories, and all he cared about was that the young man did not win a large sum at once. Small losses no longer occupied the seller. Although nervously finishing his first cigarette, he thought that the boy was a demon in human form and the embodiment of evil. The moment of truth came. Lion concentrated and asked the spirits of heaven and earth to give him the opportunity to win 1 million in the last ticket. Endo confidently stated that even though the boy lost many times, the chances of winning 1 million are very small. But after a few seconds, Lion was already happy with a new win. This time the lottery ticket brought 15,000. This made the man quite angry. He could not believe that luck had returned to the boy again. At that time, Lion stood checking his balance and became angry, reminding the seller of his words about luck. And at some point interesting thoughts came to the man's head. Lottery ticket factories distribute packages evenly. If the guy has already collected winning tickets, then most likely only losing tickets will go. Returning to the young man, he made a pleasant face and offered the boy to buy more tickets if he was so lucky today. But the man did not know what kind of talent the boy had. Lion quickly saw that the remaining tickets had no meaning. The probability of success was 0%. Lion politely declined the offer, saying that for today it was enough to try his luck. The seller did not give up. He began to persuade the boy to try again, while luck was on his side. Lion stood his ground. He said that it is better to stop and not lose honestly earned money. He said that he thanked the seller for his hospitality, and that there were enough lotteries for today. Turning around, he walked towards the exit, wondering if he could use his new talent somewhere else. Life suddenly took on bright colors and became very easy. He wondered what the probability of opening the door was, and he saw a sign with the inscription 100%. Now he understood that this skill can be used not only in the lottery. He was delighted with his new talent and thought about possible options for its application. But at one point, something incomprehensible began. The sign on which there was a 100% probability of opening the door began to change. First it became 90%, then 80%, and then even less. When only 10% remained, the boy took a few steps back in fright. The seller watched what was happening with incomprehension. When the probability changed to 0%, a dog knocked out the glass door. This caused quite a stir in the store. Lion miraculously avoided disaster. Meanwhile, the dog whined in pain, hitting his head hard. The store owner was not happy about what happened. To the losses due to the boy, the losses due to the replacement of the door were added. And then the man became enlightened. He could not understand how the young man understood what was going to happen, and at the last moment moved away from the door. He grabbed the boy's hand and said that he could not leave so easily after everything that had happened. It immediately became clear to Lion that he seems to have been bitten. The man's face radiated sincere surprise. He couldn't understand how the boy did it. How did he guess? Lion immediately understood that his husband would not let him go so easily now. It was too strange in his eyes. The guy got nervous and started to think of something to say. Pretending to be a psychic was the main idea. The young man immediately saw that the probability that the man would believe it was about 50%. Quite unconvincing. Another idea came to mind, to pretend that the parents were famous clairvoyants. Here the chance of success was already 64%. Without thinking for a long time, Lion gathered all his confidence and declared that he really is a psychic. He immediately pointed out that this was not some quackery, and his parents had passed this skill down from generation to generation for thousands of years, ever since the Zhou dynasty. But the owner of the shop was quite intelligent, and did not really believe the story about thousands of years of transmission of such power. He told the boy that if it were true, such a family would be world famous, and he would know about it. The guy tensed a little. He understood that his story needed to be even more convincing, and he declared that his family has existed since ancient times, and if they told everyone about their power, it could end badly. The man was stunned by such statements. But Lion saw that the probability of success of such a story increased to 65%. And then the boy confidently declared that success in the lottery was nothing more than a skill that his parents passed on to him. With this phrase, he stunned the opponent and raised the probability to 80%. It was close to victory. Seeing that his beliefs were working, Lion relaxed a little. He knew that it would not be difficult to push the old man. He stated that he simply believes in success, but whether he will be lucky depends entirely on the heavenly power, and those 10 losses were exactly the will of heaven. The man was delighted with this story. He almost completely believed in it, and said that he also did not believe that such luck was possible at all. Also, Lion did not leave the situation with the dog that broke the door unexplained, and said that he felt a heavenly whisper that something was wrong. The seller changed his face and even called the guy Mr. and asked him to calculate something for him. Although Lion was surprised by this turn of events, he thought it was a good opportunity to test his new talents. He concentrated and tried to calm down, after which he asked the man what exactly should be calculated. The old man said that his hometown was recently demolished, but compensation has not yet been paid. The question is, how much money can he be paid for it? Lion asked a clarifying question about the amount of desired compensation in such a case. The man paused a little and said that they pay about 10,000 per square meter. He had at least 200 meters there. The guy thought it was his chance to test new talents, and also to help someone by doing a good deed. He looked into himself and asked himself how likely it was that the man would receive a compensation of 2 million, and was amazed to see that it would happen 100%. But the real surprise came when Lion asked the same question, but about a compensation of 4 million, and received a 100% answer again. It was very interesting. The young man thought about whether it is possible to get even more. For example, 5 million, but it seems that it was already too much. The probability of such an event was no more than 10%. The boy with his eyes closed continued to mentally weigh the probabilities of receiving different sums for the man. Meanwhile, he did not quite understand what was happening, but he stood silently and did not want to interfere with his kindness. Once all the basic probabilities were established, Lion opened his eyes and looked directly at Endo. He was quite happy, realizing that now he will hear the answer to a question that has been bothering him for a long time. Lion told Endo that if he asks for 4 million, they will definitely not refuse. But if greed gets the better of a man and he asks for more, then the probability of getting money will be lower. The seller was quite surprised. The amount was very large. He asked the boy several more times if he had a certain one in his forecast. But the young man radiated absolute confidence, and even said that the man should call the company himself and find out everything. Endo immediately got down to business and dialed the right number. The desire to verify the boy's words drove him crazy, and everything the young man said turned out to be absolutely true. 4 million was almost guaranteed. The owner of the store did not hold back his emotions, thanked the boy and said that he was a real psychic. Endo continued to jump for joy and confidently declared that he would give the boy 300,000 as a sign of gratitude. Looks like it was really his day. Although Lion tried not to show his emotions, he was very happy with this turn of events. The money was transferred to his account a few minutes later, and here there were no doubts, with a new talent you can get almost everything he wants. Endo was no less happy. The loss of funds on lottery tickets looked like nonsense against the background of 4 million. The boy said goodbye to the shop owner and went on to seek adventure and test his new opportunities. If he continues to use his talent correctly, he will achieve unprecedented success and change his life. When he went out into the yard, he saw that the dog that broke the door was still there, playing with a ball. Maybe this dog is waiting for someone, thought the young man. It was strange to see him here again, and so it was. 100% probability that someone should come for him. Lion was in a good mood, so he thought he could help the dog find its owner. The dog seemed obsessed. The broken door only amused him. He ran from side to side without stopping and played with the ball. Not even a minute passed when this ball flew directly into Lion's forehead. The boy did not understand how the owner of the dog could deal with him when he behaved like that, and the question arose as to how to find the owner at all, if even the dog does not seem to be able to find him. Meanwhile, dissatisfaction with the actions of the dog was growing on the street, which was just barking, and clinging to passers-by. With such a development of events, the boy's head even had thoughts about abandoning the dog, which might find an owner on its own. And we can say that it happened. The dog smelled a familiar smell and ran to the nearby park. Lion rushed after him. After a few minutes, the dog seems to have found its owner. It was a young girl named Lilia. She had short hair, very beautiful eyes, and an incredible smile. It became clear from the boy's face that he definitely liked her. He thought the girl was definitely a 9 out of 10. He thought about the probability that this girl is the owner of the dog he found. As it turned out, it was 100% probable, which made the boy quite interested. Lion immediately understood that his new talents could help him communicate with a beautiful girl. Lilia, meanwhile, didn't seem to be thinking about any dog at all, taking selfies and enjoying the good weather outdoors. She takes a selfie at the moment when she lost her dog. It was a strange behavior that Lion did not like, but no matter how strange all this was, her beauty was still incredible. Lion couldn't take his eyes off her. Seeing the dog, the girl was happy and started stroking it. As it turned out later, she did not even recognize her own dog, and began to ask the boy what his name was. Husky. The girl said that this dog is very similar to her pet named Oreo, but her dog is a little smarter. Lion did not understand what was happening. All this seemed very strange to him. He couldn't understand how this cute girl couldn't recognize her own dog. The young man said that it was her dog, which the girl did not really believe and said that it was not a very funny joke. She stated that her Oreo was tied next to her, and showed where there was a rope and a torn collar. After everyone saw the torn collar, everything fell into place. The girl was a little ashamed of her behavior. Lilia apologized to the boy. It was obvious that she was embarrassed. Instead, she added Lion as a friend in social networks, which pleased the young man quite a bit. Now he was a little embarrassed, and could not hide his excitement. Lion was always an ordinary guy. He didn't have a lot of money and friends. It was probably the first time when he added such a beautiful girl as a friend. She showed him a photo of Oreos from her apartment. The dog was pampered not only on the street, but also at home. Such ill-mannered dog angered the boy a little. He had not encountered such before. Lion immediately said that for such a mess in the house, he would have been kicked out long ago. Although then he remembered that in general he was kicked out today, and it is not for him to judge others. Lilia said goodbye to Lion. It was time for her to go to feed Oreo, who had clearly become hungry during the whole day. And then, an interesting thought came to the young man's head. With his new talent, why pay for rent if you can become wealthy and buy yourself a new house? All that remained was to come up with a way to make money. 300,000 that he had was not enough even for the first installment. He had to earn more money. Maybe the lottery or antiques. And then he saw an interesting sign next to him. The boy's face was filled with joy again. His eyes were shining, and his lips were smiling. It seems he found something. In front of him was the market of collectible antiques. a place where if you are lucky you can earn a lot. From all sides, sellers were shouting about potential opportunities to get easy money. There were many different products on the market. Lion's eyes wandered in different directions. It was difficult for him to focus his attention on one thing. The sellers quickly saw the young man. In their opinion, he was a clear newcomer in this field. Lion was a little upset. All these people just wanted to sell him some mess and make money off of it. He approached one man and greeted him. The man's name was Lee, and he inherited everything he sold. He cautiously asked to see the man's goods. Lee couldn't even guess that he wouldn't be able to deceive the young man today. Lion quickly saw that the probability that he has a real antique in front of him is 100%. But the boy immediately thought, it is unlikely that everything in front of him is real. Most likely, most of them are fake. It was necessary to understand the situation properly and not to be deceived. Since all this was an antique, the question had to be asked precisely about its price. And after thinking whether there are antiques here for 10,000, he saw that the probability of this is 0%. Here he realized that he had almost spent the money in vain. He began to think about the price of each individual item. The seller had a lot, but the real price of the goods was very little. He asked about the one that cost 300 yen, but the seller said that this is the most valuable antique, as it was worn by the great empress of ancient China, and he will sell it for 20,000. This answer was like a painful slap in the face. Lion has not seen such arrogance for a long time. The guy turned around and walked on. The seller meanwhile offered a discount of up to 10,000. But Lee did not know that the boy had hidden talents, and he could not be fooled so easily. Lion was very angry. Most of the sellers were ordinary crooks without conscience. He went on to other sellers with one question in his mind. What is the probability that there are items here that are more expensive than 10,000? The probability was only 10%. On the same question, but with a price of 20,000, the probability was also 10%. As it turned out later, the possibility that among the antiques there is something really valuable, with a price of at least 300,000, was still equal to 10%. The guy was very happy. It seems that he is very close to making good extra money. Many thoughts flashed through his head. He felt that this day could bring him even more joy. He came and sat down near this counter where there were opportunities to buy something really valuable. The seller was very experienced, and understood that the young man had to be taught a lesson. He thought it would be simple. He immediately began to shower Lion with nice words, saying that his antiques are very valuable and you can make good money from them. The seller immediately offered several items, but the boy could not be persuaded. He saw that the items offered by the man were junk. Lion immediately refused everything the seller offered, because he saw the true price of the goods. After that, he found a really valuable thing, which cost at least 500,000, and said that he wanted it. Lion sensed future success. With his new talent, he will be able to become a legendary expert in antiques and earn a lot of money. The seller did not understand why the boy's curiosity was focused on this item. A week ago, he bought 10 different items, and this is the only one that hasn't been sold yet. At this moment, Lion was smiling defiantly, but he was absolutely sure that everything would end well for him. But after a moment he pulled himself together and realized that he had started showing confidence and interest too early. Meanwhile, the seller continued to bend his line and offer the boy all kinds of garbage. He was the local master of sales, carried himself very confidently and spoke beautifully. After offering the young man porcelain, the man praised its quality and emphasized that it was handmade. Having hit the porcelain a few times, he hinted that the sound that is heard after that is 100% probability of quality. And after all the beautiful words, he said that the price of this antique is 50,000. All this annoyed Lion quite a bit. He understood that he was being offered a thing that was actually worthless. Then the guy thought that maybe the seller doesn't even know that he has an antique worth 500,000. Lion was also a cunning guy, and pretended that he was a beginner in this area, and wanted to buy something for fun. But this particular item did not interest him. It was clear from the seller's face that he did not quite understand and trust the boy. And then Lion moved on to the subject that really interested him. It was a green wine glass. The man thought that even here he could deceive the boy, and began to praise this bronze glass. He said that he bought it not far from here for 8,000, and is ready to sell it now for the same price. It was clearly a trick, and the seller's big smile only confirmed it. Of course, he did not know that he was selling a real relic. Lion, on the other hand, understood that by paying only 8,000, he could earn hundreds of times more. The boy immediately thought about the probability that the seller did not know the real price of the bronze goblet. This probability was 0%. The man absolutely did not know its real price. The young man was delighted. Right now he was on the verge of great success. And then an interesting idea came to Lion's head. To try to lower the price by pretending to be a poor guy. He directed his abilities to find out if the man could sell the glass for 4,000. It was a shrewd decision. But Lion did not stop there, and continued to calculate how cheaply the man was willing to sell the goods. As it turned out, he got the glass very cheaply, and he was ready to sell it even for 1,000. But still, in order not to be too greedy, the young man decided to offer 2,000, which he considered not a bad price either. He turned to the seller, saying that he lives quite poorly and would like to get a considerable discount on this product. The man knew that the real price of the product was 10 yuan, and he was happy, because now he would earn hundreds of times more. He suggested that the boy himself offer the price that he considers fair, and I was very surprised when Lion, with a calm expression on his face, offered only 2,000. He was angry that some young guy behaved so defiantly and beat the price by 4 times. But at the same time, I understood that it was still a good offer. Lion stood his ground and did not back down. He said that he did not have enough money, and that 2,000 was the maximum he could offer. No matter how hard it was for the man, he still agreed to the offer. It was profitable, and this is the main thing for him. The boy received the desired item and could barely contain his joy. It was a very profitable deal for him. Lion immediately transferred 2,000 to the man, and the purchase was officially confirmed. Lion turned and left. Surprisingly, everyone was satisfied. The man made easy money. The boy received a real relic. Each of them thought that he was able to deceive his opponent. But only one of the two was the real winner in this situation. The seller smiled defiantly as he watched Lion leave. He was sure that he had deceived the young man. Selling garbage is very simple. You buy for pennies and sell for 10 times more. Good business, the man thought. He did not understand why the boy needed this junk, even for 2,000. This lifted the man's mood. He was a professional salesman and easily earned money every day from people who wanted to test their luck. An acquaintance named Leto sat next to him and watched all this. He did not understand why his friend was so happy. Leto did not like to deceive customers and always told everyone the truth about his goods. A few minutes later, a girl who was sold a thermos under the guise of an ancient relic went to these sellers. It was not a good sign when the buyer returned the next day. Sellers tensed. Before the girl had time to say anything, the man announced that the goods he was selling could not be returned, and he did not need them. The girl was quite tall and pretty. Taking off her glasses, she seemed to be looking for something on the counter. The seller asked her what exactly she needed. He thought that he might be able to earn easy money again. The girl's name was Kira, and she wanted to buy exactly that green bronze goblet, and was ready to pay 50,000 for it. The man could not believe his ears. He just sold the product for 2,000 instead of earning 50,000. This situation made the seller very angry. He could not believe that this green glass was so valuable that he would pay 50,000 for it. And then an interesting thought occurred to him about whether Lion could know about the value of the goods. Kira did not understand why the seller looked so surprised. She offered good money, and the man seemed to just get upset. At that moment, she realized that she had to act and offered to increase the price she was willing to pay for a glass. First, the price rose to 60,000, then to 70,000, and finally Kira announced that she was ready to pay 80,000 for a bronze glass. The last amount drove not only the seller, but also his friend Leto, who could not believe what he heard. Slapped his friend's cheek with all his might. It was very unprofessional to sell a product for 2,000 when its price is 80,000. Kira, observing the incomprehensible behavior of the men, was already losing her patience. While the sellers grabbed their heads, she shouted at them and asked what the matter was and where the bronze glass was. The seller was very angry. He could not believe that he turned out to be such an inexperienced connoisseur of antiques. His friend Leto, meanwhile, was angry. He had never deceived anyone, and he was pleased that his cunning friend had failed miserably. And then a phrase sounded that even more finished off the seller. Kira offered 100,000 for the relic. He fell to the ground at the last suggestion. It was beyond his comprehension. The seller's name was Lao. He was one of the best sellers in the market, and this situation hurt him a lot. Leto continued to laugh and told the girl that the glass she was looking for had recently been sold. Moreover, it was sold for only 2,000. Lao thought that it was just some unnecessary junk and had no idea of the true value of the item. Lao could not think that there is really something valuable in this market. Almost all sellers were selling complete junk. This made Kira quite angry. She could not believe that someone had overtaken her. The seller was determined. He asked the girl to wait, because he was going to find the glass and buy it back. At this moment, voices were heard a little further. People began to gather. A phrase about 300,000 was heard. Lao and Kira began to guess what it was about. While the girl wanted to buy an antique for 100,000, someone already offered Lion 300,000 for it. The crowd around Lion was delighted. They had never seen anyone here so lucky. Leto continued to mock his friend, reminding him that he sold the real relic for cheap. Meanwhile, Kira looked very determined, although she understood that a new problem appeared before her. At the same time, in the center of the market, a dialogue was going on between Lion and the old price list of ancient relics. The old man offered the boy 300,000 for a bronze glass. It was a lot, but less than the young man expected. Lao, meanwhile, ran to the center of the crowd. Meanwhile, the price was rising. Hearing the offer of 350,000, Lao almost fainted. These trades finished him off. At this point, the price continued to rise. The old man offered 400,000 and said that this was the final offer. But the boy was always one step ahead. He pretended that the offer was too small, and pretended that he was ready to turn around and leave. It worked. The old man grabbed Lion's hand and asked him to wait and name his price, which he considers fair. The young man saw that the old man, a real professional, would not just agree with him, but his talent told him that the buyer was ready to pay 500,000, and he happily offered that amount. The old man smiled, hinted that the young generation is not very simple now, but then he still agreed. Meanwhile, Lao watched all this. Hearing that the price continued to rise, he became more and more upset. Some people around recognized Lao and asked what the matter was and why he was so upset. They began to guess that it was Lao who sold this product to Lion for such a small amount of money. It was hard to believe that the incredible salesman Lao, with many years of experience, could make such a mistake in evaluating the product. Kira intervened in the bidding with a decisive statement. She is ready to offer 550,000. Lion was delighted with the girl. He immediately appreciated her snow-white skin and long legs. It seemed to him that she was like a goddess of luck. You probably don't need to test her patience. Various thoughts immediately entered his head. How the girl could like him thanks to his strength. Kira was not in the best mood. It seemed to her that something was wrong here. If she doesn't buy this glass, her grandfather will never forgive her. The guy thought that the girl needed the glass only in order to resell it again and make money. Lion began to think how he should be. The desire to deal with the beautiful girl was obvious. Then the guy saw Lao, waved at him and said, "Thank you for selling such a relic for only 2,000. And at that moment, the crowd started laughing. No one believed that such an experienced seller could make such a mistake. Poor Lao had nowhere to go. He was very ashamed, but at the same time angry. Kira insisted on her point. 550,000 was her offer, and she wanted to close the deal quickly. The old man did not like it. He was the first to enter into the bidding, and thought that he had already agreed with the boy. The girl was very defiant and said that the old man never made an agreement with the boy, so she has every right to interfere in the negotiations. She reminded the old man very much of someone annoying. Lion stood between them there smiling. He was amused by what was happening. He suggested that potential buyers first agree among themselves and then make an offer to him. Kira said that the one who bids the most wins. These are the rules of the antique market. The bidding has begun. No one wanted to retreat because they understood the true value of the green glass. The price reached 600,000, and the old man noticed that the girl reminded him of someone. She looked a lot like Li Wei. Hearing this, Kira was happy. It was her grandfather. She asked if the old man knew him. The man laughed because Li Wei was his old friend. He must have asked the girl to buy this glass. The old man said that, like Kira's grandfather, he is a professor of the history department at the university, and his name is Vago. The girl was happy because she had heard many stories about Vago from her grandfather. Meanwhile, Lion stood aside and asked if they were even going to buy his product. Kira resolutely declared that she would buy a glass. This girl is simply incredible, thought Lion. She saw off Vago, inviting her home for tea on the weekend. It was tricky. The old man kindly yielded to his friend's granddaughter. The money was credited to Lion's account, and he was quite pleased. A little over 1 million was already earned in a day. After handing over the goods to the girl, he decided to try to please the girl. In his eyes, she was simply incredible. So beautiful, fragile, and slender. The guy directly asked for Kira's phone number. Although at the same time he was a little nervous. Kira did not like such phrases. She was from a very educated family, and it is not so easy to take the phone from her. Lion slyly said that Kira looked like she appreciated antiques, and if he had something interesting, he would call her. All this seemed quite strange to the girl. She was not ready to give her phone number so easily. Meanwhile, Lion was enjoying her beauty. The day was getting more and more interesting for him. Kira said that such behavior is unacceptable, and she is not going to tolerate it. Does the boy think that he has received a blessing from the goddess of luck? She thought. Kira said that if the guy is a little older than her, It doesn't mean that you can behave so defiantly. Lion immediately began to calculate the odds that she was older than him, and such a probability was 0%. He was older after all, and she was right. Yu-Na continued to check the various options in his head. He wanted her to trust him because of her luck. He learned that the probability that the girl is 20 years old is 100%. Meanwhile, Kira looked at him in surprise. Then the boy began to calculate the month of Kira's birth. Maybe she has the same date of birth as him? This is quite an interesting thought. It turned out to be absolutely true. Meanwhile, Kira got angry and asked what was wrong with him. Lion, who was all in the process of thinking and sorting through options, asked the girl to calm down a little and wait, and then many thoughts began to swirl in the boy's head. He didn't just want to know Kira's birthday, but also the exact time. When he found the answers to these questions and found out that he was older than the girl by just a minute, he felt like a real winner. Meanwhile, Kira looked at the boy and thought that he was some kind of fool. Her look upset the young man a little. He just wanted to please her. He decided to surprise her with his knowledge, and to begin with, he named the month and year of birth. She was very surprised and asked how he knew this. Such information was not easy to guess. The guy with a smile on his face said that he just calculated everything, and it was easy for him. Kira thought that Lion was a bad actor and simply did not believe his words. The young man seemed to her to be another abnormal young man who often tried to get to know her. But here she was wrong. This was no ordinary guy. He offered to guess once more, this time the time of the girl's birth. The phrase September 13th, 1530 rang out, and Kira's face showed great surprise. It seemed incredible. People who continued to watch what was happening were also very surprised. It seemed to them that this boy was a psychic. They noticed that the girl started to shake a little from surprise. Someone even called Lion a pervert because he secretly stalks girls, a strange accusation. Although Kira was very surprised, she was about to leave when the boy decided to mention the last detail of her birth. Now Lion didn't just say the date and time, he called the exact second of her birth. It was incredibly accurate. The girl stopped and started calling her mother to verify the truth of these words. She couldn't believe that someone completely unknown to her could so accurately guess her date of birth. When my mother picked up the phone, a quiet dialogue began that no one heard. Kira asked her mother not only for the date, but also for the exact time up to the last second. Her surprise knew no bounds when her mother named absolutely all the same numbers that Lion had mentioned. Meanwhile, the young man was embarrassed, but smilingly asked if the girl was interested in how he knew all this. But Kira seemed to be out of humor. She turned and left, and said that she was not interested in all this. Lion caught up with her and asked her to stop. He wanted to somehow impress such a beautiful girl and get his way. He said that he just guessed all this information, at which the girl smiled. She frankly stated that it is impossible to guess the date of birth of an unknown person with an accuracy of up to a second. Meanwhile, Lion could not take his eyes off her. He liked her very much. He asked her to wait a little, and he will tell everything about how he learned all this information. Kira felt that something was wrong here, and what the boy was saying was a complete lie. The young man began to make excuses, but said that he was a real psychic and not a charlatan. And then he declared that he knew what underwear the girl was wearing, and even named its color. Before Lion could finish, the girl shouted at him and asked him to shut up. It was very rude of him. Kira continued to scream. She was not used to such conversations, especially with strangers. The young man thought, is there a possibility that Kira hates boys and does not particularly want to start a relationship with them? And I saw that the probability of this is 100%. It was very, very strange. As it turned out, the guy was thinking aloud, and Kira heard everything. She was very surprised. But everyone around was also surprised. People were still standing and watching what was happening. Lion smiled and said that the girl heard everything clearly, and he would not repeat himself. She took his hand and pulled him along. She didn't want to talk any further in front of the crowd. It was an interesting day for the people around. The antique, the strange guy. It was also unusual. It was already too much for the girl. It was impossible to guess so much information. She pressed the boy against the wall and aggressively demanded an explanation. How does he know all this? To all this, Lion in his manner defiantly declared that he just guessed, and smilingly looked the girl straight in the eyes. It's impossible to guess, Kira shouted. Maybe the date of birth, but not everything you mentioned after that. Lion smiled and said that if she didn't believe him, he could even guess the location of the moles on her body, based on pure calculations, without personal gain. But it was clear that he liked Kira very much. The girl also felt ardent feelings from the boy. She felt a little embarrassed by all this. All this melted the girl's heart a little, and she still gave her number to Lion. He still achieved his goal. He said that if he has an interesting antique, he will call her right away. If she wants to talk herself, she can also call him at any time. They went in different directions. The young man was satisfied. His new talents improved his life step by step, and they also gave the opportunity to meet very beautiful girls. The last thought was especially nice. At that moment, some conversation on the street caught the boy's interest. Who is this old man calling? What is the probability that he calls Kira's parents who are wanted at home? At first, the probability was 0%, but then the percentage rapidly began to change and become more and more. The thought came to the boy's head that maybe all this is connected with him. It dawned on him that his meeting with Kira was a heavenly fate. Unbelievable. Lion wondered what the probability was that the old man was talking to one of Kira's parents. The probability was 100%. This is obvious even without the boy's special talents. Meanwhile, Kira, together with the bronze glass for 600,000, managed to get away from the boy a little. Suddenly her phone rang. It was a text message from Lion, which the girl did not expect. In it, it was said that at her home most likely they learned about antiques. This is what she was afraid of. The girl quickly started running back towards the street where she last saw Lion. She was very scared because she wanted to keep all this a secret for a while. She wrote to the guy, "Is he sure of this information?" Lion wondered what the probability was that Kira's parents would call her in the next half hour. The probability was 100%. And if we reduce the time limits, let's say to 15 minutes, maybe even 5 minutes, but still 100% probability. He wrote to the girl that her parents would call her in 5 minutes. All this seemed very strange to the young beauty, but she believed the boy's words and prepared for the phone conversation. The phone rang. It was her mother who asked to go home quickly because she and her father have a serious conversation about their daughter. It seems that she will have to explain everything nicely at home. Parents are the main thing, in any case. The guy thought that from the moment he left home, life became much more interesting, his world changed. But he still doesn't have a beautiful girlfriend. And then his phone rang. This scared the boy. I wonder who it could be. It turned out that the mother was calling. Lion got scared and asked his mother what the matter was. Maybe something had happened. The mother told the young man to get ready and go to the restaurant because he has a blind date today. Lion couldn't believe he was only 20 years old and he didn't want to go anywhere. But as it turned out, his mother promised that he would come, so the boy had no choice. He came to the institution and sat down at the table. Looking at the photo of the girl with whom he was scheduled to meet, he was amazed. She was incredibly beautiful. I wonder why she needs Lion. And at that moment, he heard the door open and heard women's voices. It seems that she came, but maybe not alone. It was strange, but this girl entered the establishment with Kira. She was tall and very beautiful. According to her mother, her name was Leia. Both girls were clearly not in a good mood. Kira was holding Leia's hand and asking for something. Lion didn't understand anything, but it was very interesting. 2 beautiful girls came to him at the same time? Is this possible? He wondered what the probability was that the girls knew each other. He wanted to make sure they came together, and it was true. 100% they are familiar. But how? How does this beauty know Kira, thought the boy. The girls seemed to be arguing about something. He couldn't hear her voices, but even without that it was interesting to watch them. Leia had green eyes and long hair. She was slender and very beautiful. But her look was suspicious. The girls were arguing, and it was as if Kira was dissuading her friend from something. She tried to do everything for them to leave this place. Kira had tears in her eyes. It was aggression combined with frustration. Seeing this, Lion tensed up. It was like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Everything did not go according to plan. Kira's murderous gaze brought the boy out of his mind. He could not understand anything, but he felt that she was angry with him. In the meantime, Leia approached Lion at the table. It was difficult to decipher her feelings. Something was clearly bothering her. She greeted and said her name, told Lion that she thought he was a nice guy, and that she was glad to meet him. After that, Leia invited the young man to meet. Lion was shocked. He certainly did not expect such a rapid turn of events. Not only the boy did not expect this, everyone in the institution who heard this phrase was shocked. Is such a beautiful girl asking an ordinary guy out on her own? This threw Lion quite off balance. This is the first time in his life that someone has offered to meet. Meanwhile, Kira could hardly hold back her tears. It is not clear what upset her so much, and it is clearly related to Leia and Lion. No matter how happy the boy was about what was happening, he understood that it was somehow wrong. Seeing the young man's doubts, Leia looked up and asked if he liked her. It was a tricky question. Of course he said that she is beautiful, and you can't help but look at an amazing woman. Almost an angel. Leia said that she is seriously proposing to meet, and there are no jokes on her part. She gently took his shoulder. Goosebumps ran down the boy's spine. After that, Leia generally hugged Lion. He couldn't believe if it was a dream or if it was really happening to him, but for some reason he had a bad feeling. He took a step back because he did not fully understand what was happening. Leia didn't like it. Although she saw the boy's surprise, she was used to always getting her way. So, without thinking for a long time, she took a step forward and passionately kissed Liona. He did not expect this, and was very surprised. But even more surprise was on the face of Kira, who was watching all this from a few meters away. Suddenly, it became clear that all this was causing her even more pain. But so far it was not clear why she was so unhappy about it. After a passionate kiss, Leia offered Lion to leave. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. He asked the girl where she was going to go, to which Leia replied that it was necessary to introduce him to her parents. Kira could not stand everything that was happening, turned around and ran outside without saying what was the matter. But Lion understood everything. Leia used it to break Kira's heart, it was obvious. The probability of this was 100%, although not to say that the young man himself did not take advantage of this opportunity. Rather, it was all due to compassion. Leia looked the boy straight in the eyes. She was intense and very determined. She was going to finish what she set out to do. If not for the new abilities and acquaintance with Kira, it would be difficult to understand whether the girl's intentions are serious. Lion didn't know how to act. He wanted to understand the situation better. But at the same time he was angry with Leia because of her behavior. She said that it was time to go to her parents and went ahead. The guy saw that the probability that she really wants to meet her is 100%. Lion was surprised. She's not kidding. Maybe Leia thinks of him as a shield from her parents. Maybe all this was planned just to appease her parents. And in fact, she doesn't really need him. That's exactly how it was. The painful truth morally caused the boy a lot of pain. He called the girl to say something. Turning around, she asked if he regrets what happened now. Lion was only angry at this question. Does she think that if she is beautiful, she is allowed to do everything? He wasn't going to buy into such a cheap trick. And then he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Leia cried. It was not expected, and changed the boy's emotions. He was no longer angry. Lion immediately declared that he regrets absolutely nothing. He did not understand what was happening. Why is the girl so upset that Kira left? Maybe they met? And what is Leia even thinking about? Lion still went to meet the girl's parents. It was afternoon outside. A young couple entered the house. It was quite nice and clean inside. The family was clearly not poor. Appeared in the corridor. She was annoyed and asked if her daughter went on a blind date again. Did you bring someone again? Leia introduced the girl to her mother. She said his name was Lion, and he was her new boyfriend. The young man was clearly embarrassed. Having come here, he had such a feeling, as if he had been brought against his will. And everything that happens is necessary only to play along with Leia. It seemed to Lion that he was in the center of the filming of a movie where the main character saves a pretty girl. Meanwhile, when the mother heard that Leia had brought home a boy, she immediately rejoiced, and asked why her daughter did not tell about it earlier. His father's voice came from the next room. He asked if he did not hear? It seems that not only the mother was surprised that Leia brought home a boy. The father ran to the guest, and after greeting him took his hand firmly. He immediately saw Lion's concern. Leia told her parents that she and Lion have known each other since school. But they broke up because of the guy's bad grades, and now they got back together because of an unexpected date. It's a pity that the meltdown was caused by some grades at school, thought the mother. The father invited the couple to enter the house and not stand in the corridor. He said that his mother would now prepare a delicious dinner, and told his daughter that she should have been informed about such an event in advance. He led Lion and Leia into the room, sat them on the bed and said that they could talk quietly while their parents prepared dinner. The boy and the girl were both very worried and embarrassed. Lion couldn't believe that she was really her daughter. But as the boy's talents revealed, Leia was 100% the real daughter of this beautiful man and woman. The couple was just about to talk a little when the door opened and the mother entered. She brought some fruit. At that moment her father stopped her, who seemed not to like all this. He asked what she was doing. Then you saw each other, and after taking your wife back, closed the door, asking the newlyweds to continue where they left off. Meanwhile, Leia was a little embarrassed. She told Lion that her parents had been hinting for a long time that it was time for her to find a boyfriend. They were very concerned about this. The young man listened intently to all this. All this was strange to him. He smiled. It turns out that Lion is the first boyfriend whom Leia brought home to introduce to her parents. All this time, Leia's parents stood right outside the door and listened very carefully to the newlyweds' conversation. Father was angry because nothing is happening so far. He, as it seemed to him, gave a signal to the boy. Hearing this, the mother was quite angry. She didn't like the fact that her husband doubted the boy's sincerity. The man quickly turned around and covered his wife's mouth with his hand. It is necessary to behave more quietly so that they are not heard. The father said that it was necessary to try to check the boy, but if he dares to do too much... And then he took out a huge knife. Lion thought a little while sitting in the room. He did not fully understand the situation and would like to check something. He decisively took a step forward and was going to say something to the girl. She took a very sharp step back, but was clearly frightened. Who knows what he was going to do? She took a few more steps back and leaned her back against the wall. Lion smiled. He had no bad thoughts in his head. He stated that he only meant to sit down and talk. Leia said that she apologizes for her shyness, and she needs some time to get used to her relationship. Lion also took a step back. He asked if he should keep his distance if the girl is so nervous when he approaches. Such politeness of the young man surprised the girl. It was nice that he was worried about her feelings. She said that everything is fine. There is no need to leave. She will be able to get used to him quickly. Lion couldn't believe that she was really his girlfriend. Leia is simply beautiful. He began to wonder if she would be comfortable if he took her hand. The probability was 80% and almost the same if he hugged her and even kissed her. The boy was ashamed of such thoughts. Is he really that lucky? But no, this girl is just using him to deceive her parents. He didn't know what to do. But I decided that Leia should first of all be honest with herself. He took a step forward and wanted to take her hand. The girl stood calmly and did not mind. But at the last moment, the young man stumbled on a flat place and fell. A curious moment. Lion was very angry about what happened, although at the same time it was very funny. Hearing the noise, the parents ran into the room. The father was with the same knife. He shouted and asked what happened. The picture he found was strange, but not what he expected. Everyone seemed to freeze at this moment. Leia got angry and started shouting at her father. Why did he break in here at all, and even with a knife? The mother took the situation under her control, said that everything is fine and the father is just worried about his beloved daughter. She dragged him out of the room by his ear. Lion couldn't believe what he saw. Leia's father just ran into the room with a huge knife. The boy did not understand. He had not yet managed to do anything, and her father was already running into the room with a weapon in his hands. The boy exhaled heavily. All this did not go according to the classic plan of getting to know the parents. Meanwhile, the wife scolded the husband. She shouted at him because he walks around the apartment with a knife, and also does not believe that Lion is Leia's real boyfriend. The man said that you can't immediately trust a guy, even if he has a good heart. Their daughter is very beautiful. Things weren't going according to Lion's plan. How could he claim the role of this girl's boyfriend if his father almost killed him 5 minutes ago? He did not understand how much longer he had to play this role and deal with this strange family. Leia asked the boy if everything is okay. Lion said that this issue should be postponed until later. After these words, the girl was clearly angry. She asked the boy if he regrets everything that happened, but Lion stood his ground and did not succumb to manipulation. With this theater, it is not possible to hide everything from parents, he told the girl. They care and love their daughter, but she only wants to deceive them. Yes, he said that he wants to end it all. He said that the only option to solve the problem is to have a conversation with the parents, and Leia should do it herself. She was in despair after these words. Lion turned around and started walking towards the exit. She grabbed his hand and asked for help one last time. But the young man no longer believed her. He only laughed at the girl's request. The parents left the room where the couple was and stood in the corridor. Hearing that the newlyweds were having an argument, they tensed up. The mother blamed the husband for the quarrel. She thought he was to blame for the 7th. Most likely they quarreled because the husband ran into the room with a knife, she thought. Then the couple decided to stop it and ran into the room to the newlyweds. Then the couple decided to stop it and ran to the newlyweds' room. Before they could catch up, they saw Lion coming out of the room. He calmly walked past them, much to the surprise of the girl's parents. The guy understood that he could have stayed, but this only caused Leia pain. He looked sad and headed for the exit to put on his shoes and leave. As soon as the boy got his shoes, the girl's mother ran up to him and stopped him. She apologized, saying that she accidentally spilled soup on his shoes. This phrase was unexpected. Lion was in shock. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Be that as it may, he looked at his shoes and indeed saw that they were all in the soup. Because of their white color, this problem was even greater. At that moment, father and Leia shouted at mother. How could she be so careless, and why was she walking with soup in the corridor? If the shoes manage to get wet, then Lion will not be able to go home normally. But it seems that the girl's mother was hoping for this. So Leia's parents immediately offered the boy to stay and spend the night at their house. But the young man firmly decided to leave. He said that he needed to go to the hospital to visit the grandmother's niece whose son was ill. He quickly put on his wet shoes, apologized, and ran out of the house after saying goodbye. Parents did not really understand the reason given by Lion. Leia, in turn, simply smiled. The day was ending. The boy went to bed. Before going to sleep, he thought that now earning money has become very easy, and tomorrow he has to go to the antique market again. Lion woke up early in the morning, gathered himself, and set off to earn more money. Meanwhile, salesman Lao was already at the workplace. Yesterday, he was in the red because of some newcomer, as he thought, and he was also embarrassed in front of everyone. He had a good opportunity, but he did not use it. While he was thinking about this, someone approached his bench. The seller smiled happily and greeted the potential buyer. He was going to right his wrongs today. And then it turned out that the potential buyer was none other than the guy who shamed him yesterday. Lion was eating a hot dog and smiling happily. He politely greeted Lao and asked if he had anything new and interesting. The seller immediately began to smile, said that it was great to see an old friend, and he was ready to offer him something of very high quality. It was a cunning plan. Lao was going to slip the boy some junk again, but this time it would be good to make money from it. Lion, meanwhile, was calm and kept smiling. He knew that he could not be deceived with new talents. The seller began to show the goods he had, to tell that he had brought them from the village, and to praise them. The guy asked about the price of the whole set. Lao replied that he would sell everything for 50,000. Lao approached the boy and began to tell, as if in secret, that he still has ancient relics, which are actually worth a lot of money. The man spoke very beautifully and confidently. He declared that this porcelain is most likely from the Tang San dynasty. Lion was overjoyed to hear this. He really believed the seller. Lao continued to promote the porcelain, saying that the carving and texture are proof of originality. The young man was very happy. It would be very good for him just to come and already earn some easy money. Lion asked about the price of porcelain and heard the answer of 60,000. Lao thought the price was fair. The answer made the boy angry. 60,000 is not 2,000 like yesterday. Here we need to understand. Lion asked the seller why he is so kind today. Is this porcelain really worth 60,000? Lao felt that he could be bitten. It was necessary to lie impeccably in this situation. Lion said that 60,000 is very little if the china set is really that good. If he buys it so cheap, his conscience will torment him. These words sank the seller's heart, although he did not understand whether the guy was speaking sincerely. Lion said that he could not let such a good seller suffer. He asked Lao to think and name his own price. While the seller was thinking about what price to call, Lion studied the probability that the porcelain was original. The authenticity was only 14.28%. The guy must have thought that it was clearly a fake. Although I quickly realized that 14.28% means that there is definitely an original among the entire set of 7 items. If this is true, then the price of this item will be at least $1 million. The young man asked the seller how much he wanted for the whole set. Lao could name his price, and the man was not going to be fooled. This was his chance to make up for yesterday. He said that he was willing to sell the entire set of porcelain for just 600,000. Lao was already mentally counting the easily earned funds. He was sure that today he would definitely outwit the audacious newcomer. He paused, but said that if it is very expensive, he is willing to give a discount of up to 500,000 on a friendly basis. But Lion knew that he would earn much more than 500,000, and calmly agreed. In just a few minutes, he transferred 500,000 to Lao's account. The seller could not believe his eyes. Everything happened so quickly that he even thought about whether he sold the goods too cheaply. Lion at that moment collected all the porcelain and quickly ran to look for a potential buyer. And here, Lao, who a few minutes ago was happy that he had successfully earned, began to think, was it for sure that the porcelain was not real? This cannot be, he thought. He bought this porcelain cheaply in a mountain village. The man was certain that the set is not real, and the younger generation thinks they know everything. Easy money. To spend 15,000 and earn 500, it was a beautiful day. He thought that such a novice could not beat a professional like him. Meanwhile, a large pink jeep burst into the market at breakneck speed. Ving almost hit several people, and suddenly stopped right in front of the place where Lao was sitting. A young, pretty girl with short hair named Selena got out of the jeep. She resolutely approached Lao and asked where is the porcelain that she sold him yesterday. Now she is ready to buy him back for 1 million. The salesman couldn't believe it. He was once again deceived by some young novice in the field of antiques. At that time, Selina asked to get the porcelain as soon as possible, because it turned out that it was very important to her grandfather, and it was necessary to return it as soon as possible. It's not that Lao didn't want to help the girl. The problem was that he had already sold it a few minutes ago. And then the voice of Lito was heard, who confirmed this information with a sincere smile. He teased his friend that he had been deceived again. Lao pretended not to be offended by this. The girl started to cry. She made a mistake and sold her grandfather's china, and if he finds out, it will end badly for her. Lao tried to calm the girl down. He said that it was just a fake, and there was no need to worry. Grandfather will find out about this and will not quarrel. This phrase angered Selina. It was not a fake, but a real porcelain of the Tang Sang dynasty that came from her ancestors. This phrase hurt Lao. If this is true, then the price of the antique is at least 10 million. Leto continued to laugh. Yesterday, Lao sold an original wine glass for 2,000. Today, he sold porcelain worth 10 million for 500,000. Selina asked where the guy who bought the porcelain set went. Meanwhile, not far from there, in the building where you could buy and sell original antiques, an interesting conversation was held. Selina's grandfather sat with Lion and looked at the goods that the boy brought for sale. The porcelain looked great. The luster was very well maintained and beautiful. Grandfather's name was Dao Wang. He was surprised because he has the same statuette at home, which is more than 1,000 years old. I wonder if his granddaughter could sell this porcelain to lions. These words interested the young man, and he began to look into the possibility that this porcelain belonged to this old man. As it turned out, this probability was 100%. How it happened, the boy did not understand. The boy choked a little, much to Dao Wang's dismay. Lion began to think, is it possible that this porcelain was stolen by the Lao seller and then sold? But the probability of this was 0%. Then, maybe the granddaughter of this old man sold him to Lao? Is this possible? Lion looked at the surprised old man and thought that he had a crazy granddaughter. Dao Wang was an honest man. He said he could sell the porcelain for 12 million, so he was willing to pay 9 million for it now. It was quite a large amount for the guy, especially considering that this is only the beginning of his career in the world of antiques. Just yesterday, he earned 9 times less and was very happy about it, so Lion willingly agreed to the offer. Although the old man understood that he had lost 9 million because of his grandson, he was still happy about the profitable deal. He left the young man his phone number and said that if Lion has anything else of interest, he can contact him. Satisfied, the young man went outside and thought about where to go next. The day was just beginning, and it was already so successful. When he went out into the yard, he saw that a young girl got out of the jeep and was running to meet him. She was running very fast, and he immediately thought that she could easily fall. The probability of this was 100%. He loudly warned Selina to be more careful. The girl stopped a little after Lion's words. The girl was very young and not very smart. She was upset by such a remark. She said that she knows how to drive a car, so she will understand her running all the more. She said that she is not stupid, and she should not make such remarks. Lion thought that she must be stupid. Hearing her name, the boy immediately understood that she was the daughter of the old man to whom he had just sold porcelain. The probability of this was 100%. It is not surprising. Visually, they were very similar. The young man thought that it was a strange coincidence. It seems that the kind grandfather will shout at her now. At that very moment, Selina took a step forward and tripped on a level spot and fell to the floor. Although Lion knew this, he was still surprised. He just warned her to be more careful. But he managed to take a step to meet her and catch the girl in his arms, and save her from a painful fall. Instead of words of thanks, the girl just looked at him fiercely. She did not understand how he made it so that she really fell. People around were not satisfied with the fact that the couple embraced. It seemed immoral and obscene. The girl was ashamed of what was happening, and she shouted at Lion to let her go. At the same time, the boy remained completely calm. He said to be more careful. You had to listen to him. From the outside, it all looked as if a couple in love had met after a long separation. It looked romantic. Selina jumped away from the guy and didn't even say a word of thanks, as if it was all his fault. Leon was a little upset. He wanted the best, but he turned out to be guilty. If there's nothing more to say, it's better to go, he thought. As soon as Lion turned around and was about to leave, the girl stopped him for some reason. The guy got scared and said not to touch him. He didn't do anything wrong. The girl said that she has an urgent problem that needs to be dealt with urgently. Could he leave her a phone number? She will call him later. Although it was strange, it did not become a problem. Lion willingly left his phone number to the girl. After a minute, a message came from Selena. She said that she was asking for help and was very glad to meet such a brother as him. The guy went on. He thought that now he has a lot of money and he can buy himself something. For example, a car or a house. On the way he met Lao. He was surprised and asked if the boy had sold that porcelain, and at what price. Lion smiled and calmly replied that he sold the antique for 9 million. Weed thought that this fat Lao for some reason was not even surprised to hear this, and was surprisingly very calm. Lao in turn thought that this ugly newcomer had once again brought him a lot of trouble. He craved revenge. Meanwhile, Selene entered her grandfather Dao Wang's pavilion. She saw that the porcelain was already in the old man's hands, and he was looking at the relic with satisfaction. The girl knew that she was to blame for everything, and she wanted to leave quietly if the porcelain had already returned to its rightful owner. But I heard the cry of the grandfather who said that this stupid girl should go to him and not run away. He angrily asked why she decided to visit her grandfather. Probably because today is just a nice day. The girl was shaking with fear. Not only was she late, but she also saw that grandfather had already bought the porcelain himself. How to explain all this to him? Grandfather saw the girl's fear and asked what was the matter. She tried to pretend that everything was fine. He said that lately his granddaughter has been behaving as if she had actually sold his favorite porcelain. For a few seconds there was complete silence in the room. And then grandfather understood everything. He realized that it was exactly the porcelain that the girl had sold at dinner yesterday, mistaking it for a fake. It was a good time to leave for Selena. She said her whole body hurt and she needed to go home. She quickly ran towards the door, started crying and called her grandmother and asked her to protect her because her grandfather wanted to kill her. Dao Wang was indeed very angry. That was a loss of 9 million flat. But the grandmother came to her granddaughter's defense, called her husband and screamed at him. He had no right to shout at her beloved granddaughter. Meanwhile, Selena ran out into the yard. She didn't know who managed to sell the porcelain to her grandfather so quickly, because of which she got into trouble. And then the thought occurred to her that this could be the same guy with whom she was talking in front of her grandfather's pavilion. Meanwhile, Lion was walking down the street. Goosebumps ran through his skin, as if someone had mentioned him. He was thinking about Lao. Something is wrong with this fat man. Maybe he wants to make up for yesterday? The probability of this was 100%. It's dangerous. I didn't want to conflict with someone who could make money. Lion sees that there are very high chances that Lao will somehow try to fast him. But this is not a problem, as long as the guy has a reliable strength that shows the probability of success. Dealing in antiques was profitable, but not so easy. You had to find gold around solid garbage. If it wasn't for Selena's stupidity, he wouldn't have made so much money. It is not so easy to be wealthy. The girls he met recently are all very strange. It is better for your own safety not to contact them. Although it would be interesting to see what would have happened if he hadn't missed yesterday's opportunity with Leia. In any case, the guy planned to continue speculating in antiques and make millions every day. Thanks to his power, he now had a lot of money. I had to buy something. For example, a car. Lion decided to go to the car dealership directly from this traffic stop. Taking the turn, the young man saw that none other than Selena was standing next to him. She was texting someone on the phone. As it turned out, she wrote specifically to Lion, and complained that because of her grandfather's anger, she did not dare to get behind the wheel of the car. The boy wondered if Selena was really as stupid as he thought, and at that moment, someone in line for the bus caught his attention. Among the people stood a pale man in a hood who behaved suspiciously. As it turned out, the probability that he is a thief is 50%. He carefully stood behind Selena and began to look closely at the young girl. Lion understood everything immediately. The probability that he was a bus thief was 100%. Ex-guy immediately wrote a message to Selena, in which he said that the guy behind her is very suspicious, and you have to be careful. The girl quickly saw and read the SMS. She raised her head and thought. The thief behind her tensed. Selena also saw Lion. She wondered where he had come from. Another strange coincidence? The girl wrote that he is trying to fool again. The guy did not appreciate such a message and said that the girl is very ungrateful and only looking for bad things. Meanwhile, bus number 666 arrived at the stop. It will be able to take Lion to the car dealership. Selena was also going to this bus. She took out her phone to pay for the fare with her student card. At that moment, she was pushed by the same thief. He apologized and said that he didn't mean it. The girl did not particularly pay attention to this, but it seems that the thief was preparing to steal something from her in this way. Lion, of course, saw all this. He immediately thought that this stupid girl was disobeying him again. She didn't seem to understand anything at all. Meanwhile, the thief seems to have started to act. Lion gathered all his courage and moved forward. He was going to stop the scumbag. And then something happened that absolutely no one around could have expected. The guy did not have time to save the girl because she saved herself. It turned out that Selena had been engaged in martial arts since childhood and was ready to defend herself at any moment. She saw how the thief reached into her pocket and grabbed his hand and took him by the hand. Lion guessed that everything was not so simple with the girl, but he definitely did not foresee this. Selena hit her husband several times in the head, stomach, and even hit him twice between the legs. After that, she surprisingly picked him up and threw him on the floor. It looked very aggressive. People stood and watched what was happening with their mouths open. Lion did not understand what was happening at all. And then Selena became a little girl again and gently declared that this man was going to grope her. Lion was in shock. She also stands in front of him. Wasn't that the technique of a martial artist? The girl also looked at Lion and thought that he was kidding again. Maybe he wanted to finish his drink, but something is wrong here. The boy became scared when he remembered that she is the girl who sold the porcelain to Mr. Lau, and because of this, she can be angry with Lion. The young man wanted to run away from her as quickly as possible and reach the car dealership in a few minutes. But it seems that he was not lucky. The probability that the bus will arrive at the salon in a few minutes is 0%. Maybe it's because of traffic jams or traffic accidents? But no, the probability of this is %. Leon began to have a bad feeling. Goosebumps ran down my back. At the last moment, he took a step back because he thought that there might be another thief on the bus. He began to go through the options. Maybe there will be hostages in the bus, maybe the bus will be stolen, or there will be a fire. And so it was. The probability of a fire is very high. How should a young man be? There is a thief on the bus who wants to set everything on fire. If he succeeds, people will die. Lion wanted to prevent this, but he didn't know exactly how to do it. There was little time, and he decided to call the police. When he called, he told the dispatcher that there was a thief on the bus who wanted to set fire to the people inside. There was little time, and he decided to call the police. When he called, he told the dispatcher that there was a thief on the bus who wanted to set fire to the people inside. He was asked the location of the bus. Lion named the route and asked the police to come as soon as possible. The police said that they will mark the call as urgent. There was little time. Everything could start at any moment. And then the dispatcher asked if the guy could confirm his words, and if not, he will face sanctions for false information. The guy had a lot of questions. Is that how he knows this information? The number of the bus, and the amount of gasoline the thief has? The guy could not tell the truth, and was angry that he was not believed just like that. At that moment, it became clear that without an explanation, the police would not come and help. The young man hung up the phone and decided that he had to act on his own. There are no more rescue options. He managed to jump into the bus that was getting ready to leave. There were a lot of people inside, and at that moment he heard that someone at the last moment managed to jump into the bus right behind him. It was Selena. She was talking on the phone and surprised the boy with her presence, but now is not the time to think about her. The main thing is to save people in the middle. Although the girl was very dangerous, the thief with gasoline is more dangerous at the moment. At that moment, the boy's phone rang. Oddly enough, it was the police again. They said that she has an employee on the bus now. If Lion sees a thief, there is no need to do anything. The policeman will do everything himself. This comforted the boy quite a bit. Still, the task was not easy, and it is better if it is performed by a professional. He looked at Selena suspiciously. She responded with the same look. This couple did not really trust each other. A good idea came to the young man's head. The policeman didn't know what the thief looked like, so you have to help him find the villain. The guy began to move the bus to consider different options. For example, is the thief sitting? Is it a man or a woman? Selena followed him for some reason. Why does she imitate him? There is no time for fun now. Lion guessed that if the criminal has 9 liters of gasoline, then most likely he has a bag for it. And then he approached a man who looked quite suspicious. He was not happy. He was sweating a little, but he was holding his backpack tightly. It was clearly visible that the man was nervous. But you have to be more careful and not betray yourself. Lion thought, what should he do? Wait for the policeman or hold onto the backpack while there is such an opportunity? And then behind him, he felt a strong touch of someone's hand on his shoulder. It was none other than Selena. For some reason, she grabbed Lion. This made the boy angry. He is not into silly games at the moment. The situation is very unstable. People on the bus recognized Selena and said that she was the aggressive girl from the airport. Lion asked the girl to let go of him. It was the perfect moment to call a police officer to arrest the intruder. The boy was sure that the thief was that man. Now is a good opportunity to grab it. But it seems that Selena was not going to let go of Lion so easily. It's not her style. She took another step to meet the boy and ordered him to save himself and run away from there. It seems that she wanted to catch the young man and thought that he was a thief. Lion quickly took a step back and dodged the girl's blows. He tripped and caught the same man's backpack as he fell. Gasoline began to leak from the backpack. This made the man very angry. He did not understand what this impudent boy was doing. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, stopped holding on to his backpack, and seemed to be preparing for a fight. Lion was noticeably nervous. Everything was happening too quickly and unexpectedly. It was even more dangerous on the bus. At that moment, when the thief wanted to start a fight with Leon, someone punched him very hard and well in the jaw. It was none other than Selena. This was her crowning blow. Lion was delighted with this. The girl again began to show everyone around her strength in martial arts. This time she added kicks that did a lot of damage to the man. It seems that it was not only forced, but also brought pleasure to the girl. She felt that she was stronger than many men. Everyone around silently watched this battle with open mouths. Lion also appreciated the girl's strength. She put the thief on the rope and took out the handcuffs. As it turned out, she was the same undercover police officer. Selena told the criminal that he was under arrest. It was the police's job, and he had the right to remain silent. Then she got up and took in her hands the bottles with a strange liquid that fell out of the thief's backpack. She opened and sniffed one with him. It was really gasoline, as Lion said. The ex-guy realized that the girl was a police officer, and he was going to get out of there quickly. Arrived and took the thief to the police station. Selena and Lion got off the bus. The girl's fist hurt after the fight. It is not surprising after so many blows. She turned to Lion and said that she heard that it was the young man who called the police and warned about all this. The girl made Lion quite nervous. It was necessary to invent something so that she would lag behind him. The young man said that a monk came down from the mountains and told him everything. Selena didn't really believe it, even though the boy helped the police in any case. She couldn't understand why his crow's beak kept making such a fool. It was strange. Lion quickly realized that he had invented a very unrealistic excuse. It was not so easy to get a girl. The boy quickly realized that no matter what, it was necessary to get out of there as soon as possible. There is too much to explain. All this started to bother Selena. She pounced on the boy, pressed him against the wall, and said that it was enough to carry nonsense. It was quite aggressive. The girl said that it was necessary to talk. From there he knew all this about the thief, and knew that she would fall at their first meeting. Lion continued to act like a fool. He said that he did not understand what was being said and did not know what to say. The girl did not believe that an ordinary guy could somehow find out information about the burning of the bus. Lion calmly stated that as a law-abiding citizen, he honestly reported to the police, and he should be thanked for that. The version was suspicious, and Selena frankly said that she did not believe the boy's fabrications. She grabbed him and pressed him against the wall. The girl reminded that when he called the police, he had not even boarded the bus yet, and it is possible that the young man was personally acquainted with the thief. At that moment, Leia was passing by the bus stop. She saw Lion and went to him. Meanwhile, Selena continued to put pressure on the boy. She offered to move to another place where they could drink tea and have a normal conversation. People around were surprised by such a proposal. It seems that the girl was very insidious, and the young man got a good laugh. Leia came even closer and was surprised by what she saw. She called Lion. The guy was surprised to see this girl. He wondered what she was doing here. Selena was surprised and asked the girl if they knew Lion. Leia said that her car broke down today and she just took it in for repair. She asked Lion what is going on and who is this girl who is harassing him. This situation was very similar to the fact that the guy was caught with a mistress. This upset the young man, but after a few seconds another idea came to the boy's head. It was a great chance to get out of there. He was happy, smiled, and winked at Leia. At first the girl did not really understand what these strange hints were. But Leia was not only a very pretty girl, but she was also smart enough to quickly figure out the boy's plans. And then the performance began. Lion ran to Leia and began to shout that this was not at all what she could have been thinking. He got down on his knees and apologized, saying that he had nothing to do with Selena, and they hardly knew each other. The people at the bus stop, Selena, Leia, all fell silent in surprise. It was good acting by the guy. Lion shouted and pointed a finger at Selena, and said that she started it all, and it was all her fault. Selena was shocked by this turn of events. The young man returned to Selena and loudly declared that he did not know her and loved his girlfriend. So you don't have to run after him and push him. A lot of people gathered around this scene. Selina, in turn, was very confused and did not know what to say. People, in turn, were outraged by the behavior of the boy, who had just been caught with his mistress. They thought that the boy was taking advantage of these two beautiful girls. Selina recovered a little, got angry, and shouted at the young man. She doesn't run after anyone at all, the girl thought. But Lion didn't care. He continued to play his role, and told Leia that it was all true, and this girl had been chasing him all day. The guy and Leia got along. It was a good acting duo. It was difficult to chew them. Leia loudly announced to everyone that Lion is her boyfriend and he should not be touched. She decided to help the young man. People around were delighted with this performance. Selina, in turn, was quite angry about all this. Lion understood that more and more people were gathering to listen to what was happening, and it was necessary to get away as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, tension was building between the girls. One was not happy that Lion was insulted, the other that she was considered the boyfriend's lover. Selina noticed from the very morning that Lion was quite strange, and mysterious events were happening near him. He decided to expose her in a bad light, and this made the girl quite angry. She wanted to beat him as hard as possible for such behavior. The girl took a step forward and punched Lion in the stomach with all her might. It was a very strong blow. The young man fell to the floor and began to cough. People were delighted, while Leia looked confused. Walking past Leia, Selina told her to be careful with this strange guy, because he doesn't seem to be who he says he is. Having come to his senses a little, Lion did not understand at all why Selina had such a bad attitude towards him. In fact, he did nothing wrong. Leia felt sorry for the boy. She ran up to him and asked if everything was okay, if he could breathe calmly. The guy thanked for the concern, and was glad that at least he won some time and got rid of the problem in the form of Selina. Leia said that yesterday the boy also helped her, so you're all honest. A favor for a favor. They did not see, but Kira approached the stop behind them. She did not approach, but watched from the side. She saw the communication between the boy and the girl. It seemed quite cute, even romantic. Kira was angry that the boy decided to molest Leia. She decided to take revenge on Lion. This time she will not forgive it. Lion then went to a car dealership and bought a cool car. He began to appreciate money more after that. When he was driving, he thought that he was not decisive enough for relationships, and in general, they bring him more problems. Better to stay away from girls and focus on making money in the future. He believed that only money is real in this world. V-In felt a familiar feeling from yesterday. It was a feeling of money. The guy came to the antiques market and was surprised that Fat Lao was not at his workplace. As Leto said, he will be gone for a few days, because he went to the village to properly buy new goods. Lion immediately calculated what was the probability that Lao would find a real antique again, and this probability was 100%. It's good, but it was important to earn today. The boy wondered if he could find the real relics right now. But surprisingly, it turned out that such a probability is 0. It was strange. A large market in front of him and not a single item of real value? Maybe something is wrong with his calculation system in his head. It cannot be that he will not find at least something valuable. But the probability of 0% appeared before him again. This information was the opposite of yesterday. The guy thought that the antique might be on the market, but he wouldn't be able to buy it. While Lion was thinking about how to make money, he did not see how Kira appeared behind him behind the house. It seems she is up to something. The boy wandered around the market for about half an hour and still came across one interesting seller. He began to look at various objects and check them for originality. Intuition suggested that there is something here after all. That's how it turned out. In front of him was an ancient Chinese jug, and it was original, of course, which the seller did not know about. Lion immediately asked the seller if he was ready to sell this particular jug and asked about its price. Man replied that the price of the jug is 3,000, and he can even give a 5% discount. 5% did not look convincing. Lion thought about it and defiantly asked for a 50% discount. It was his style. To the boy's surprise, the seller smiled and really agreed to make such a big discount. He probably got the goods very cheaply. The seller clearly did not know that it was a real antique, so the deal was concluded without further ado. Lion was going to wire the man the money, take the jug and go and sell it at a good price. The day started quite simply. Just then Kira came up and very brazenly told the seller that she was ready to buy the product for its full price of 3,000. This surprised both the seller and the boy. Lion couldn't believe it at all when he saw her and didn't understand what she was doing here. It seems that this was the cunning plan of the girl, which she thought about when she saw Lion and Leia at the bus stop. The seller immediately forgot about the young man and said that he would gladly sell the goods to the girl. But Lion was not going to give up so easily. He wanted to earn, and he is ready to fight for this opportunity. The guy told the seller to take his time and raised the price to 10,000. But he was not the only one so stubborn. Kira wasn't going to give up without a fight either. She raised her bet to 30,000. Lion realized that the girl was doing it on purpose, and it also became clear that the seller guessed that the item he was selling was really valuable. It seems that the boy has a new problem, and he needs to come up with something to defeat a difficult opponent. Lion had money after the last successful days, and confidently raised the price for the picture to 50,000. He told the girl that if she wanted this junk so much, she could pay more. Kira knew that the young man was well versed in antiques, and most likely it was not junk at all. She calmly raised the price to 100,000. Lion understood that it cannot be carried out in such a way. It will continue to raise the price, and he will not be able to win this fight. It seems that the boy faced a difficult task. It was necessary to properly think about how to outplay the opponent. The girl understood that she could not be deceived by such cheap tricks. She wondered what Lion would do now. Lion tried to relax and smiled. He always has a plan B. He said it's not a problem, and he's not stupid enough to measure it with money. He probably didn't care at this point. All he wanted was to find a way to beat the girl. The deal was concluded. 100,000 for a clay jug that cost 1,500 just 5 minutes ago. Kira looked closely at the object and saw that before her was indeed the Ming dynasty. This thing is very expensive. She thought that it looks like this boy is really not as simple as he seems. Maybe he really is a pro. Lion went further down the market to look at antiques, and Kira decided to follow him. Seeing this, he got angry and asked to get off of him. Kira noted that no one forbade her to walk around the market. As soon as Lion approached a seller and was going to buy something, Kira immediately called the price twice as high and took the goods for herself. This quite unnerved the young man. He could not understand the girl's motives, why she decided to cause him problems in the first place. Each offensive object that she took from the boy enraged him even more. It was unheard of. The girl was frankly angry and said that if Lion could not afford something, it was his personal problem. She said that the guy can raise the price if he wants. But that didn't bother her. The girl had a lot of money. All this surprised Lion very much. He did not know how to outwit the girl and earn money. Kira came up and said that it's amazing how a 20-year-old guy who just dropped out of school can achieve rapid success so quickly. Lion got nervous. It seems she learned a lot about him. The young man said that it was luck, and he did nothing wrong. Kira made it clear that she did not believe him. She also remembered that Lion once spoke about some kind of miraculous ability, extrasensory. It was strange for her that the boy had nothing before the age of 20. He did not even receive any inheritance. Lion was just useless. Kira wanted to know what tricks he uses to achieve success. And right now, she is ready to do anything to take away the boy's earnings. Kira said that he can forget about easy money for today. She will not let him earn a penny. Lion was furious. Is it his fault that he is not like everyone else? What should he do now? The girl continued to make fun of Lion, and said that he looked very scared that she might leave him without money. Lion vehemently declared that she had already prevented him from making money, and that was enough. He did not understand her motives. And then a plan arose in the young man's head. He figured out how to beat his opponent and make money. Kira, in her turn, smiled defiantly and said that the boy had no idea what she was capable of. If she wants something, she gets it. But Lion confidently and calmly stated that he would not allow him to be left without an income. Challenge accepted. The girl joked that Lion would cry after the defeat, and assured that she would not let him earn anything today. She did not even guess what plan was brewing in his head. Something very interesting was being prepared. Kira was sure that when the young man would buy something, she would simply raise the price and buy what he needed, and he would not be able to do anything. Lion did not particularly pay attention to the girl. The plan in his head was ready. Only execution remained. The boy began to calmly walk around the market and look at various items. Kira always stayed by his side. Lion willingly greeted antique dealers and made new acquaintances. After that, he came up and quietly said something in the seller's ear. Kira thought that he was going to buy something, and she was sure that she would not be deceived. She was a very confident lady, and was ready to destroy the young man once more. But surprisingly, after a short conversation with the seller, Lion calmly went on his way. The matter did not end with one seller, and the guy began to approach and start a short silent conversation with every seller who was in this market. Kira did not understand what was happening. He just walks and talks and does not even buy anything. She didn't like it. Lion clearly saw at that time that the probability of success of his plan was 100%. Now he will play it and show his level. He couldn't wait to see her face when she realized she had lost. It will be a very sweet revenge. He was sure that he would teach this girl, and she would never again cling to him and tease him. Lion stood in the middle of the market and loudly addressed the sellers. He said that he wants to buy all the goods that they have in stock. The girl was not very surprised by this. He just wants to buy the whole product. This is unlikely to be a problem for her. She considered Lion to be naive and thought that she would easily beat his price and still not make money from these items. Each of them was sure of his rightness and victory, but only one wins. Lion said that if no one is against it, he is ready to buy everything and can pay right now. Here, Kira spoke up and said she was ready to pay twice as much. Everyone was very surprised at such a generous offer. Lion told the girl that she couldn't do that because it was going too far. But she didn't care. She just wants to buy the same product, and if he can, then let him offer more money. Lion said that the sellers have a lot of goods, and in order to buy them, a lot of money is needed. He insisted that such words cannot be deciphered, and if she said that she was ready to buy everything, then there was no going back. The girl continued to be sure that now she will win again from the boy. Kira asked Lion so much courage from there that he thinks she is stupid. She was ready for anything. The girl wrote checks on the spot and bought all the goods of all the sellers on the market. It was unheard of. Everyone around dropped their mouths in surprise. This has never happened. A good day for antique dealers. Kira gave even more reasons for joy when she offered the sellers to deliver the goods to her home for a fee. The sellers were delighted and asked to write down the address, and they would immediately take care of the delivery. The girl was very glad that she did not let Lion earn. She asked for the sellers' numbers and said that her assistant would contact them. Kira then looked over at Lion to see how upset he was. They asked him how his mood was and said that she kept her word and did not let the young man earn money. But the boy was by no means upset. He laughed, looking into the girl's eyes. It seems that everything was not as simple as she thought. Lion didn't say a word and walked past the girl. She immediately suspected something was wrong. He approached the crowd of satisfied sellers and happily exclaimed that the plan had worked. The men were happy, but said that as they had agreed, they would transfer half of the profit to him. One seller has already managed to transfer a part of his profit to the young man and asked to inform him if such actions will be repeated. Kira seems to have begun to guess what is happening. Her smile disappeared from her face. Lion, in turn, did not stop smiling and rejoicing. It seems that Kira did not expect this and was very surprised. The girl approached him and asked if he was in a conspiracy with antique sellers from the very beginning. Lion said yes. He went around the market looking for sellers who would agree to work with him on a 50-50 basis. The guy was in a win-win situation. Even if Kira buys all the goods, he will still make good money. He repeated once again that the girl would never leave him without an income. Kira, meanwhile, looked annoyed. It seems that her brilliant plan failed, and the boy outplayed her again. She told Lion not to be too happy, because they will meet again, and then everything will be different. The girl turned and proudly walked away. Meanwhile, Lion was smiling contentedly at her back. Afterwards, he said goodbye, but declared that he would not escort the lady. These words angered the girl even more. Something strange happened, which the young man had not seen before. His system that calculated probabilities began to update. Not that it means anything, but now his abilities are getting some upgrades. The system update has finished, but the guy hasn't seen any changes yet. Maybe the difference will show up a little later. At the moment, the system is not enough, and if Lion wants to make a large fortune, then for this he needs to expand the circle of acquaintances. But it will not be so easy to do, because even though Lion got new skills, he still remained a simple guy without connections. At the exit from the market, a man approached Lion. He introduced himself as Kira's assistant and invited her to ride with him. Lion thought he was an exiled assassin after everything that had happened between him and Kira, but the man reassured the boy and said that his task was only to take Lion to a social event as an apology for today's misunderstanding. It looked quite interesting, but the young man still felt something was not right. Maybe this is a new cunning plan from Kira. On the one hand, you can avoid going anywhere because of the risks, and on the other hand, it is an opportunity to expand your circle of acquaintances. After thinking a little, Lion still decided to take the risk and declared that he was ready to go. About an hour later, the man brought Lion to the city center. It was already evening in the yard. The car stopped near a beautiful building. Lion came out and saw Kira meeting him. She seemed quite calm, without malice, but not very cheerful either. The girl said that she thought that the boy would not come. Lion was frank and said that even if there is an evil intention in all this, he is still not afraid of anything. At that moment, Kira somehow looked at Lion strangely. There was some mystery in this look. Which one, it was not yet clear. The girl asked to follow her. She wanted to introduce the boy to her friends. When they approached them, Kira introduced her friends. All these people were very wealthy. Each of them had their own big business. This is what Lion wanted. New acquaintances with wealthy people. But he felt that he was getting a little nervous. Kira expected that the boy would get nervous in front of such guests and embarrass himself. She really wanted to see it. Oddly enough, Lion looked into Kira's eyes and saw her intentions. She was cunning, but Lion often guessed her intentions. The young man realized that he had to somehow stop being nervous, because he would really embarrass himself in front of everyone. And then what he thought was a brilliant idea came to his mind. It was simple but effective. No matter how serious and wealthy these people are, they all eat and drink in the same way. So you just have to imagine them in the toilet, and everything is immediately adjusted. This approach worked. Lion relaxed and said hello. He gave his name, told a little about himself, and generally behaved very calmly. Kira was quite surprised by this. She did not understand how the boy began to behave so loosely. Not even 5 minutes passed when the boy and girl were sitting at the table and drinking wine. Kira praised Lion, saying that he did a good job. She said that, to be honest, she was surprised that the boy found a common language with them. Lion, in his style, defiantly replied that there is no big difference between wealthy people. Kira just smiled, thinking to herself that the difference between him and her friends was huge. In the center of the hall, a bald man in a nice suit came on stage and asked to take his place in the auction hall. The man said that the charity auction will start in a few minutes. Lion was surprised. He did not suspect that he was invited to the auction, and did not understand why he was needed here. Kira asked, "Does a peasant like Lion need to be told what an auction is?" The guy got angry, replied that she was a peasant herself and he knew well what they do at auctions. Kira said that it was wonderful and looked at the boy with a sly look. She was definitely up to something. The girl said that the box contains a Ming Dynasty porcelain bowl that she wants to put up for auction. Since the guy is well versed in antiques, she wants him to help her evaluate this product. Lion paused, and then asked what he would get for all this, and what was his benefit. Kira calmly replied that she was kind today and would allow the young man to sell the goods on her behalf. The girl hinted that this will help not only to earn good money, but also to leave a good impression on new acquaintances. This is what the boy really wanted to do, but he did not believe in the good intentions of the girl. He felt that something was wrong. Kira, in turn, calmly said that there are no evil thoughts in her head, and she does all this just like that. Lion understood that such a girl was better not to be trusted. He was 80% sure that this was all her cunning plan, but when he looked at the porcelain, he saw that it was really an original Ming Dynasty antique, which was quoted at about 12,500,000. If there were no lies, then maybe something is wrong with the auction itself? Maybe he is not real? But here too, everything is clean. The success of the auction is also 100%. If everything is so good, then surely there is nothing to be afraid of, and you can try. Lion realized that he was thinking too much, and if something went wrong, his system would help and everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Kira was losing patience and said that if the boy is not ready, then he can forget about her kindness. Having calculated all options, Lion agreed to the offer. He smiled and said that he loves kindness. He got up and went to play the first lot of the charity auction. Everything went according to plan. There was nothing strange. And at that moment, just a minute before going on stage, Lion turned and looked at Kira. The girl again had a very strange look. She looked at the boy with sly eyes and smiled suspiciously. Looking at her face, you can be 100% sure that she is up to something bad. It was necessary to stop thinking about the bad, because the host of the auction called Lionoff's name and introduced the boy to the audience. The boy tried to calm down. There was no reason to panic. He had a real antique in his hands, and his success rate is 100%. But you still have to be careful, and be sure to find out what tricks Kira has planned this time. Lion introduced himself to the audience and said that he was very happy to see everyone. He behaved quite relaxed and calm. He said that he wants to present to the general public a lot from the Ming Dynasty. This is a very expensive antique, and then the impossible happened. After opening the box where the ancient porcelain was supposed to be, everyone saw that instead of it, ordinary toilet paper was inside. Lion, with his eyes wide open, could not believe what he was seeing. He was sweating all over and could not utter a word. The audience couldn't believe their eyes either. Someone laughed, someone was angry and asked to take this fool off the stage. Such wealthy people could not believe that the guy was seriously going to sell toilet paper. It seems that the organizers did a good job with the fun atmosphere. Lion stood and could not move. All this time he guessed that something was wrong here, and Kira was clearly up to something. The boy was so frightened that he could not say a word. Drops of sweat immediately appeared on his face. It was amazing. He calculated everything, and the antique in the box was 100% real. The system could not fail. So what's the matter? And then the young man solved this puzzle and understood everything. After all, Kira outwitted him. A few minutes before going on stage, when the boy and girl were sitting at a table, Kira said that she dropped an earring under the table and asked Lion to retrieve it. At that moment, when the young man leaned under the table, the girl slyly replaced the box with antiques for a box with toilet paper. Lion was very angry. This girl still found a way to beat him and take revenge. But it was already too much. This is not some simple joke. She wanted to shame the young man in front of everyone. Lion looked at the girl and saw that she was smiling cheerfully and waving at him. It was obvious that she was delighted with what she had arranged. The auctioneer also did not waste the opportunity and poked the boy, asking if he would hurry to the toilet because he had so much toilet paper with him. Kira was sipping a martini and getting angry. She took full revenge and shamed the boy in front of the people he wanted to meet so badly. Today was wasted, but Lion couldn't just walk off the stage and let himself be disgraced. The guy had to find a way out of this situation. Meanwhile, the dissatisfaction of the guests grew, and they shouted at the boy to get away as quickly as possible and not waste their time. The presenter was asked to remove this fool, but the man asked Lion to leave the stage if he had nothing to say. But it was not in the boy's nature to give up easily. He had to come up with something. The success of the auction showed a 100% probability, so there is a way out. Rely only on his system this time. This time it was necessary to get out of it somehow. Now everything depended only on himself, and on his innate qualities and talents. And then Lion remembered that it was not in vain that he had been writing books for many years. He picked up this toilet paper roll and came up with something. The boy had no way out. He had to go to the end. So Lion confidently began to speak. He noted that in the eyes of the audience, it may be an ordinary roll of toilet paper, but not for him. It was brave. The audience stopped laughing and started listening in surprise. Kira also tensed a little. She did not understand what the boy was up to, and did not expect such actions from him. Meanwhile, Lion continued. He said that now it may be surprising that such a tall, handsome, and courageous man constantly cried in childhood. Many years ago, a boy really cried a lot for various reasons. Because of this, his classmates often made fun of him. The boy cried for various reasons, sometimes because of his peers, sometimes because of bad grades or a bad mood. Lion's parents didn't like all this very much. They spent a lot of time to help the boy and break his bad habit. On the boy's birthday, his mother prepared his son's favorite dish, homemade noodles. The father, in turn, gave his son a roll of toilet paper. Young Lion was saddened by such a gift. He asked his father why he needed toilet paper. The young man wanted a car or a constructor. Lion began to cry again because of such a gift. The father tried to calm his son down. He told Lion that he was a real man, and real men don't cry. The next time my son cries, he can wipe his tears with toilet paper. The father was always ready to support his son so that this did not happen. Little Lion was very surprised by such words from his father, but expressed his gratitude for it. After that, according to Lion, the parents died. The family was poor, and apart from this roll of toilet paper, he had nothing left from them. And now every time the young man remembers his father, he tries not to cry. Lion continued his speech. He said that he endured a lot of failures in life, and until now, following his father's advice, he continues not to give up and to be strong. The boy paused a little, and the audience saw that a tear rolled down his face. Thus, step by step, he goes to his goal, and now he is here. Half a roll of toilet paper is proof of struggle. On this important day for the boy, he decided to sell this roll of toilet paper at a charity auction. This speech was received ambiguously by the audience. Some believed, some not so much. Meanwhile, Kira was impressed by how he handled such a difficult situation. But she also noted that the boy's similar plan did not work, and no one is in a hurry to buy his toilet paper. Lion was getting a little nervous. It seems that everything did not go exactly as he thought. Suddenly, in the middle of the hall, a single round of applause broke out among the audience. Looks like someone appreciated the guy's speech. This was applauded by a middle-aged man with a nice haircut and a cigar in his hand. He said that he liked the guy, and he was ready to pay 10 million. Lion was delighted and couldn't hold back his smile. He did not believe that he could earn so much with his speech. The auctioneer congratulated the boy on his victory. Lion thought that this man somehow looked like a donkey. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. The worst is over. He needed the experience of writing books at the right moment, but for some reason the young man was still ashamed. Kira at this moment for some reason got up from her seat. Looking at her, it was clear that the girl was very unhappy with what had happened. Lion, at this time, he smiled. The boy understood that he had hindered her plans to disgrace herself, and won again. Kira thought that the boy was lucky again, but luck is not infinite, and sooner or later it will end, and at that moment she will take revenge for these defeats. Lion, meanwhile, relaxed. He had just miraculously escaped public disgrace, so it wasn't all bad. The auction was interrupted, so that those present could rest a little and breathe fresh air. Kira collected things and went to the exit. It looks like she was going to go home. The guy did not manage to make friends among wealthy people today, so the day cannot be called 100% successful. Lion understood that there was nothing more for him to do here, and he was going to go home. He got into the elevator to go down to the underground parking lot to his car. Although the young man got out of a difficult situation, thanks to an incredible story that he invented on the go, he nevertheless saw that he still remained a clown in the eyes of the audience. Kira is also gone, and without her, it is unlikely that anyone will pay attention to a simple guy like him. It seems that the plan to get new acquaintances is not going as well as we would like. Lion understood that in order to get a high status in the community and acquire useful connections, you need to work hard and earn a lot of money. While the boy was walking towards his Jeep, a red convertible Ferrari drove past him. It was not only an expensive car, but also a very beautiful one. Lion turned and looked at her. Many people dreamed of such a car. She was perfect. But the person sitting in the car surprised him no less. It was Leia, and the same man who bought his roll of toilet paper for 10 million. The boy immediately recognized both of them, but did not understand the connection between them. This is hardly just a coincidence. Not even a few seconds passed when the car drove on at high speed, and only its bright rear lights were visible. The young man began to think about what he saw. Maybe these two are friends, maybe brother and sister? But still, the most likely option was that they were a couple. Thanks to the update of his system, the guy saw that they are really a couple who will soon get married. Leia and this man also had a business together. Now it became clear why the girl behaved so unkindly with Kira, all because she will soon marry this man. Lion went to his car and thought that now it is better to focus on making money and not be distracted by these rich people, who are incredibly difficult to deal with. He understood that he still did not fully understand the topic of antiques, and it would be good to find an assistant for the job who would help the boy. He immediately remembered Lao. It was a good option for the role of an assistant. I wonder if he found anything else interesting during this time. We will have to find out about it tomorrow, thought the young man. Lao, how simply amazing. He always somehow finds really valuable antiques that you can make good money on. If you cooperate with him, you can achieve a lot. He has many connections in the antique world. He is moderately talkative and ready to go all the way at the right moments. Having an assistant like him will make it much easier in the future in antique business. It will be beneficial not only to the guy, but also to the seller. The decision was made. Lion went home to rest well. He has many plans, and it takes a lot of strength. The next morning, Lao was already at the workplace. He was talking to someone on the phone and yelled into the receiver for the person he was talking to leave quickly. Only the man hung up when a guy appeared behind him. Lao did not immediately see that it was none other than Lion. The seller was a little surprised. He was not expecting the boy at all. The young man in turn greeted and smiled. He was ready to implement his plans. Lao was not satisfied, and told the boy to leave, because he had no goods for the young man. It seems that the seller was offended by all these situations that happened between them. But Lion, it just doesn't seem that way. He began to calm the man and said that he did not come to quarrel, but to start joint cooperation to achieve maximum profits. Lao, he opened his mouth in surprise. Cooperation with the one who publicly shamed him, and twice? This was clearly not part of his plans. The guy, however, continued to press and tried to negotiate. He said that the man is lucky, and he constantly finds something really valuable, and Lion himself can determine the true price of the product. They are an ideological duo. The offer was fair. It was proposed to divide the profit in half. The guy was sure that this was a win-win for both Lao and him will agree sooner or later. But the seller did not even think to agree. He said that he had been in shameful situations twice because of the new moon, and he had had enough. Similar for Lao, it was personal, and he took past defeats painfully. It was a very decisive refusal. The seller told the boy to get out of his sight as quickly as possible, and not to mock him. He wanted nothing more to do with this cheeky boy. Lion understood that Lao had not yet moved away from the past insults, and if he continued to persuade him, a fight might arise, which the boy did not want at all. He came to the market in order to make a deal and start earning, not to fight. So you need to calm down a little and let Lao calm down. He thought that while there is an opportunity, it should be used. And as for Lao, he himself will soon crawl on his knees when he understands the benefits of cooperation. At least that's what the guy thought. As soon as the boy started walking away from the cellar, Lao was approached by two middle-aged men. He was clearly waiting for them and shouted at them for taking so long. The men tried not to speak too loudly. One of them had something that he brought with him. A rather interesting scene appeared before Lion's eyes. Similar to Lao Big Deal. Perhaps it was because of her that he refused the offer. Because he knew that he would earn a lot of money anyway. And so it was. The men brought something with them, and Lao asked to show the product. Everyone was tense. Most likely a lot of money was at stake. The man who held this thing in his hands was clearly nervous. He looked around and tried to talk as quietly as possible so that no one else would hear. Finally, the man took out the product, which was wrapped in a towel. His friend introduced Lao the same 7-star knife. According to the man, it was the knife of General Chao himself, Cao. Lao took this knife in his hands and began to examine it. It was a very beautiful knife, with many diamonds. He looked very expensive. As soon as Lion heard what the men were saying, he immediately understood that it was an outright lie. And I wanted to mislead Lao. Meanwhile, the seller was carefully examining this knife. The guy wondered if it could be an original antique, and immediately saw that the probability of this was 0%. But alas, Lao did not have such a gift as Lion. After viewing it, seemed to him that the product might be really valuable. He asked at what price the men were willing to sell it. A couple of men looked at each other strangely and smiled. Lion began to get nervous. He understood that this knife was junk, and he didn't want Lao to buy it and get into trouble again. Then the boy thought, is it possible that this fake is specially made in such a way that it cannot be distinguished from the original? And indeed, the probability that someone would notice a fake was 0%. Fat Lao was very cunning, and if even he does not see that it is a fake, then the product is really heavily disguised as an original. But the guy had super skills, so he bit off the scammer's plans. In order to prove to Lao that he wants to buy a fake, it was necessary to find obvious flaws in the product. The boy began to think about how to do it. He began to question his inner probability system and ask it to help him find the flaws in this knife. This was the only chance to stop Lao from buying this junk. The inner strength of the shopkeeper began the analysis process, and after a few seconds found the product's flaws. It turned out to be one of the diamonds. The boy could not believe that the precious stone was not real. Because Lao has been in this business for a long time, and it is surprising that he did not see it immediately. While the young man was analyzing the situation and deciding how to act, the men had already almost completely assured Lao of the originality of the knife. The deal was almost done. Lion could not fully understand the situation. Maybe the diamond is really fake? Or is it not about him at all? Maybe something is wrong under the stone itself? After Lao refused to cooperate, it is necessary to show him what he is losing. So it was decided. The boy smiled and confidently walked forward. He was going to give a masterclass to a fat man. Now he will expose these swindlers and save Lao from further losses. After that, the seller himself will beg for cooperation. Seeing that Lion goes his way again, Lao strained. He was afraid that the young man would throw out some tricks again and spoil everything. The guy came up and said that men should not hide this ancient miracle knife. He defiantly declared that it was a fake, and he was ready to prove it. This phrase spoiled the mood of all three participants in the negotiations. Lao got angry and asked what exactly the guy meant. And those two men began to be clearly nervous. It seems that everything will not be so easy for them today. Lion said that if Lao buys this knife, he will finally lose his face, and no one will work with him again. Lao was furious. He has been working in this business for 10 years and can distinguish an original from a fake. The seller said that he looked at everything carefully, and if the blade was damaged or the shape was broken, he would have seen it. Then the fat man calmed down a little and said that he knew what the young man was really trying to achieve. He again offers his cooperation. But Lao already said that he will work alone and is not going to talk about it anymore. Lion smiled and asked the man if he could prove that the knife was not real. Would he be willing to cooperate with him? Lao answered that the boy only wants to use this situation for his own purposes. And what if the knife is real? A verbal altercation began. Lion asked how much Lao want to buy this knife. The seller replied that the price is 500,000, but this does not change the fact that he is not going to work with the guy. Lion was not going to back down, and promised to pay 100 times the amount if it turned out to be anything other than the original. Lao's eyes popped out from these words. The seller did not believe the boy, because he believed that he had reasons to lie, but still allowed him to check the knife, and asked him not to forget his promise. Lao was sure that the product is original, and with a smile put it in the hands of the guy for inspection. He asked men to open their eyes to see where the fake knife is, but the young man was as always confident in his abilities. He knew that the product was not real, and I was preparing to teach the fat man a lesson today. Lion began to think. He knew something was wrong with one of the diamonds, but he had to find out what exactly was wrong. The guy turned his head from side to side, inspecting the product. Lao, meanwhile, watched in amazement. Then a plan came into the young man's head. He looked at other goods that were in the seller's assortment and took a strong case in his hands. Lao looked surprised at what was happening and asked the boy what he was going to do. Lion thought, and then answered that after all, a knife is a combat weapon. After this phrase, everyone around fell silent. They could not understand the boy's intentions. Meanwhile, he just smiled. Looks like something interesting will happen now. After a few seconds, young Lion hit the handle of the knife with all his strength with this strong case. The impact was so strong that the sound echoed throughout the market. This blow came right into the same yellow diamond. It is not surprising that after such a stone broke off and fell to the ground. Around there were two men who came to sell this knife, Lao himself, and several ordinary people who were interested in what was happening. All of them gaped in surprise, but the most furious of all of them was the fat man Lao. He screamed as if mad, asking what this stupid boy had done, and directly said that the boy should not live after such a thing. Surprisingly, at this moment Lion not only stood calmly, holding a knife in his hands, he also smiled looking at the angry seller. The guy asked the fat man if he was definitely not ready to cooperate with him yet. Without waiting for an answer, the young man took a step forward and raised the knife in front of the seller's eyes. He did not understand what was happening, and he was sweating all over from nerves. Lion asked if a man is certain that in ancient times there was a QR code. Lao could not believe his eyes. In the place where the diamond was, after it fell off, a QR code was really drawn. This was 100% confirmation that it was a fake. The man was mad with rage. He could not believe that he had just almost bought this junk for a lot of money. It was also hard to believe that he did not recognize a fake from an original. Meanwhile, the guy smiled and confidently said that his words turned out to be true, and he really is a master of antiques. Now, he hoped, cooperation with Lao is inevitable. Lao, at that moment, he was furious. It seems that these two men were fed up with life and decided to cheat him. He was going to take full revenge for such disrespect. Just as the fat man turned in their direction to slap them in the face, he noticed that these two scoundrels had already disappeared. They probably clearly understood what awaited them after the exposure. The man shouted that they should never see him, because he would kill them. After Lao calmed down a little, he turned to the boy and asked how he learned about what was fake. The salesman thought that maybe these two men and the boy were working together, and this was nothing more than a cunning plan. It was quite probable, according to Lao. In response, Lion looked carefully into the man's eyes and asked if he really thought so. This, in the boy's opinion, is absolute absurdity. It was not logical, because if the young man could make forgeries of this level, he would not need a fat man. Lion told all this to my husband and relaxed a little. Smiling, he added that the seller should think properly and understood that the young man also has his own talent. I thought for a few minutes and could not think of an answer. He didn't want to think about the annoying boy anymore, and all he wanted was for the young man to leave as soon as possible. The boy began to smile and approached the man, putting his hands on his shoulders, and said that there was an agreement between them. The boy succeeded, so now they should cooperate. But it seems that the fat man was not in a hurry to agree, and replied that the boy did not understand everything that way. Lao was really worried that the young man would somehow set him up, so he advised the boy to find someone else for a similar job. It was very dishonest of him, and Lion really got angry at such failure to keep his word. Lao replied that he is just an ordinary antique dealer, and it is not correct to talk about honesty with him. You only need to open your mouth as the gatekeepers of the market approach, and they will tell you about honesty. Lion's such a speech surprised him fat Lao. He was especially interested in the phrase about the market cap. The seller said that we cannot talk about any cooperation, but fat Lao always repays good for good, and will not leave the boy's help unpaid. The man bent down and began to take out various objects from his bag. He said that the young man can choose anything absolutely free as a sign of gratitude. Lion reacted to such a proposal not very happily. It seemed that he was being offered some garbage, and he was honest about it. The fat man did not like such conversations. It wasn't trash to him. He exchanged all these goods and is confident in their quality. Lee himself had worn it in the old days, yen. She is probably worth a lot now. The guy just mocked the seller and said that it was some kind of theatrical costume, which Lau must have stolen it somewhere. There were even holes from cigarette butts on it. These words were true and upset the fat man. He considered the cloak quite valuable and hoped that the boy would take it and their matter would be closed. The man was not going to give up and took out of the bag what he said was an ancient wine cup from a castle near the river Sin. Hearing this, the young man fell silent for a moment, and then he laughed, answering that most likely this cup is from the usual tire shop. He asked the fat man if there was anything normal about him at all. These words even more finished Lau. It seems that almost everything he exchanged yesterday was nothing but junk. But still, the man had something valuable. He said that if the boy wants to see real jewels, he will show them to him now, and he began to rummage through his bag of goods. Lion, looking at this pile of junk, began to think that Lau's life was not very successful. The guy also somehow earned several times thanks to the fat man. At this moment, Lau stopped searching and took something out of his bag. Probably it is already something more interesting. The guy did not lose his positive attitude, but joked that the fat man probably stole it during the children's morning workout in the park. But this joke did not offend the fat man. He looked quite confident and asked the boy to open his eyes. He unfolded his merchandise and displayed a pair of swords in all their glory. According to him, this is a real relic from the Second Era, which belonged to Liu himself, Bei. The boy smiled. He thought that it was again some junk that Lau bought, thinking that it was the original. But his internal system quickly scanned these paired swords and found them to be 100% original. And they really belonged to Liu Bei. The young man was very surprised. Once again, this fat man has somehow found a real antique that must be worth a lot of money. The boy decided to understand what Lau himself thought about these swords, and asked if it was the original. The man confidently confirmed that these are real antiques, but he cannot give them to his boyfriend, because thanks to them he plans to start a new life. Lion, I was surprised that the fat man had such swords. It seems that this is really God's mercy, and it should be used. This is a good opportunity, after receiving which the guy will be able to agree with the same man. But now another question arose. How exactly to get these swords? It seems that the fat man is not going to get rid of them so easily. Besides, Lau saw how the boy looked at the swords when he got them. The man began to show off, but said that as it turns out, he has really cool things. In Lion, a plan was hatched to force Lau give swords. He stated that recently the seller believed in the knife with 7 diamonds, and now in the pair of swords of Liu himself, Bei. It seems that the fat man is lucky today. Lau did not appreciate such statements. He got angry and replied that the swords are definitely original. You just have to look at the shapes and structures, as well as the detailed design. The boy continued to put his plan into practice, and said that the fat man thought the same thing, and nothing good came of it. It was a good hit. Lau, it seems that these words upset me because it really happened. And then the young man finished off the fat man with a phrase that, most likely, there is a QR code on these swords as well. Lau completely upset. Looks like it's really not his day, and maybe not even his business. The guy is most likely right. The swords are also fake. The knife and these swords looked very believable and resembled the original. Whoever made them was a real master, thought the seller. All his hopes no longer made sense. He wanted to collect some real jewels and sell them for a lot of money, but now there is no hope for that. The man got angry. One after another he came across fakes. It seems that God wants him dead. Lau took the pair of swords and was going to throw them as far away as possible so as not to be seen or upset. But at this moment he was stopped by Lion. The boy asked to take his time, said that he needed these swords, and the fat man himself could name the price for them, and the young man would not bargain. The fat man was angry and decided to give the swords away just like that, repaying good for good. It seems that the man no longer believed that he could find something really valuable. Lion, in turn, he was very happy and thanked the fat man. The plan was carried out, and the swords of Liu himself, Bei, now belonged to him. All this did not make the boy very happy, because he saw how the fat man was sad because of yet another failure at work. Lau, he even smoked, which was not typical of him. He thought about the fact that he was a loser and lost money again and again. All his luck seems to have run out, and now there are only misfortunes in life. Looking at the seller, the boy realized that it is better to find someone who will make money from these swords than to sell them himself. Because of this, the young man will feel guilty before Lau. He remembered Selena's grandfather. His name was Che Lao. He had wanted to get to know him better for a long time, and this was a good opportunity to do so by giving him these swords. Che-Lao was a great authority in the antique world. He was almost at the very top of the antique pyramid. Above him was only the final buyer of goods, whom no one knew. Such precious swords would make a great gift for an old man, and a good thing will meet a good owner. So the boy said goodbye to the fat man, told him better days were ahead, and went straight to the old antique appraiser's pavilion. It was a hot day outside. There were not many people around. Basically, most deals were concluded either in the morning or in the afternoon. The boy reached his destination. His only concern was not to meet all these unpleasant assistants of Mr. Che-Lao. Lion went in the middle. There was no one there except a woman who was cleaning. The young man said hello. He asked if he could see the owner now. He had something for him. The woman greeted politely, but replied that Mr. Che-Lao is very busy now and cannot receive visitors. The guy immediately turned to his system and asked if the old man would be happy to see him if he found out that he had come. The probability of this was 100%. So the boy immediately asked to convey to Mr. Che-Lao that the young man who sold him porcelain last time had arrived. The woman was very surprised. She must have understood who she was talking about, and said that she would quickly convey everything now. She went into the next room and said something in a low voice. The boy heard the old man and was happy. It seems that he is ready to accept it, but for some reason the young man began to worry. Surprisingly, there seemed to be no reason for this. It was necessary to control myself and calm down. This was not their first meeting, so nothing strange should happen. Lion came in and saw that Mr. Che-Lao is not alone. He is with his granddaughter, whom the boy also knew, and to be honest, he was not very happy to see. The girl was also not happy about their meeting. She was stretching. Maybe she was preparing for something. Lion did not understand what was the matter. His excitement only began to grow. Selena clearly looked at the boy with internal resentment. It seems that he cannot avoid trouble. The girl didn't even say hello and said that the young man often stood up to her on the road, and today he couldn't avoid revenge. This was not at all what Lion expected to hear. His system sent an urgent message that if he didn't duck now, he would 100% get punched in the jaw. Selena wasn't going to talk. She was going to act. The girl ran straight at him and swung to deliver a decisive blow. Lion was horrified. He saw what this girl was capable of, and understood that he would not be able to defeat her in a fistfight. At the last moment, when the blow was already flying in his face, the boy was able to somehow dodge and save his life. This quite stunned the girl. She definitely did not expect this. Few people had time to bow from her blows, but it seems that this was only the beginning. There were many objects in the room, and she planned to throw them right at the boy. The first thing she got her hands on was an ancient vase worth $500,000. The girl took it and was going to throw it straight to Lion. But at the last moment, when she had already swung, her grandfather stood up in front of her face. It seems that he saved the boy with his appearance. Selena pretended to just look at the vase and enjoy its beauty, although it seems that grandfather understood everything. He got very angry and started shouting at his grandson. He accused her of causing a lot of trouble again and ordered a precious vase to be placed in her place. The old man told the girl that every day she behaved worse and worse, and sent her home to think about her behavior. It seems that the girl will not be able to take revenge on the boy today. She glared at Lion and started to head home, but passing by the young man, she said in a low voice that if she met him somewhere else, it would end very badly for him. Lion breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason, it seemed to him that Selena would not go home just like that. The girl was very cunning and did not like to give up. She was definitely up to something. Selena couldn't just leave like that. They wanted to do something bad for Lion, and she was ready to do anything for this goal. At this time, Che-Lao apologized for his granddaughter and said that her grandmother spoiled her with her upbringing. Lion smiled and said that the girl is very frank, and this character is very good. During this conversation, the boy was quite attentive and saw that the old man seemed to be troubled by something. The system responded to such thoughts that it still cannot read minds. The boy was surprised by such an answer because he did not think that she would ever learn this. The old man invited the boy to talk in the tea room. The guy thought what was possible with Che-Lao has an offer for him. The men went to the next room. It was spacious and very beautiful. There were many jewels and antiques around. The interior was amazingly beautiful. The boy thought that it is no wonder that the central hall of the owner of this pavilion looks so unusual. Che-Lao made tea and apologized once again for his granddaughter's bad behavior. He often had to do this, especially in her childhood. It was already a little strange for the boy. So many apologies and kindnesses. Most likely, in the young man's opinion, it was a lie to divert his attention. Then the old man started a conversation already on business. He said that since the boy came, He must have brought something with him. Lion smiled, but took out the swords and offered the old man to examine them. He was sure that this gift would not leave his husband indifferent. Cheilao took the swords in his hands and began to carefully examine them. He looked at the form, the ornament, the inscriptions. Since the old man was a great master of antiques, he immediately understood that he had something very valuable in front of him, and asked if these swords were really from the Second Era. The young man decided to flatter the man a little, and replied that nothing would escape Master Che's attention Lao, and such amazing beauty as these swords will suit him perfectly. The man appreciated the boy's words and continued to evaluate the product. He said that you can get at least 5 million for them. Here Lion noted that these were not just ancient swords, they belonged to Liu Bei himself. The old man was very surprised. He said that if this is true, then the price can rise very much, about 10 times. Lion said the younger generation wants to make a gift to Cheilao as a sign of respect. The man replied that he does not need flattery, and if the young man decides to sell this product to an international buyer, the price will be incredible. The guy stood his ground. He noted that the antique has one way: it must meet its owner, and these swords must belong to Cheilao, and if others offer a higher amount, the young man will still not sell them. Everything Lion said were beautiful words, but for some reason the man was not happy, but even a little angry. He placed the swords on the table and took a step back without answering. The man began to pour tea into vessels and offered to drink tea. He frankly took this conversation in a completely different direction. The boy wondered why Cheilao does not accept a gift. Maybe he doesn't like those swords? Is he just unhappy with the guy? The system responded. It was a matter of dissatisfaction with the boy, so that it did not mean anything. The man thanked, but said that he could not accept this gift. Cheilao noted that in friendship he values actions and relationships, not expensive gifts. Those were beautiful words. The man remarked that he hoped that between him and the boy there would be a friendship of noble people. It was a direct refusal. After thinking for a while, Lion realized that the dissatisfaction is rooted in the fact that the young man is not equal to the man. The boy simply lacks the status to be friends with such a powerful antiques master. The old man took the check form and started writing the check. It seems he wanted to buy these swords. He stated that the market price is approximately 5 million, and he is ready to write a check for that amount right now. This will be a good deal for both sides of the process. The man also added that in the future, if the boy has any valuable items, he can immediately carry them to him. The guy thought that the old man treats him like he treats the fat Lao. Lion decided to come up with something to turn the situation in his favor. We have to get out somehow. He looked towards the open window, and an interesting idea came to his mind, thanks to his system. In any case, business is business. And if the old man decided to refuse the gift and buy these swords, then the price of 5 million is clearly underestimated. Cheilao saw that the boy thought for a long time and asked what was the matter. The guy replied that the man himself said that if the swords really belonged to Liu Bei himself, then the price should rise to 50 million. The man smiled, but pointedly noted that there is no confirmation that these swords belong to the ancient emperor. But the boy assured the old man that his words were true. Due to his young age, the young man had never encountered such things, and he asked if it was possible to check the authenticity and quality of the goods by fencing. The old man replied that the boy was quite intelligent for his age, and asked if his parents were not scientists. Lion, in his style, replied that he is indeed from a family of scientists, but he does not understand antiques at all, but only randomly guesses numbers. This answer surprised the man, and he asked how much the boy could guess in this way. The young man smiled and said that he can guess not only in the field of antiques, but also in everyday life. For example now, Selina overhears their conversation through the window. Cheilao tensed and fell silent. He looked towards the window and then suspiciously at the boy. The young man was happy, thanks to this annoying girl. Today he will be able to solve important matters. At that moment the girl was really eavesdropping on the man's conversation. She believed that Lion was a scoundrel, and wanted to somehow deceive his beloved grandfather. Because of all this, she decided to eavesdrop on the conversation to prevent the boy from doing this. But he was one step ahead again. The men went to the window and saw Selina there. The guy was happy that thanks to his system and its updates, he saw the location of the girl. She definitely did not expect this and was frightened. Looks like Grandpa won't be happy about that. Lion did not miss the opportunity to joke about the girl and said that he did not know that she was Spider-Man. Selina got mad because of these words and started yelling at the boy. But when the old man started shouting, the girl immediately shut up and started apologizing, knowing that she was wrong in this situation. She quickly got down on the ground and ran to the car, shouting that she understood everything and was returning home to doubly repent. Lion was smiling but pleased with himself. He asked if the old man now believes in his ability to predict, but Mr. Chelao was not going to believe so easily in what he believed to be the chance of the fall. The guy could just hear the sound outside the window and understand what was happening, since he already had time to get to know Selena and understand her character. It seems that the boy was not going to be believed so easily, and something more reliable had to be invented. The young man asked what he should do, but the old man replied that if the young man had really seen the future, he would have known the answer in advance. It was chess. And if the young man does not come up with something, then most likely the opportunity to cooperate with such a master of antiques will not appear. The boy immediately began to calculate the probability that he would be able to persuade the man to cooperate. Fertility was almost 90%, but it is still not clear what exactly needs to be done. Lion thought. Didn't want to go home with nothing, without having achieved what I wanted. And the idea itself came to his head. If he can describe in detail all the antiques in Cherum Lao will convince the old man of his abilities with this. The system confirmed his thoughts. 100% probability. So you can try. The guy turned to the man and said that after looking around the room, he saw 26 objects of antiques. The old man replied that if he described everything to the smallest detail, he would believe in his abilities. Lion was happy with such a statement and asked to start. The system will help with this, and he will convince the old man. The old man replied that in that case he was waiting for the beginning. This is a good chance to show your skills to the fullest. The young man wanted to start as soon as possible. He knew that after this, the man's trust in him would become very significant. He started his system and it began to scan the room and all the ancient artifacts in it. The system analyzed everything down to the smallest detail. Various facts, dates, and nuances began to flash through the boy's head. It was the ultimate analysis. Lion tapped on the table and declared that it was sandalwood from the Sin Sin era. The old man was a little surprised but ordered to continue. It was true, but he wanted to hear what the boy had to say next. Lion noted that this table is most likely from the Emperor's own room, and his approximate estimate is 20 million. It was absolutely true, and Chelao confirmed this, but added that this was not enough, and if the boy wanted to convince him, then let him continue. The fact that the young man was telling the truth was already a good sign. This gave the young man confidence, and he smiled a little. He continued by picking up a very beautiful inkstone. It was very fine handwork. He declared that it was of the highest quality, from the black jade of the Reformation era of the Min dynasty. The approximate price is 10 million. The man confirmed the boy's words by nodding his head. The young man did not stop there, and added that it was once used in the Shoifu court by the legendary Zhan Zhen, the chief secretary of the Min dynasty. This was the most accurate description of the item. Chelao opened his eyes wide. He definitely did not expect to hear such information from an ordinary young man. He asked Lion how he knew this. The man spent 2 whole years, studied a huge number of books and records to learn these facts. But the guy's answer was as always very simple. He calculated everything. It's that simple. The old man was delighted with such accuracy. He could not believe that this was happening and said that it was impossible. Lion smiled and replied that the old man's eyes were not lying to him, and all he heard was the pure truth that the boy had been talking about for a long time. His talent seems to have been tested. The owner of the room sat down on a stool and asked the young talent to continue. He couldn't wait to hear more information. The young man continued, pointing to a brush holder from the library of the Emperor of the Qin era. According to the guy, the brushes were already from the next era. Xinhua porcelain was from the Yan era and cost about 5 million. A turquoise teapot from the state called Sin, worth 8 million. The boy did not stop and continued to describe all the objects he had just seen in the room. The accuracy was amazing. He named the price, the time of manufacture, and even the people who used these items in ancient times. Chelao could no longer mask his maximum surprise at the boy's talents. He listened to all this with his mouth open and didn't utter a word, only nodding his head as the boy described the antique. Lion finally finished. He described all 26 ancient objects in the old man's room, and asked if he believed his words after everything he had heard. The men sat down at the table, and the owner of the antique shop frankly answered the boy that he would never have believed in such talents if someone had told him about it. The boy liked such flattery. He thanked for the kind words and asked the old man if he now believed that the swords belonged to Liu Bei himself. The man once again noted that the boy's talents were incredible, but said that the things in this room were passed down through the hereditary line and were repeatedly researched. but it would not be correct to confirm the originality of these swords based on words alone. The boy definitely did not expect such an answer. He seemed to have done enough, but for some reason the old man still did not trust him. Maybe the reason was completely different? Something is clearly wrong here. The guy's system responded immediately. The old man's trust level is 100%, so it's something else. But what exactly? How to find out? Maybe the old man is just provoking the boy, or somehow wants to use it. But how? Answers to these questions must be found. The system immediately gave a hint, 100% probability that the old man wants to use the boy. It was a clever move on his part. Because of such intelligence and cunning, he is an authority in antiquarian matters. Now it was clear why Che Lao was looking at the boy so strangely. Probably the man has some business with him. The probability was 100%. He was definitely worried about something related to antiques. He probably wanted to ask the young man to check it for originality. Lion immediately understood that this was his last chance to gain the trust of such an influential professional and start working with him. Such a chance should be used. The boy relaxed and casually asked the man what business he had prepared for him. It was a direct question. The man did not even hint at any request. Che Lao was once again delighted by the young lad's intuition. He asked how he knew about this, and called the boy's skills amazing. Having calmed down a little, the old man began to speak. If the boy guessed, it was about one subject that had worried the man a lot lately. It was a very ancient object. He stated that if Lion could help to correctly evaluate this object, then he would thereby help the man a lot. And Che Lao remembers well those who helped him. The young man immediately understood that if he helped the old man to solve this issue, it would be a very important step for improving their relationship. And this is what the boy wanted. So he agreed without hesitation and assured that he would do everything possible to help. The man was quite happy and thanked the boy. But this was only the beginning, and the young man had to use all his talents in order not to deceive Che Lao. The old man invited the boy to follow him. They left the central room and headed down the stairs to the underground room. Lion had never seen such large cellars in his life. It seemed to be bigger than his entire parental home. The man explained that in order to guard and keep many jewels safe, one must be very careful. The boy felt a sign of wisdom in these words. The men approached a huge safe, such as in banks. The boy thought that it was almost impossible to steal something from there without the owner's permission. Lion noticed that Che Lao is a very influential person in his field of activity and keeps items of the highest quality. Compared to him, Fat Lao is simply nobody. The old man approached and began to open the safe. He began to tell that recently he accidentally received a vase with patterns of 9 dragons. It was a real masterpiece. After the safe was opened, the men went inside. First the old one, then Lion. The man continued his story. According to him, he tried all possible options of analysis, and no matter how he looked, from all sides it seems that this vase is real. But then why does he have doubts? During his work, the man looked at thousands of objects and was a master at separating the original from the fake. What was he worried about then, the boy thought. The old man continued and said that his soul is constantly troubled by this vase, and it seems to him that something is wrong after all. That is why he still cannot close the deal on the purchase of this vase to the end. If the guy can confirm the originality of the vase, the man will buy it. But in any case, regardless of the boy's words, the man promised to pay him 10 million for his work. Lion was a little upset. It was not very pleasant that the man thinks that he is ready for anything for the sake of money, and in general he is here only because of it. But it was true, and the system willingly confirmed it. The young man got a little angry and asked the system to shut up, and said that his goal is not only money. In this huge storage there was another one, smaller in size, in the middle. They approached the door. The vase was right there. The guy tensed a little. He felt that the moment when he would have to show himself at 100% was approaching. The men were very polite to each other when they opened the door. At first, Che Lao asked to go ahead, but Lion said that the older generation should go ahead first. Entering, a huge vase appeared in front of him. She was very beautiful. 9 dragons flaunted her ornament. According to rumors, she was from the first era. The boy was looking at this beauty with his mouth open. She seemed amazing to him. Its dimensions, texture, ornament, all this was filigree. The old man presented the vase to the boy. Her price confused him even more. According to market estimates, it was approximately 1,300,000,000. So for the boy, it was not just the biggest vase he had ever seen, and not just the most beautiful. On top of that, it was the most expensive item he had ever heard of in the antiques world, and she was standing right in front of him. The old man said that he really hoped for help. The guy replied that there was no point in being polite now, and he would do everything in his power. And here the process of analysis began. The boy faced not an easy task, but it was made even more difficult by his responsibility to Chelao. Lion looked very carefully at this huge object. The old man paced impatiently from side to side. It was obvious how nervous he was. He asked the young man what he thought, why the young man answered rather harshly, and asked him not to disturb. Everything had to be calculated properly. He walked from side to side and looked at the vase. It was strange. The system usually responded quickly, but now it was silent. Maybe something is wrong? Lion does not understand why she is silent. Maybe she broke down, or did she take a day off today? Not a very good time to deceive a young man. The moment was very responsible. It was a chance to get close to such an influential man. The system still gave an answer, which gives answers only to the guy's questions, and not to outsiders. The guy got angry and asked himself whether the vase was original or perhaps a fake. The answer was not long in coming, and surprised the young man. 100% fake, but what evidence? The system also gave an answer here, but not as desired. The proof that the vase is fake is at the bottom of the vase. In order to make sure of this, the vase should be broken. But the probability of finding evidence after breaking a vase is only 4%. 4% was incredibly small. And if the guy breaks such a relic and cannot confirm his words, then what will happen? Lion understood that the price of the vase was very high, and he could not risk it so easily. If he destroys it and finds no evidence, he will have to pay 1,300,000,000. But he will not find such money, even if he sells everything he has. The boy began to look for different options for getting out of the situation. Maybe there is an ordinary appraiser who can confirm that this is a fake. The system replied that there is no one else with such capabilities as hers. Even the great master Chelao himself could not understand that he was facing a fake. The young man understood that if you break a vase in search of evidence, there is a high probability of digging your own grave. This was clearly not wanted. And on the other hand, if you don't break the vase and don't prove your words in action, the boy's talents won't earn the old man respect. The boy faced a difficult dilemma. He took a crystal look at Chelao, wondering what to answer. At that moment, many things were being decided. The old man asked what the matter was, and what could the boy say about the vase? Is it really original? Huge money was at stake. As you know, Lion liked the risk, and still decided to go all in. He straightened up, smiled, and confidently declared that the vase was 100% fake. Chelao was very surprised, and asked if the boy was sure of his words. The man was a little angry, because a lot of money is at stake, and he can't believe just words. He needed proof, and openly stated it. It seems that Lion decided to take a risk after all. The guy said that the evidence is there, and it's under the vase. The old man was surprised. When the guy was analyzing the vase, he didn't look under it, so how does he know that there is evidence? Nevertheless, the men began to search. They carefully looked at the bottom of the vase and saw nothing. The old man said that he had examined it several times, and there were no signs of forgery. It seems that there is no way to make sure of this without breaking the vase. The guy was a little upset. He did not know how to act. The old man once again asked about the evidence. Lion replied that the evidence is there, but unfortunately it is in the middle of the vase itself. It seems it was still too much. Chelao became very angry. He asked the boy if he was hinting at breaking her up. It was absurd for the old man, but there was no other option. This was the only way to confirm the boy's words, the old man thought. Although everything around pointed to the originality of the vase, his inner feelings said something completely different. The guy also said that it was fake, although he could not deliver it in a normal way. The man said that until the deal is completed, he has no ownership rights to this vase. Even if you decide to break it up, you need to talk to a lawyer first. Lion hesitated within himself. He wanted to risk it. It was very scary. He faced great risks to spoil everything, but it seems that friendship with Chelao was worth it. He raised his head high and approached the old man. The guy asked him to contact the owner of this vase. Lion wanted to talk to him. It was an interesting development. The old man agreed, called the owner and invited him to his place. The situation escalated. About half an hour later, the owner of the vase arrived. He was rather stocky and strange-looking. He wore a lot of gold and was dressed in a purple cloak. He apologized for the delay and asked what happened. Lion understood that he was redundant now, and the old man could handle the situation himself. But this time it was better for the old man to stay away. The boy was preparing to take matters into his own hands. He understood that this whole situation arose because of him, and only he should solve it. To begin with, the plan was to provoke this fake seller named Kuso. The guy directly told this man that, looking at him, it is hard to believe that his antique is real, and not some very rare fake. It was in the style of Lion. The man was very angry at such words. He asked Mr. Che Lao who he was and what he was doing here. But the boy was responsible for himself. He gave his name and said that he was there to help Mr. Che Lao buy the 9-dragon vase. Kuso replied that the guy is wrong, and the cool connoisseur of antiques is in vain. According to him, the man passed 10 experts, and all of them confirmed the originality of this object. And if the young man is so sure of what he says, then let him confirm his words in action and show what is wrong with the vase. It was immediately clear that the man was confident in his forgery. The probability of making a mistake for the boy was very high, since the manufacturing technology of this product is very unusual. But in any case, now everything will fall into place. Although the risk was huge, Lion clearly decided to take the risk. It was a new feeling for him. He had never broken such expensive objects before. Chi Lao stood calmly and watched what was happening. Kuso rushed to save his antique and begged the boy not to do so. He had not yet sold the vase, so he was afraid that he would be left with nothing. With his reaction, he betrayed his feelings. The guy said that he would do it because the vase is fake, and now everyone will see it. The man had never met such insolence before, and advised the boy not to joke with him, because everything could end very badly. He was so angry that he seemed to be flaking with anger right now. It was a good time to start. Lion didn't care what others thought. He had a clear goal and was going to do everything in his power to achieve it. He swung, and with all the strength he had, hit the vase with a huge mace. The vase could not withstand such a blow. She flew into many, many pieces. At that moment, even the old man was surprised. Honestly, he thought that the guy was bluffing all this time, and he was not going to really break a vase worth more than $1 billion. Kuso was very angry at this moment, but at the same time a little confused. The young man asked this seller of fakes to step aside and not disturb him. The man turned to the old man and asked why he allowed this to happen. The old man answered in a calm voice that there was no reason to worry, and if Lion did not prove that the vase was fake, he would pay for it himself. It was fair. You have to pay for a big risk. The old man turned and discreetly looked the boy straight in the eyes. Lion knew what he was getting into, and his actions could have had huge consequences. Chilao then turned his gaze to the seller again and continued that if the guy did prove that the vase was not real, then everything would end very, very badly for Kuso. Lion understood that the old man was also not easy right now, and they both very much hoped for luck. The seller was sure of his forgery. It was made using a secret technology, and it was very difficult to find confirmation of this. He thought that he would emerge victorious from this situation. Lion continued without stopping to break the vase into smaller and smaller pieces. Sometimes it seemed that he even liked it. He meticulously looked for a flaw in the weight that would indicate its forgery. He continued to throw punches, but at one point he calmed down a little. If you don't stop, you can destroy all the evidence, and then he will be in a bad position. The guy was very scared when the system showed that the probability of destroying all the evidence with blows is quite high. So after that, he moved on to careful pokes and was very careful not to screw things up. There was very little left. Lion felt that victory was close, but it was still not guaranteed. Behind him, the men watched the process in amazement. The seller was confident, but very worried. The old one, in turn, was a little easier, because there were not so many risks on it. The process continued for more than 15 minutes. Lion was starting to get a little nervous. He still has not found any proof that the vase is not real. Sweat began to trickle down his face. He simply couldn't be wrong now. He didn't have enough money to pay for the vase. Kuso stated that everyone around confirmed the originality of the antique, and only this naive guy says the opposite. But the old man reassured the seller and replied that he would pay extra if the guy did not find evidence. All eyes were fixed on the young man, and he felt it well. The moment of truth was approaching, and so far the boy was in a difficult position. His whole life flashed before his eyes. He didn't know what to do if he turned out to be wrong. He did not have that much money, and it is not clear how much he would have to work to pay off such a debt. Lion understood that he would not be able to explain all that he had done. No one will believe him. A real internal panic began. Time passed and the evidence was still not visible. He smashed the vase into thousands of small pieces and began to look at each one separately, hoping to find something after all. There seemed to be nothing, but at one point his eyes stopped on one small morsel. It looks like something was painted on it. The boy picked up this part of the vase and brought it closer to him. It seems that he still managed, and at the last moment found a proof of his rightness. The risk paid off. A QR code was drawn on a part of the vase. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Smiling, he turned to the men and announced that he had found what he was looking for. Che Lao took this piece in his hands and began to look carefully. Despite his long life, he still had good eyesight. He opened his eyes wide when he realized that all this turned out to be true. The boy's words and inner intuition did not deceive. The vase was indeed fake. In a few seconds, the old man became very strict, and returning to the cellar very rudely ordered him to explain everything that was happening. Mr. Kuso could not answer. Not even a minute passed when he was taken out of the room by the host's bodyguards. Lion took a deep breath of relief and exhaled. Lao almost bought in the morning also had the same QR code. Most likely they were made in one place. This is quite interesting. The old man thanked the boy and said that without his help, he would have lost a lot of money. The young man replied that he is always happy to help a friend. The man gave the boy his phone number, but said that if there are any questions or problems, the young man can contact him at any time, and he will be happy to help. Lion was happy to receive Che Lao's personal phone number and hear such kind words. Maybe his help will still be useful. The boy in the kindergarten was glad that everything worked out for him. Now he had a patron and accomplished his morning plan for the day. He received 10 million for the help and another 50 for the swords that came from the fat man Lao. Easy money. The guy is lucky again. He left the old man's pavilion and happily thought that it was time to take the next step and earn even more money. Lion got into the car and drove off. The day seemed successful and the young man was in a good mood. He turned on pleasant music and enjoyed life. On the way, he remembered the fat man and thought it would be nice to go and visit an old friend. It was thanks to his swords that all this happened, and he is also involved in the boy's success. He planned to pay 10 million for this help to Lao. After the boy made friends with such an authority as Che Lao, the fat man will not be able to resist. And knowing the fat man, he will not refuse when big money is at stake. It seems that everything was going better and better in the life of young Lion. He drove to the market. It was already afternoon, and people were going home. Someone approached Lao from behind. 2 stocky men in masks got out of the car. The fat man did not see them at first. Without thinking long, the 2 men grabbed Lao and began to drag him into the car. He definitely did not expect such a turn of events and began to shout and resist. But the forces were not equal. Lion saw all this and did not understand what was the matter. The system immediately showed that the probability of abduction is 75%. All this took place a few tens of meters from the boy. The fat man was still stuffed into a car and driven in an unknown direction. 2 people were holding him in the car, and 2 more were in the front seats. Without thinking long, Lion decided to chase after them. He could not leave Lao and be left to his own devices. He stepped on the gas and followed them. The main thing was not to let these thieves get away, but at the same time to remain unnoticed. The chase lasted 15 long minutes. Then the young man saw that the thieves turned in the direction of some factory. He went after them. The boy could not understand why these bandits needed a fat man. He did not participate in anything bad, and if he did sell fakes, then only when he himself did not know about it. Lion started asking various questions about Lao to his system. Maybe he will be ransomed. But the system answered that the probability of this is a pitiful 12%. In any case, no matter what, the first thing you should do is call the police. Because it will be very difficult for one person to overcome so many burly bandits. But as it turned out, the phone showed no signal. The boy was very surprised by this. He believed that the signal should catch all over the world. The system had an answer to this question as well. The probability that the signal is blocked by some device is about 90%, so you will have to do everything yourself. The guy was wondering what kind of gang it was. Alas, the probability of a successful rescue of Lao, without reinforcement, was only 37%. Not very encouraging, but at least something. In any case, this is enough to believe in the best and try. Maybe it will be possible to save the fat man. Lion entered the territory of the factory. The system intervened here. She said to wait 6 seconds for the guard to go to the bathroom, enter and turn right. The guy has about 4 seconds for all this to successfully log in and remain undetected. The boy thought about the fat man and how he risked his life for him. After this, Lao should definitely start working with him. Lion again asked the system for help and it drew a map. It showed where to go and how to find Lao. To begin with, you should go straight and turn right after 30 meters. After about 8 seconds, the guards will disperse, and you will have 13 seconds to pass safely. The system got better and better with each subsequent update. Meanwhile, the guards were having a dialogue among themselves. One of them asked why their boss needed this Gyarados, why the other replied that because of it they lost the 7-star knife, and the fat man must answer for it. Lao himself was in the next room at that moment. He was lying on the floor and was bound. He was beaten very badly, and his face was covered in bruises. Lao was conscious and heard a sound. He was able to turn his head and see that someone from the street opened the window. He was afraid that they would come to beat him again, but it was none other than Lion. The fat man had never been so happy to see this cheeky boy. The man began to make various sounds out of joy, and the boy immediately asked him to shut up. Any extra sound could destroy all his plans. The young man climbed into the window and got inside. He ran up to Lao and began to untie him. The room was very quiet. There were only wooden boxes around. Lao had a rag in his mouth. The boy got it, and the fat man was able to speak. He immediately asked how the boy found out that he was here. Lao had always distrusted the young man, and even now nothing had changed. He asked if he was following him, and maybe it was his gang, and he planned it all. Such words only angered the boy, who in response gave Lao a painful slap on the head and declared that he had fat instead of brains. Then, when the fat man calmed down a little and realized that the boy was the only one who really wanted to save him, Lion asked if Lao knew who kidnapped him and why. But the fat man knew nothing. He was simply captured silently, brought here, and brutally beaten. For what was not clear. The situation was not simple, and the system also could not help with the answer to such a difficult question. Lion stood up and said that it was necessary to get out of there as soon as possible, and then we could talk. But Lao was very fat and battered. He said he couldn't run fast. Lao asked not to worry about him and to save himself, and then just call the police. Last time, thanks to the boy, he was saved from ruin, and now he suggested to forget about misunderstandings and leave them in the past. The boy asked the fat man to shut up. He did not know about his amazing talents, and he did not know that saving him would not be a big problem for the boy. Then the young man smiled and asked if Lao remembers the offer of cooperation from the boy. The fat man, of course, remembered all this, but replied that most likely they would be able to work together now only in the next life. And then the boy took out of his pocket a check for 10 million, which the old man had written for him, and showed it to the fat man. This quite surprised Lao. When it came to money, it always cheered up the experienced antique dealer. Lao immediately forgot about the fact that he was fat and all beaten up, and started jumping around shouting the phrase, 60 million, 60 million. This clearly amused the man, and he joyfully asked the boy where he got so much money. Such conversations in such a difficult moment made Lion a little angry. He told the fat man to stop talking because he had to run. If everything goes well, the guy promised Lao 10 million. This is how the dialogue should have started. As soon as Lao heard that he would be rescued and also paid 10 million for it, he immediately got ready to flee. At that moment, guards were walking in the corridor near this room. Their boss told them that Lao doesn't know anything, and they need to deal with him. Since Lao was quite large, they planned to dig a rather large hole for him. The boys were talking quite loudly, and the fat man and Lion heard it all. It seems that time is short. You need to run as fast as possible. Lao was very scared. He said that they were finished, but Lion reassured his friend, and replied that he would definitely save him. And in general, if he is here, then there is nothing to worry about. The guards finished their conversation and entered the room. Their plan was simple, to kill the fat man and bury him somewhere in the forest so that no one would find him. But it seems that everything was not so easy for them. When they opened the door, they did not see anyone. Lao simply disappeared. The window was open, and there was a rope in it. The men thought that the fat man escaped through him and ran to the street to look for the fugitive. They will have big problems if he escapes from the factory. Luckily, Lion was a pretty smart guy and arranged everything so that the fat man escaped through the window. The boys themselves sat behind the boxes and waited for the guards to leave. It seems that if they really decided to escape through the window, Lao wouldn't even be able to climb in there. Those two guards relayed the news to all the gang members. Everyone began actively looking for the fat man. The situation escalated. In the middle of the territory, there was a pile of some kind of garbage. Lion and Lao were hiding there. Of course, the hiding place was not the best, but there was no way out. We had to be very careful and find a way to get out of there and get to the car as quickly as possible. All the thieves ran in different directions in search of the fugitive. At that moment, the boys came out of hiding, and when it seemed that they were lucky for the time being, decided which way to go. The comrades moved forward. Sometimes it seemed that the fat man was running even faster than Lion. Their lives were in mortal danger. While they were running, the young man kept asking his system which way to go and what to do. Too much depended on the help of the system now. It's not about money anymore. So far, the system worked without failures and showed the correct directions of movement. Since the fat man did not know about the existence of hidden talents in his friend, he wondered how he knew where to run. It seemed as if he had been here before. But Lion had no time for explanations. He was sweating, and his heart was beating at the speed of light. The fat man asked, and asked everything. He wondered where such confidence came from, and where exactly to run. He asked if there is a chance to be saved, or is it all just intuition? Lion replied that he had an unusual talent for predicting the future. It is surprising that the fat man did not understand this during all this time. Lao replied that it was cool, and he always dreamed of having such a talent and being special. Lao was happy to hear that, and said that if they could really get out and save their lives, he would be incredibly grateful to the boy. Lion asked if they would get out or start cooperating, and the fat man smiled and answered that he really hoped for it. The comrades did not even suspect that there were many video surveillance cameras on the territory, and they were carefully watched. They were clearly visible and watched by none other than the boss of this gang. His name was Burn. He was a tall and stocky man with a big scar on his face, who didn't like to be upset. It is better not to fight with them. One of his assistants approached the cameras and pointed a finger at Lion. He said that it is the same guy. The boss asked if this kid had caused a lot of trouble, and asked if the people who were supposed to catch him had returned. The assistant replied to the boss that the boy violated many plans, in particular, because of him they could not sell the 7-diamond knife and the vase with 9 dragons. The guy somehow found out that all these are fakes, and also involved Che Lao himself in this story. Burn replied that the boy and the fat man are unlikely to interfere with anything, and the main problem is none other than old Che. The assistant did not dare to contradict the boss, but gave him a nod everywhere. He said that the boss is right, and these 2 small shrimps, and tomorrow they will catch the main problem. Old Che Lao. It seems that the man said something wrong, because not even a second passed when he was kicked in the stomach by the boss and flew back 2 meters. Burns said that the assistant is a fool if he thinks of catching the old man. This is definitely a bad idea. Then he added that if someone spoils his plans, blood will be spilled very quickly. It is better not to joke with this man. He wondered how Lion had learned about the forgeries. Maybe these are some tricks of the old man? Something is clearly not clean here. He probably saw and knew everything, and used this little rat to destroy Burns' business. Lion is very smart. It seems that he will not be let go so easily. The boss planned to deal with these 2 snobs today, and then get to the old man. At this moment, Lion and Lao managed to run far away, but still remained in the factory area. There were many thieves around who were looking for them. The system constantly changed the probabilities due to a large number of nuances. The boys were too exhausted and had to stop to rest a little. They still had no idea that they were being watched. After they caught their breath, the boys decided to take the nearest road to them and follow the changes in the system indicators. There seemed to be no one around, and now it would be easy to escape. It was already evening. Lion's internal system constantly adjusted the indicators. There were a lot of nuances that affected the probabilities. It was not only difficult for the fat man to breathe, but also difficult to walk. He was badly beaten and exhausted. He hadn't eaten or drunk since morning. It seemed that they broke away from their pursuers, and you can calm down a little. The young man carefully looked out from the corner and saw that there was no one there. Lion said that at the end of this road, there is a door through which he himself entered a few hours ago. It seemed that salvation was very close. Lao became a little more cheerful, but the boy made a remark to him and asked him not to rejoice too soon, because the hardest thing may be ahead. The last steps to salvation are always the most difficult. 10 meters from them was the door leading to the car. It was as if there was no one around. There was one last push left. The system immediately started updating the probability of success. With each step, the chances of being saved only increased. Approaching the open door, the probability of success was 99%. The fat man remarked that these bandits seemed to have lost them, and then a dark figure appeared in the doorway. The face was not visible. This person slammed the door shut. It seems that everything will not be so simple. Not even a minute passed as the probability of a successful rescue began to drop sharply to 3%. Lion did not understand what was happening. They just had 1 foot in the car, and now the chance of rescue is incredibly small. It seems that everything will not be so simple. Lao took all his strength and began to try to break the door that someone had closed on the other side. But even for a fat man like him, it wasn't easy. At that moment, a light began to shine behind. A car drove up to them, the same car in which Lao was captured and taken away. Now it was obvious that the friends had fallen into a trap. A bunch of bandits got out of the car. They looked very scary and said that they will not let these babies escape this time, and now they are in big trouble. Burn sat in the car and smoked a cigar. He looked quite calm. Lion was very nervous. Is this the end of everything, and the end of them? They didn't come this far to lose. The guy told Lao that it looks like he let him down, and apologized for it. Still, even the system could not help. But it seems the fat man wasn't going to give up without a fight. He said that everything is fine, and now together they can give these thieves a good beating for everything they did. The boy did not expect to hear such a thing from the fat man. He thought Lao with a rather soft character, and does not know how to fight. But it seems that when there is no way out, the fat man is ready to go to the end. So the comrades united and went on the attack. They were very angry, and they were not going to spare anyone. 2 against 5. It is not an equal battle, but it will not be easy for anyone. The leader of the gang was sitting in the car and smiling. He was sure that his men would easily deal with these 2 mollusks. Bandits also rushed into battle. They knew no mercy and were ready to kill everyone who stood in their way. They were real scum. A real war began. Punches flew from all sides, and there was not a living soul that did not receive a couple of good blows to the face. Lion and Lao beat well, but the comrades also responded well. At first it seemed that the forces were not equal, and everything would end quickly. But as it turned out, the fight was quite competitive, and the boys were not going to give up easily. The young man had many bruises on his face. The fat man generally looked as if he had been beaten non-stop for 3 days in a row. He was not like himself. 3 opponents were defeated, 2 more were barely able to stay on their feet. This battle lasted about 15 minutes and took a lot of strength from both sides. And at the moment when it seemed that Lao and Lion would be able to win, Burn got out of the car. He threw away his cigar and smiled defiantly. He noted that these 2 are quite agile and brave, and they are suitable for fighting him. Burn seemed very confident, but the comrades already had nothing to lose, and Lion moved forward on the opponent with an effort to destroy him. He threw several blows, but the boss turned away from them without even taking his hands out of his pockets. It seems that this man is really a master of martial arts. He smiled and answered the boy with a very strong blow from his right hand directly to the jaw. It looked very harsh. After that, it was the fat man's turn, which Burn dealt with just as quickly. He hit him in the stomach with his left hand and then added a kick to the head. Lao, Frau, barely conscious, fell to the ground. The boss started laughing loudly at the boys and asked them not to stop, because he hadn't even warmed up yet. It seems that the fat man will leave his strength. He said that he was very tired and could not continue the fight against such a strong opponent. He asked to finish him. Burn was very cruel and replied that the boys had prevented him from earning money and had beaten many of his men, so now he would not let them go so easily. Everything is just beginning. Lion at this moment did not quite understand what he was talking about. He did not prevent anyone from earning, and Lao is the same. Maybe they were confused with someone? But now was not the time to think about all this. It was necessary to get away from there as quickly as possible. So you have to gather your strength and come up with something. There is no choice. The boy had a few seconds to catch his breath and come up with a plan. He began asking the system about the probability of a successful escape, and it was quite likely, 33%. So, the boys have a chance to save themselves, but what exactly should be done for this? The question is not simple. The system will not help here. Lion had to come up with a plan himself. No matter how difficult it is, you need to buy a little time to invent something. The guy looked at Lao, who was getting up in the meantime. It seems that he found the strength to continue the fight. The fat man was not stupid, and looking at the boy, he realized that it was necessary to buy a little time for Lion to come up with a plan. We have to fight. At that moment, the boss smoked another cigar and approached Lao. He said that the fat man makes him nervous, and for that, he will now receive several punches in the stomach. Not even 10 seconds passed when Burn kicked the fat man right in his big stomach. Lao had no chance to stay on his feet. He flew several meters away. The blow was so powerful. The ruthless leader of the gang of thugs did not stop there and continued to beat the ordinary porcelain seller. It was hard to watch. The fat man somehow continued to find the strength to continue the fight. He was lucky, but he didn't give up. And at that moment, the system came to the rescue. She pointed out that Lao is somehow the key to 100% salvation. It was strange. The boy did not know how to understand such a statement. At first, bad thoughts came into the young man's head, that Lao might die. But it's unlikely to save him, so it's an unlikely option. It was necessary to think more. The answer is very close. The guy called out to the fat man, but told him that he was their last chance, and they needed to pull themselves together and use all the skills they had. Lao was surprised by the boy's words. On the contrary, he expected salvation from him, not from himself. He asked if the boy really wanted to see his panda kung fu skills. In any case, you have to fight on, and if the fat man is the key to victory, then he is ready for anything. And then something happened that no one could have imagined. Lao threw himself on his knees before the boss and began to beg him for mercy, and to promise to pay any money for his saved life. He asked to name any price that the boss himself wanted. Not only Byrne was surprised, but also all its people, and even Lion. When he asked the fat man to fight to the end, he didn't quite mean it. Lao begged for mercy, and even seemed to have tears in his eyes. But at the same time, he firmly grabbed his opponent's leg. As it turned out later, it was all a cunning plan of a fat man. He pretended to be a victim in order to counterattack. Lao abruptly knocked the boss to the ground and tried to finish off the scoundrel. All this he only angered the enemy even more. Byrne said that the fat man would never defeat him, and it was in vain that he dared to attack in this way. The man quickly started to stand up and kicked Lao away from him. It seems the plan failed and will now lead to sad consequences. It was a total destruction of Fat Lao. Byrne did not stop. I hit a lot of punches on the face and body. Poor Lao could barely hold on. There was nothing Lion could do. It was difficult for him to see his comrade being beaten in this way, and tears appeared in his eyes. And then he remembered that when people are very angry, they lose all control over their emotions and stimulate the release of adrenaline. In this way, it is possible to increase your potential several times. The boy quickly had an idea. He asked the system, if the fat man gets very angry, what is the probability that he will be able to defeat the boss? The response was 78%. The chances are very good. At that moment, the boss, who was also sometimes called the Scar because of the large scar on his face, finished beating the fat man. He decided to catch his breath and rest a little. Byrne was a big fan of smoking, so he took out a cigarette and lit it. It's amazing how he stays in perfect shape with such a habit. Lao lay barely conscious. The boss's people made fun of him, and Byrne himself said that he was sad, and he didn't even warm up properly. The bandits rejoiced. Victory was very close to them, and they asked Lion to say his last words before they killed him. It seemed the end. The young man was upset. Half an hour ago, he and Lao were close to being saved, but now it looks like they have been defeated. But he had one last hope. He moved closer to the fat man and addressed him, saying that he had not told him something. At that moment, Lao was lying all beaten up, and it was not clear whether he could hear his friend at all, or whether he was unconscious. Lion hoped that the fat man still heard him, and decided to continue by saying that the swords he received from him in the morning were still real. The system at that moment reported that the probability of successful escape was only 6%. The guy continued and added that the check he was showing was the real price for the swords. And then strange things began to happen. Lao seemed to rise on wings after these words. The probability of a successful escape immediately increased to 22%. Looks like the plan is working and should be continued. The guy said that in Lao, he mentioned that the fat man was working a lot in the antique shop, and the old man said that he would drive Lao out of the market and destroy his business. Incredible malice awoke in the fat man. He turned red with anger. The chances of escape continued to grow and were almost 40%. Meanwhile, the young man did not stop because he saw that the plan was working. He added that those people who wanted to sell Lao a 7-diamond knife actually work for Lion. The fat man's eyes lit up like a flame. It was scary to even look at it. He called the young man an animal and then added a few more insulting words. No one has ever seen such a Lao. It was like the devil. It seems that he will destroy everything around now. The probability of success was already 62%. The fat man said that everyone will die today. And then it began. Lao began to beat absolutely everyone who came across his path. The boss's people were the first to be hit. They wanted to somehow hold on, but nothing worked. The fat man knocked out half their teeth that evening. Next came the turn of the boss. He did not understand what was happening at all, and despite the fact that he looked like a fearless warrior, at this moment, it seems, he really began to worry about his life. A fight broke out between them. At this time, the probability of success increased to 86%. Even Byrne couldn't do anything against such an angry fat man. He fought like a kung fu panda and quickly took out the boss, who fell to the floor and lost consciousness for a while. Now, the time has come to pay off with Lion itself. Lau rushed at the boy, and with all the strength he had, hit the young man directly in the chest. It seemed that he could kill the boy. Lion flew away 5 meters from such a strong blow. But no matter what, it seems that he wanted this, because the probability of success was already 100%. Next, it seemed that the fat man had vented all his rage, but began to return to his normal state. With the last of his strength, he rushed to the door leading to the car and broke through it. It seems that it is better not to joke with this fat man, and especially not to make him angry. At that moment, Lion rose. He unbuttoned his shirt and took out an iron shield from under it. Looks like he saved the boy's life. Fortunately, he thought to put it under his clothes in time, because otherwise the fat man would have killed him. But now it's over. Lion gathered his strength and somehow carried Lau to the car and placed him in the back seat. It seemed that the fat man had died. But the guy checked the pulse and made sure that everything was fine. They still need to understand where these scoundrels came from and what they need from them. Lion was also very beaten and exhausted, but found the strength to smile, and added that it seems the time has come for him and the fat man to start working together. At that time, Byrne got up after being knocked out. He lit a cigarette again and tried to understand what had happened to him. Looks like Lau gave him a good head. Remembering everything, the boss smiled and added that now these two will have to look around more often, and sooner or later he will take revenge. Lion and Lau went to the hospital and spent the night there. The next day they woke up and had breakfast. The fat man was furious as they both fought, and only he suffered severe damage. Lion reassured his friend. Maybe they are not in good condition, but they are alive. The boy noted that apart from those swords, everything else was indeed a fake. Lion promised not to deceive Lau again, and if it happens again, he can immediately kill him on the street. The fat man burst into tears because he remembered how often the boy cheated on him. It was very unpleasant for him to even think about it. The young man reassured his friend. Whatever happened, it's in the past, and now everything will be completely different. Lion hugged his friend and said that he would compensate the fat man for the damages. Lau liked this idea, and he reminded the boy that he promised to take him as an apprentice and teach him all these fortune-telling tricks. Lau was also very proud to have such talents. The guy replied that it would be very difficult for him with the level of a fat man. Lau didn't like that answer, but globally, he did not care, and he reminded the boy that he was his debtor. Also, the fat man wouldn't be himself if he didn't talk about money. He offered the boy a material gift as a sign of reconciliation. Lion got a little angry and called Lau a fat psycho, but the fat man was in a good mood, and he just laughed and added that now ancient society is their life. Sounds promising. Apparently, Lau forgot that he was all bandaged and injured, and because of very sharp movements, his shoulder hurt. For the young man, it all looked quite funny. At first Lau is happy, then writhes in pain. It's time to start a conversation about bandits. The boy asked the fat man if he knew them and what they needed. It was necessary to find the motives of these scum. But Lau did not know who these people were. He never even had enemies. If he found out who it was, he would make them pay for everything they did. Then the fat man remembered that it could be related to one fake knife he was studying. This knife was called 7 Diamond, the same one that Lion saved the fat man from buying. That was an interesting thought. The guy remembered that all fake antiques had something in common, namely a QR code. Maybe all these things were done by these bandits? The level of their forgeries, the way they are prepared. It was clear that this gang has a lot of experience. At that moment, the system intervened and reported that these fakes belonged to this gang 100%. Here the boy realized that he had prevented them from selling 2 very expensive items, and most likely they had been following him from the beginning, and maybe even kidnapped Lau through him. Unfortunately, the system only confirmed the boy's fears. That is, the fat man was caught partly because of the guy, and partly because he himself started to check various data about this knife and who made it. Looks like it's going to be hard to counter this gang now because the guy has really caused them a lot of trouble. We had to figure out what to do next. Lau called the guy a boss and apologized. The fat man thought that it was because of him that the young man got into trouble, trying to save him. Lion understood that the fat man did not know anything, and if he recognized the boy as an elder, then now it is necessary to take care of his safety. The guy began to calm his friend and asked him to leave all these thoughts for later, and now to gain strength and get treatment. That would be the right decision, and Lao agreed and thanked the friend. He had a good time yesterday, so he should have a good rest. At that moment, the phone rang in the room. It was the guy's cell phone. It was interesting who it could be, maybe bandits. As it turned out, the caller was none other than Che Lao. It was strange. The man had not called the boy himself before that. Lion picked up the phone and said hello. He was in no hurry to tell where he was, and first he wanted to hear what exactly the interlocutor needed. The old man greeted him and immediately declared that he knew about everything that happened yesterday and asked how the boy was doing. If Che Lao called personally, it may have had something to do with the ancient community. The young man thanked the old man for his concern and replied that everything is fine now. The man listened to the boy and added that he would not be in the city for 2 days, and we must be very careful, because this gang will not forgive them for what happened yesterday. Lion was surprised by the words he heard. He immediately asked the old man if he knew anything about this gang. Chi replied that so far there is very little information. It is only known that this is a professional group engaged in counterfeiting antiques, and they have a long history. It seems, according to the husband, it will be very difficult. Comrades should be very careful in these few days until everything is resolved. The old man said that when he returns, we will definitely have to meet and talk. The guy agreed and wished him a good trip. That was the end of the conversation. Lao was lying next to him and heard the whole conversation. She cheered him up, although there was nothing funny about her. He told the boy that listening to his conversation with Che Lao, it was easy to understand that their friendship is not as simple as it seems, and now they are definitely part of the ancient community. And you have to be careful. Everything was more difficult than they thought, and maybe something happened to the old man, precisely because of this gang. The guy didn't understand what all this was for him and why everything didn't go as he hoped. His goal was just to enjoy life and not fight bandits and lie in the hospital. This upset the boy. At one point in his life, everything became great, and now everything has deteriorated sharply again. Now we need to get out of this situation. The guy was furious. It's very difficult to be a good person. Maybe you should have stayed away from these fakes from the very beginning. Lao, in turn, was completely indifferent. He was not worried and, on the contrary, was glad that life had become more interesting than before. At this very moment, a very serious telephone conversation was taking place in a large house outside the city. In this conversation, the fates of not only the boy and the fat man, but also old Che were decided. This house belonged to Byrne. He was talking on the phone and said that the old man seems to have a serious foundation. Their gang had recently become convinced of this, and now Byrne wanted to avoid something. He asked the interlocutor to come up with a solution for the situation. Everything was already confused. He was talking to a big man named Cher. It was not known who he was and what he did. Cher asked to leave all these matters to the people of the community. He had a very hoarse and unpleasant voice. Byrne added that now it will be necessary to use ancient society to fight against Che Lao and his younger brother Lion. According to him, everything is just beginning. Several days passed after this conversation. Lao and Lion were released from the hospital after recovering from their injuries. The fat man was concerned about safety, so he put on a cap, glasses, and a smear. Lion, in turn, was calm. The fat man now often called the boy boss after he had saved him, and asked him to hurry up a little, because killers could be waiting for them around every corner. The guy didn't really care about such thoughts. He replied that it was morning, and no bandit would think of attacking in the middle of the day in the center of the city. Lao offered to hide somewhere until Mr. Che Lao arrived. He was afraid of the gang of criminals because it was very powerful. Tufston suggested one resort that was known to him. Maybe he started paranoia. The boy, in turn, continued to keep calm and replied that there was no need for this at the moment, and one should calm down. It seemed to the fat man that sitting and waiting for death was a bad idea, and one should take the initiative himself. He wanted to deal with those scoundrels who beat him so badly as soon as possible. The guys got into the car and thought about where to go. At that moment, a man was passing by on the street and greeted Lao. How he recognized him was not clear, but he asked the fat man if his wife also gave birth in this hospital. Lao did not answer, although he was scared. He told the boy that this gang of scoundrels is very dangerous, and their team should first of all think about survival. Lion was surprised, because the fat man was going to fight 5 minutes ago, and now he is already planning to hide. It was similar to Lao. Despite all his positive aspects, he was never an intellectual. Lion said that one thing to remember is that the fat man and he are good guys, and the thugs are bad. And to begin with, You need to gather as much information as possible about the opponents. You should not get into a fight without knowing who you are fighting with. The guy added that the fat man's words that they will be leaders in the ancient community will definitely come true. Lao didn't seem to like all this talk very much. Realizing that he was already in the car, he took off his mask and cap, and he added a not very clear phrase that those who were afraid of tigers and wolves are now dominating rotten people. And he called the bandits idiots. This whole story from the fat man began to bore the boy, and he asked his friend to keep quiet. He asked Lao how they can collect information on rivals. Now this was their main task. Lao stopped being angry and smiled. He replied that the guy applied at the address, and there is one interesting person in the eastern part of the city. He has many sources of information, and there is no data he cannot learn for the right price. The system immediately told Lion that it is 100% possible to get information on the ghost market. A good plan to start with. The guy continued to question the system. You need to be sure before you start doing something. As it turned out, the probability of getting useful information from this informant is 0%. But if the guys do go to the ghost market, they will definitely learn something. It became clear that somehow they will get something useful, but not in the way the fat man thinks. The guy continued to ask the system about different options for the development of events. There were many questions, but not all of them were answered by the system. Lion thought that talking to the system was a test for the brain. It was not easy. In the end, the key was that going to this market would help, and how exactly is not important. So you have to act. The young man started the car and asked the fat man to buckle up. Destination Ghost Market. Friends set off at full speed to cheerful music. Due to the fact that the market was quite far away, the journey took a long time. The guys also stopped by to get something to eat, so they reached the market in the evening. At that time, the market was still very crowded. Everything was sold in a row, from hookahs to clay jugs. The prices, like the sellers, were different. Not everyone was well disposed towards the boys. Lion there because it was quite interesting. But he did not quite understand how to see the goods in such darkness. The fat man, hearing what the boy was saying, replied that he did not understand anything. The market was created especially for people who constantly live in the dark. You need to take your time and give yourself time to get used to it. It was a strange statement from a fat man, but the young man still agreed to take his time. In these moments, Lao was still more experienced than Lion. The fat man suggested not to rush to the informant, but to start with simply walking around the market. Lion did not mind and kindly agreed to the offer. In this darkness, not much was visible, and the comrades did not notice that someone was following them. But even if they had seen this man, they still would not have seen his face. This mysterious man picked up the phone and called someone. He reported that these two had indeed come to the ghost market, and he would continue to follow instructions. He was answered in the affirmative, and told that he had almost done a great job. It looks like this man was ordered to spread bad rumors about Lao. The reward was 100,000, but he was going to spread bad rumors about the young man at once to double the reward. This man laughed, but said to himself that the fat man had forgiven him, and that he had turned out to be a bad friend. Then he headed towards the market, and at one point he pulled out a huge knife from behind his pants. Someone else was standing behind him. It was almost impossible to make out in the dark, but this big man was very similar to Sher, who had talked to the bandit boss on the phone a little earlier. At this time, Lion and Lao were walking around the market. The fat man said that he was a very important person here, and without him, the boy would not have learned anything. Passing by a shop, he saw an acquaintance and said hello. It was his old friend named Chow, but for some reason, Chow did not react at all to the fat man's greeting. Although he clearly saw him, and it was clear that he recognized an old friend. This surprised Lao. He was quite an open and friendly person who was always loved by everyone. Such a situation is rare for him, but he did not worry about it and moved on. Another acquaintance, Mr. Sen, happened on his way. The fat man said hello and asked to show some interesting things that are on sale. But this acquaintance also seemed to want nothing to do with Lao. He looked at the fat man as if he had killed his wife. Lao did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that everyone around took the wrong pills at the same time. And now they either don't recognize their old friend, or for some reason they don't want to deal with him. It was a good chance to make a joke in Lao. Lion took his chance and remarked that the fat man was really cool. The fat man began to get angry. He said that he has a very close relationship with the owner of this shop, and before that, he was just mistaken for people. You have to move on and everything will be fine. Another old acquaintance caught Lao's eye. He immediately rushed to meet him. Without raising his head, The man automatically suggested to the fat man to choose a product he liked. It was Mr. Sin. Lao said hello, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and that he heard that Sin had a baby. The fat man offered to show him his goods because he wanted to buy something. Sin didn't seem happy to see the fat man. He said that unfortunately Lao will have to find another seller. It was already too much. Lao was very angry. The veins on his face popped out. His eyes were bloodshot. In turned to the seller and asked him not to joke like that, and said that Sin looked like he was confused and did not recognize an old friend. But the seller was not going to go back on his word. He told the fat man to get away and not interfere with business. A duel of glances broke out between the men. Both were very angry, and it seemed that a fight might come. Lion, meanwhile, calmly stood and reflected on what was happening. After thinking a little, he took the fat man by the shoulder and began to calm him down. He said that this seller was not the only one who was not happy to see the fat man, and asked him to look around to see for himself. Indeed, everyone around looked very suspiciously at the boys, and especially at Lao. There was clear hatred in people's eyes. Was it not clear what the matter was? The fat man was very frightened. He could not understand what was the matter, and was afraid that now he could not even go outside. Lion needed the information, but it seems that we have to wait for now because everyone is very bad about them. Today was clearly not their day. It was necessary to find out what the matter was. It is dangerous to be among these people now. The boy made a snap decision to run and hide before things went too far and a fight broke out. He took the fat man's hand and ran. In the wake, people shouted for these two not to return, called them violators of the law, and called them all kinds of names. The comrades managed to disappear from the eyes of the market sellers, and entered a corner where they could hide for a while. Lao repeated that something strange is happening here. It was not the first year he had bought things at this market, but he had always been treated well, and he had many close friends here. Looks like someone spread bad rumors about Lao and Lion, but it was not clear who and what exactly the rumors were. The young man thought about what to do next. The frightened fat man made the boy nervous, and he asked him to shut up and do what he said. A little further from them, the boy noticed a store selling second-hand items. It was a good opportunity to disguise yourself and move around the market safely. Friends went out and bought clothes for disguise. Not even 10 minutes passed when they were freely walking around the bazaar and no one did not recognize them. His smooth stomach was partially hidden by the cloak. Lion was wearing a large hooded jacket. Lao, in his own style, wore a cap and a mask. They calmly moved around the market and pretended to be just ordinary buyers. So far, none of the sellers have noticed anything strange. Lao thought to himself that he had always been a polite and nice guy, and he didn't deserve to be treated so badly now. This is some kind of mistake, and maybe someone's cunning intention. Lion asked the fat man to shut up and promised that soon they would deal with this problem. But now it is necessary not to pretend. They approached one seller of various antiques. The seller did not immediately notice them because he was talking to another man. Lion began to consider various subjects. Maybe at such an unexpected time it will be possible to buy something really valuable here. The seller did not recognize either Lion or Lao. He was quite friendly and offered various products and said that the boys could choose whatever they wanted. Lion said nothing in response and continued looking through the antiques. Meanwhile, the fat man was nervously checking something on his phone and looked at the boy with displeasure. At that moment, an interesting conversation was going on between the sellers, which everyone around could hear. It said that the fat man Lao became a member of the ancient community and began working for the old man Che Lao. The old man liked the vase of 9 dragons, but since it was too expensive for him, he asked the fat man to break the vase and call its seller a thief. Everyone around was very loud and criticized the fat man. The sellers were surprised that he could do such a thing. The conversation continued, and someone added that the fat man had an assistant named Lion. They killed one guardian of the Vos and dumped his body in a reservoir in the east of the city. One of the listeners of this story was amazed that no one called the police after the murder. But another seller explained everything. He said that old Che is a very influential person, and because of this, the fat man and his partner have nothing to fear, which is why they walk around the market so easily. People called the fat man names and were very angry with him. They said that evil will return to him, and after all his bad deeds, karma will come to him. One of the men asked where all these rumors came from, and was there any evidence for them? Lao thought that at least someone has a brain to think. But in response, this man heard phrases that rumors do not appear by themselves, and everyone is only talking about this now, so the fat man clearly did something bad. So the seller, who was looking for evidence, resigned. He said that he rarely saw Lao recently, so the fat man must have been doing this all the time. Lao was standing a few meters away from this conversation and was all red with anger. He heard everything, and it seemed that he would explode with rage. The fat man wanted to give free rein to his emotions and beat up all these scumbags, but at the last moment, Lion grabbed him and took him aside. The young man understood that it was better not to reveal himself yet, and to continue gathering information. Lao said that even a fool understands that all this is a reason. The boy agreed and asked the fat man to calm down a little. Emotions will not help now, they will only make it worse. At that moment, the guy asked for help from the system. He asked if there was a chance that a gang of counterfeiters was behind all this. The system gave the answer that 67% is true. According to the system's response, it was clear that this was clearly related to them in some way. We need to find more answers. Lao continued to rage. He sharply tore off the smear from his face and said that they were completely clean, and began to ask who could spread such bad rumors about them. Lion had an interesting answer to this question. He believed that the rumors were not being spread against him and the fat man, but rather against Che Lao. The old man was a very respectable and influential person. He was not afraid of such rumors. But for Lion and Lao, all this could seriously interfere. The fat man continued to speak nervously and said that those creatures are telling everyone that Mr. Che is their boss, and it will definitely not lead to anything good. It was a very dangerous trap, and fortunately the boys learned about all this in time. So it's not all bad. It was difficult to find information because the rumors were so widespread. Lao offered to find the person who spread these rumors and deal with him, but it was not in the style of Lion. The guy reassured his friend and said that there was no need to think anything up. His abilities told him that some master would appear to help them. This greatly interested the fat man. He asked about this master, but the boy replied that nothing was known yet, and they had to find him themselves. It was strange. To look for someone they don't know. Without a name, without a surname, not even knowing what he looks like. Lion thought a little about what to do next, and when he returned to Lao, he saw that his friend was gone, and he had gone somewhere. The fat man could not stand still for long. The boy ran in search. As it turned out, the fat man was already looking at a box at that time. The seller said that he is from the Qin dynasty, very ancient and mysterious. But the box did not come off, so the price for it was 30,000. Lion was surprised. Just a few minutes ago, Lao was nearby and was very nervous, and now he has found some item and wants to buy it. The fat man was very talkative and knew how to negotiate. After he heard the price of 30,000, he immediately offered to buy at a discount, for only 3,000. The seller did not really like such an offer. He said that he could not sell at such a price because he would lose more money than he would earn. Meanwhile, Lion approached this counter and exchanged glances with the fat man. The guy immediately saw that the seller was lying, thanks to the system, and told Lao in a low voice that he should continue bargaining and find the best price. Lao heard this and was very happy. He sometimes liked to play the role of a buyer of goods, since mostly he only sold. He got up, gathered all his acting talent, and declared that he was doing business honestly and was ready to pay 5,000. If the seller is against it, he is ready to leave. Surprisingly, the seller did not give up and continued to repeat that, although he appreciates the fat man's honesty, even for 5,000 he will lose more than he will earn. The fat man asked how much the seller wanted to get for this box. The man replied that the price should be much higher than 5,000, because, to be honest, he got it from his father. Leo really liked this box, and he really wanted to buy it. At the moment when he was looking at it, someone came up and put his hand on this antique. He was a tall man with a nice hairstyle. His name was Yan. He asked the seller not to sell anything to these two because they were unreliable buyers. Lao was surprised. Lion was angry at this moment. He wondered how this man knew about them and who he was. Yan looked very confident and good-looking. He took the box from the fat man's hands. Lao did not interfere. Very quickly it became clear that he knows this man and does not seem to want to quarrel with him. Lion at this time still did not understand who it was. His thoughts were occupied with finding the same master the system was talking about as quickly as possible. The guy kept quite calm, which you can't say about a fat man who immediately put a smear on his face and lowered his eyes. The fat man gathered his strength, calmed down, and asked Yan why he can't buy this thing. Yan calmly replied that this box actually does not belong to the Qin dynasty, but to the Min dynasty, and its real price is 300,000, not 5. This phrase was like thunder in the middle of a clear sky. She surprised not only the seller, but also Lion, the fat man and other people around who heard her. Lion leaned over to Lao and asked who the man was. The fat man answered that his name is Yan. He is from a family of wealthy antiquarians and a master of martial arts. Once the fat man had to deal with him. The guy asked Lao if it was the man who opened them on purpose and started to go crazy. The young man was not happy that someone was standing in their way. The fat man replied that this man is quite strange, always unmoved, and behaves as if everyone is to blame for him. Yan could not understand this dialogue, and directly said that fools like them could not understand it, and he was ashamed of them. At this moment, Lion began to get seriously nervous and angry. The boy understood that this was a clear provocation. But why does a man do this? He bit them, but not yet revealed his true intentions. Maybe he is also somehow connected with bandit counterfeiters? At this moment, the fat man gathered courage and started a serious conversation with Yan. He said that the man himself is a fool and added that he will not succeed in becoming a boss in the antiques industry. And if he learned martial arts, it does not mean that he can rule the world. Lao believed that Yan was not strong enough in martial arts and he was climbing where he shouldn't. The man probably thinks he is Jackie Chan or Jet Li. With such statements, he kindly angered his opponent. Lao looked very confident, as if he was not afraid at all. But the lion system showed that the fat man is really afraid, although he does not show it in front of everyone. It was a strong move on his part. It was interesting where the fat man had such confidence. He told Lion in a low voice that in the movies such dialogue sounded much cooler. People around began to mock the fat man. They did not understand how he could communicate with such a dangerous fighter like Yan. Some even noted that they had already seen this fat man somewhere. This quite frightened Lao. When he started this dialogue, he expected something completely different. Looks like his plan failed. Lion understood that if they continued in the same way, they would be revealed very quickly by everyone around them. The chances of finding a master with such an approach are becoming less and less. The boy decided to take matters into his own hands and spoke. He said that they will not buy this box if the seller already knows the real price. After that, he once again took the fat man's hand, turned around and left. It was the right move on his part. It was necessary to sow from there. But unexpectedly, after a few steps, Yan's hand blocked their path. It seems that everything will not be as simple as they thought. Lion got angry and asked, what does it all mean? He was not going to continue the dialogue. Yan endured a short pause, and then asked if they were doing all this on purpose. If he understood everything correctly, then Lion and Lao deliberately underbid the seller for that box. Or they are really stupid. The situation was getting more and more heated. Meanwhile, the boys were surrounded. Lao was getting angry. He had a bad feeling. It seemed that everything was over, and this man was deliberately looking for trouble. But why? The system did not respond for some reason. This upset the boy. Now he urgently needed clear answers from her. Everything is very unclear. Lion then looked closely at what was being discussed, the red box. He began to think to which dynasty he belonged. As it turned out, the system indicated that the item is still from the Sin dynasty. It was already interesting because Yan claimed the opposite and said that the goods came from the Min dynasty. You can get hooked on it. He confidently approached the man and directly stated that he was wrong, and the antique was from the Sin dynasty after all. It was like a challenge. Yan accepted it and offered to test it in front of everyone. People were slowly gathering around. Various gossips and quarrels were popular in such markets. The fat man began to ask loudly how they were going to check it. Yan replied that he was going to do it through a routine check. And if he turns out to be right, then the fat man and Lion will buy the box at its true value of 300,000. This is not a small amount of money, and the fat man immediately nervously asked the boy if he was sure that the antique was from the Qin dynasty. The young man was sure, so Lao said loudly that they accept the terms of the dispute. But if they win, then they should immediately get rid of them. Yan was very self-confident. He had been dealing with antiques for a long time. His grandfather introduced him to it as a child. So he calmly agreed to the conditions proposed by the fat man. But on the other side stood Lion. The guy is not a magician with such experience, but he always had a system on his side that indicated the right options. It was hard to even imagine that the young man could lose. So with the debate over, Yan began the verification process. Those who are familiar with complex antique objects, such as the box, understand that this process is not very fast. This red box turned out to be very difficult and resembled a constructor. The man began to assemble and disassemble it. His goal was to look into all the gorges and make sure he was right. A lot of people gathered to see who would emerge as the winner of this dispute. Everyone watched the inspection process as if enchanted. Lion was surprised at the man's skill. The guy didn't even know that this box could be opened, let alone disassemble it into molecules. The sorting of antiques continued. It seems that everything was not as simple as it seemed at the beginning. As it turned out, the box was made of two parts. The inner part belonged to the Min dynasty, and the outer part to the Sin dynasty. After the analysis was completed, Yan once again emphasized, the price of the product is 300,000. The seller of the goods was delighted with the work of Master Yan. He rejoiced and shouted that now his eyes were open to this subject. Lao and Lion were clearly saddened by this. None of them knew or even guessed that there could be an inner compartment in the box. People around started mocking the boys and asking where did their courage go. It was a sure victory for Mr. Yan. Someone from the crowd said that these two seemed familiar to him. He said that he had already seen them somewhere, but his friend interrupted him and hinted at the poor eyesight of the interlocutor. The fat man did not like to lose, especially in principled confrontations. He asked the boy why he made a mistake. Lion did not pay much attention to the fat man at this moment, because he understood that they had really big problems. Formally, the system was correct because the outer part of the box was from the Sin dynasty. But who knew that there was still an inner part? This man was specially trying to set them up, but why? The system will not be able to answer this question because there is little information about this person. Today, the guys better back off. Lion changed tactics and told Yan that he had incredible skills and keen vision. The boy thanked the man and added that he admires his skills in the field of antiquities analysis. The fat man didn't like it. He was furious, and it seemed like smoke was coming out of his ears. But Lao also decided to admit that they lost, and told Mr. Yan that he is really cool like Jackie Chan. The man defiantly accepted all these flattery, and replied that now is the time to pay for the goods, and to apologize for everything said before that. He looked scary, but he didn't look like a bad person. Lion thought that the man was quite cruel, and had a very high opinion of himself. In addition, his family has been working in the antique industry for a long time. He has all this knowledge from there. And at that moment, a very interesting thought came to the young man's head. His eyes widened, his heart beat faster. It seems that the master of which should have been found by a guy and a fat man, this is the Yan family. So they met a man for a reason, and the system correctly suggested everything. At that moment, people around revealed the boys. Someone shouted that the man in the cap was a Lao fat man, and started shouting for them to get out of there. Another seller added that they were specially disguised to destroy the ghost market. They began to be called various names and blamed for all the troubles in the world. Someone shouted that they themselves do not know how to earn, and now they decided to deceive everyone else. At this moment, it seems that the fat man could no longer keep all his rage inside. He started shouting, and said that everyone who believes in stupid rumors should come out and say it to his face. He was ready to show how honest and decent a person he is. He was lucky to have such a friend as Lion. The boy always remained cool-headed, and calmed down Lao at the right moment, as he did this time. The young man asked another question to the system. Is Yan the master he is looking for? The answer was a 50% probability. So even if it is not him, then at least it is related to the master. The guy pondered all these options and looked rather strange. The fat man noticed this and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Mr. Yan was mentally having a dialogue with himself. He thought that it was just the boy's quirks, and wondered why the master valued him so much. At that moment, someone came out of the darkness and watched this whole circus. This man thought that old Che Lao's eyesight seems to have deteriorated. This man's name was Wolf. 2 other men were with him. One broke the hands of the other and put him on the floor. Lion was the guy Wolf had to keep an eye on. Lion took the fat man by the shoulder and asked him not to panic, and added that he knew what to do. It was exactly what the fat man needed, a clear, understandable plan, because the anger around him only grew. The young man turned to Yan and said that he has very sharp eyesight and he admires his skills. But according to the boy, this box was by no means worth 300,000. The people around fell silent after hearing this. Yan didn't really believe it. He asked where this information came from. According to his information, this item is equal to the price of exactly 300,000. Lion said that the Yan family is very wealthy, and this box belonged to her. The man himself knew this very well. Everyone has already understood that this subject is not as simple as it seems, but maybe there is something more in it. In the middle? Yan thought that the mystery of this box has long been revealed, and there is nothing valuable inside. His family already had a similar box, and the techniques of deciphering ancient mysteries were passed down from generation to generation. Lion was still confident in what he had started, and offered to open the box at all 100%. The man agreed. Although he was sure that there was nothing in the middle of the box, for some reason he gave the boy a chance. Maybe there really is something in the middle that he and his whole family did not know. In any case, everything will become clear now. Yan began to disassemble and reassemble the box. It was the most complex constructor that was ever in his hands. It seemed that there was nothing inside, and maybe he is right after all, and the guy is wrong. The man publicly declared that, as he said, there is nothing inside, and this matter is not worth the time spent on it. But Lion continued to bend their line as usual. The boy replied that it was not so, and asked to let him try to find the treasure. This was not a problem, and the box passed into the boy's hands. The time has come to answer for all your bold statements. Yan was getting nervous, little by little. He did not want to appear a fool in front of everyone, and publicly lose this dispute. The young man began to turn the box and look at it from different angles. Everything was just beginning. Everything seemed quite simple, but the box opened more and more new movements. Maybe it's all a puzzle? Lion imagined at the beginning. Things weren't going well so far, and he didn't see any options for continuing the inspection. The fat man noticed that his friend was in a stupor and did not quite understand what to do. This began to worry Lao. Yan did not show any emotion on his face at this moment. Several angry sellers around began to shout and demand to be careful and not to break such a valuable antique. Lion did not pay much attention to it at this time. He went deep inside himself and asked new questions to the system. We had to quickly find a way out. At one point, the young man's eyes seemed to flash and he smiled. He seemed to have an idea. He began to spin the box quickly. He seemed to be looking for something and clearly looking for something specific. He managed to open the box in a new way and look where no one had been able to before. It was not yet a victory. The treasure was not found, but the process was progressing. It seemed as if the box would now be disassembled into a pile of small particles. It was interesting to watch from the outside. The people around, including Lao, couldn't wait to see the end result, although the process was interesting to watch. There was absolute silence. Yan was getting a little nervous. He showed no emotion either, but the sweat on his forehead began to betray his nerves. He admitted that he had never gone as far with the analysis of the box as Lion, and this already caused respect for the boy. The process continued. The young man took out another item from the box. The treasure has not yet been found. Then the boy took out another part of this constructor, and something was drawn on it. Maybe it's a map? It was clearly a clue, but it wasn't easy to decipher. This requires a lot of knowledge. A small smile appeared on the boy's face. He felt that the final was near. He was on the finish line. The picture that seemed like a map could rotate. Maybe it was a key that would open everything by turning it? The system analyzed all this and said that the first layer of this key is a lotus flower and the second layer is a labyrinth. Even experienced masters did not guess about it. This item is encrypted with an ancient Chinese oriental lock. Yan continued to be nervous, and he hardly hid it anymore. The guy clearly went further than all the ancient masters who ever explored this box. Lion continued to try to open the lock. It was not easy, but it was felt that it would happen soon. When you hit one point for a long time, you often get what you want, and the boy was a clear example of these words. The task was completed, the castle was opened, the treasure was found. People around were open-mouthed in surprise. The guy achieved his goal and there was really some treasure there. Yan felt defeated. He wondered how his ancestors had not noticed this. It seems that the guy is really not as simple as it seems at first glance. Lion was smiling. Fortunately for him, he has a system that helped him a lot in this matter. It seems shame is delayed. He held out the box to Yan and said that although he has no talent, he still knows something. The man accepted defeat with pride, as a true gentleman should do. He said that Lion is really special. The young man pondered, his mind focused on the question of whether Yan was the very master he was looking for. But it seems that this man intervened against his will, and the real master is watching them somewhere nearby. Yan once again admitted defeat and said that he would buy this box and give it to Mr. Lion. It was noble of him. The fat man openly rejoiced at his friend's victory. He asked Yan where his good mood had gone, and said that he always knew that his skills were complete nonsense. Mr. Yan was a very well-mannered and polite person. He, like a true gentleman, remained silent and left these jokes unanswered. Various conversations were going on around. Someone said that this is the same Lion that everyone is talking about. Someone said that it is not him at all. Some sellers even started to say that maybe these rumors are false and not true. Well, it was also not without phrases that the honor of the Yan family was affected by this defeat. At that moment, a healthy man came out of the darkness. He loudly said that young people are very talented now, and he wants to see them personally. Lion immediately realized that a real master had appeared, and smiled in anticipation of the acquaintance. It was Wolf. Everyone around fell silent and looked at him in surprise. It seems that this man is a living legend. It seemed that the fat man was the most surprised of all. He couldn't believe his eyes, but didn't understand what this man was doing here. Lion behaved most calmly. It was exactly what he had expected, and exactly what he had been waiting for. Now, a very important acquaintance will take place, which may affect his future fate. People around began to whisper and say that the master is already here. Mr. Yan greeted the elder respectfully. Lion took 2 steps to meet the man and said hello. He looked quite confident, despite the fact that there was such a serious figure in front of him. Wolf smiled and asked the young talent if they knew him. The young man replied that there are no people in this field who would not know such a legendary master. The guy added that his friend had just almost made a mistake, and luckily, they managed to help him. The man smiled widely. It seemed as if he could see right through the boy. Wolf asked if this fat man was really wrong. It seems he knew Lao. For some reason, the fat man was very happy and could not believe it, because the master always treated him like a fool, the master thought. It seemed that something was bothering him, but what it was not yet clear. He asked the boy what his name was. Lion said his name. The young man looked surprisingly very calm, as if he had been waiting for this meeting all his life. Wolf hasn't said anything yet. He was clearly thinking about something, and thought about his next word and every next action. Everyone was tense, and after a few seconds the master laughed. Everyone felt a little better. He said that he respects the boy for beating Mr. Yan, but now we have to see if he can beat him. Lion behaved quite politely, and said that he would not even dare to think about such a thing. A cunning move on the part of the boy. Wolf appreciated the decency of the young man, but said that the old men also need a warm-up, and still they should play. The system timely suggested what was already clear to everyone. Wolf is the mysterious master. There was one less question. The guy thought that this old man must be very experienced and strong. For the sake of his support, you need to show yourself to the maximum and prove yourself from the best side. Lion replied that if the master himself asks for it, then he has no right to refuse. Maybe it's fate, but what does the master want? Wolf was clearly delighted with the boy's manners, and said that he knows how to behave with elders. In addition, the man was not only Yan's mentor, but also his grandfather. Wolf thought a little to formulate his wish correctly. After this short pause, he reached into his pocket and took out several 100 yuan bills. Lao and Lion looked surprised, first at the money, then at each other. They were wondering what exactly the master needed, since the fat man was a rather nervous person, and he always saw only the bad in everything. He told the boy that it might be some kind of tricks, and one should be careful. The master did not like such statements. He asked the fat man if he really thought that such a famous and wealthy master would do tricks. Lao seems to have completely forgotten. The fat man was a little ashamed of his ill-mannered behavior. He apologized, and asked why those bills then? As it turned out, it was a game. In an hour's time, with only 100 yuan in their pockets, the boy and the master must buy the most valuable thing they can find. So the terms of the match are quite simple. The winner is the one who buys the most valuable item in the ghost market. The young man thought a little, and then, smiling, agreed to the terms of the game. It was quite interesting. The system should help win. So the game began, and Master Wolf and Lion set off to rummage through the various items and find something truly valuable amongst the piles of junk that littered every antique market. People who stood around and watched everything that was happening were very interested. They expected a real battle between 2 professionals. They asked each other who would win. Opinions were divided. The master was very experienced, but Lion is not as simple as it seems at first glance. There were also those who believed that 100 yuan could not buy anything valuable. Lao immediately began to help his friend in this pair. He walked next to him and offered various goods, thinking that the boy would not be able to do without him. First, he offered a porter to Tanbo. Then he saw some porcelain vessel and said that it looked like an original one. Then he believed the seller who offered a seemingly original azure dragon sword that Yunguan himself used. All this started to make Lion a little nervous. At this moment, the main thing for him was to focus on what he sees and let the system make the right conclusions. He angrily asked the fat man to keep quiet for at least a minute and not disturb him. Lao did not understand why the boy was against his help. His motives were good and understandable, but as it turned out, all the things the fat man pointed out were fakes, which the system saw in time, so it was better for Lao to just keep silent. The fat man said that it was very dark around him. Because of that he could not see well. The young man replied that it was okay, and he would still lead them to victory. Now all hopes were for the good operation of the system. She worked to the full and analyzed everything that happened to the boy's eyes. The hour that was set aside for the search and purchase of the product was exhausted. Each party spent 100 yuan and bought something. The junction was close. In Lion's hands was a white and blue recognition vase that mimicked the Xin dynasty of the early Republic of China. It was a copy, but the skill of whoever made it was incredible. It costs tens of thousands. Seeing this, Wolf became very tense. It was a very strong move on the part of the young man, and it seemed that the master had lost this duel. The man immediately understood that this guy is not as simple as he seems if he searched for such an expensive item and bought it for only 100 yuan. Wolf praised the guy and said that the vase that imitates the Xin dynasty is very good. Now, it is the master's turn to make his move. He took out the ancient books he had bought. They were written after the establishment of the Republic of China. The fat man, seeing this, began to rejoice. He told the boy that the master did not seem to take them seriously, because a complete set of these books costs only a few thousand. Lao openly rejoiced and congratulated his comrade on an easy victory. It seems that he treated the master too lightly, and this only angered Wolf. He said that the fat man's lips had not yet dried due to his young age. The fat man was not used to hearing such harsh words addressed to him. It seems that he smiled with congratulations, and did not fully understand the situation. The master shouted with rage, and said that he is not an idiot to believe that these books cost only a few thousand, and for those who know their business, they are priceless. According to the master, a vase of boys with a price of several tens of thousands is worth nothing compared to his books. Lao still did not believe the master and openly stated this. It all seemed like a joke to him. Lion at this time kept calm. He quickly understood that the master was not going to give up easily today. Wolf said that young people still need to study and learn, and asked if they doubted his rightness. Few people would think of publicly accusing such a respected and well-known master of antiquarian matters of lying. It would be almost like suicide, so everyone around recognized that it was Master Wolf who won. Although not everyone fully believed that books are really as priceless as they say. The fat man said that these people are simply afraid to offend the master, and the boy was disappointed because he had miscalculated, and the master turned out to be a very strong opponent. Wolf publicly declared that it would be fair, but he was not going to convince them by force that the books were really priceless. He said that today's battle ended in a draw, and invited the boy to his home tomorrow. The master said that he has what the boy needs, and he himself guesses about it. Lion was pleased to receive an invitation to such a distinguished man, and he readily agreed and thanked him for the invitation. The master said goodbye. His look was quite suspicious, as if he was up to something. You have to be careful with him, Lion thought. Wolf turned and walked away, telling his grandson to follow him. People around also began to disperse a little. Yan looked strangely at the fat man and then at the boy. He seemed to have a strong dislike for these two, but Lion was indifferent to this. He did not care about Yan at all, and thought at that moment that the master was really special. After walking a few meters, Wolf turned around and asked the boy if he wanted to find the person who spread bad rumors about them, and he immediately said that he had already dealt with him. It was not clear why Wolf was helping the boy. The master himself thought that this young man was looking for him for some reason, and Master Chelao is still not in town. The fat man was surprised by these words. He wondered how the master knew about all this. In any case, regardless of how many members there are in the ancient community, Lion and his friend are definitely moving up. Now it was very interesting what awaits them tomorrow when visiting Mr. Wolf. Lion was looking forward to it. As soon as the master left, Lion and Lao began to ponder over his words. They did not know that it was the informant they were going to who was spreading bad rumors about them. This man did not pick up the phone anymore, and his phone was completely turned off. I wonder what Wolf did with him. Tovston said that this informant had never turned off the phone before, so something serious happened. Without wasting time, Lion began to question the system. She suggested that the informant really spread rumors about them, and also did it because he was paid. The boy began to wonder why Mr. Wolf was putting on such a show, and why couldn't he just help the boy openly? In any case, everything was not very important, except for the question of what exactly the master intended. This had to be dealt with as soon as possible. The fat man smiled and asked if the master really called them and the boy to him tomorrow. It seems that Lao either did not hear or pretended that they were called in too. Only Lion actually received an invitation, and the guy said it right away. But Lao was not going to let his friend go alone to such an ambiguous meeting. He said that they are a team and must go together. The young man noted that Master Wolf was not their enemy, and if he asked to come, then most likely it was important. The fat man calmly agreed with his friend's opinion, but said that no matter what happens, they will be together until the end. The next day, the boys arrived at the master's address. He had a gorgeous house. It was immediately obvious that Mr. Wolf is very wealthy. While the fat man was taking pictures against the background of the house, Lion realized that this is exactly the life he dreams of. Lao wasted no time and sent the photos to all his friends, saying that he was personally called to see Master Wolf. The guy made a second remark and said that there is no point in bragging, and in the future they will have even better houses. This immediately encouraged Lao, and he said that together with the boss, they will definitely achieve all their goals. They shook hands, as if they had agreed to achieve together everything they had dreamed of since childhood. The fat man even said that they should come together into a prosperous future. He looked very happy. At the moment when the boys shook hands, someone intervened. It seems that it was a dog that put its paw on their hands. No one expected such a turn of events. But the dog did not seem to have bad intentions and was not going to bite anyone. It was the same dog that broke the door in the lottery shop. It was the first day when the system worked in the boy's head and life began to improve. Lion immediately remembered this dog. He was a very spoiled but cheerful dog. The guy thought he had déjà vu. At that moment, a woman's voice was heard. A woman was running after the dog, apologizing for the fact that she did not have time to buckle him up. It was Lily, the owner of the dog. Lion recognized her immediately because he met her when he returned her dog. The girl, in turn, did not immediately remember the boy. She thought that he looked very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she remembered him from. She began to try to remember the young man. It looked quite strange, but funny. The fat man couldn't resist and asked the boy if he knew her. Lion answered that partly yes, they met once in the park. At that moment, Lily exclaimed that she remembered the boy and called his name. Lion smiled back. He was amused by the girl's behavior. She seemed very naive. The girl asked the boys what they were doing in front of her house. Lion immediately asked if this was really her house. The fat man asked if she knew Master Wolf. As it turned out, it was her grandfather. She kindly agreed to take them to him and show the house from the inside. It was quite unexpected, especially for Lion. Anyway, Lily opened the gate and invited her friends inside. Tiofstun was a little worried, but asked the boy if they should worry about this. The young man was not very familiar with the girl, but he immediately realized that she had an open character. But still, something could be wrong. But there was nowhere to look, and the boys graciously accepted the invitation and entered the yard. Entering the middle of the yard, the boys were able to fully appreciate the beauty of the house. It was very large and surrounded by a lot of greenery and various bushes. They had never been to such houses before. Lily could not understand where her grandfather had gone. He usually liked to spend time in the yard reading books or playing with his dog. Lao quietly approached Lion and asked if this girl even understands in which family she was born. That's how easy it is to lead strangers into the middle of the house. It's a rather strange behavior. The boy also began to doubt. He did not understand what was happening and thought that maybe she wanted to lead them right into a trap. Is it possible that she is just naturally so good-natured? The girl asked a dog named Oreo to lead them to their grandfather. But a man intervened. It seems he was angry and asked Lily what she was doing. As it turned out, it was her brother Yan. The girl did not pay attention to his malice and was very happy at his appearance. She told her brother that these two had come to their grandfather, and she decided to see them off. It seems that she was very happy to see her brother. She did not know where her grandfather was now, and asked her brother to help her. The girl seemed very kind, like an angel. Yan was still angry, and remarked to his sister that he had already told her many times not to bring strangers home. And then he emphasized that it is especially undesirable to bring home suspicious strangers from unknown families. These words hurt both boys, but the fat man was the most angry. He was ready to fight, despite the fact that a master of martial arts stood against him, but at the last moment, he was stopped by Lion. Yan was silent, and then turned around and asked to follow him, because the master was already waiting for them. The boys followed him. Lion managed to say goodbye to Lily politely. The girl smiled and waved her hand. It turned out that the guy thought ill of her in vain. She is very kind and has no bad intentions. Yan led Lion and Lao to the very top of the building. Having gone out on the veranda, they saw Wolf, who was resting at that moment. Yan approached the master and woke him up, saying that the guests had already arrived. The master immediately opened his eyes. He was awake, most likely just meditating. He took out a USB drive from his pocket and turned to the boys without turning around. He said that there is all the information about the gang of counterfeiters, and if they prove their skill, they will get this information. This was not the expected move of the master, as to start a dialogue. Lion was surprised and excited by such a proposal. He wanted this information. The guy immediately turned to Wolf and asked how exactly he could prove his skill. It was a formality. In any case, the young man was sure that he would cope with all the tasks. The master said that old Che told him about the boy. He said that although he is so young, he is definitely very talented. It seems that the time has come to verify this personally. The task was simple. You need to look at the antique from the master's office and tell why it is so valuable. And if the master admits that Lion is really as talented as they say about him, then he will give him information on the bandits who offended him. Lion thought it was an easy task. He smiled and willingly agreed to the offer. Wolf led the guests to his office. It was a spacious room that was all lined with antiques. Almost the entire interior was made of wood. The master presented to the guests his collection of precious stones, which according to him, he collected all his life. Lion, meanwhile, could not contain his desire to show what he is capable of. The boy was very confident at this moment. Lion took his time to look at the objects in the room. No one bothered him. There was absolute silence in the room. First, the boy approached the vase and took a good look at it, then went to analyze other objects, which were numerous in the room. At some point, the young man's face changed. He no longer smiled and did not look very happy. But on the contrary, he looked surprised and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the fat man noticed changes in his boss's face. He thought that Lion was beginning to look very serious. He had a strange expression on his face, like something was wrong in this room. No one saw it, but the master smiled at that moment. He also saw a change in Lion's behavior. Wolf turned to the boy and asked him why he was silent. Are there no worthy jewels in the house of such a respected master of antiques? Lion continued to look very confused, and asked for some more time to look things over. The fat man asked the boy if everything was fine. Lion replied that he needed time to think, and he did not want to rush. Lao said that the boss seems out of shape today, and offered to help. According to him, he knows the value of almost all objects around. The fat man thought that it was his time to come to the aid of his friend, and show himself from the best side. He began to address the master. He had only positive motives, but Lion was very frightened when he saw this. He stopped Lao and asked him not to get involved in this matter because it is very serious. The young man was worried that the fat man would spoil everything. But Lion himself, in turn, has not yet said anything about antiques. Something was clearly oppressing the guy, and no one understood what the problem was. Wolf also already waited for answers and said that silence will not lead to anything, and will not help anything. After that, he added a very clever phrase that, most likely the guy was praised so much for nothing. It was a manipulation to motivate the young man. Lao still couldn't watch how upset his friend looked, and didn't give up on his idea to intervene and help. He believed that wealthy people love flattery. So why not say a few nice words about antiques? The fat man approached the head of the Buddha and said that it looked incredible and seemed to come from the Eastern Ven dynasty. He said that this object is priceless and unique. It was not clear if he really thinks so, or if he just wants to please the master with beautiful words. Wolf saw through people like Lao and just smiled a little. He was interested in the opinion of Lion. And then Lion declared that this head of Buddha is a fake. It is well preserved because it is only a few dozen years old. Its approximate price is only 1,030. These words shocked the fat man. It seems that his plan failed, and he was disgraced in front of the master. Could Lion have made a mistake? The fat man thought that even if it is a fake, it is very unethical to state it so directly. We need to fix it somehow. Lao laughed and said that even tigers miss, and there is no real professional who has not made a mistake more than once. The fat man decided to continue his own analysis of the master's family heirlooms, and continued to look around. At one point, he saw a very ancient object. According to him, it would take center stage in an exclusive hall of any museum. Lao then added that Master Wolf is very lucky that he can see such jewels every day without leaving his home. Lion looked suspiciously at the item that his friend was praising so much. After a few moments, the boy said it was a fake candlestick from the period of cold winters. This, according to the guy, is a very good copy. which is worth about 100,000. The fat man couldn't believe his ears. Is this also fake? But he was sure that it was really the original. Lion still looked very unhappy. He looked suspiciously at the master. Wolf was also looking at the boy at this moment. Judging by his face, he did not like that things from his room were called fakes. The fat man thought that he would be killed for his words, and that this should be corrected as soon as possible. Lao began to flatter the master. He said that not all people are as gifted as him, and said that Master Wolf is very good at calligraphy and painting. Another valuable object from the master's home collection attracted the fat man's attention. It was part of an ancient book. It looked very authentic and the fat man liked it. He approached Lion and asked if the calligraphy could be forged. As far as he knew, that was impossible. But it seems it was not the day of Fat Lao. Lion lowered his eyes and said in a calm voice that it was also a fake. Lao seemed to go mad after these words. It seems that he does not understand antiques at all, despite years of experience. But Tovston calmed down very quickly when he remembered that the master was watching them. Wolf thought about something at that moment. Lao told the friend that most likely the items are not fake, because it would not be logical. And it seems now the master doubts Lion's talents. Wolf is an important person, and it is better not to anger him. The fat man asked if Lion was sure that all these were really fakes. He may be a master and an old man, but he could easily destroy these two friends if he wanted to. Lion tensed again. He did not understand what the matter was. Maybe the system failed, or there are really a lot of fakes in the room. Does the master himself know about it? The guy said that this calligraphy was forged only a year ago. Using the technique of recognizing original paintings, you can easily make sure of this. But even a fake would cost millions. At that moment, someone's steps were heard in the corridor, but those present did not pay attention to it. Lion continued to call the master's jewels fake. First, he called one vase an imitation of the Min dynasty. Then he also called the other vase a fake and said that it is only a few years old, not 1,000 years old as is believed. Next he came to jade, which he said was also a forgery from the era of disputes between the states. Lion did not stop and continued to call everything around copies. At this moment, the master's similar patience ended. He tapped his fan nervously on the table. Wolf got up from the table. His face was very angry. He seems very unhappy. The fat man became even more nervous. He sweated very quickly, realizing that the jokes were over and now they were in danger. And here Lion completely wasted the atmosphere in the room. He said that there were 73 antiques in the room now, and every one of them was a fake. The boy looked calm, Wolf looked angry, and Lao looked very scared. Everything didn't go as everyone hoped. The master angrily asked the boy if he was sure of his words, and did he mean by this that Master Wolf was a fool? The man was the head of the family in the 17th generation, and such statements from young men were an insult to him. To say that the master assembled a collection of fakes is the same as spitting in the face. It seems that conflict is inevitable. The fat man nervously rushed to save the situation. He began to comfort Wolf and say that Lion just didn't sleep well at night, and now he was wrong and should be forgiven. But the man did not want to listen to anything. He pushed the fat man away and continued to glare angrily at Lion. Wolf asked the boy if he was really that confident in himself and in what he said now. It was the most tense situation. The young man's throat was dry. He was no longer so calm and also began to get nervous. But there was nowhere to look. Lion trusted the system 100%. So he gathered his strength and confirmed his words that everything around is a fake. It was like a challenge. A young guy who has achieved almost nothing in this life challenged the titan of the antiquarian community, a wealthy and experienced craftsman. Lion and Wolf made eye contact. No one said anything. There was silence in the room. Everyone looked angry and ready to stand their ground. Even if the system did fail, Lion was still going to continue to believe in it until the very end, no matter what it cost him. It was difficult for Lao to watch. He did not stop trying to correct the situation and approached the master and said that there had been a banal misunderstanding. The fat man said that his friend just didn't get enough sleep. That happens to him, and because of that, he couldn't see the jewels properly. Lao also approached Lion and asked him to come to his senses. The master could not have assembled such a large collection from only fakes. It was really strange, and the young man understood it. But the system showed that the probability of error is only 7%. Before that, the system showed that already today friends will be able to receive support from the master, but now it is not clear how to do it. Lao said that they need to apologize as soon as possible, because otherwise they will not get out of this house alive. It was not in the spirit of Lion to simply accept and admit defeat and walk away with nothing. He continued to believe in himself and his abilities. The guy thought, maybe the old man is hiding something? Maybe everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance? Wolf approached the boy in the shelter and said that he was giving him one last chance to make amends and apologize. All he wanted was for the young man to recognize all the treasures in his room as real. But Lion stood his ground. He said he was sorry for being tactless, but all the antiques in the room were fake. There was no going back now. Wolf was not jokingly angry, and the fat man grabbed his head in fear and did not know what to do. The master asked the boy if he is ready to take responsibility for every word spoken today. It seemed that the man would explode from anger. At that moment, Lao ran up and asked Lion and Wolf to sit down and calm down and come to an understanding. The fat man extended his hand to the master, but he grabbed it aggressively. The man was not only a professional in the evaluation of antiques, but also engaged in martial arts since childhood. He twisted the fat man's arm behind his back and almost broke it. Lao screamed in pain. It seems that the master did all this to morally put pressure on Lion. He wanted to hear an apology from the boy, and an admission that he was wrong. The young man froze with excitement. He felt that he was right, but he did not want his friend and partner to be offended. The guy said that the fat man had nothing to do with what Lion said, and asked him not to offend him just because they came together. The master let go of Lao, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His arm still hurt. Wolf still looked angry, but asked not to blame him for hurting the fat man. Without waiting for an apology, the man was going to solve this conflict in another way. He got into a fighting stance, and showed that now the conversations will end, and the body language will begin. And the whole calm look of Lion immediately went somewhere. The boy opened his eyes wide and was clearly very terrified. Before the young man could move, he was struck in the stomach as if by lightning. Lion has never missed such shots in his life. The master acted very precisely and quickly. It was immediately noticeable that he knows martial arts, and the boy will not be able to do anything with him. Did the system make a mistake and this is the end? Lion couldn't breathe in or out. It seemed to paralyze him. The boy thought that Wolf was not going to help them. But he is exactly the master they were looking for. But something is wrong. His house is full of fakes. The fat man watched his friends suffering and could do nothing. He was powerless against the master's skills. But Lao rallied and ran up, and told the old man that he would answer for it and let him get away from Lion. The fat man proved himself to be a true friend. It is not clear what the master achieves with his actions. Lion was beginning to lose consciousness. Wolf approached the boy with an angry look and asked him one last time if he would change his mind about his antiques. But the boy stood his ground to the last, regardless of the pain. He said that an original will never become a fake, and a fake will never become an original. He cannot change this rule. After these words, the master was silent for some time. The malice disappeared from his face. It became very calm and neutral. After a few seconds, the old man began to laugh loudly. Neither Lion nor Lao expected this. The guy thought that this would only make the situation worse, and today would be his last day. He had almost given up hope, and then the door to the room opened, and Che Lao entered. He told the master that he was too strict with the boy. Old Che approached Lion and seemed to remove the spell from him with some strange movements of his fingers. This was the ancient Sinka technique. The boy immediately began to breathe normally and cleared his throat. It was obvious that he felt better. He was surprised to see Che's master. The old man reassured the young man and said that Master Wolf had simply touched his acupuncture point and blocked his airway. Then Wolf came up and patted the boy on the shoulder. He smiled and said that old Che Lao loved him, and noted that the boy was in bad shape, because the blow was quite weak. Che Lao remained silent, although he did not like some of the actions of his old friend Wolf. But maybe it will benefit the guy. Master Wolf told his old friend that he looked too tense and needed to relax more often. Lao approached Lion and asked how he was feeling and if he was okay. The fat man was scared and worried about his friend. Lion reassured his friend and said that nothing terrible happened, and it's good that everything is fine. Due to the fact that Lao was afraid for Lion, his emotions spilled into tears, and the fat man sobbed in public. It was sweet, albeit funny. But no one appreciated this drama, and Master Wolf was generally not happy that someone was crying in his office, especially a man. The master looked at the fat man with displeasure. Anyone will be frightened by such a view. Lao immediately wiped away his tears and fell silent. He didn't want to repeat Lion's fate and be unable to breathe for several minutes. Despite the fact that Lao weighed more than 100 kilograms, Wolf lifted him to his feet with one hand and asked him to calm down. Meanwhile, Che Lao explained to Lion that Master Wolf was his old friend, and he asked him to look after the boy until he returned. Wolf was worried about the choice of a friend for a young guy, and decided to check on the young man himself. The old school always treats everything with caution. That is why the master went to the ghost market, punished the informer who spread false rumors, and met Lion there. It was all planned. Wolf laughed and said that he must be a very good actor because the boys looked very scared. The fat man confirmed that the master really has acting skills, and he really scared him. It's good that now everything has fallen into place and everyone has come to an understanding. Lion was also pleased. He is on good terms with Master Wolf again, and is also happy to see Che Lao again. Wolf praised Lao for his long tongue and said he would give him a present for it. 10 million for the fat man and 50 million for Lion. He will write them a check. Although Lao was infinitely happy and 10 million, but he asked unsatisfied why Lion will receive 5 times more. The master wisely answered that everyone will get as much as they put in, and if the fat man wants a bigger reward, he can show what he is capable of. Lao immediately got scared and said that 10 million is more than enough for him. It was an ordinary test, but the boy became interested in why this whole room is lined with fakes. Isn't it all simple? Lion was very surprised when he first arrived, and for a long time thought that the system was wrong when it said that all these items were fake. Che Lao asked Wolf to explain to the boys what was the matter, so that no one has any questions. Lao was glad to hear the truth. This test took a lot of energy from him, and he wanted to hear how everything around turned out to be fake. The master said that all these copies are collected here not only for checking. Being able to spot a fake is important, but it's also important not to lose your honor and conviction. You must always be vigilant so that the demons of profit do not destroy you. Every object in the room can be a work of art, but you need to be able to spot a fake among them. The master collects them to learn the technique and temper the character. But also because most of these items are made by the same gang. This gang is called Sin Kongan. These are the same people that Lion and Lao are looking for. The boy understood that the master studies the enemy by their works, because knowing the methods of forgers, you can defeat them. The master smiled and looked at the boy. There was respect and trust in his eyes. Wolf said that this office is called the Room of Lies, a rather apt name coined by the master himself. So he collects fakes, but Lion was worried about something else. When he was using the system for calculations, he came up with the idea. Could the Wolf family be related to the gang of counterfeiters? There is such a probability. 7%. The master is most likely not related to them, but maybe it is someone from his family. When the boy asked the system about it, it did not give a clear answer. We need to find this person as soon as possible. Lion bowed before the master and asked to learn from him. Wolf had no need for these formalities. He told Che Lao that his boyfriend is really as promising as they say he is, and he likes him. Old Che had a proposal to which Master Wolf agreed. Looks like these two are up to something. Lion about it. The boy was not very impressed. He had suspected it for quite some time. But what happened next was not so expected. Che Lao and Wolf have offered to join their community as a full member. They said that the boy has honor and talent, and he will fit perfectly into the ancient community. Lion was very happy and understood that he had to agree. Today was an incredible day for him. The offer sounded pretty good. It was what the boy had been going for lately, and what he wanted so badly. It's like dreams come true. Lao came up and greeted his friend. He said that there are thousands of members in the ancient community, and this is only the beginning of his journey. The fat man noted that he also belongs to this community but does not brag. And then he added that he never brags. Lion interrupted his friend and said that he was bragging right now. Che Lao added that they consider Lion's talent and skills and think he could become a major member of the community. Wolf agreed that the boy was worth more, and said that their goal was to catch this gang of counterfeiters as soon as possible. The words that Lion will become the main member of the community surprised the boys, especially Fat Lao. He was quite surprised, and once again asked the elders if this was not a raffle. Lion asked, "Who are the core members of the community?" He still knew all the nuances of this case. Hearing this question, the fat man immediately turned to the boy and said that we are talking about really special and very cool people who really rule everything. There are only 17 main members of the community. They are called the basis. Even the decisions of the president and vice president of the community are subordinated to their voting results. To be among them means to be a leader. The fat man looked suspiciously at Lion. He had always dreamed of one day becoming a mainstream member of the antique community, and he began to envy a friend who had only recently become interested in antiques and was already receiving such invitations from influential people. Lion was interested in listening to all these intricacies of his new business, and he asked the fat man how he learned all this. Looks like Lao didn't listen to him anymore. He ran to Master Wolf and hoped to receive the same offer while the elders were in a good mood. He said that Lion is already a main member of the community, but he is still a private and asked to raise his level as well. But it seems today is not his day. Master Wolf replied that he still needs to raise his level and develop his potential. Wolf solves all issues related to promotion. Che Lao, in turn, said that in order to achieve a promotion, one must have enormous potential, even greater skill, always become better, and understand politics. Master Wolf said that if the fat man really wants it, he can convince everyone present of his abilities. But Lao didn't really like this idea. Here Wolf thought and asked to wait. He had an idea. He asked Che Lao why they should not make a joint decision, and asked his friend to give his opinion on the matter. At that moment, the fat man overcame the elders, and said that Lion is his brother, and he always supports him, and they cannot separate them. And then the fat man mentioned that new members are added because someone left their place. And he asked, in whose place will Lion come? As it turned out, the guy will replace Lao Sin on the east side of the city. A gang of counterfeiters bribed him, and he committed many crimes. The evidence was indisputable, and all the votes were for his expulsion from the community. Yesterday, the police took him directly from his home. He was a fairly young member of the community. Che Lao was absent. He took part in solving his crimes. One of the forgeries of this infamous gang was found in his house. A picture that imitated the Sin dynasty, and allegedly hung in the room of the Han Emperor himself. Wolf made a remark to Che Lao, and said that he is too soft. They work according to the law, but this moment had to be decided with fists, and if he had been in his place, everything would have been different. Such conversations, witnessed by Lao and Lion, were surprising. It seems that with Master Wolf, it is really better not to joke if you want to live. Lion took a step forward and asked the masters, where did this forgery organization come from? Where were they before? The old men looked at each other and thought. The question was logical, but not simple. Wolf started the conversation. He said that it seems the time has come for them to find out where it all started. Che Lao immediately intervened, and said that it is better to start such conversations over a cup of strong tea, and invited everyone to the table. The weather was beautiful outside, and under the rays of the sun, the four men began the tea ceremony. As it turned out, Master Wolf was well versed in booze, and he brought some with him and offered everyone who wanted to drink with him. He opened his flask and took several gulps greedily. The fat man did not know what kind of drink it was, but his desire to try it was obvious. Next, Master Wolf began to tell the boys a story about the ancient community. According to him, this community has been fighting counterfeits and those who created them throughout its century-long history. According to the master, everyone who produced fakes, sold them, or supported them. Sooner or later, the end came. From the expression on the sage's face, it was clear that he loved that time, and now misses it very much. Not only did everything around him seem better in those years, but Wolf was much younger, and in his prime. Remembering this, he took a short pause and took a few sips of his delicious drink. Lion and Lao listened intently to the man, but, like everything good in this life, sooner or later comes to an end. So the times of the flourishing of the ancient community were left behind. A new face appeared in the trading arena. He had many different items from ancient eras that were impressive with their beauty and quality. He started selling fakes again, and others began to follow him. It is easier to make and profit from a fake than to find something of real value. Master Wolf was clearly angry when he remembered the times when the new wave of forgeries started. He nervously hit the chair he was sitting on. This sudden movement scared the fat man a little. It was a chair from Hai Hong himself. Such things should be handled more carefully. Lion listened attentively to the story, and noticed that even the backstory of this organization is quite sinister and creepy. Every year, the level and skill of this gang's forgeries only increases. They learned various techniques of imitation and copying. According to Che Lao, now even such experienced connoisseurs of antiques as they are, it is difficult to understand which is a copy and which is an original. The boy immediately remembered the porcelain vase of 9 dragons, which he broke in order to prove that it was not real. If it weren't for him, Master Che Lao would be sitting with her in his arms right now, and would be poorer by more than 1 billion. Also, the influence of this organization began to penetrate the very core of the ancient community. And Lao Sin is a vivid example of this. But according to the master, there can be many more of them. This cannot happen again, and it is time to stop them once and for all. At that moment, Wolf hit the table with his fist in anger, and said that as soon as these scum caught his eyes, he would destroy them without thinking. As soon as he learns their names, They may not expect mercy from him. This will be revenge for all these years of problems with fake antiques. Lao was frightened again at the sight of rage in the master's eyes, and asked him to calm down a little. It seemed to him that the master in such an angry state could do something unexpected and dangerous. Lion thought that Master Wolf would be the envy of the devil himself, and it would be better to die immediately than cross his path. So the guy has to find out who in his family has betrayed them. He asked the system who exactly from the Wolf family was connected to the gang of counterfeiters. But there was no answer, because the question was not clear. It is necessary to stop asking such questions to the system, because before it also did not answer something similar. The guy asked more specific questions about whether there are members of the Wolf family among the gang, and whether it is a man or a woman, and what is his age. But the system only said that it was loading, and the young man was afraid that the system had failed. Most likely Lion made up problems, and he just has banal nerves. You just need to calm down a little. The system replied that the content of the question is not clear, and the answer is impossible. It seems that it is better for the system to rest, and for the guy himself to figure out who is behind all this. Master Chelao said that now, when all parties are deadlocked, it is time to unite for a common victory. Wolf added that becoming the main member of the ancient community, the boy may be in danger, so the final decision is up to him. In any case, Lion is no longer on the best terms with the gang of counterfeiters. But even if it wasn't, he still wanted to fight for what he thought was right. In addition, he has a good opportunity to help, having a system at his disposal. If she certainly does not continue in the same spirit. The boy's heart told him to agree, but his mind also had to analyze all the potential risks and dangers. Lion paused to think. All the attention around was focused on his person. Everyone was waiting for an answer. After a few minutes, the guy said that he was joining the antique community. He thanked for the trust and promised to make maximum efforts to achieve common goals. Everyone was only happy with such an answer. Wolf said that this is a good attitude, and asked not to worry, because the boy will definitely be supported. Master Che said that there are still some formalities left, such as voting, but don't worry about it. Masters will be able to secretly help the boy, but most of the time, he will be presented to himself. The fat man was the only one who was not happy with the master's last words. He did not expect that there would be another vote, and he thought that this issue had already been resolved. Lion assured the men that there was nothing to worry about, and that the issue would be resolved and he would definitely get their votes. Byrne was talking to someone on the phone. He told the interlocutor that Lao Xin had been expelled from the community, and old Che would try to put someone of his own in his place. Byrne complained about Master Che Lao and said that his business was suffering because of him, because the old fool conspired with the other masters and voted to expel Lao Xin from the community. Byrne said that he would not allow their plans to happen, and the gang's next move would be successful. He hoped that he would not need to use his old skills against the ancient community. Pictures of his rivals hung on his wall. It was Wolf, Che Lao, Lion, and even Fat Lao. Byrne threw the knife right into Che Lao's photo. Wolf House was in a festive mood. The owner was very happy and offered to sit like that until morning, and to invite the Lao and Lion families. Old Che was happy too. He was a little tired during the last week and was glad to rest peacefully in the circle of friends and comrades. Master Wolf said that you should also call the grandchildren, because it is more fun with them. At this moment, Yan entered the room. The fat man was hungry, and said that he had often heard about the mastery of personal cuisine in the Wolf family. He said that they were very lucky, because it is the same as eating the apple of God, which according to rumors gives immortality. Lion at this moment did not stop thinking about other things, and realized that this is a good opportunity to check other members of the Wolf family. The four men continued to drink tea and enjoy friendly conversation, mostly about antiques and art. At one point, Master Che Lao took out his phone and looked surprised. He didn't like something. He said that he received a message from his granddaughter Selina, and she said that she would be a little late. The owner of the house said that it is not necessary to wait for her arrival, and you can continue the feast. And when she comes, then serve dinner to the table. There was still nowhere to go. Wolf invited Lion to play a game of guess or bite. The fat man told the boy to agree, because this is a good opportunity to show his abilities. The boy was not against playing a little, but he did not know if the system would help him now. But I decided to start and try to guess what time Selina will arrive. He asked the system if the girl would come before 6 in the evening. The system immediately answered that this will definitely not happen. The guy decided to continue. He asked if the girl would arrive before 7 in the evening, and again received the same answer that it would definitely not happen. Maybe Selena will come at least by 10 in the evening? She can't come later, can she? But the system repeatedly answered that the probability of this is 0%. And already at this moment, Lion began to really care about the fate of the girl. He asked the system if there was a possibility of a threat to her life. As it turned out, the girl will be late because she is really in danger. The probability of danger to life is 76%. The boy resolutely turned to the masters Che Lao and Wolf and said that according to his calculations, Selena could now be in mortal danger. These words shocked everyone, including Fat Lao. For a few moments, the soul became quiet. No one knew what to say. Wolf, as always, he quickly got angry and asked the guy where he got this information from. In his opinion, the girl is just walking around, but she will come soon. You just have to wait a little. Master Che Lao asked everyone to be quiet as he was going to call her right away. Everyone closed their mouths and nervously waited for the conversation between grandfather and grandson. Wolf was unable to sit and stand due to impatience and tension. But Selena's phone was turned off. Maybe she is busy because of work. Maybe she has some important mission, and she turns off her phone as usual. Lion asked the system to help and show the girl's location on a map. But the system again showed that the download was in progress and did not give any response. This angered the boy because a person's life was at stake. Wolf continued to be nervous, as if it was his granddaughter and not Che Lao. He asked his friend how he could be so calm, and suggested that he ask someone for her location and follow her. Master Wolf resolutely took out his phone and started calling friends to find Selena. As it turned out, she had recently been hunting a petty thief, and now she was on a mission. It's nothing special for her. Che Lao stood up and asked everyone at the table to wait until he knew exactly what the matter was. But Lion got up and said emphatically that he was asking permission to go and find her urgently. He wanted to save the girl before it was too late. He turned to both masters and promised to find Selena. It was also a good chance to thank the masters for their support. Che Lao was touched by the boy's act. He is ready to risk his own life for the life of his granddaughter. This is definitely worthy of respect. The old man asked the boy to be careful. Wolf suggested starting the search from an apartment not far from there, and asked Yan to leave Lion. It was not expected. The boys looked at each other. Mutual mistrust was visible in the eyes of each of them, but the master's words were the law. So the boys put aside their mutual dislike and, bowing, went together in search of the girl. The fat man stayed. He was not taken out of the battle, but to be honest, he was only happy about it, and happily stayed to drink tea in safe conditions. The boys went outside and approached the car. Yan said he would drive and let Lion say what to do. The guy agreed. Lion felt a little awkward with Yan. From their first meeting, the relationship between them was quite strained. But the young man decided to put aside his doubts and focus on their common goal, finding Selena and saving her. Yan looked quite experienced. He was also a martial artist, so this is good insurance for Lion. The guy asked the system if the road was safe. The system replied that the system is 100% safe. It was a little sad because of what happened, because before that they had such a good time and nothing foreshadowed trouble. Lion decided to stop thinking about the bad, because now it is necessary to focus on saving the girl, and the system should help in this. A few kilometers from them, nothing unusual was happening in the usual sleeping area of the city. Life went on as usual. In one of the entrances of this area stood two alleged employees of state services, one man and a girl. The girl was wearing a hat and had short hair. The man was holding a folder with files and hardly moved. This girl was none other than Selena. It was a special task. She had a microphone in her ear, through which she kept in touch with the command. She asked if everything is fine, and if the operation can be started. She was told that the victim's windows are blocked, so she has nowhere to run, so you can start. She asked her partner if he was ready to start. The man confidently said that he was ready. The final preparations for the special operation were being completed. Selena told everyone to be very careful because the killer is armed and deadly. It all started. Selena and her partner started to climb the stairs. Directly in front of them, at a distance of several meters, was a door into which one must enter and catch a dangerous criminal. At that moment, the same thief was talking on the phone behind this door. His name was Eric. He was surrounded by antiques, and on the phone he told his friend to calm down and promised that everything would be fine, because all that remained was to wait for the buyer. He asked his friend to be careful and not to waste their chance to make good money. After these words, the conversation ended. Eric hung up and the cell signal on the phone. Everything seemed to go according to his plan. The guy calmly lit a cigarette. He did not expect anything bad and enjoyed the solitude of his apartment. The guy was watching different videos on his phone and smiling. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening. At that moment, someone knocked on his front door. The owner of the apartment kindly greeted him and asked if they could open the door to check the operation of the gas system. The boy did not like it. He did not expect any guests, and even more so, he did not want to let any strangers into the apartment for any checks. Eric carefully got up from the sofa and moved to the door to see who had come. He didn't want to arouse suspicion by not letting government officials in. He began to see who visited him. The decision whether to let the strangers in had not yet been made in his head. Through the door in front of him, he saw a very sweet and beautiful girl smiling at him. He thought that he could let her in, but he had to be careful. Eric was a true professional in his field and was always very alert and careful. He decided to open the door. He opened the door with his left hand and held a loaded pistol with his right hand. Better not to joke with this guy. He said that he just woke up and will open now, so there is no need to make a fuss. Selena and her partner were preparing to enter. All their actions are well planned, and there are enough people around for reinforcements if necessary. The door began to open slowly. It seems that everything will start now, and someone will be the winner. Meanwhile, Lion and Yan drove at full speed in search of Selena. Every second was worth its weight in gold. Lion asked the system, "What is the percentage of danger for the girl's life now?" The system answered that 81%. At that very moment, Selena entered the criminal's apartment. She apologized and said that she just needed to check the gas system in the house. Eric liked the girl very much, and he said he didn't mind checking, and gave the girl several compliments about her beauty. The boy had no idea that one of the city's best police agents and a real master of martial arts was in front of him. It was time to act, and Selena struck first, playing ahead. You never expect this from such a fragile and beautiful girl. Not even a second passed when the first blow was followed by a second blow, this time with a foot. Eric was definitely not prepared for such a gas test. The blow threw him 2 meters straight to the sofa on which he had recently been sitting. Lion and Yan were not far away. Lion constantly directed the driver and indicated where and when to turn, and how far to go. His system actively helped him and showed different probabilities. For example, the probability of reaching the girl was 71%, and the probability that the girl would die was almost 90%. Seeing all these data in front of his eyes, the boy became very nervous and asked the driver to drive faster. The guys drove up to the desired residential complex at maximum speed and drove into the middle. They almost hit several people. The police operation continued in the attacker's apartment. The partners took out the handcuffs and ran to Eric until he regained consciousness after the blow. But it seems that the criminal came to his senses very quickly and was not going to give up so easily, even in his own apartment. Without thinking long, he took out the same gun and prepared to shoot both policemen regardless of the consequences. Selena was informed about the danger and the potential weapon of the criminal, but it seemed to her that this could be avoided if she acted unpredictably. Now she and her partner are in mortal danger. The girl managed to react in time and not only warned her partner, but also forcefully put him on the floor. At this time, Eric managed to open the window and start running away from the police. It seems that the gun was only a distraction in this case. Without thinking long, Selena rushed to catch up with the bandit. She could not afford to fail the operation. She deftly jumped out of the window and started shouting for Eric to stop, because she would not be able to escape. It was only the second floor, so it was easy to jump from the window without getting injured. The criminal did not have time to run far and was preparing to give the last fight. He had nothing to lose, and he wasn't going to give in to some girl. The gun was loaded and ready to fire. It happened after a few seconds. Eric decided to kill the girl to escape and started shooting non-stop. Selena did not have time to find a safe place. All she could do was hope for luck. The first bullet flew right past her head, and at the moment when the next bullets were flying in the direction of Selena, a car drove up and covered the girl's body. The bullets hit the driver's side of the car. Lion was very frightened. He understood that he was in danger when he went to save Chelau's grandson, but he did not expect that he would be shot. The criminal ran up to the car and, pointing a weapon at the driver, told everyone to get out of the car. He wanted to get behind the wheel himself to escape quickly, but the driver was brave Yan, who hit the bandit with the car door. Eric dropped the gun and fell to the floor on impact. Yan quickly orientated himself to the situation and, thanks to his martial arts skills, quickly captured the bandit. At that moment, reinforcements arrived. The police immediately took the gun away and checked to see if everything was okay with Selena. The girl was normal, but she looked angry. She almost died because of this scumbag, and she was going to handcuff him personally. The police took Eric away. For working with antique forgeries, trying to escape and sniffing out a policeman, he is now facing a life sentence. Lion was still trying to regain consciousness. His heart was beating 3 times faster than usual. He was still in the car. Selena was also a little scared, although as usual she didn't show it. Cheilao and Master Wolf were very close friends, so all their children and grandchildren grew up together and were like brothers and sisters. The girl asked Yan what he was doing here. Without waiting for an answer, the girl suspiciously looked at the car and saw who was sitting there. Lion had already managed to go outside. Selena, it seemed that she was not very happy to see him. The guy still hasn't fully recovered from the stress. He saw bullet holes in the car, but was glad that he was still alive, because real bullets were flying in his direction. While Lion examined the car, Yan began to explain why they were here. He said that thanks to the owner of Lion, they made it in time and saved her life. But, as it turned out, instead of words of thanks, the girl started shouting at Lion because it was very dangerous and something bad could happen to him. According to her, such skirmishes are not what ordinary citizens should do. This is a job for people who are trained for it. The partner addressed the girl through the microphone and said that there were some problems upstairs, in the criminal's apartment, and asked her to urgently go up to them. Selena said it would be fine now. She thanked Yan and Lion, although she did so rather unemotionally. Lion couldn't understand this girl. He just saved her life and she didn't even hug him after that, although the boy would not do this if he cared about her life. Lion was a little offended. He also immediately remembered some situations that happened in the past between him and Selena. Most of these situations were not very positive, but then the young man calmed down a little. From the very beginning, he didn't do it out of gratitude, and he hoped that there would be no more trouble today. He took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter and lit it. The stress must have done its job because the boy had never smoked before. He was a little relieved, and his soul became lighter. He did what he had to and saved the granddaughter of Master Cheilao. Yan turned to the boy and asked if he was all right. It's time to go home. Lion wanted to get into the car already, but for some reason he felt anxious. He immediately turned to the system and asked if the problem was solved and if Selena was safe now. But as it turned out, the threat to the girl's life only increased. Lion could not believe this, because it seemed that the worst was behind him. He immediately ran quickly into the room of the criminal, where the girl was now. Yan hardly understood anything, but ran after him. Selena's death grew with every second. It was not clear what exactly threatened her. Lion did not understand anything. The bandit had already been arrested, and now her life seemed to be in no danger. She was in the apartment with her partners. Maybe one of them is a traitor. Is it possible that another intruder is hiding somewhere? The boys quickly ran to Eric's apartment and almost broke down the door. Lion was very scared for the girl's life. As it turned out, everything was quite calm in the middle. Selena was next to her partner and another police officer. They were calmly talking about something. The girl asked what was the matter, and why was the boy so surprised. Then she asked to leave and not interfere with the investigation. Lion breathed a sigh of relief. As it turned out, the girl is safe, and maybe you shouldn't have been so nervous. But the system was hardly wrong. I wonder what could have threatened her. Lion was surprised to see the antique. He became interested in who exactly was this criminal. The evidence indicated that the criminal had accomplices, and most likely they left for some time. Selena thought. She remembered that Eric had a gun, and her life almost ended. All this was very dangerous. The girl asked to close the door and check everything carefully. Be especially careful with personnel who may cause suspicion. It was necessary to check everything properly. The percentage of threats to the girl's life increased to 91%. What can threaten her? The partner approached the girl and said that the facility receives complaints from inquisitive residents who ask if they have finished all their chores in the apartment. All these words about inquisitive residents. The object were spinning in Lion's head. He thought that a hostage might be involved. The guy immediately asked the system how dangerous it is to rescue hostages, and received statistics that 97% of rescue attempts fail. The young man became even more nervous, and, approaching Selena, said that he had to inform her about something important. The girl was busy with work, but raised her head to listen to the boy. Maybe he will actually say something useful? But at that moment, she was contacted through an earpiece, and the girl told Lion that they should talk next time, because now it is dangerous here. She told the other police officers to go ahead, and was about to go outside. It seems that the analysis of the apartment was finished. Lion was not going to give up. The system couldn't lie. And the girl's life is really in danger, so he can't leave everything like that. He tried to start a dialogue, but she did not want to listen to him, and said that he was only interfering with work. The young man could not wait any longer. He aggressively stopped the girl and told her to shut up and listen to him, because he cannot leave her here. He could no longer ignore her potential demise. Lion said that maybe he is not getting into his own business, but it seems that Selena relaxes very quickly. The young man spoke very frankly, loudly, and looked the girl straight in the eyes. She stopped getting angry and fell silent for a few minutes. Lion continued and said that she was clearly looking for someone, but the search area was too big, and she didn't have many people and she didn't know where to start. The longer she waits, the more likely she is to lose control of the situation, Selena thought. There was logic in the boy's words. She asked him to continue. He said that he knew where to start the search, and asked him to trust and listen to him, and then make his own decision. Lion saw that the girl looked quite angry and perhaps did not believe him. He hoped that she would still accept his proposal. As it turned out, Selena agreed to listen to the location of the second thief. This surprised the boy. He was very happy to help. She told Lion to tell him where to go, and if he wants to help so much, then let him take it seriously, because today is an emergency. He was surprised that she got down to business so quickly, and thought that you can do business with her, and you don't often meet people like her. The boy began to analyze the potential location of the criminals. They couldn't just sit around, especially after one of them was caught. The young man saw an empty pack of cigarettes lying on the floor. It was a clue. He picked it up and showed Selena and Yan. The criminal will have to come out of hiding to buy cigarettes. Lion pulled out his phone and began looking at a map of the area. There was a small supermarket to the west of them. Selena listened carefully to the boy. She didn't seem to trust him very much, but for some reason she decided to trust his intuition this time. The girl took his hand and said that we should go there as soon as possible before it's too late. Yan immediately rushed after them. None of the boys could run faster than the well-trained Selena. The girl immediately transmitted into the earpiece that she was going to a small supermarket next to her to search for and possibly arrest the criminal. Lion directed them in parallel. There was a small street near this supermarket, but there are too many people in it who could get hurt. The system showed that the probability of a threat to civilians was 43%. Most likely, the criminal realized that he was being sought. Selena received a message that the target was found, but the bandit is preparing to give serious resistance. She didn't care. She got behind the wheel and told Lion to be very careful and protect the civilians while she dealt with the bandit. There was very little time, and the girl asked Lion to get into the car faster. At stake were the lives of people who might suffer. They set off in the direction of the supermarket. Lion commanded where to go. In order to be in time, you have to drive through the commercial district. Selena expertly drove the car as if she was a Formula One driver. Looks like this girl has a lot of talent. Lion almost flew out the window. Meanwhile, the criminals saw police officers near the supermarket. They checked the documents of everyone around them. The traffic control service also cooperated with them, checking drivers in the entire area. The criminal Buzz is armed, so the police officer ordered everyone to be careful. The criminal whom everyone was looking for saw suspicious activity around him and did not go to the supermarket for cigarettes. But someone still noticed him and scared him. He started running. All the police were told that he left the multi-story building and was moving towards unfinished buildings. Selena came straight there. Most likely the criminal is in this building. Maybe he took a hostage. The girl asked to block the exits and surround the building. Also try to remove all civilians. She told her partner to go around the opponent from the other flank and ran into the middle of the building. Sometimes it seemed that this girl was not afraid of anything in the world. Since the trip seemed very hasty, Lion could not stand it. The boy fainted on the street. Yan was nearby and patted the boy on the shoulder. Lion said that he is normal and there is no need to worry. He asked Yan to run after Selena and save her in case of danger. Yan agreed and immediately rushed to catch up with the girl. Lion, meanwhile, drank some water and tried to clear his throat. It seems that the worst was over. They made it and now everything will end well. At least that's what Lion hoped for. The system indicated that Selena was no longer a threat, and the boy calmly smoked a cigarette. It seems that thanks to him the girl will be safe. At that moment something came to the boy's head. It was an unfinished bottle of small juice. Some little boy threw her at him. He was smiling, and it was clear that he did it on purpose. The little brawler was sticking his tongue out at Lion and grimacing. It seems he wanted to piss off Lion properly. And he succeeded. Lion began to scream in anger, and the little one ran towards the unfinished building. That's where the dangerous criminal was now. Lion wondered how it was possible to run so fast with a toy. The boy clearly has a talent for running. And then Lion realized that the boy was not allowed in the middle of the building under any circumstances. The system immediately updated, and the threat probability for Selena was now 95%, and the probability that this little boy would be taken hostage was 90%. Lion got angry. because he hoped that at least once everything would be done without hostages, and he ran to catch up with the boy. He was angry that he could not do anything, and several people were already in danger. He saw not far from the entrance the same boy who continued to laugh and say that Lion would never be able to catch up with him. This little guy was still a badass. The boy ran forward but then suddenly stopped because he saw something in front of him. Now he wasn't having so much fun. In the subway, in front of him stood an almost 2-meter-tall dashing bandit who held a loaded pistol in his right hand. It seems the system was right, and the boy will become a hostage. The criminal understood that this was his chance to use the child for his own benefit. At that moment, Selena and Jan ran out from the other side. It seems that everything will be resolved now, because the girl also had a weapon in her hands. She saw a criminal with a gun in his hands next to a little boy and was very scared. Selena loved children and could not allow someone to hurt them in front of her. The boy found himself right in the middle of good and evil. The bandit rushed to grab the boy. Selena tried to stop him. The boy saw Selena and smiled. He did not fully understand what was happening and that his life was now in danger. At the last moment, when it seemed that the criminal would have time to grab the boy, Lion ran out and saved the kid. This was his star time. He grabbed the boy and hugged him and fell to the ground, covering him with his back from danger. Lion was very worried that nothing bad happened to the boy. At this moment, he was not interested in his own life or Selena's life. Shots rang out. The cartridge case fell near a child's toy. It was not known where the bullets landed. Lion opened his eyes. Everything around was in red light. The system wrote about some internal error. It was not clear what was happening. The guy realized that he was sitting in the back seat of the car. He had a severe headache and a little darkness in his eyes. The car door opened. It was Selena. She told the boy to wake up and called him a brave man. Lion immediately remembered everything that happened and began to ask about the boy, "Are you okay?" and asked if the criminal was caught. Selena replied that you cannot worry and everything is fine. The bandit was caught and will soon be brought to justice. As it turned out, immediately after Lion grabbed the boy, Selena opened fire on the criminal and severely wounded him in the shoulder. The thug dropped his gun and was about to run away, but he didn't have time because Jan knocked him out with a knee strike. Well, Lion seems to have hit his head hard when he fell. The girl suggested that he go to the hospital for an examination. She was very frightened when he fell, and as soon as the perpetrator was caught, she began to help Lion, and even almost cried. The girl said that she is afraid because of the fall of Lion, and thinks that he might have a concussion. Lion remembered that he had been hit, but now he seemed to feel normal. Despite the fact that something was not clear with the system, it seems that the problem with Selena has already been solved. The guy was slowly moving away from the recent events. Selena asked him why he is silent. She continued to worry about a potential concussion, and said she needed to go to the hospital quickly. The girl decidedly went to get behind the wheel and said that she would drive the car. The system continued to write that there was an error loading data, but the guy told Selena that he was healthy and there was no need to go to the hospital. He grabbed Selena's arm to stop her. The girl immediately noticed this gesture and was a little embarrassed. At this moment, the young man also realized that something intimate had happened, and he also felt ashamed. It seemed that something more than friendly feelings had developed between them. He quickly removed his hand and said that everything was fine with him, and if the matter was over, he had better leave. Selena also pretended that she didn't care, and said that she was simply responsible for the victims, and in general, according to her, nothing terrible could have happened to him. Lion thought about it. Maybe she feels responsible for the fact that he tried to help her. Selena lowered her eyes and seemed to be trying to say something. She looked very cute at that moment. The girl said that this time he really saved the situation, and she thanked him for his help. Selena also apologized for not treating him very well before. Recent events have forced her to reconsider her view on some things. After all, he risked his life for the sake of the child. Maybe he is not so bad. The boy definitely did not expect these words, and even from Selena. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then the young man smiled and said that it can be left in the past, because he was lucky to meet such a person who did a lot of good, and he is only glad to help. The girl was pleased to hear these words. Thanks to them, she remembered something and smiled. Jan told her that Lion was very worried about that and came to help, and if it wasn't for him, things could have ended very badly. She said that the boy helped a lot in the arrest of the suspect. Lion was very pleased to hear this, but he replied that Selena is the main character in this story, and he only helped a little. According to him, they acted together, and thanks to this, everything ended well. They made a good team. The girl said that she was a little ashamed because earlier she did not have the best relationship with Lion, and because of this, they did not get along very well. But the young man replied that he did not agree with her, because if she had not made a mistake in the past, he would not be able to be where he is now. At that moment, Selena unexpectedly hit the door of the car next to Lion with all her might. The boy definitely did not expect such a turn of events. The girl said that, it turns out, he knew everything, and knew that the thing belonged to her family, and still deliberately sold it at a high price to her grandfather. Lion realized that it would be better to hide in the middle of the car, because it is now dangerous outside. He climbed into the back seat and half closed the window, and only then asked the girl to stop, because he could explain everything. Selena smiled strangely after these words. She looked very sinister. But then she calmed down very quickly, and standing next to her, said that it was already in the past, and there was nothing to explain. The boy helped her family, and these things still returned to the grandfather. The girl is always worried about her grandfather, because she is afraid that he will be deceived. Considering her sense of justice and professionalism, it is not surprising that she is worried about such a stranger as Lion. The guy said that she is very reliable and a skilled specialist in her field. There was too much flattery in these words, and it alarmed Selena. She asked why these words. Lion, in turn, smiled innocently and thought that she was very arrogant. But there is something in this. The girl mentioned the head injury and suggested that the boy be examined. Perhaps there are other injuries. Without waiting for an answer, the girl resolutely went to the car and opened the door behind which Lion was sitting. The guy moved, and Selena sat down next to him. It was not clear what she wanted, but her determined look always scared the boy a little. She said that in order to prevent trouble, the boy should behave discreetly. Lion did not understand anything and asked what this meant. Selena replied that she did not understand him at all. He has neither the strength nor the talent to defend himself, and advised to be more careful in the future. Lion didn't answer anything, and that made the girl angry. She said that she was serious, and grabbed his shoulders out of heightened emotionality. All these tips were for his good. He's not her grandfather, doesn't have that much experience, so he needs to be a lot more careful. If the bad guys get interested in him, there could be big problems. They are not so easy to stop. Lion couldn't understand where she had so much strength in her hands. He replied that he understands all this and knows that the less people know about him, the better and safer. At this moment, Lion remembered something. Those words about bad boys brought back some memories. He asked Selena about the 2 criminals they caught today. Were they reselling fake antiques? But the girl said that he should know the answer himself because he is like a psychic here, not her. Lion laughed and said that secrets are not always easy to see. The girl replied that one of them has many criminal records. She had documents somewhere, but she herself does not fully understand the motives of the criminals. But even what she knew, she cannot just take and tell. Lion understood that she would not do anything to violate the rules of confidentiality. But even so, it is unlikely that she knows all the details. The young man thought that in any case, these scoundrels will still have to deal with Masters Chelao and Wolf. And then the boy remembered the Masters. He had completely forgotten about them after all the unpleasant adventures and upheavals of this evening. Selena's grandfather and everyone else are still waiting for them. He promised to return immediately after rescuing his grandson. Here, out of nowhere, Jan appeared. He said he already warned everyone, and they are waiting for Lion and Selena to come home. Lion was scared when he saw Jan. It turns out that he was here all this time and listened to their long conversation. The boy asked what time it was. Maybe they won't have time, and it's better to go home. But before he had time to finish, Selena stopped him. She said that today he is a hero, and he should not even think of running away home. She immediately assumed a determined look and climbed into the front seat to get behind the wheel. You can never relax with this girl. She grabbed the steering wheel and started the car. Also, Selena immediately pressed the button so that the door would automatically close, and Lion did not even think of running away. She smiled looking at the boy. There were no bad plans in her head. All she wanted was to take Lion to the Masters, so that everyone would know what a good man and hero he is. Selena called Jan and told him to get into the car, and after waiting for that, she pressed the gas pedal with all her might. The car was going very fast. Selena wanted to be in time to bring Lion before anyone left. As always, she radiated determination and iron confidence in her actions. At such moments, it seemed that no matter what she did in life, she would be able to succeed everywhere. Even Jan tensed a little at such a speed. He said almost nothing and always showed little of his emotions. It was already about 7 in the evening in the yard. Since it was a weekend, there were no traffic jams on the road, so the car drove smoothly. Only Lion, despite the fact that he was sitting in the back seat, was very worried and asked to drive a little slower. because otherwise they might crash. All the invited grandchildren and relatives gathered in Master Wolf's house. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of Lion to personally meet the guy about whom there are so many conversations. Although some of Master Wolf's grandchildren were already nervous and asked Lily when the same boy would arrive. Selena's car was stuck in a traffic jam, and she would have to wait a little longer. A guy named Din said that Selena will not be happy forever, because maybe she was cursed in her past life. Another grandson of Master Wolf named Chang asked him to shut up and not to decipher words. Suddenly, Lily got up from the table and said that Grandpa seems to have come. Selena, Lion, and Yan entered the middle of the hall. Well, of course, Fat Lao was next to them. Wolf greeted everyone and said that today they have a well-known guest, as well as Selena, whom everyone present already knows. Then the master asked Lion to step forward and solemnly introduce the boy to all the guests. Wolf said that Lion is a good friend of his, despite the fact that they have not known each other for so long, and added that the boy is very kind and pleasant, and he hopes that everyone will become friends with him. Then the master invited everyone to the table for dinner. He was in a good mood because all the people close to him gathered together. Lion sat down at the table next to the masters, Selena, the fat man, and another man. There were many delicious dishes around. Was sitting at the next table. He looked at Lion and told Din that this boy somehow managed to impress the old man, and he must have something to tell. Din listened to this, and also turned to look at Lion. Judging by his facial expression, one could think that the boy was not to his liking. Lion did not yet notice how he was being watched, and calmly enjoyed the fun company and drank together with Master Wolf. Lao had already managed to eat more than one dish. Although the evening had just begun, Din continued to get angry. He did not understand how this impudent boy was able to deceive his grandfather, but he was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge for it. Lily was sitting next to him at the table. She said that she had already met Lion, and he seemed to her to be a very kind and pleasant guy. Another grandson of Master Wolf named Liam was at the table. He asked the girl how she knew this guy. Maybe they had met before. Lily was not offended and calmly asked him to shut up, adding that with his face, it would probably be difficult to find a girlfriend. Selena appeared behind the table. She and Lily were like sisters. Selena asked who dared to insult her sister. All the boys immediately fell silent. Only Lily, who jumped to her feet and ran up to hug Selena, whom she missed very much, was happy with these words. Din returned and greeted Selena, saying that he was glad to see her, although it seemed that it was only sarcasm. They didn't have the best relationship, and Selena got a little angry. She repeatedly told him to call her Mrs. Che. Then Liam got up at the table and invited Selena to the table, saying that they didn't offend anyone, but just had a little fun. The girls sat down at the table. Chang immediately said that everyone was wondering how such interesting guests appeared at their house, and asked to tell about it. Din superciliously added that the guests did not look like children of wealthy families, and perhaps the masters simply picked them up somewhere. Liam laughed and thought that this was indeed a very strange situation for their family. All the boys also started laughing. They did not understand how such a non-noble guy could occupy such a high place in the ancient community. The girls did not like such conversations. Selena noted that although all the boys at the table are from wealthy families, without their last name, they are worthless. She called them fools. The girl managed to make sure that Lion deserves a place in their family. The girls said that Lion is their guest, and the masters recognized his abilities, so let everyone behave decently and not create problems for him. Selena took Lily's hand and invited her to go for a walk, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time and hadn't talked. Lily gladly agreed and said that she wanted to tell her sister a lot. Lily loved it when Selena stood up for her and shut these rude boys up, so as she walked she turned to them and stuck her tongue out. The brothers looked upset and rarely had anything to say against Selena. No one wanted to joke with her again. Meanwhile, a good mood reigned at the next table. No one offended anyone. Master Wolf insisted that Lion have another drink with him. But unexpectedly, the brothers from the next table got up and loudly announced that they would like to raise a toast to the new guest, Mr. Lion. Wolf was not against the idea. He said that it is right, and the boys should learn a lot from him in the future, and he hopes they will respect Lion. Then the master turned to Che Lao and asked if he respected him. If so, we should drink together as a sign of respect. Lion stood up and turned to listen to the toast from his brothers. He did not expect anything bad and thought that this was sincere respect on their part. The guys said that they want to learn a lot in Lion and would like to get a couple of tips, because such a guest should have extensive knowledge of ancient art. Lion offered to start by getting to know each other better. He stopped liking these three. He understood that they wanted to expose him as a fool in front of everyone. Chung approached the craftsman and said that he and his brothers had recently bought some expensive antiques, but there were doubts about their quality, and they wanted Mr. Lion to help them and show them how it was done. No one expected such a request at a family dinner. The fat man, who was already eating his third course, offered his help. Lion understood the idea of the brothers, but did not want to be ashamed in front of everyone. He needs the help of the system again. He approached Lao, thanked him for trying to help, and said that he would rather do it himself, and let the fat man sit here and continue his dinner. Master Che watched everything carefully, and especially Lion's behavior. Wolf, meanwhile, was more cheerful because of the drunk alcohol, and wished the boy luck, and said that it would be useful for the brothers to learn something good. The four boys went to the antique shop. The brothers hoped that now everyone would see that Lion is a liar and does not deserve a place among them. They approached the table, on which there were 9 items of ancient antiques. Some were large, some quite small. Chang said that he is not very well versed in antiques, and asked Lion to talk about the origin of these objects. Din defiantly added that for such a master of his craft, this task would be very easy. Lion smiled a little. He decided that if they decided to shame him in front of everyone, then let them blame themselves when he teaches them. Masters watched what was happening from afar. Wolf said that these juvenile fools decided to check on Lion, but he will take care of himself. That's how it should have happened. The guy was quite calm and self-confident. He looked at the items and asked the system what she thought of it all. But at that moment it seemed something went wrong with the system, again. She gave an error and didn't respond. Everything around was glowing red, but everywhere it was written about a system failure. Lion seriously panicked. He thought that the system had finally broken down, and at a very important moment for him. Liam asked, "Why is Mr. Lion silent?" Wolf saw it. He did not understand why the boy was silent. He was always easily given antiques. Maybe something happened. At this moment, the brothers began to feel that victory would be on their side today. They began to joke, and asked if these items really needed such a long examination, and said that perhaps Mr. Lion had too much to drink today. And in this difficult moment for the boy, none other than Fat Lao came to the rescue. He came up and told everyone to shut their mouths. And then he added that his brother knows antiques better than anyone, and is never wrong. Din asked, "Why is Lion silent then? Maybe the gods stopped him?" Lion lowered his eyes sadly and did not answer. Din once again asked how old these items were, and not hearing an answer asked how Lion could lie to his family. The fat man immediately intervened and shouted at the boy. He asked him to keep his mouth shut and explained that Lion had gone through many trials today and was very tired. Lao was so angry that he seemed to be killing everyone here just to protect his friend. Looks like it's time for Master Wolf and Master Chilao to step in. All this time they quietly watched all this. Wolf asked Lion what happened. Did he think that maybe his abilities had deteriorated after today's events? The guy is clearly not a fraud. He has 100% natural abilities, which he demonstrated many times in public. The master thought that these children were completely insolent. Looks like it's time to teach them a lesson so they know how to insult others. Lion does not seem to have recovered from the stress. The master was very angry and did not understand how the brothers dare to behave like this. Lion thought about what to do with the system. This had never happened before, and even these guys were hooked like leeches. He wanted to go home as soon as possible. The situation continued to escalate. Din asked what happened and said that since Lion won't admit that he's a fraud, he'll regret it now. And here Master Wolf intervened. He called the brothers fools and yelled at them for their terrible treatment of guests. Even the fat man was scared. Then the master approached Lion, apologized, and said that these animals lacked discipline. Lion continued to be nervous and thought that he didn't even have anything to blame his brothers for. His system really failed, and he will not be able to confirm the originality of the items that were in front of him. Master Wolf noticed that the boy made a strange face. Was he confused? Was Lion bad? Or was he just mad at his brothers? The boy was lucky that there were people who came to help in a difficult time. Wolf again called the grandchildren fools, and made a quick apology for his behavior to Mr. Lion. This surprised the brothers. All three looked very angry. They felt that the truth was on their side, and the boy really did not understand ancient objects. Din could not stand his anger and openly said that Lion is a liar. It was a bold statement. At that moment, anger took over the mind not only of Din, but also of Master Wolf, who, hearing these words, seemed to kill his own grandson. Lion was embarrassed by what had started because of him, but decided not to interfere for his own good. It was a wise decision. After a minute, when the master calmed down a little, Lion said that it was just a dispute, and there was no need to be so angry. He took one of the objects from the table, it was inkstones, and confidently declared that it was a fake. Looks like the system is back up and running and now everything will be fine. According to Lion, they are only a few years old. They were forged under the inkwells of the Republic of China. They are well made, and collectors would appreciate them. Inle era tire jug. It had a beautiful color and excellent manufacturing technique. But unfortunately, this fake was made this year. The boys quickly picked up their phones and started checking information. It seemed that they would explode with anger when they saw that Lion was right. The young man said that all people have different views on things. He looked confident again and smiled brightly. Fortunately for him, Master Wolf helped him, because it took time to boot the system. Fortunately, everything ended well, although this time the system almost failed the guy, and it will be necessary to somehow solve this problem in the future. Lion understood that without the system he would not be able to do anything, and it is necessary to be able to work with it correctly. Meanwhile, the masters were pleased and congratulated the boy on another passed exam. Wolf said that Lion deserves to be called a master, because even he himself would not be able to see that some of these things are fakes. Everyone around was once again convinced that Master Lion has great talent and keen vision. The young man thought about fakes again, and the system immediately suggested that some items were 100% related to a gang of counterfeiters. Last time, the system said that there are some people in the Wolf family who are also related to this gang. Lion wondered who it could be. He looked at the brothers. They are clearly now hostile towards him, and also each of them could theoretically be a gang member. Chang and Liam said Lion was worthy of being called a master, called him impressive, and said they respected his abilities. Liam added that he hopes to see him more often, and hopes that Lion will help him earn a lot of money. The only one who was not so verbose and stayed away was Din. He only added that Lion is doing quite well. Chang approached Lion and asked him to go for a drink. Liam supported this idea. Din continued to stay a bit aloof. Lion didn't really want to go and drink with these guys. He said that he did not want to disturb anyone and prevent them from having a good time. This family was not easy to deal with, especially knowing that there was a traitor among them. So the young man thought that it would be better to go home as soon as possible, because the traitor could follow him. Master Wolf heard Lion's hints to go home and began to worry. Did the brothers really make him so angry? He approached the boy and asked him not to worry about these little scoundrels, and offered to drink with them anyway. Fat Lao also asked his friend to take his time and sit still. He liked good food and good company. Lion remembered how he hit his head and thought that this may have caused the system to fail. This alarmed the boy. Until the problem in the system, he cannot be sure of his safety. If something goes wrong, it will take a lot of risk. So Lion tried to go home anyway. He said that it was already late, and maybe it would be possible to drink next time. Wolf grabbed his hand and asked him to stay a little longer. Wolf said that he heard that Lion and Lily have known each other for a long time, and maybe this is fate? No one expected this for sure. The fat man opened his mouth in surprise. Lion also did not understand what to answer the master. Lao ran up to his friend and said that maybe Master Wolf is right, and it really is fate. Lion remained silent. At that time, Lily and Selena were walking down the corridor. They have just returned from a walk. Lily saw her grandfather and ran to him. She was always glad to see him. Wolf again turned to the boy, according to him. Since Lion is not married yet, becoming part of the Wolf family is a good idea. Hearing this, everyone around fell silent for a few seconds. The brothers did not believe that Lion could become their relative so quickly, and the young man himself was very ashamed of such an offer. At this moment, Master Chelao intervened, who was the first to break the silence and asked Master Wolf what he just said. He looked quite angry and seemed to be unhappy with the offer from Wolf. The guests at the table asked the host if it was too unexpected. Master Che approached the wolf and said that if Lion becomes part of another family, then only part of the Che family. He has known Selena for a long time, and the master said that he blesses them. Wolf got angry and replied that his blessing does not believe anything, because the guy with Lily has mutual feelings. Chelao replied that Lion really loves Selena, and they will be happy together. It's time for the girls to join the conversation. Selena said that it was all kind of absurd, and Lily said that she is still very young and does not want to get married. Selena even started crying. She was offended by the fact that without asking her opinion, her grandfather almost married her off. It seemed to her that everyone would sneeze at her opinion, so she ran out of the house in tears. No one managed to stop her. Lion at that moment did not understand at all what was happening, how he got involved in it, and how the conversation turned to the wedding. It was still necessary to go home, and then all this would not have happened. The boy turned around because he noticed something interesting. With Master Che stood Din. He was very angry with the old man, but why was not clear. Maybe he really wanted Lion to become part of the wolf family? Although it would be surprising, after recent events and attempts to embarrass Lion in front of everyone. At that moment, his brother Chang quickly approached Din and took him by the hair and shoulder. He told his brother to calm down because the old man was still around. Lion not only saw all this, but also heard it. He was interested in this situation. These guys were also hostile towards him. The young man thought that perhaps these two are the same traitors. There could easily be two of them instead of one. Masters, who were already on good terms again, approached the boy. They asked to go and have a drink with them. Everything went as Lion wanted. At first he planned to go home, but when he got better and the system worked, he could stay and drink with the elders. The masters wanted the boy to stay, so they probably don't care about him. But be that as it may, the main task is to find the traitor. Everyone went to the table again. The cook has just brought new hot dishes and drinks. The mood around improved again. Lion planned to check everyone present and find the traitor. Din treated him the worst. Maybe it was him. But the system failed again. It was the third time in a day. It had never happened before. The boy was upset. He couldn't believe that the system was failing him again. He cannot rely only on his own strength in search of a traitor among the guests. At the table of the Chang brothers, he turned to Din and said that it is impossible to carry such nonsense with Master Che Lao, and if there is a desire to die, then let him do it alone and not involve others in it. The boys did not see that at that moment, Lion was standing behind them and had time to hear all this. The young man coughed a little to make his presence known. All three brothers were immediately frightened. No one knew that they were being followed. Lion thought that Din was quite a shrewd and brave fellow. You have to be careful and very careful with him. Lion sat down at the table with the brothers and said that he promised them to drink together, and it seems that the time has come for this. It seems that he intended to expose the traitor without the help of the system. Din, as always when it came to Lion, showed with all his appearance that he was not happy to deal with the boy. But between them sat Chang, who was more reasonable and calm, and decided to calm the situation. He complimented Lion by saying that he had incredible abilities and offered the guest a glass of drink. Lion replied that they did not know each other, and the feelings of the brothers are understandable. But after a strong fight, a strong friendship is born. Lion looked at Din and asked if he had offended him. Din looked at Lion like he wanted to kill him with his gaze. He is too unintelligent and does not know how to hide his thoughts. It is unlikely that he is a traitor. But who then betrayed the wolf family? It would have to be someone very cunning, and most likely smart enough not to show it. Lion thought about all this, and did not immediately notice how someone's hand suddenly reached out to him. The flail was Din's hand, which gripped the guest's hand very firmly. Everyone around was surprised by this gesture, especially Lion. Din squeezed his hand tighter, and said that he was very interested in how Lion met Selena. Why was he interested in her, and not Lily's sister? Lily was also sitting at this table, and smilingly said that she was also interested in this dating story. Din looked very creepy. It seemed that all the anger that had accumulated in him during the whole evening was now pouring out into this handshake. Lion did not expect such a question, but he quickly calmed down, and answered that meeting her seemed to be written by the will of the gods. He began to tell that one day she wanted to sell one thing, and he bought it. Then they somehow had to deal with the bandit. Before Lion could continue his story, he felt Din start to squeeze his hand even harder. The pain was unbearable. The hand was all red from the pressure. Lion began to guess what was the matter. Why Master Che's words angered Din so much. It seems that he loves Selena very much. Lion decided to soften the situation a little, and said that they were just acquaintances, not even friends, and pulled his hand out of Din's. Din seemed to be impressed by these words. He stopped getting so angry and asked if it was true. Lion confirmed his words. He said that Selena is a little emotional and arrogant, and she is not so easy to communicate with. Then he admitted that he was even a little afraid of her. She is quite strong for a woman. Lion now had a better understanding of Din's motives and why he treated him so badly. Selena was the reason, and Master Che's words only made the situation worse. Liam intervened in the conversation and added that he understands Lion very well. Men like gentle and cute girls. Chang asked Lion if it was true that Selena beat him because he was clinging to her. It seems everyone knows about it now. Lion didn't know what to say. He paused and tried to change the subject. It seems that everything worked out, because the brothers continued their conversation among themselves. Chang asked Liam if it was true that he bought the yacht a week ago, and also asked if his new sports car had arrived. Liam replied that there is no use for the car now. Speed limits have been set everywhere, and if you accelerate just a little, you will immediately have to pay a fine. The only option is to ride a little on the racetrack. He looked at Lion and asked if he was interested in racing. It seems that the guy was a fan of this case. He offered to visit them together. Liam's father came up behind. His name was Rid. He told his son that he was only drinking and partying day after day, and Master Lion should not be involved in this. The father said that he would block his son's card for a few days so that he could spend time with his friends. Lion realized that all these brothers do is walk around day and night, and they don't look like bandits at all. Their money depends entirely on the elders, so the boy went to hunt for the traitor among more mature people. Approaching them, he heard how they were talking about various important meetings, busy with charity and bragging about who had recently bought something large-scale, such as a yacht. For some reason, their dialogue made Lion quite angry. He expected to hear something wiser and not superficial. A woman approached him from behind and said that she had heard that Master Lion could see the future. She immediately took him by the arm and dragged him to the table with the other women. There were similar conversations at their table. Someone said that young guys liked the red color of the shirt. Someone talked about the spring collection of rings of a well-known brand. Lion thought that it was necessary to move somewhere to the side as soon as possible. He did not really like being among these unfamiliar people. They talked only about earning and spending money. There was no useful information in this, and the boy was only wasting his time, because none of them looked like traitors. Lion sat down in a chair and thought. Without the help of the system, it seems that it will be very difficult to find the same traitor. Wolf came up and asked if Master Lion is not well. The young man said that everything is fine, and asked why he is called a master. It would be easier for him if everyone addressed him by name. Lion understood that if the system didn't start working, it would be difficult to find a traitor from the Wolf family. Perhaps a master could help with this? He turned to Master Wolf and asked if he thought about their morning conversation, about the gang of counterfeiters. Before the master could answer, Jan came up and said that Uncle and Aunt had come. Lion was not yet familiar with them. They entered the hall and greeted each other. The man's name was San, and his wife's name was Yumi. The man was of medium height and looked quite young. The woman was a little taller than him, and looked very beautiful. She apologized to all the guests for being late. According to her, they were delayed due to an accident on the road. So far, only she spoke. The man kept a little aloof, and seemed to be out of humor. Lion, just seeing them, for some reason thought that San did not look like a decent person. It was an intuitive feeling. At that moment, different colors started flashing in his head. The system, which before that glowed red and did not work, seems to have begun to return to normal a little. The system began to show an 88% probability, but the young man did not understand what exactly she was pointing to. Most likely, San is a traitor. Lily ran up to her sister and said hello. The girl looked very happy. It seems they were quite close. The brothers also all ran up to Yumi. They didn't see her for only a few days, but they missed her. The boys complimented their sister and asked how she was doing. Her husband just stood aside at this time. No one approached him, and no one asked how he was doing. Lion immediately saw that they were all ignoring him. It seems that he did not really fit into the Wolf family, or did something for which he received such treatment. The system lit up in red again. Looks like Lion will have to deal with San without her help. The boy approached the owner of the house and asked who these two were. Wolf replied that it was his eldest granddaughter, and her husband, the grandson of Sai Lai. Yumi approached her grandfather and apologized for being late. Grandfather was ready to forgive her because of strong love. Lion turned to Liam. He asked why his sister's husband had such a gloomy face. Liam replied that Master Lion can ask San himself about it. Din came up and said that San was just trash, and if he didn't become part of their family, he wouldn't even be able to feed himself. Lion didn't expect to hear that someone so untalented could end up in such a wealthy family as Wolf. Liam took the boy aside and asked him not to worry about it because there are more interesting topics to talk about. All that could be said is that San is not as simple as it seems, and it is not clear how Yumi fell in love with him. He has a good education, but unfortunately it is of no use. Lion wondered, could a member of a dangerous group not bring benefits? 88% of being a bad person is not for nothing. No one knows if he is a petty thief or something much more. San looked directly at Lion. He looked very gloomy and suspicious, and it was not clear what was on his mind. Liam said that unlike him, Master Lion is younger and more promising. If the old man really wants to marry him to Selena, then you should know that many people wanted to get her. It was quite a frank conversation, and Lion felt a little embarrassed. Still, he wasn't going to marry a girl yet. Yumi noticed the two boys. Perhaps she even heard some fragment of their conversation and looked suspiciously in their direction. Lion paused and said that it was probably a mistake, and Master Chelao was just joking. It seems that Uncle San is not taken seriously here, and the boy needs a way to confirm his suspicions. Someone put a hand on the boy's shoulder and scared him a little. It was Yumi. It seems that she came to meet in person. The girl was very beautiful. As soon as she touched Lion, he immediately began to get nervous. She looked at him strangely. There seemed to be many words hidden in that look, but Lion couldn't read them. Then she lowered her eyes, but as if she was a little sad. The guy wanted to, but he didn't know how to start a conversation and break the silence that had dragged on. Yumi finally spoke. She said that it was nice to see the distinguished guest that grandfather brought to his home. She thought it would be some old man, but Lion turned out to be very young and handsome. The young man thought that it would be much more difficult to deal with her than Lily, who was kind but still a little stupid. She is 100% much smarter and more cunning woman, and you have to choose the right words, because it is not yet clear what to expect from her. Lion politely replied that Yumi was much more beautiful and luxurious than him, and it was his honor to meet her. If San has any problems, his wife should definitely know about them. Maybe you can learn something about her husband through her? Their conversation was watched by San. It seemed that the husband didn't really like the fact that some guy he didn't know was talking so sweetly to his beautiful wife. His face seemed to turn black with anger, and he quickly walked towards Lion and Yumi. Who knows what will happen now? Maybe he is very jealous. San reached out and grabbed his wife's hand. It seemed that he wanted to take her away from the boy, but Yumi immediately pulled her hand away and looked at the man unsatisfactorily. Maybe they were in conflict. She pretended not to understand the man, which made him even angrier. Then she calmly continued the conversation with Lion and asked what he does. Lion ignored San. He replied that, to be honest, he does not have a specific job now, except for antiques, and asked what Mrs. Yumi does, because she looks very successful. Lion noticed the tension between the husband and wife, and thought that there was some kind of conflict between them. Or San simply misunderstood the situation. Wolf intervened in the conversation. He said that she is no match for Lion, the boy has real talent, and Yumi's life is a complete fairy tale. San became even more angry. He could not believe that such a noble family would so praise some swindler. Lion thought that if this couple is in such a bad relationship, then the wife hardly knows about the husband's affairs. It is necessary to confirm it somehow. The boy approached San and asked if he was also a member of the ancient society. The young man pretended to be interested solely out of politeness. This question puzzled the man a little, but at least distracted him from his anger at his wife and Master Wolf's words. The man replied that he would not dare to say so, but only knows and observes some things, and he likes old things. He looked quite businesslike. Lion said he heard that Mr. San is in finance and must be the president of some big company, but it was not quite so. Mr. San laughed a little and replied that he was just an office worker in an ordinary banking firm. Lion replied that he thought that the husband of such a wife definitely knows antiques or is part of the elite. San replied that he is only an office worker, and he cannot compare with Master Lion, who became so successful at such a young age. The guy smiled and said that the masters always tell him this. The young man said that the man was still part of a wealthy family, and with her support, even selling antiques on the street, he should still be successful. It seems that his earnings are not even enough to satisfy Mrs. Yumi. Then Lion corrected himself and said that he was sorry, because his wife always provides for the family. Mr. San nervously adjusted the wedding ring. Such conversations will put any man in an uncomfortable position. He replied that he naturally tries to give his wife everything she wants, as much as possible, from the bottom of his heart. Lion estimated that the man was holding up very well, but unfortunately he clearly lacked the system. The guy smiled and answered that this is the most important thing, because happiness is not in money, but in sincere love. After these words, the young man offered Mr. San a drink for love. The man politely agreed and smiled. Lion thought that San is a very experienced actor and plays his part well. No wonder he fooled both experienced masters. As soon as the problems with the system are solved, he will immediately tear off this actor's mask from the man. But you can sit and wait for the system for a very long time. Fat Lao noticed that his friend was thinking, and asked him if everything was fine. Maybe he drank too much. Lion replied that everything is fine, and was surprised how much food gets into Lao. Then an idea came to the boy's head. Looks like now he will finally need the help of his fat friend. He turned to Lao again and reminded him of what he had said about his talents, one of which was gathering information. He turned Lao's head towards the table where Mr. San was sitting and asked him to help him with one man. It seems that Lion has found a way out of a situation where the system cannot help. It's always nice to have friends you can rely on. Mr. San continued to spend most of the evening alone. No one spoke to him, and he, for some reason, was constantly touching his wedding ring. He looked emotionless, and sometimes even sad. But it seemed that he was always alert and saw and heard everything around. Meanwhile, the evening drew to a close, and everyone went out to celebrate Lion, who was about to go home. Master Wolf said it's late, and you won't get behind the wheel after drinking, so it's better to stay with them for the night. Lion said that the master was too hospitable, but he couldn't bother him like that, and besides, he had already called a taxi. The boy was still thinking about Uncle San. You have to be very careful with it, and check it sooner or later. The system started flashing red again and reporting a system error. This already annoyed the boy a lot. Now his main task upon coming home will be to correct this mistake. This cannot continue. It was about 11 o'clock at night in the yard. A taxi arrived and quickly took the boy home, where he could rest in peace. The young man calmly took a shower after a hard day. Today, he experienced a lot and went through a lot. But he can be satisfied with himself. There was plenty of space in his new apartment. He enjoyed the interior and home minibar. He really wanted to drink, but what bothered him most was the system itself. She was still silent, and it wasn't clear if he could fix her. This was also his personal fault. He wanted to make a fortune just sticking to the system, although he did not know what it was, and even now he does not know. The system wanted to light red again and give a system error. Lion thought what to do. Maybe there is a way to turn it off and then on again? It was necessary to figure it out somehow, but it was not easy. In front of him is not some ordinary computer. It's a bit more complicated here. The young man was angry. It seemed to him that there should be an instruction along with such a system. But this was not the case. He had to figure out what to do himself. There were almost no ideas. Tomorrow is a new day and new challenges, and without a system, things can end badly. Various inscriptions appeared before his eyes. Lion didn't understand much, but he was ready to figure it out all night. And at one point, one of the inscriptions was quite clear. It was written that the system lacks energy. The guy jumped up from the couch. That it could mean? He felt pretty good. Maybe a good night's sleep would restore his energy. The system wrote that the vital part of the user needs a lot of energy for stable operation. After that, the system showed a photo of the brain and focused on the occipital region, as if there was a problem there. Lion immediately remembered everything that happened today. How he and the child fell and hit his head, and how Selena offered to go to the hospital. It seems that this is what caused the problems with the system, because the guy hit his head really hard on the ground. He could not believe that this blow could lead to such serious consequences. It turns out that the system can not only see different probabilities, but also heal wounds. It was quite strange. The energy is not enough and you need to recover, but this is not the first injury, and before that everything was normal for some reason. The system has announced that it is sorry for the temporary inconvenience and that a system update is currently in progress. This was already starting to anger the boy a little. Recently, the system has been in trouble, and today it almost cost him his authority. It seems that now no one will be able to answer his questions, and he becomes defenseless without the help of the system. She immediately confirmed this opinion. Lion was scared. It seems that all his dreams will not come true. He became noticeably nervous. It will be very difficult to stay without help now with so many problems, especially with this group of counterfeiters. You have to look for the positive in everything, but all its connections and opportunities depend exclusively on the system, and most likely everything will come to an end without it. Thoughts began to enter the boy's head that soon he could return to his past life. This definitely cannot be allowed. We need to urgently find a solution, but it is not yet completely clear how to do it. Lion took a few breaths in and out. You need to calm down first, and then think. He always finds a way out of difficult situations, and now everything will be the same. He began to ask the system what exactly needs to be done to fill the missing energy. It should be possible. The young man wondered where the system could get its energy from. Maybe you need to sleep, maybe eat well. There were many options. The system works on metaphysical calculations. In general, it is something similar to a search engine. Lion received it rather unexpectedly, so he did not think about its origin. The system started flashing again right in front of his eyes. Little could be understood at that moment, but then the picture became clearer, and instructions for replenishing energy appeared. There were 3 options: auto repair, external energy harvesting, and host energy harvesting. which only takes 3 seconds. Lion decided to take the easiest way and pressed the last option to have the system take energy from the host. That is, to somehow take his inner strength directly from him. Although it is quite scary, there is no way out. It is interesting what kind of energy the system feeds on, especially considering that it can be extracted directly from a person. A choice had to be made. It was not easy, but returning to the old life was definitely not part of Lion's plans. The system continued to send various information. Some were clear, some did not tell the boy about anything. Lion began to doubt. The system could take his entire life, and it's too risky for a guy so young. As soon as he thought about it, his eyes began to double. He was very afraid that the system would take his life. Maybe she doesn't understand that if he dies, she dies too? We need to come up with something quickly. But at this moment, the answer came that the pumping of internal energy would not threaten the life of the young man. But then how will it affect him? The system said that there is no exact answer, but probably the probability of success will be changed. Probability of success of Lion, his luck. He couldn't give away his luck. He thought that it might be better to choose the second option and try to collect energy for the system himself. He would be able to travel over mountains and rivers and fight ancient mythical creatures such as giant snakes and defeat them for energy for the system. But then Lion realized that it was too much and his body would not be able to do it. We need to look for another option. The first option was the most optimal, despite the fact that some limits scared the boy a little. Sitting and waiting with folded hands is definitely not an option. He asked the system if he chose the first option, would he be able to change his choice in the future? The system replied that you can change your choice at any time. So Lion decided to take a chance and nervously lit a cigarette. The young man told the system that he chooses the first option. But if the external energy, for the second option, appears somewhere nearby, then let the system notify about it. Lion thought that everything depends on the situation, and if it is necessary to suddenly switch between the choices, he will calmly do it. But now the best is the first option. After all, he has many enemies, especially a gang of counterfeiters. So Lion confirmed his choice. The boy immediately remembered everything related to this gang. All recent events somehow revolve around this. It is good that he had powerful mentors and close friends. Without them, it would be extremely difficult to fight against bandits. Now he is not alone, and his team is preparing to fight the attackers, and he cannot afford to deceive his friends. He lay down on the bed and tried to relax. Now it is necessary to keep cool and control the situation. Then Lion remembered the information Master Wolf had given him. Looks like it's time to see what might be interesting there. The next day, the boy opened his laptop and decided to look at this information from the master. He saw only 2 folders of files, not enough information to know what this gang of counterfeiters was planning to do next. The young man was just about to start analyzing the files when his phone rang. It was a fat Lao. Lion remembered how yesterday he asked him to find something for Uncle San. Lion picked up the phone and said hello. The fat man said there was important news and he found some useful information. Lion was immediately happy. It was nice that his friend was helping him in an important investigation. Lao was quite serious and said that he found an underground bank that was somehow connected to the bandits. Lao said that he will now send the address and will wait there for Lion. A group of crooks might recognize them, so the boy told the fat man that he needed a disguise. Lion quickly began to gather and left for the city center to meet the fat man. It was 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The friends met and immediately came to the same bank. Lion disguised himself well and changed his image. He was not easily recognized. Lao coped with this task a little worse. He told Lion that this bank received large transfers from the ancient community. There are rumors that it is connected with bandits. That is why the fat man decided that he needed help and called Lion. They definitely learned more from the 2 of them than Lao himself. Lion was surprised to hear this. The fat man turned out to be a very reliable friend with whom it is a pleasure to deal. He thanked his friend for the information he found. Lao had a plan. He offered to pretend to be potential investors and then follow the trail of bandits. The fat man also said that the boy's ability to learn secrets is better left for more important times. Still, it takes a lot of information, so today it is better to do without it. Lao was right about everything, and Lion agreed. Energy has really been lacking lately. The guy decided to check the system and asked if this bank was connected to criminals. But again, she did not answer. It seems that normal work cannot be expected from her now, so she will have to rely solely on herself. Friends came up and told the story that they want to invest. A few minutes later, they were already sitting in the meeting room together with the manager. The man talked about the best project of their company and that it is tested by the market and brings a stable profit. He presented the plan of potential cooperation in all details, and asked if there were any questions about the company and mutual work. Lion thought that this company looked very unreliable in asset management, but so far he had not seen any connection with the target. At that moment, the fat man intervened. It seems he was acting on his own at this point, because he told the manager that they were interested and ready to offer an investment of 10 million. Judging by Lion's facial expression, the boy was clearly surprised by Lao's words, and quickly became angry. The young man immediately turned to his comrade and hit him on the head with almost all his strength. The fat man almost fell off his chair. Lion asked the fat man who was the boss, referring to himself, and said that he did not allow to talk, and especially to offer such a large sum of money. Then the boy returned to his husband, apologized for this episode, and said that he would now consult with his consultant. The manager was a little scared at first when he saw all this, but then he smiled and said that it was not a problem and he would wait outside the door. Lion waited patiently for the manager to leave the office and close the door behind him. Then he angrily looked at the fat man and said that after all these words of the manager there are no clues, and asked if Lao is sure that this bank is connected with fraudsters, and immediately made a remark to the fat man and for an offer of 10 million. It was too much even for Lao. What would happen if the manager immediately agreed? And who would pay these 10 million? The fat man became visibly nervous. He wanted the best, but it turned out as usual. He replied that thanks to this they would be able to find some evidence. It seems that this answer did not satisfy Lion at all, and he continued to show his displeasure and to frighten Lao even more with his appearance. The guy said that this is not the right strategy, and it is necessary to agree on this in advance, and not to decide everything at the last moment. Lion thought that the fat man was either lying or missing something, and he asked him about it. Lao replied that everything is honest, and he never lies to the boss. It seems that he did not say something. Lion took the fat man by the face and asked if he hadn't forgotten how much the boss had done for him. These words of the boy seemed to have happened. The fat man asked to calm down. It seemed that now he would say something else, and so it happened. According to him, he was really looking for evidence and not finding answers to his questions. He saw that many people from the ancient community were investing in this bank. Then he thought that he could also make great money from this. But because of the fear that he would be deceived, he called Lion. The boy became very angry after these words. He got up from his chair and started yelling at the fat man for being too greedy and not being able to set his priorities right. Moreover, they agreed to earn together. Lao wanted to cheat, take all his money and then disappear, and leave the fat man so poor that he could not even buy himself a place in the cemetery. But the fat man replied that this is not true, because he has several friends who have already invested in this bank and made a big profit. He knew his place, and was happy to earn money together with Lion, but the fat man was worried about the future, because he did not understand what would happen next. He did not like this, according to him. He always wanted to be ready for what would happen in the future. For Lion to explain all the nuances to such a fool as Lao, but he simply told him that no matter what, he would take care of him. These words made an impression on the fat man. He appreciated the friendly support, but calmed down a little about thoughts about the future. Lion asked him to stop talking nonsense and said that Lao got up and followed him. Comrades got up and went out into the corridor. The manager did not expect this. He was afraid that he might lose potential customers. He gathered his strength and asked what was the matter and why were they leaving. He wanted to somehow stop them, and he was ready for anything. Lao intervened. He got angry. The manager talked as if it was impossible to leave there, and he said that his boss considered this bank not very reliable for investments. The manager replied that he asks you to believe that they are the best bank for investments in the city, and their owner and main shareholder are very influential people, especially influential in the ancient community. Lion immediately heard the phrase about the ancient community and stopped. Everything immediately became more interesting. It seems that this bank is really not as simple as it seems. The manager confirmed his words. He immediately saw that his convictions worked and investors were ready to change their minds and stay. Lion wondered who could be this person who is very influential in the ancient community and invests in this bank. Maybe the fat man really found a bank of counterfeiters. The guy replied to the manager that it was necessary to start with this, because he is very interested in this famous and influential ancient world. He asked for recommendations to meet the owner of the bank. That could answer a lot of questions. And then he added that if the bank turns out to be really reliable, then he will transfer to them the monthly income of his fund in the amount of approximately 5 billion. The manager was incredibly happy to hear such words. He immediately smiled and asked to go with him to the owner of the bank. The men walked down a long corridor and entered a beautiful room. Lion was the first to enter. The guy couldn't wait to meet the owner in person and find out who he is. They were met by a man in a mask. He greeted and said that he is the owner of this place. The man was very similar to San's uncle. Maybe it was him, but it remains to be seen. He called himself Mr. Z and invited the guests to sit down and start a dialogue about business. Most likely, he did not recognize either Lion or Lao. Mr. Z sat down in his chair. Lion sat down opposite him. The fat man continued to stand. There was a moment of silence. Lion eyed the man suspiciously. He understands that Mr. San is most likely in front of him, but he would like to see or hear some evidence. Mr. Z did not speak yet, and also eyed the guests suspiciously. His train of thought was not clear. Lion tried to think of something to start a conversation about. He needs information, so somehow he will have to get it from the owner of the bank. But before the boy could start a dialogue, Mr. Z started adjusting his wedding ring, just like Uncle San did yesterday. So now, there was no doubt, it was him. The young man immediately remembered how San told him that he was just an ordinary office worker in the company. Lion relaxed and smiled. This is already a breakthrough in his investigation. But then why did Uncle San lie so persistently yesterday? Most likely he has something to hide. I wonder if his wife and Master Wolf are aware of his affairs. Maybe he manages to deceive all his close people and relatives and play a double game? Now the confidence that he is the traitor has increased. Lion was amazed at the number of images of Mr. San. He's a lot smarter than he's trying to show, and if he lied a lot yesterday, there's a reason for that. San started the conversation first and asked what are the names of his guests. It was not clear whether he understood who was sitting in front of him. The guy said his name was Hay. Then he said that several years ago he was engaged in the sale of coal, but had already finished with it. He heard from the manager that Mr. Z is an important person in the antique community, and decided to get to know him, because he also wants to develop in this direction. Mr. Z replied that there is nothing difficult in antique business, and everything depends on connections, opportunities, and of course, money. If Mr. Hay is interested, he can bring him up to date. This is what Lion needed. He smiled and said that he has a lot of money and would like to hear all the nuances of this case. Mr. Z began pouring tea for the guests. He said that antique business is very profitable, although risks are also present and they are not small. But he assured the guests that there is no need to doubt their professionalism, because they have been doing this for a long time and are well versed in their business. Lion decided to pretend to be a newbie in order to gain trust. He said that he is not interested in any professionalism, because he only wants to hear what to do to earn a lot of money. According to him, he is not well versed in antiques and is not at all sure whether it is profitable. The guy asked if they would help him make money, and what would be the benefit for the bank. Mr. Z replied that the guest must be joking. According to him, they are primarily businessmen, so there is a benefit for them as well. But first of all, they will help those who invest to make money. Their operations are very specific, and there is no point in worrying about them. For some reason, these words did not calm down, but only angered Lion. It seems he didn't like something. He stood up and began to shout, saying that they only want to use him for their own purposes, and he is not going to invest in empty talk. It was high-class acting. Mr. Z remained surprisingly calm and replied that he had been misunderstood and that it was a matter of trade secrets, and it was not a simple matter. Then he assured the guests that he should not doubt the capabilities and authority of their company. But these words did not satisfy Lion's curiosity. He wanted to hear specifics, not empty talk, so it was necessary to come up with something and force the opponent to tell the truth. Lion said that if anyone thinks he's having doubts, they better see what he's capable of. So he declared that he was ready to invest in this business, and asked what amount was needed for the initial investment. Mr. Z didn't answer at first because he hesitated. He did not understand what kind of guy this was, maybe a really serious person, or maybe he was just pretending to be him. Lion continued to pretend to be a very aggressive businessman. He got up and said that everyone was too slow, and he didn't have time to wait. He already spent a lot of time on idle chatter. He asked if it was even possible for antiques to bring profit, and then he said that it would be better for him to find another company. The fat man silently watched the negotiation process. He was delighted with how the boss portrays superiority. He did not even dare to enter into a dialogue, and did not know what to do. Lion turned to the fat man, and reminded him of some more reliable company they had supposedly talked about last night. He asked the fat man to take him there. At this point, Mr. Z could not stand it and intervened. There were many doubts in his heart. But when it comes to big money, everything else is not important. He called the guests and began to assure them that there is no need to worry, because they are a very honest company with many years of experience. He continued by saying that there have been a lot of counterfeiters lately, and you have to be very careful not to lose your money. He offered Mr. Hay to invest in one large antique business, which recently appeared in them. You can earn a lot from it. He also added that usually dividends will be paid depending on the amount that will be invested. Lion was interested in this and stopped pretending to go. He asked if the man was sure that the matter was really worth it. To which I heard the answer that everything will be controlled at all levels, and there is no need to doubt the professionalism of their company. Lion realized that Mr. Z was still using cautious tactics. But even if they want to use it, it's still only for the better. All these words about big business and insufficient finances only distract from the essence of the matter. But if this is really some kind of fraud, then the bank most likely has something to do with the fraudsters it is looking for. At this moment, the system unexpectedly started working. She confirmed this opinion. The bank is 100% related to a gang of counterfeiters. So, the boy's fears came true. And most likely San is really a traitor in the family of Master Wolf. But it still needs to be delivered. Lion said that Mr. Z convinced him, and he is ready to start cooperation and invest his money in this business. After these words, the boy turned and walked away. The fat man quickly followed him. San thought that this guy seems to be very wealthy and influential. But in his opinion, people are still worried when they hear about investment. Lion and Lao left the bank owner's office and headed for the exit. Lion was thinking primarily of the system now, and wondered if it had recovered. Unfortunately, the system was still not working as before, but it seemed close to being restored. He decided to ignore it and imagine that she was not there. The guys got into the car and drove off. There was a lot to think about and discuss. The day seemed quite informative. The fat man was silent for a long time, but analyzed and wanted to discuss a little with Lion about their visit to the bank. But Lion asked to wait because he decided to call someone. He called Master Chelao. There was a lot of information that needed to be learned in order to clarify the situation a little. The guy greeted and said that it was Lion calling, and immediately asked if there had been any major events in ancient society recently. Then he made a clarification. Big events that required a lot of external investment. The master, not being silent for a long time, answered that it is so. One family abroad is putting up for auction many rare goods. Dozens of interested people who are determined to purchase this antique have already appeared. Lion thanked the master for the information and said goodbye. An antique auction, large sums of money, everything seems to be coming together. The fat man was driving and listening with interest. He also understood that they were close to unraveling the mystery of the counterfeiters and exposing them. It seems that criminals are going to counterfeit foreign antiques. With their professionalism, it is almost the same as printing money for yourself. If it has already turned out like this, then to begin with, it is necessary to leave this gang without money, and then make the bank go bankrupt. But there was one problem. Neither the fat man nor Lion had a clue how to deal with underground banks. It was necessary to invent something. They are very sneaky and only use proven money channels. Most likely, the funds raised capital and transferred the money to the bank. From there, after selling the goods, the money was returned to the funds. All the money earned by the fund was probably saved for investment. It must be understood that even if you close the bank, it will not help much, because it is just a room. It is also important that there is no serious evidence yet, so one must act very carefully. It is clear that this bank works with bandits, but this still needs to be proven. San is also interesting. Maybe he is just a pawn in the game of the big players, or maybe, knowing his cunning and intelligence, he can turn out to be one of the main characters. The guy thought about the fact that it is necessary to act very quickly and strike first, because if you delay, you can get a lot of problems. It was necessary to properly think through the plan of future actions. The problem is that the system is not working now, and you will have to rely only on yourself. Fortunately, the boy has friends and mentors. He decided to take out the phone and call Masters Wolf and Chelao. The young man began to dial the desired number, but something stopped him. The system made itself known again. It was clear that it had recharged a little, although not completely. The system wrote that it seems that Lion is not ready to solve difficult tasks without her help and the help of her friends. The young man didn't understand what was going on. Shouldn't the system reboot and try to fix its own problems? The system informed the boy that without it, not much can be done. So you have to choose the third option right now. That is, the system will take part of the energy from the boy himself. It was quite insulting. The system behaved rather arrogantly, and Lion wanted to show her that he could do without her help. He firmly decided, without the help of the system and other people, on his own, to destroy the underground bank that works with bandits. Although the fat man was driving, he was watching his friend. He had a strange look. He clearly wanted to say something. He turned to Lion and began to talk about the situation between them at the bank. According to him, he did not want to lie to the boss, and he did not want him to be offended. Lion smiled and said that it's okay, everything is fine, and if it wasn't for the fat man, he wouldn't have realized that the uncle from the Wolf family owns an underground bank. But it seems that this information was obvious only to Lion, and the fat man did not understand anything. He made a very surprised face and questioned the boss. He, as always, screamed and could not believe that Uncle San is the owner of the bank who cooperates with a gang of counterfeiters. Lion was surprised and asked Lao if he really just realized this now. In general, this bank is managed by criminals, and the fat man did not know. Lao said that he still doesn't believe it, and of course he didn't know it because Lion didn't tell him anything. The fat man couldn't sit still after realizing all this. All the way before that, he believed that the trip to the bank did not give them any useful information. According to him, if Uncle San is the owner of the bank, and the bank is run by criminals, then Uncle San turns out to be a member of a gang. He said that only a fat genius like him could solve this mystery. Lion pretended not to think the fat man was a fool. The only thing the boy said was to ask Lao to be more careful while driving and look at the road instead of solving mysteries. The fat man calmed down a little and said that everything is under control, and Lion can relax and rest a little. Lao asked Lion how long ago he understood all this and guessed that Uncle San was working with criminals. The young man replied that even yesterday this gentleman seemed suspicious to him. And today, when they were in the bank and he adjusted the wedding ring, everything became clear. Lao asked the boy what they should do now. Perhaps it would be better to call Master Wolf, and thanks to this, win them all at once? But Lion refused such a plan. Still, they have too little evidence, so if you rush, you can only waste everything and make mistakes. At first, the fat man wanted to convince his friend to destroy the bank right now, and not give the bandits a chance to escape. But then he remembered that there was a lot of money of his friends in this bank. So, if something is done with the bank, their money will also disappear, so the best option is to warn all friends who invested money in this dubious bank. It was quite a logical idea on the part of Lao. It seems that he is a good friend, and takes such care of his friends. But Lion found another meaning in these words. The boy immediately got up from his seat, and asked the fat man to repeat what he had said a few seconds ago. Lao got nervous because he thought he said something too much. But then he repeated that his goal is not money, and he is a very loyal friend, and he will not be able to just watch his friends lose all their savings. Lion smiled in response and said that the fat man may not worry, and then called Lao his blessing. It seems that he has come up with something, but he has not revealed his intentions to the fat man yet, only saying that he had an interesting idea. Meanwhile, interesting events took place in the house of Master Wolf. Yesterday there were many guests there, and today there was almost no one in the house. San visited the master. He greeted and said that everything went well in his company, and asked what he should do now. The master was a man of the old school. He ordered to straighten his back and speak clearly, looking the interlocutor in the eyes. San felt a little embarrassed, but quickly straightened up. The man was not happy, and it seemed to him that the master did not respect him very much. They had a difficult relationship. It became clear from Wolf's face that he was not very happy to see his granddaughter's husband. Master asked to speak faster because he got angry when he saw San. And then he added that if something happens to Mr. San's company, let them figure it out themselves and not involve him in it. San replied that he understood everything. Then he bowed to the master and left his office. San almost never showed his emotions and kept them to himself. His black car with the driver inside was waiting for him on the street. He got into the car and drove in the direction of his bank. On the way, he called someone and told the interlocutor that he had transferred half of the amount to his account, and the other part will be sent when he receives it himself. San conducted the conversation quite discreetly. It seems that a respectable person was talking to him. As it turned out, the conversation was with Byrne, the leader of the bandits who held the fat man hostage. Byrne praised San and said that he was right to entrust the bank to him. After the operation was completed, he promised San to find a high place in the organization. While Byrne was talking, he was smoking a cigar as usual. San thanked the boss for his trust, and promised not to cheat. That was the end of the dialogue, and Byrne hung up. He was again dressed in military uniform and was sitting in his office. Having agreed on the phone, he somehow looked displeased. San did not like the conversation either. He did not like to talk to Byrne at all and considered him a very unpleasant man. He was not interested in a high position in the organization. He never intended to achieve this. San was actually a much more ambitious man than everyone around him might have thought. He only seemed like a quiet boy, but in reality, he was like a devil. His plan was to completely subjugate the criminal organization to his power and take revenge on all those who once offended him. The Wolf family was included in this list. He wanted to control both bandits and the Wolf family and become very powerful. He wanted everyone in the ancient world to respect him. Masters Che and Wolf, Lion with his friend, and Byrne were the first targets for revenge. Many years of humiliation seemed to be over, and the time of reckoning has come. San hoped to see how his patience would pay off. Sometimes it seemed that he was not full of reason. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and asked, "What happened?" As it turned out, something strange was happening in the bank, and his assistant called for help. San liked to keep everything under his control and was very furious when something did not go according to plan. It was surprising because in his company everything was always clear and coordinated. Problems almost never arose. It looks like Lion and the fat man did figure out a way to make the bank go bankrupt and San lose his job. San arrived at his bank. In the elevator, he thought about the fact that he had humiliated himself in front of the master's family for many years, and silently waited for this moment. Now, all the light and darkness of the ancient community will be in his hands. His assistant stood by and held his mask. It seems that San was worried about privacy and didn't want everyone around to know his true face. He remembered Byrne, both Masters and Lion, and thought that they were only steps on his great path. He had megalomania. He went up to the right floor, and putting on a mask and thinking that no one and nothing would stop him, he left the elevator. When he came out, he saw many people who came to the bank branch. They were all shouting and looking very unhappy. He heard one of them shouting that he wanted to take the money back. It seems that all the people insisted that they had a contract and needed to be given the money they invested right now. Bank employees did everything in their power. The girl said to wait until the owner came, and the guy assured the visitors that their money was completely safe and there was nothing to worry about. Then the worker apparently saw the boss and was happy. In those few hours he experienced a lot of stress and almost got kicked. He greeted Mr. San and said he was glad to see the owner of the bank. Hearing this, all the people returned to San. The boss behaved calmly and was not nervous. He said that his company has never restricted anyone, and if someone wants to withdraw money, he can do it right now. But he noted that in this case, the company is not going to be responsible for losses, and according to the contract, you can get only the base amount that was invested. It seems that this cunning trick worked, because after these words, everyone immediately fell silent and stopped making noise. But, as it turned out, it was not for long. Someone asked what he should do. Someone said that he had invested in this bank for nothing, and one woman said that no matter what, she would still take her money. Similar words of people angered Mr. San's assistant. He said that their company has strong financial resources and a solid reputation, and their investment was not in vain. And then, one of the men, who wanted to take back his funds, said that he was doing it because of these rumors that appeared recently. The phrase about the rumor immediately caught San's interest. It is unlikely to be something accidental. He thought that it looks like someone's insidious intention. It was clear that someone was trying to damage the bank and possibly destroy it altogether. San was glad that he found out about it in time. While the manager was thinking, the assistant conducted a dialogue with the people and said that if they really had a problem, they would not have stood in front of the depositors and had an open conversation. One of the men said that these are only words and there is little confidence. He and his wife invested all their family savings and want to get the money back. San interfered in the conversation again and said that he was okay with it, but first they had to go through a formal procedure, after which they would be blacklisted by the company. It was a sharp statement by the manager. Then he asked who else wants to withdraw money from their account. The reaction was completely different. Someone was completely silent, and someone asked for a little time to think and weigh all the pros and cons. People understood that taking the money was tantamount to being blacklisted by the bank, and no one wanted to take such a risk because the rumors could turn out to be untrue. San understood that someone had deliberately spread bad rumors about his company, but it seemed like this plan might not work. He seems to have everything under control, and his manipulation of the blacklist has calmed the crowd of disgruntled investors. At least for now. An assistant approached the boss and said that he called the people San was looking for, and they are almost there. After a few minutes, 2 men appeared behind them. They had a strange look and loudly discussed their desire to invest in this bank, said that the owner of the bank is very talented and reliable, and even mentioned the investment amount of 10 million. The assistant was the first to see the pair of men and smiled. He said that it seemed to be them, and that their arrival was very timely. Then Mr. San came back and was happy too. It seems that this is some kind of his plan, but what exactly it is not yet clear. He approached these men and began to speak loudly for all to hear. He greeted Mr. Floor and Mr. Willie, told them that he was glad to see them, and kindly asked them to his bank. Then San turned to all the other people and said that in front of them were some of the most influential people in the country who had come specifically to invest in this bank. But the plan didn't go as planned from the start. One of the men seemed to recognize these two and called their real names. The rest of the people also recognized them and began to ask since when did they become one of the most influential people in the country. One of the investors approached the so-called Mr. Willie and asked when he would return the 300 yuan to him, and where did he get the millions from. San was starting to get really nervous now, because his cunning plan to appease the investors looked like it was about to fail. Disgruntled depositors of the bank began to attack the 2 men, and even took their suitcases, which were believed to contain money. But as soon as the suitcases began to be opened, it immediately became clear that it was all a lie, because there was no money there, only ordinary things. Naturally, people became even more angry. Not only did they not want to give money to them, but they were brazenly going to cheat. Willie ran up to Mr. San and said that it looks like they were exposed and their show didn't work as expected. So the 2 actors turned and ran as fast as they could before the disgruntled crowd beheaded them. So San is left with his assistant against a bunch of disgruntled people, and it looks like nothing good will come of it. The crowd quickly realized that these were the owner's people, and became even more angry. It became clear that something really happened in the company. Because then why organize this performance? San tried his best to settle everything. He asked everyone to calm down and assured that he was not familiar with these people. But he was immediately reminded that he himself said what was waiting for them. So the lie became obvious very quickly. People said that now the company is unreliable, and it is very dangerous to leave your savings there. So people started demanding an immediate refund. San and his assistant had no choice but to run away. The boss and the assistant barely had time to run into their office and close the door behind them. A little more, and they would have been torn apart by the crowd. Mr. San began to choke from nerves. He was so confident when he went to the bank, and so quickly all his affairs went downhill. He had only to blame the assistant, because it was he who found these 2 men who pretended to be wealthy businessmen. The assistant lowered his head and apologized. They were recommended to him by friends, and he did not have time to check these people properly. The bank's reputation is completely destroyed. The consequences will be catastrophic. All that remains is to give money to depositors and try to calm down. The assistant turned to the boss and said that half of the amount had already been transferred to Mr. Byrne, and the money that remained, it seems, is not enough to give to the people. San got very angry and began to decode various things. All his work over many years may turn out to be useless. He ordered his assistant to urgently find out who is behind all this. He had one goal: to kill this person. The nerves could not stand it. San was so close to success that he could not believe that he would lose everything so quickly. The assistant, realizing that disgruntled investors would not just let them go, offered to use the emergency exit. But he quickly paid for this offer, because the boss, before he even had time to listen, hit him in the face. San said that the main thing is not to run away now, but to solve this issue as soon as possible. Otherwise, everything will come to an end. He again nervously adjusted the wedding ring, but said that it seems that the time has come for him to take a risk. So San called his business partner and said he urgently needed all the capital from his working account. The partner replied that Master Wolf could notice it, but San replied that he would deal with everything himself and asked him to do what he asked. He was very nervous and went all in. If his plans fail to be implemented, Master Wolf will destroy him. It was necessary to calm down and figure out how to improve the situation. No matter how difficult it is, there is always a way out. San understood that if the problems were fixed quickly, the money could be put back into the account without Master Wolf finding out. At that moment his phone rang. He was scared at first, but then he saw that his wife was calling. He picked up the phone and said hello. Yumi asked where he was, to which the man replied that he was a little busy at the moment, and asked if something had happened. The woman became agitated and began to ask what had happened. The man asked not to hit his head and said that everything is normal. Yumi continued to ask and said that to prevent this from happening, it is better to tell your family about it and not to make mistakes alone. San replied that he was busy and hung up. He thought that only God knows what Yumi is doing right now. Before he had time to put the phone in his pocket, Master Wolf kicked the door open and stepped inside. He was with Yan and the bank employee. It seemed like a nightmare for San. Everything happened as if according to the worst possible scenarios. Wolf immediately said that he heard San's phone conversation and wanted to talk about what was happening. He was very angry. Mr. San felt a stupor. He got up, but he didn't know what to say or what to do. It was necessary to come up with something quickly. He understood that he was in a difficult situation, and a little later it will become clear that he is a traitor and works with bandits, whom Wolf hates. Master Wolf sat in the chair and said that he did not expect that someone from his family would turn out to be two-faced. He began to shout and demand that San tell who exactly is stealing money from their family, and what kind of organization is it. Wolf openly stated that as far as he understood, this bank was somehow connected with a gang of counterfeiters. He demanded clarification. San was nervous and sweaty. He came up with the idea to shift the blame to someone else and divert suspicion from himself. And then a brilliant idea came to his head. He remembered Lion, the boy with whom his wife spoke so kindly, and whom everyone loved so much, although he was not even a member of their family. It was the perfect chance to take the suspicion away from him and get rid of the cocky guy he didn't like from the start. San took a deep breath, and then the man began his performance. He asked the master to listen to his story and said that everything is not as it seems at first glance. He began to assure the master that this is all Lion's business, and the bank also belongs to him. Wolf was surprised by such a statement and asked why the bank was managed by San. San began to say that from the very beginning, as soon as he joined their family, he constantly failed the master, and then he wanted to do something to make Wolf happy and proud of him. Lion took advantage of him, and through manipulation, forced him to take responsibility for the bank, although he himself takes most of the profits. San then continued and said that as soon as he started doing this situation happened, and he was so scared that he wanted to pay for the damage out of his own pocket. So he fully admits his guilt. But all this happened solely because of this heathen named Lion. San said that now everything is clear to him. Lion is just jealous of his wife, so he wants to get rid of him. He begged Master Wolf to believe his story and assured him that he would be taken advantage of. He even got down on his knees, but it did not seem that the master believed in it. He was even more furious and said that he couldn't believe that Lion was capable of such actions. San did not give up and continued to insist. He called Lion a very cunning, intelligent, and two-faced guy. Wolf heard all these accusations, and after a few seconds asked the man if he could carry all this. San confidently declared that he was ready to confirm all his words and restore justice. He relaxed a little, because it seemed that he was believed, and at least one problem became less. Then someone entered the room and loudly asked why Mr. Z was kneeling in front of some old man. Lion in disguise and the fat man again. They greeted everyone and said they were glad to see Mr. Z. San definitely didn't expect them to come, and didn't know what to say. They came very late, although he needs their money. At this point, Lion changed his hair and took off his glasses, and it became clear who he really was. The guy smiled and asked if they recognized him. Mr. San almost screamed in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lion was the same man who was in his office this morning. Lion said that he heard that someone here was accusing him of something, so he came as soon as he could. San couldn't believe that this young and insolent guy had exposed him. It seems that now there is no chance of salvation. Lion was smiling. It was obvious that he was pleased with himself. He asked if San really thought he could fool everyone. The man was furious and shouted that it all happened because of Lion, and he was to blame for everything. He had nothing more to say. Lion smiled and said that it was he who asked the fat man to spread rumors about the bank so that people would start withdrawing their money. Lao was happy, he was happy to help, and said that everything worked out thanks to his wide connections and great influence. Then the fat man added that it was just revenge for the fact that a gang of forgers had spread false rumors about him. Lion added that Mr. San's 2 guests today were replaced by his men. It was not surprising that they openly revealed themselves. San understood that this whole plan against him was invented and carried out by Lion. It seems that this only raised the mood of the boy, because he was pleased to expose the traitor in the master's family. The young man noticed that money from bank accounts began to be transferred to fraudulent organizations. as well as to the organization of auctions for counterfeit foreign antiques. So he collected all that information, and it's now on this USB stick. San looked depressed. He was not only exposed and humiliated in front of the master, but also collected powerful compromising material against him. Lion added that he expected San to try to steal money from the Wolf family's bank account, so he warned the master and followed the money. Also, Master Wolf could hear his phone conversation well, so there was no point in resisting. Wolf stood up and said that he came here with the hope of giving San one last chance to confess his guilt and stand on the right path. But the man let the master down, and it looks like he can't wait for a request from Wolf. The master said that their family accepted him, trusted him, and helped him in everything. But he only spat in their faces. The old man was very angry. It was clear how close he takes all this to heart. What angered him more was not the fact of betrayal itself, but the fact that San had joined the gang of counterfeiters. There was no point in lying. And San, angry, almost with tears in his eyes, began to speak. He said that the master himself perfectly imagines why he did it. Lion carefully listened to the conversation. It became interesting. Was there really something that made the man do this? San's anger burst out. He shouted that it was Master Wolf who made him like this. It was the cry of the soul. The master was quite surprised by the words he heard. San insisted that it was the old man's fault. But how could a master push a man to do such a thing? San had nothing to lose, and he was going to reveal everything that had accumulated inside him over the years. He continued to shout and say that he only became this way because of Master Wolf, and before that, he was an honest and good boy. Lion and the fat man stood silently aside and listened to the conversation. A family scene was playing out in front of them, and no one wanted to interfere and disturb. Lao quietly told Lion that he did not understand what was happening at all. The guy replied that everything is not as simple as it seems, and it is better to be silent. Meanwhile, the master was ready for a fight. He grabbed San by the shirt and called him a fool who doesn't appreciate the one who feeds him. He then, with his strength and skill, picked up the man and threw him to the floor, and then asked what exactly had he done to turn San into a treacherous scoundrel. The man got up. It was obvious that he had hit himself painfully. He replied that ever since he became part of their family, the master had always looked down on him. Matter what San did, no matter how hard he tried to earn the authority of the master, Wolf was constantly dissatisfied. He believed that San was not capable of anything, and even more so, he would not be able to manage the company. It was very unpleasant for San to feel this way about himself. So because he was underestimated, he became an enemy to everyone, and is willing to help anyone who wants to destroy Master Wolf and the ancient community. San raged and shouted that he was ready to show what he was capable of. His eyes turned red from anger, and veins popped out all over his face. He promised to prove that the master was wrong at his expense, and he would not stop until he did. Wolf seemed amazed at the anger that had built up in his granddaughter's husband. The old man thought about what to do to him. For Lion, it became clear why the uncle became like this. The fat man added from himself that everything is always confused in large families. Master Wolf listened to San to the end and paused. Then he said that he understood what the problem was all this time. It seems that all these words quite impressed the old man. It seemed that he was not well, and he might fall on the floor at any moment. Yan immediately ran up to him and helped the master reach the chair and sit down. Wolf has always been a strong man, but family problems caused him unbearable pain, because he loved his family very much and considered it the most important thing in life. Having calmed down and rested a bit, the master asked everyone except San and Lion to leave the room and not disturb. The old man wanted to talk to the boys alone. No one was against it, and everyone quickly went out into the corridor. The door closed. Lion didn't understand why he was asked to stay too, if this problem only concerned Master and Uncle San. After a minute of silence, the old man began to speak. The first thing he said was that he could not hand over the family business to two young girls. According to him, Yumi is too soft and Lily is too stupid to run a business. If he made them his heirs, it would be very difficult for them. Both boys listened to the master in silence. Lion still did not understand why Wolf was saying this. Maybe he will propose marriage to Lily again? Uncle San didn't look so angry anymore. He thought that maybe the old man was hinting that San could become his successor. Wolf looked at San and said that after he became a member of their family, the master tested him. Although his abilities are not very strong, but the boy had character. According to the old man, with proper development, San could become his successor. San said again that the master was too strict with him from the beginning and always looked for bad things. Wolf replied that it was all just motivation, and to be successful you have to overcome many obstacles on your way. Unfortunately, San did not understand the master's intentions. He could not pass the first obstacle and turned in the wrong direction. This frankness shocked San. His vision of the situation was wrong all along. It turns out the master didn't really hate him. Wolf said that if he hated the boy, he would not let him be responsible for the biggest company in the family. Moreover, if the old man really hated San, he would not have allowed him to marry his beautiful granddaughter. San immediately remembered Yumi, so all his hatred and anger towards the master was useless. It hurt him. It turns out that he was wrong all this time, and he is the only one to blame for what happened now. It was hard to accept. The man fell to the floor and said that he always thought he was smart, but he turned out to be a fool. Lion continued to stand by silently and watch the family showdown. At that moment, he felt sorry for his uncle. Wolf said that his family will not be able to forgive San again, and he must break all his ties with the bandits. Next, the master added that he would like to act according to the law, that is, expel San from the family and take him to court. That would be fair. San understood that it was really fair in his case. He himself is guilty of everything, and is ready to suffer any punishment. The old man, a little upset, said that his family would not be able to allow such a scoundrel. So for the sake of Yumi's reputation, they should divorce. San was desperate. He understood that he did not want to involve his own wife in this story. So he agreed with the master's words and promised to divorce. Unexpectedly, the door opened and Yumi ran into the room, followed by Yan. It seems that he could not hold the girl. San was very surprised to see her here. They had only talked on the phone recently and he thought she was at work. The master also did not expect this, and even stood up from his chair in surprise. San asked his wife what she was doing here. He did not want her to become an observer of this scene and hear all these conversations. Master Wolf was furious. They arrived together, but he ordered her to sit in the car, and she not only disobeyed, but also eavesdropped on their conversation. Lion was generally shocked by what was happening, and did not understand what he was doing here. He continued to watch in silence. Yumi confidently told her grandfather that she has obeyed him all her life since early childhood, but what he wants will not happen. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she shouted that she was not going to divorce her husband, whom she loved. San looked sadly at his wife, and asked her to think carefully, because she would be better off without him. The girl cried and replied that she is not going to divorce anyway, because he is her husband, and no matter how hard things are in life, they will be together. At the wedding, they exchanged vows regardless of the circumstances to be together. So if he leaves the Wolf family, she will do the same. Yumi hugged her husband. Her family was not fair to him, but for some reason she did not notice this. She said that this is also her fault, and now she also has to leave. These words were already touching, San cried. His hands began to shake from all these emotions. It seems that she really loves him, and is ready to go with him even to the end of the world. The husband apologized to his wife. He admitted his guilt and added that he wants to move forward, but he keeps making mistakes. Lion was also moved by what was happening. Yesterday, it seemed to him that there was a misunderstanding between San and Yumi, but today he saw that it was only temporary. They really love each other. San fought for fame and money, but did not appreciate those around him, so he lost. Lion realized that this was only a matter for the Wolf family, and decided to leave. The guy's conclusion is that you need to become a better version of yourself for the sake of those around you. Looks like San didn't end too badly. Lion's attitude towards San has also changed. He no longer felt anger and hatred towards him, because now he understood all his actions. Although the underground bank has now closed, the boys' claims against the gang of counterfeiters have only grown. In the future, everything can only get worse. The news about the closure of the bank quickly reached Byrne. They called him and said that because of this, they did not have enough money to hold the auction. The boss of the group did not like this news. Just a couple of hours ago, he was on the phone with San, and everything seemed under control. Looks like it's all over again, this guy named Lion. In front of the man lay the boy's dossier for joining the ancient community. It was recommended by Masters Wolf and Che Lao. The man got very angry and thought that he underestimated Lion, and now he has a lot of problems because of it. He got very angry and even overturned his desk. This auction was important for him, and should bring millions of profits. Now Lion must die. The next day, the young man woke up and was talking to someone on the phone. Meanwhile, someone was watching him through the window. He was on the phone with Master Che Lao. The old man himself called him to thank him for all his actions. Thanks to Lion, the underground bank was shut down, and the counterfeiters couldn't make a lot of money at the auction. The consequences would be dire. Master Wolf then picked up the phone to thank the boy as well. It was a really cool job, destroying an entire bank in a day. Lion was pleased to hear that his actions were seen and appreciated. He looked happy and thanked for the kind words. Master asked the boy not to be modest, and reminded him that if he didn't stop Uncle San in time, things could have been very bad. It was unpleasant for the master to mention this incident, because he understood that the wolf family should not have allowed this to happen. The boy felt that the old man was not very pleased to mention this, but he was very interested in the fate of Mrs. Yumi, and he asked about her anyway. Master Wolf became angry at the mention of his granddaughter, and said that she would rather give up her inheritance than her missing husband. But the grandfather loved his grandson very much, so he said that he would accept whatever choice she made. Lion thought it was a wise decision. The master then changed the subject and said that his old friends would soon return to the city, so he invited Lion to meet them. An unexpected offer. The boy was immediately interested in the master's friends. I wondered if they were from ancient society. Wolf thus thanks for closing the bank and wants to help the guy expand his influence? Lion thought that the masters should also be thanked in some way, for example, to find counterfeiters. Master Wolf said he would call when his friends came to town and said goodbye. The guy agreed and said he would be in touch. Lion understood. The bank was destroyed, and now the bandits are very angry with him. Knowing their methods of work, you can expect that they will try to kill him. At that moment, the system intervened. She was still not fully recovered, but she was partially working. As soon as Lion thought that he might be killed, she indicated that there was a high probability of that. Master Wolf had not yet hung up, so Chelao went over and picked up the phone to talk to the boy. The old man said that big events are ahead, and asked if Lion remembers that elections will soon be held for the title of elders in the ancient society. The young man was surprised that time is passing so quickly, and the elections will be held soon. He replied that he remembers everything, and it will be the election of the main members of society. Master Che said that they had officially appointed Lion as a core member of the ancient community, and all that was left was to wait for confirmation. The master has heard other masters recommend many people, and all of them are very famous and know their business. So Lion must be prepared for the fact that other masters will treat him with skepticism, even despite his great talent. The guy understood that he was inferior to other masters in terms of influence and connections. 2 elders are on his side, but if he cannot convince others of his talent, he will lose. In fact, if the system worked, there would be nothing to fear, but it lacks energy, which makes the boy seem weak. He will be able to see the crooks who want to get into the organization, but he will not be able to predict all their actions. Lion was going not only to get membership, but also to destroy the enemies. Wolf intervened in the conversation and said that there may still be traitors in the ancient community, and it is not yet known. But together with Lion, they will definitely find them and punish them. They cannot lose this battle, so you have to stick together and act very carefully. Chelao said that it was Lion, and he himself understood everything, and the old men began to take each other's phones. Lion did not interfere. He understood that these 2 masters trusted him too much, despite the fact that they had only recently met him. He cannot deceive them. The boys have too much responsibility. It is difficult to cope with this at such a young age, especially when the system stopped helping consistently. Although the bandits want to kill him, there is no choice. If you can't escape from it, you can at least try to clear the ancient circle of traitors. Maybe everything will work out. Lion took a drink of water and was determined that even without the help of the system, he would be able to find and defeat his enemies. Only he remembered the system as it reappeared. The system said that the probability of a threat from bandits is 90%, and you can get energy for going outside the city. The guy was scared. He did not expect that the system was ready to work, and thought that it did not have enough energy for this. He was going to figure out what to do with the system, and remembered that he had not hung up, and the phone conversation with the masters was still ongoing. So he told the old men that there was not enough energy in the phone. Lion was even willing to go and fight monsters in order to restore energy to the system. The system advised to leave the dangerous place. But the boy thought that running away from problems is not an option, because sooner or later they will catch up with him anyway. Master Che said that he had said all he wanted to and would not distract the boy anymore. The old man began to say goodbye, but Lion seemed to want to say something more and asked the master to wait. It was something urgent. The guy wanted to talk about traitors who could infiltrate society. Without a system, he needs the help of 2 masters. Lion reminded the master of the confirmation of joining the community, and said that he had a few ideas to discuss. And now he will come to talk personally. The master did not mind and agreed. The young man quickly got himself together, and leaving for 2, got into his car. It didn't take long to go to the master. Lion didn't know, but the man continued to watch him. He was a professional killer who worked for counterfeiter gangsters. This man had been following him since morning. He saw how the boy left the house and got into the car. This man's name was Hant. He had long been in contact with bandits, and when they needed to remove someone, they called him. Hant was a master of his craft, and willingly agreed to help the intruders with their enemy named Lion. Meanwhile, the boy left the main road of the city and was heading to the master. He was worried about privacy, so he did not want to conduct such important dialogues over the phone. A large truck was driving in front of his car. She was moving rather slowly, so Lion decided to go around her. Ever since he bought himself a new car, the guy liked to sometimes burn someone and just drive fast. Before, he did not know that he liked speed so much. He pressed the gas pedal and began to slowly go around the truck from the left flank. For a car like his, it was easy. At first he did not notice, but the truck he was trying to overtake began to drift in his direction. It happened gradually. Due to the fact that Lion did not see this immediately, he missed the opportunity to avoid the collision. The truck accelerated its movement towards Lion. At that moment, the boy saw what was happening. At first he was just scared and didn't know what to do. This is a normal reaction in a stressful situation, but sometimes fear does not allow you to save your life. The truck hit the Lion car, and it was immediately pushed to the side. The guy was very scared. He had never been in an accident on the road, and had only heard bad stories about such adventures. It was too late to try to do anything to improve the situation. Cars hit each other. Lion was not an experienced driver, but still tried to do something. He started turning the steering wheel in the other direction from the truck. It didn't help much. Everything happened too quickly and no longer depended on the driver's skills. The impact hit the right side of the car. Lion was very lucky because of that. All that remained was to pray and believe in the best. The airbag activated almost instantly from the impact and saved the boy's life, although bruises were inevitable. Both cars stopped after the collision. It was very lucky that no one else was hurt besides them. Lion waited a couple of minutes to come to his senses. He was still in a state of shock, but then he got up and got out of the car. He was glad that he remained alive, but remembered how at the moment of the collision, his whole life flashed before his eyes. The guy looked in the direction of the truck and saw that its driver also got out of the car and sat on the floor to regain consciousness. Lion immediately called the police and said that there was an accident at the Bii intersection. A truck collided with a car, and there were no casualties. The boy thought that a little more and he would be dead. Is it just a coincidence? Or is it all a planned smell for life? He looked at the truck driver. The man looked scared and it seems he also hit his head hard. The boy began to suspect the man of attempted murder. Maybe he's just pretending to be a careless driver, but he did everything on purpose? Lion immediately remembered the words of the system. She said that the probability of an attack by bandits is 90%. Maybe all this was arranged to kill him under the guise of an accident. Lion waited for the police. They looked at the video surveillance cameras on the road and saw that he was not guilty. The truck driver took responsibility, so Lion can drive. He looked at the truck driver and thought that the man looked like a decent enough person, and it was unlikely that he did all this on purpose. The guy told the policeman that people from the insurance company would take care of everything, and he would go about his business in the meantime. Stepping aside a bit, Lion continued to analyze the accident. I'm not a good driver here, so maybe it's the car? During this time, many people gathered on the street to look at the accident. Some even filmed it all. Maybe one of these people watching, and there is a potential killer who planned everything. Lion got goosebumps. The guy realized that he needed to go somewhere as soon as possible, and follow so that no one was watching him. Anyone can be a man from bandits, even some old man who does not arouse suspicion at first glance. Lion turned into the nearest alley and carefully looked around everyone. Danger can be waiting from any side. He decided to take a walk. The car still hasn't been picked up yet. It's being repaired. It is also necessary to make sure that there is no longer a threat to life. Not gone 10 steps before a large cactus nearly fell on his head. Someone threw him out of the house. Lion got angry, but raising his head began to shout that you need to be more careful because there are people walking here. And then he thought that maybe this is not a coincidence, and they really want to kill him by all available means. It was already like paranoia. When Lion started to run away from the killer, it turned out that the cactus was accidentally thrown from the window by a little boy. Now Lion began to suspect every person of wanting to kill him. A motorcyclist happened to be on his way. The boy immediately got scared and thought that this was definitely a killer, and now he will try to shoot him down. Lion began to jump and roll over to save himself and not get under the wheels. Although the motorcyclist was not going very fast, it seemed to him that he was able to escape, so until the motorcyclist caught up with him, Lion decided to run away quickly. As it turned out, the motorcyclist was an ordinary man, and after the boy shouted to him to be more careful, real paranoia began in Lion. He was suspicious of everyone he saw and constantly turned his head to avoid letting people get too close to him. He quickly realized that he had to go to a crowded place, because it was probably safer there. So the guy went to the very center of the city. Then he felt a little better, and he thought that maybe he was too excited, and it is unlikely that everyone around him wants to kill him. But it seemed to him that there were too many coincidences around to think that it was a coincidence. It is better to be more careful and try to get to Master Chelao as soon as possible, because it is definitely safe there. Now you have to be very careful all the time. It seems that by closing the underground bank, he greatly worsened the life of the bandits, and now they will not stop until they kill him. The streets are full of people, and it's hard to defend against everyone, but in the alleys, it's even easier to kill him. And besides, people can be with weapons. Then Lion mentioned that there is a subway in the shopping center where he is, and they won't let you in there with weapons. So this is a better option. So the young man decided to go down to the subway, and from there go to the Master Chelao. Then the old man will definitely help him with safety. He went to the escalator to go down. There were not many people. A middle-aged woman was walking behind him. Unexpectedly, as soon as they started to descend, the woman seemed to push the boy in the back, and he almost fell. A fall from such a height could threaten at least a large number of injuries. Lion could barely stay on his feet. It seemed to him that he was not mistaken, and the killer really pursued him and now attacked to kill, and pretend that it was an accident. He turned around and grabbed the woman by the shoulder. She is probably a trained fighter, and now she will try to finish what she started. But the woman just lost coordination and fell to the floor, and still did not take out any weapons from the bag. Lion to death, but it seems like it was really a coincidence. The guy immediately apologized and helped the woman up. Her name was Betsy. She said it's okay, and it's her own fault. Her hip hurt, and thanks to the boy, she did not fall to the bottom. Between their dialogue, the system reminded itself. She said she found energy. What kind of energy Lion did not understand. Betsy began to praise Lion and to thank him. She said that she was very scared, but he saved her, preventing her from falling. Lion understood. He still had to save himself and go down to the subway. But first he had to negotiate with the woman, so he said that she was too polite, and there was no need to thank him. Betsy did not stop thanking, and said that she was obliged to thank him somehow, and invited the boy to dinner. She took his hand and pulled him along. At first, Lion began to look for a way to refuse, and tried to withdraw his hand. But then I thought that the restaurant is a crowded place, and it is unlikely that anything will happen there. Besides, he was hungry after all these adventures. The woman was very strong and persistent, so it was difficult to refuse her dinner. It seems like a good idea. Betsy took Lion to her favorite restaurant. It was not far away. They didn't see it, but someone was watching them. It was Hunt. He watched over the boy from the very beginning and was always by his side. It seems that it is so easy not to tear yourself away from him. He thought that now the boy would have nowhere to go, and took out a small portion of deadly poison from his pocket. Lion recalled how the system warned of a potential bandit attack, as well as the fat man's words that he should obey the system and not take risks. Together with Betsy, they sat down at an empty table, and after looking at the menu, they ordered the woman's favorite dishes. After all, it was her favorite restaurant, and the boy decided to trust her taste. Hant sat at a nearby table and watched them carefully. Looks like he managed to poison the guy's food. The poison cannot be seen, but as soon as it enters the stomach, death will follow. Of course, Lion did not know about this, and calmly sat and rested. When his food was brought, he immediately began to cut his piece of meat. He took a few sips of red wine and then cut himself a bit of meat. A little more, and he may die of poisoning. The boy put a piece in his mouth and began to chew. Hant watched this and was very happy. It seemed that the work was done flawlessly. Lion was to die about 3 hours later. The poison will dissolve in the blood and no one will even understand the cause of death. But the boy did not have time to swallow the food and quickly spat it out. How he understood that it contained poison with the help of the system or by his own efforts was not clear. Hant was surprised to see this. He could not understand how the boy understood that the food was poisoned. Maybe someone told him? Betsy did not notice all this. She calmly ate her food, and everything was fine with her. So most likely the food was poisoned only in the boy. She asked Lion what happened, and saying that he looked very thin, she began to make him eat faster. It seems that it was not a system, because Lion, having felt a very strong taste of soda, immediately spat out the dish, thinking that the cook had gone overboard with the spices. Hant continued to watch quietly. He couldn't believe that the boy understood everything so quickly. The man usually did everything flawlessly. Lion asked for a glass of water and drank it all. The meat seemed to taste very strange, as if the cook had flown in from another planet. And then the thought occurred to him that maybe his bad premonitions came true. And his food was poisoned? Lion immediately started drinking more water and became nervous. If the killer poisoned his food, he was somewhere nearby, watching him all the time. Lion started coughing, and Betsy immediately rose to her feet and began to lightly hit him on the back. She said that he eats too fast, and there's no need to hurry. Since the killer was far away, he did not understand everything that was happening, and it seemed to him that after all, some piece of meat got into the middle, and the boy felt sick. The system intervened and said that the meat was completely poisoned, but Lion himself was normal, and the poison did not get inside him. The boy quickly realized that if they tried to poison him, the killer was sitting and now watching him to make sure that everything was done cleanly. The young man began to inspect the premises. There were many people around. Someone was constantly coming and going. We need the help of the system. And at the moment when the system was most needed, it came to the rescue again. She pointed to the man who was 100% the one who poisoned the meat. Lion was not yet going to reveal that he knew the killer, and decided to choose a waiting tactic. Betsy was worried that Lion was not eating anything. She asked him what the matter was, and offered to choose any dish from the menu if he did not want meat. The guy refused and said that everything was fine. It was probably an assassination attempt. It seems that staying in the crowd is not as safe as it seems, and he may have involved an innocent person in this matter. Lion continued to eat for some reason, and the killer, seeing this, began to rejoice, because his plan would soon be fulfilled. Betsy and Lion had a quiet dinner and then went their separate ways. The guy thanked for the delicious food, and the woman thanked for the help. Hant continued to watch the boy. Lion went outside and walked towards Master Che-Lao. He saw Hant leave the restaurant and followed him. The killer did not understand how the boy was still alive after such a large dose of poison. It was strange. He should have died of a heart attack. So something went wrong, and it was necessary to understand what exactly. Meanwhile, the killer's house had all the ingredients for the poison. It was from them that his assistant made the poison that was added to the boy's dish. An assistant called Hant and said that someone had changed the labels on his ingredients, and he only just saw it. Now it became clear how Lion is still alive. Probably the system saw it and updated the data, and the boy calmly ate the meat. Hant thought that he was simply deceived by some dishonest seller. Now he has to rely only on himself. Hant began to think about a plan to kill. He was in the city center, so we have to pretend it was an accident. He began to catch up with the boy. Most likely, he planned to push him onto the road under passing cars. At the last moment, Lion ducked and thwarted Hant's plans. He pretended that his shoelaces were untied. Dion is very careful now. Now he does not expect danger from everyone around him, but knows his opponent in the face. The killer immediately turned away from him and hid his face. Everything was not going according to his script, and he was getting nervous. He remembered the words of his boss that it is impossible to panic, and the boy must die as if by accident. Hant didn't understand why to complicate everything. He just needs to take Lion to a deserted place and do his business there. The man saw a map of the city in front of him and began to think about the best place to attack Lion. The guy calmly walked down the street. He knew he was being hunted, but he was much smarter than his opponent thought. Lion tried to accelerate to pull away. He did not want to enter into a direct conflict. At one point, it seemed as if the killer had left somewhere far away, and now you can relax and call a taxi to Master Che. At that moment, the boy was passing by the river and heard that someone had fallen into the water and was screaming for help. The young man looked more carefully and was very surprised, because it was the murderer who fell into the water, and it seems that he himself may die now. Hant was actually a pretty good swimmer, and he wasn't a stupid guy either, so you could always expect some kind of trick from him. Lion understood that it was very risky to dive into the water to try to save someone who wanted to kill him. It seems that Hant pretends to have fallen into the river to lure the boy there and drown him. A cunning move on his part. Lion guessed about Hant's plans, and decided that he had better get out before it was too late. This is a good chance to really get away from the killer. While Hant was pretending to be drowning, his leg actually gave way, and he really began to sink. Looks like the killer's plan failed. He began to panic. The man cursed his decision to get into that river, and the boy who had started it all. He really began to sink and tried with all his might to scream for someone to save him. Another 3, and he will drown. Lion saw what was happening, and the system indicated that Hant had actually begun to sink. Lion couldn't just walk away and leave a person to die. He was raised differently. Fishermen who were sitting and fishing saw this and started calling for help. Someone who could swim well was needed because the river was deep and the current strong. Lion once again turned to the system and asked if he needed to save this bastard and risk his own life. The system did not respond, and again showed that the download was in progress. Meanwhile, Hant almost completely went underwater. Lion accepted the decision to save the killer no matter what. It is necessary to do good, even around everyone does only evil. The boy ran and quickly found a long stick, took it, and started running towards the river. Many people gathered around, but no one could help. Lion made his way through the crowd and waded into the water up to his waist. He held out a long stick and shouted to the man to grab it tightly. Lion could not afford to think about whether this one man is a criminal or not. It is a matter of life and death, and he must save him. People gathered around started to help the boy. It took a lot of strength to pull the man out of the water. In the end, everything worked out, and Hant was saved. People congratulated Lion and said that he was a good man, a very smart and good person, and if it weren't for him, the man would have died. The boy was pleased to hear these words. The system immediately updated and said that it had received some energy. This was quite an interesting post. Now it becomes a little clearer what kind of energy the system is interested in. The system confirmed that the man was really drowning, but it was already clear, and her help was needed a little earlier. Lion understood that the killer wanted to drag him into the water and kill him, but he almost died himself. He seems pretty stupid, especially remembering his attempted poisoning. If Hant is so stupid, how did he manage to escape? Lion thought about what he should do next, and the guy had an interesting plan to catch this bastard. Leaving him at large would be too dangerous for the future. Lion stepped aside a little and called the fat man Lao. He asked him to come to him urgently, sent him his location, and asked him not to hang up and to listen carefully. While the boy was talking to the fat man, he saw a reflection in the shop window. Hant is not going to give up so easily. This did not frighten Lion. It seemed that he, on the contrary, was only happy about it. The boy wanted the killer to follow him. Hant, meanwhile, was walking around and trying to pick the right moment to attack. He has not yet decided how to act. When Lion walked in his direction, he quickly ran to a lingerie store and began pretending to be a customer. He pretended to be looking for a gift for his wife so that Lion would not notice him. It seemed to the man that he was acting very cunningly. When the boy passed by him, he said a few words into the phone that he thought they wanted to kill him and asked to take him away from here as soon as possible. Hant was glad to hear this, so the young man feels danger, and the man thought that thanks to his intelligence, he was able to hide his intentions. Hant thought that this guy is also quite cunning, and there is no time to come up with a plan, because it is necessary to act before it is too late. There was no choice. Either he would attack and do his thing, or in a few minutes the boy would be picked up and taken to safety. The killer quickly came up with a plan and started shouting that Lion owed him money and chased after him. The guy started to run away. Hant believed that his plan was perfect, and now you can safely catch up with him, drive him into a dead end and kill him. He tried his best to catch up with Lion, but it was not so easy because the boy was in good physical shape and ran fast. Lion turned into an alley, although there were few people there. Maybe the guy was going to find a hiding place there, but as it turned out, he found only a dead end. Hant quickly caught up with him and pressed him against the wall. There was nowhere to run. Lion began to pretend that he was very scared. This is not the first time he needed acting talents. Sometimes it seemed to the guy that he was worthy of an Oscar nomination. The boy pressed himself against the wall and asked the man who he was, and said that he did not remember owing him money. Hant ordered him to stop pretending, and added that he was ordered to kill Lion because he had fallen out with someone who was better not to fall out with. The man unbuttoned his cloak and took out a huge knife. Many people died from this knife. Lion tried in every way to stop the killer and asked him to stop. Then the guy asked how much he gets paid for his work, even without waiting for an answer. He said that he was ready to pay twice, and maybe even 3 times the amount. Hant paused a little. It was about huge money, which could last him for the rest of his life. It was a tempting offer. The man immediately imagined how much he could improve his life situation thanks to this money. The young man is afraid of him. But if he starts demanding 5 times the amount, Lion panicked, and without even waiting for an answer to his previous question, said that if that wasn't enough, he could offer 5 times the amount just to keep him alive. It was the biggest offer the killer had ever received for his work, and all he had to do was let the kid go. So Lion is a wealthy coward. Then Hant realized that if he lets the boy go, the bandits will come and kill him, and they are stronger than him. So this is not an option. He wanted to think of some way to kill the guy, but first, to get some extra money from him. So the man decided to take the money in advance and then break his promise and kill Lion on the sly. Nothing better came to his mind. Hant turned to the boy and ordered him to transfer 500,000 from his phone to his account, and then he would let him go. Lion replied that he did not have that much money in his account, and offered to go with him to his house so that he could get the money. The man understood that they were trying to deceive him and leave him for fools. He took out his knife and ordered the boy not to move. He said that he felt a lie, and was not going to believe a single word the guy said. Then Hant ordered to give all the money he had with him to Lion. The boy asked the bandit to calm down and not to be nervous, and promised to transfer everything he had with him to his account now. But this was not destined to happen. At that moment, behind, silently, as if invisible, the fat man Lao crept up. He was holding a large bag in his hands, but attacked the killer, who was standing calmly and did not suspect anything. Lao quickly threw a bag over him and grabbed him tightly. This was the plan of both friends, to lure the scoundrel into an ambush and capture him. It remained to teach the intruder properly. The fat man took out a large baseball bat and began to beat Hant with all his might. Lao said that the man himself is to blame for everything. It seems that the fat man was happy to help his friend, and happy to give someone a good spanking. Lion took out a cigarette and calmly watched all this as a bystander. His plan was perfect, and now the killer has been neutralized. The fat man beat Hant for several minutes, and then said that he froze. During this time, the man had many hematomas and bruises on his head. It was hard to look at him. Lion finished smoking his cigarette and properly thought about what to do next. It is necessary to ask everything from this scoundrel. So the boy asked the man who hired him, and said that if he told the truth he would not punish him, but would even give him a little money instead. But Hant refused, called the boy a fool, and said that he is a professional and will not tell too much. He seems to be a killer with moral principles. Lion said that he had heard that a reward of 1 million yuan was being offered for his head, and Hant was offered to give only 1/10 of the amount. These words affected the man. He said that Mr. Dao always offers a fixed amount of 100,000, and began to ask where the guy got the information about the million. But Lion had already heard all he needed. So Mr. Dao, that is, his guesses are correct, the man was hired by a gang of counterfeiters. The fat man covered the bandit's mouth with a rag. Then Lion's phone rang. It was Master Che Lao. He asked why the boy still hasn't arrived. The guy picked up the phone, said hello for the second time that day, and apologized. He said that he had some problems on the way. After these words, the master got scared and asked what happened. He had to guess right away and send a driver for the guy. Lion replied that there was nothing to worry about, and that he had taken care of everything himself. The problem is solved. He then said that today is already quite late for such meetings, and offered to come to the master tomorrow morning. The old man agreed, and said that he was glad to hear that everything was normal. He advised the boy to return home as soon as possible, and take care of himself. A personal driver will pick him up tomorrow. Then Lion called the police, and waiting for them, asked Fat Lao to deal with everything. The fat man said it wasn't a problem, and asked Lion to be careful. Lion walked towards the house. The system said it got a little more power, but he was tired of seeing these stupid notes, and he was waiting for it to start working in its usual mode. The evening came. The boy approached his house. He was very tired during that day, experienced a lot of stress. At first he almost died on the road. Then he was close to death from poisoning. But in the end he emerged victorious from all adversity. He went into his house and called the elevator. There were many thoughts in his head, and all the boy wanted was to rest. He's been having too many problems lately. I wish they would give him a break, at least for a while. Lion couldn't believe that all the troubles that happened to him today were not accidental. War with bandits is not an easy task for anyone. They want to kill him and solve their problems, but they are waiting for Lion to lose his vigilance. All their traps to catch him by surprise. A few days ago, at dinner in the gangster headquarters, Byrne had a dialogue with one of his assistants. The word went to Lion. The boss called the boy strange, but said that everything should be planned well. The thugs planned to send a hitman to kill the boy and hoped that everything would work out. But if something went wrong, they would just wait until Lion lost his vigilance. Byrne was very angry with the boy. He created a lot of problems for them, and closing the underground bank seems to have become the last straw of patience. He ordered his assistant to think everything through carefully and make Lion suffer. According to him, the boy must die. At that time, Lion entered his apartment and turned on the light. He planned to shower, eat dinner, and go to bed right away. Lion did not believe that Hant, who tried to kill him today, was a real professional. Maybe the counterfeiters will try to send another killer after him. At that moment, the system intervened and said that one must be very careful, because the owner is in mortal danger. So it turned out. There was another man in his apartment who came to kill him. His name was Tag, and he took out a knife and attacked Lion from behind. The young man had not noticed him when he entered, and now, it seemed, it was too late. Unfortunately, the system warned the guy later than necessary, but the system decided to correct itself and show its new skills. She said the host is in danger of death, so the protection mode is activated. Tag stabbed Lion with all his might, but some invisible force saved the boy. Lion pushed to one side, Tag to the other. The guy was happy and surprised at the same time. He did not know what the system was capable of, especially when it had little energy. Tag was a professional killer and wasn't going to stop. The boy was left alone with him in a closed room. There was very little chance of survival. Tag did not immediately understand what happened and why the boy was not dead after being stabbed, but seeing the phone on the floor, he thought that the phone saved the boy. Tag pounced on Lion to finish him off. He wasn't going to spend a lot of time on it and wanted to get the job done quickly and quietly. The second blow inflicted a wound on Lion's shoulder. It was painful. The system reacted by saying that it was low on energy and could no longer protect the host. Lion began to run away. He had no weapons at home, so it was necessary to use improvised methods. Tag was very close and was about to deliver the decisive blow. The young man saw an ashtray and decided that it was better than nothing. He swung and threw it with all his might into the killer's head. He'd seen it in the movies and thought it might work if you hit him right in the head, but it seems it only worked in the movies. In front of him was a professional assassin. The man easily caught the ashtray and laughed. Therefore, the plan did not work, and something had to be invented urgently. The system could not help. Lion could only rely on himself. Lion grabbed the first thing he could get his hands on. It was a gas canister and a lighter. He told Tag that he won't be able to do everything quietly. Tag just smiled back. He was calm and confident. His every move seemed measured and thought out in advance. The man replied that even if he made a lot of noise, he would still kill the boy before he left, so it was better to take his word for it. The system has started to fail. At first, she began to repeat that she did not have enough energy to protect her master. Then she simply warned about the danger, and later announced that she was developing a rescue plan. According to her, the probability of the owner's death has greatly increased, and the system recommends updating it as soon as possible. Lion didn't know if it would work, unless the system gives him some kind of shield or armor that can be regenerated many times. Tag smiled and offered to look at something. At first, Lion did not understand what the killer was talking about, but then he turned his head and saw something that he definitely did not expect to see in his room. Lily was lying on the floor. She was unconscious, and her hands and feet were tied. Lion did not understand how she ended up in his apartment. The guy planned to set fire to the apartment and try to escape because of it. But this plan will not work, even if he can escape, because then Lily will die. Tag said that if Lion wants to continue, he is fine, but he has to think about his girlfriend. As it turned out, Lily came to visit Lion, but in the middle of the apartment there was a killer who grabbed and tied the girl. Lion was very angry after hearing the story. Lily was close to him. He immediately asked what Tag did with her. The man replied that he wouldn't dare to do something bad with Master Wolf's granddaughter, so he just gave her a sleeping pill so that she wouldn't cause problems. Tag said Master Wolf would kill the boy himself if his granddaughter died because of him. It seems that the killer is only on hand. Lion didn't know what to do. It remains only to connect with the system so that it works. But how will it affect him, and will it save the day? Tag said that the guy better not make a fuss and put the gas cylinder in its place. It won't hurt a professional killer, but it can hurt a girl lying on the floor. Looks like it was a new Tag plan. He decided to manipulate the boy's feelings when he saw that Lily was not indifferent to him. So he went to the girl, lifted her up a little and put the knife to her throat. Lion was very scared for Lily, and directed the gas cylinder with a lighter at Tag again. But then the boy realized that he could only hurt Lily like that. He was very scared. Ta started shouting for Tag to stop and not touch her. Looks like the killer's plan worked. He smiled and told the boy to throw the gas can on the ground and accept the fact of his defeat. Lion listened to the man's words and did what he wanted. Now it became clear that the situation cannot be corrected without the help of the system. It was a big risk, because it is not clear what this update of the system will lead to, and how it will affect the state of Lion itself, but there was no choice. So the boy turned to the system and said that he wanted to activate the third option, that is, for the system to take energy from the boy's body. The system waited for what it wanted and immediately started the process of receiving energy from the host. It was not clear what this would lead to. While the system is updating, you need to somehow distract the killer. Lion said that he could kill him, but asked him to promise that Tag would not touch Lily. It was important to him. Lion asked for a few minutes to say goodbye to the girl. It is necessary to take time as much as possible. Lily was still unconscious. Tag must have given her too much sleeping pills, but maybe it's for the best, because she can't see everything that's going on. Tag thought about it and agreed to the offer. He ordered to sit on his knees and put his hands behind his head, and not even think of trying to deceive him. Lion agreed and did everything the man ordered. The guy asked the system to update faster because there is very little time. The system replied that the process has started and it is necessary to wait a little. Lion sat down closer to Lily and started talking to her. He asked if she remembers their first meeting in the city park. She appeared as if out of nowhere and crashed into him. He continued to tell everything one after the other and tried to look confident so that the killer would not suspect anything. Tag just smiled. Lion should buy a little time to carry out his plan. It is not known when the system will be updated. It could be very soon. So the guy continued to confess his love and apologize to the girl. Tag started freaking out. He was disgusted to hear this. He began to speed up the boy and said that he could not wait any longer. His whole life was occupied by work and murder. He had never truly known love. Lion was getting nervous as he was running out of ideas to talk about. He asked the system how long to wait because Tag was getting impatient. The update is almost complete. It was necessary to wait a little longer. Lion asked the man to give him some time. According to him, Master Wolf did not allow them to be together at first because Lion was poor, so he had to make a lot of effort to get the master's recognition and be with Lily. Lion well understood how stupid it all looked, but there was no choice. Not only his fate was decided, but also the fate of Lily. Tag became even more angry after these words. He didn't care about Lion's story or what happened between him and the girl. He kicked Lion in the stomach, after which the boy fell to the floor and said that he and Lily could be together, but only in the next life. It seems that it will not be possible to win a little more time, and you have to save yourself. Tag took out a knife and tried to kill the boy. He said that there was no point in resisting, and Lion would not be able to save his life. So it was better not to resist, because it would only get worse. Lion was very afraid. He was in a difficult position, on the floor, and a few centimeters in front of his face was a large knife of a professional killer. It was necessary to escape somehow, but Lion did not have enough strength. If the system does not help now, then everything will be over. The system recovered after loading and began the process of transferring power to the host. Lion felt more energy in him. The boy immediately jumped to his feet and grabbed his opponent's knife. Now the balance of power has changed, and Tag will not just get his way. The system gave Lion not only strength, but also speed and flexibility. The guy was angry and planned to take revenge for the fact that Tag touched Lily. Tag felt it immediately and was very surprised. He did not understand where the boy got so much strength, even though a moment ago he was begging not to kill him. It was too late to think. Lion knocked his weapon out of the man's hands and began to beat him in the face. Lion felt so physically powerful, and he loved the feeling. He wasn't going to stop until he had finished teaching this scoundrel. He punched Tag in the face and then kneed him in the chest. This evening will be remembered by the killer for the rest of his life, if of course he remains alive. Lion picked the man up and threw him at the television that was hanging on the wall. Tag was hit hard and fell to the floor and passed out. The last thing he thought was that what had happened couldn't be possible. Lion was still very angry, and Lily remained bound and unconscious. Lion exhaled calmly and began to recover. He used up a lot of his body's resources, and it came at a price. The guy lost consciousness and, exhausted, fell on the floor next to Lily. So all three lay next to each other and showed almost no signs of life. Due to the noise and screams, the neighbors called the police, who arrived 10 minutes later and took the boy to the hospital. Lion lost a lot of strength, so he urgently needed the help of doctors. He was taken to the hospital in time and survived. The first thing he saw in front of him when he opened his eyes was Lily and Fat Lao. The girl congratulated him and almost cried with joy. Wolf and Master Che Lao entered the middle from the corridor. All relatives were nearby. They told the boy that he had been unconscious for 3 days. All this is due to great fatigue, and now I do not threaten his life and everything will be normal. Lion was surprised to hear that he had been lying there for 3 days. It seems that these are the consequences of the system and its update. Master Wolf thanked Lion for all he had done. If it wasn't for him, Lily would have died. The girl was also nearby, but she seemed to be beaming with joy. Lion was pleased to hear words of gratitude from people he respected. But he also noted that Lily was in danger because of him. Master Wolf asked the boy to calm down and thanked him once again for all he had done. He neutralized 2 assassins in 1 day. It's unbelievable. Chelao said that it was his fault because of his negligence, because he did not expect that the bandits would hire a professional killer. Losing the middleman will still cause the counterfeiters a lot of damage, and push them to use even more terrible actions. Lion said that if an open war began between them and a gang of counterfeiters, then the gangsters will do anything to win it, so you need to act as quickly as possible. The masters calmly listened to the boy, and Master Che told the young man to tell what he had in mind. Wolf looked thoughtful. Lion said that background checks before joining the antique community are very important, and counterfeiters will do everything in their power to stop them. So it is necessary to take advantage of the situation and find all the traitors in the ancient society, and then, taking the initiative, completely eliminate the bandits. It would be risky, but Lion insisted on trying. It was clear that Lion was very excited about this plan of revenge. His eyes seemed to light up. He asked the masters what they thought about this. Master Wolf spoke first. He said that it was a great idea, and he too had been thinking about it for a long time and was waiting for a good opportunity. Si Hilao said that they should get rid of the traitors. But it is a very large-scale matter. So we need to know how the head of the community and other members of the community will react to it. As for the elimination of bandits, they will not be able to do it by themselves. They need to enlist the help and support of other communities. Lion was glad to hear this and thanked the masters for their trust. He said that all the nuances can be discussed a little later, and now he was going to prepare for the inspection. Master Che said that to begin with, you need to rest well, and as soon as the boy is discharged from the hospital, they will discuss this matter in detail. Wolf started telling Master Che Lao that he was acting like a coward, so Master Che immediately said it was time to go and took his friend, Lily, and the fat man into the hallway. Everyone said goodbye to Lion and left the boy to rest in peace. When everyone left, Lion calmly exhaled. He wanted to be alone with himself, to remember what happened a few days ago, and to rest a little. The boy remembered the attack of that killer and how he was lucky to survive. It was no longer a joke. His life could end that evening. Tag appeared in his memory. Now you have to think about your safety much more. He was angry with the gang of counterfeiters and promised to take revenge on them soon for all that they had done against him and his loved ones. Then the young man remembered the system and turned to it. He knew it should work better now, so he wanted it to load faster. It looks like the system has been completely updated and is now very different from its previous version. Lion did not immediately understand what was happening. The system notified the guy that using some of the energy to force the host to power up would now have an impact on the download speed. But now the system has been updated to the second version. Lion was upset because he thought that the system was now mocking him and would load even more at the most important moments. The system replied that it would not do that. The guy asked not to be so rude and asked what she took from him for recovery and why did he sleep for 3 days. The system replied that it was the owner's decision, so the system does not take responsibility. But all this was to fix the system, so the young man believed that the responsibility was on her. The system stated that Lion was lucky, because the energy she received from him was not important in itself, as she would not be able to do anything bad to the host. According to analytics, Lion had no chance to survive against Tag, so the system decided to instantly boost the host to provide energy. Energy level is closely related to health, so Lion was very weak and the system kept repeating this. This made the boy angry. That is, everything that happened is the result of stimulation with additional energy. This can be considered as the last push. So, in such cases, you can get a short-term charge of great strength and power, but then you will have to pay for it and sleep for 3 days. Although it is life-threatening, it helped Lion survive, so he smiled and thanked the system. The guy decided to start training so that in such cases he would have more energy and the effect would last longer, but it seems that it does not work like that. And the system replied that these are just dreams of the owner. Lion got angry and asked not to mock him. It turned out that the new version of the system now has a nicer interface and can become a friend for the host. Lion immediately asked for more details. The system will now develop multiple fallback plans after performing analytics. You can learn more about this when the time comes to use this feature. The guy asked the system where did it get the energy this time? To which I received the answer that changing someone's abilities can provide the system with energy. You need to do more right things, and everything will be fine. Lion needed to be calmed down. He was too pissed off about communicating with his own system. The system also reported that the owner had spent all of his luck on restoring the system, so now he was the only one to rely on. It looks like Lion's luck will now run out. The guy has already faced a lot of troubles recently. It's not scary to get a few more problems. A loss can lead to a gain, so upgrading your system can bring many new benefits. After upgrading the system to the new version, Lion confidently stated that now is his time to strike back at the counterfeiters. In the headquarters of the forgers, the angry Burn beat almost all his subordinates. He was furious because it was not possible to kill Lion. Some serious companion called him and asked why it was not possible to remove the boy. Burn replied that they hired a professional killer who has never been wrong, and they themselves don't know what happened this time. The man with whom Burn spoke ordered the attacks on Lion to be suspended, because nothing could be done with him until he was checked. The inspection will begin soon, and this man has prepared well, and declared that he will deal with this annoying guy himself. His name was not mentioned in the conversation, but he was someone very influential, who was respected even by Burn. This man promised to bring the boy's head when he dealt with him. Lion continued to recover in the hospital. Yan visited him, and while they were talking, someone called the guy. It was Master Chelao. He asked how Lion was feeling, and if he was going to be discharged soon. Lion replied that everything was fine and he was almost ready to go home. Then the boy asked how the meeting of the elders went. The master replied that he was officially informing the boy, from the Council of Elders, that his application for the role of a candidate had been accepted, and the inspection would take place in 2 days. The boy was overjoyed at this news, for it was exactly what he had been dreaming of, but Master Che spoke so formally that it seemed as if something had happened. The master added that Lion will issue a written confirmation in which the inspection rules will be prescribed, and asked to prepare well. Lion replied that he would try to do everything possible, and the system immediately intervened and noted that the rules had not changed in favor of the boy. All members of the jury are in isolation in order to prevent information leakage. The old man reminded the boy that he and Master Wolf recommended him, and he should do everything in his power not to disgrace them. Lion felt a lot of responsibility and understood that he had to give his best. He replied that everything will be fine. Lion said goodbye and hung up the phone. All 12 core members of the board will come to check, so now it's all up to Lion. The young man turned to Yan, smiled, and then said that it was time to shine. It seems that despite the responsibility, Lion did not lose their optimism. Yan, as usual, was restrained and did not show excessive emotions. He wished the boy luck and said that everything would work out for him. A few hours later, in the center of the city, in the meeting room of the antiquarian community, all 12 members of the Council of Elders gathered. Chelao greeted everyone and said that he passed all the information to Lion in the morning and asked what the council members thought. The vice president of the council, Master Li, said that everything was fine. He was one of the most authoritative elders of the ancient community. Then he added that he did not doubt the competence of Masters Wolf and Chelao. Wolf made a displeased expression. He did not trust anyone, except of course Master Che, and turning to everyone, said that if no one had any questions, then it could end there. Stood up and asked not to be so serious, as the meeting was already over. San seems to have been quite a positive old man. He said that it is rare for elders to gather together in this difficult time, especially without women. He invited everyone to have a drink to enjoy this opportunity and have a great time together. It will be better for the organization. One of the elders replied that this time, the president would not be able to deceive them. Santaihi laughed and said that he has nothing to fool anyone. He is already invincible in drinking alcohol. An hour ago, there was an important discussion in the boardroom about Mr. Lion. Santaihi warned that lying at this table was strictly forbidden. One of the members of the elders, Master Hoi, said that the boy is quite young and has high potential. He is 4 years younger than the Invisible, when he became a member of the ancient community. For some reason, these words about invisibility made everyone very angry. It seems that it was better not to mention this man. Master Wolf was especially angry and asked not to talk about this person at this table. Then Kain Yuda spoke. He remarked that he hoped Masters Chelao and Wolf would not allow their candidate to enter the main council so easily. Kain Yuda understood that the boy had great potential and abilities, but he wondered if he even graduated from university. Master Wolf was about to start shouting at the whole hall, but Chelao stopped him and said that there is no need to worry about it. Cheilao turned to Kane Yuta and said that they are personally responsible for the guy because they recommended him. And if anyone wants to personally check out Lion, that's no problem. In this way, it will be possible to check what the guy is worth and give the youth an opportunity to prove themselves. Kane Yuta said that there was no point in personally checking the boy, and it would only be a waste of time for him. The time has come to intervene in the conversation of Master Wolf. He asked Kane if he is not afraid of losing to Lion. There is also an opportunity to call another candidate to compete with Lion, and everyone will see who is more talented. Kane Yuta said that organizing competitions is the task of sports sections. His candidate is a very famous collector in the antique community, and will be able to easily win over the young guy. The president of the council said that for some reason the second candidate could not make it. To begin with, it is better to discuss the additional stage of the elections. According to him, only 1 or 2 candidates will reach the election stage. According to the rules, the one who gets more than half of the votes will be checked. Now there are 3 applicants, and the one with the most points will win. Kane Yuta said that experience and achievements should also be taken into account, and the Council of Elders cannot afford to take in some unproven boy from the street, without any talents, who will later be ashamed. Zhao Gi replied that they welcome young and talented people, but the winner must have all possible qualities. Wolf even more nervous. He didn't want to listen to anyone, and only wanted Lion to get his seat on the council. Mr. Li asked for an end to the controversy. He respected the opinions of all the masters, but he wanted his proposal to be heard. The test result can only show personal qualities. As for professional merit, the conclusion will depend on the elders' votes. So Li proposed to make the final conclusion after 2 stages, and asked what others thought about it. Master Wolf exploded in anger. This offer is unfair to Mr. Lion because he is too young. The elders say that they will give way to the young and talented. But who will vote for the guy after all these stages? Kane Yuta replied that the elders would vote for the candidate that would suit everyone, so that was a good idea. The winner of the challenge will have to score the highest score, and thus receive the most votes. Wolf thought Kane was crazy. If you follow his ideas, the council will not get any result from additional elections. Wolf finally got angry and was going to beat Kane. He called the master to go outside and solve this issue in a manly way. No one wanted to deal with Master Wolf. 2 elders grabbed him so that he wouldn't beat everyone else. Cheilao thought it strange that the president of the organization also nominated his candidate. He did not take part in the elections for many years, and now, for some reason, he decided to intervene in the process. Kane is apparently against Lion's candidacy, so could potentially be part of a gang of fakers. Mr. President probably knows about it. The conflict could not be stopped for a long time. Master Wolf was not jokingly angry, and in this state it was better to stay away from him. Master Li asked everyone to watch their behavior. Everyone had an important place in the community and they were all adults, so he asked them to calm down and behave appropriately. The president of the ancient community behaved very calmly and did not participate in the conflict. He agreed with Master Li's words. Li's words did not work, and he turned to the president for help and took matters into his own hands. Santaihi agreed to Master Li's proposal. The additional round of elections is important to the antiquarian community, because it is better to take no one than to take a random person. It's harsh, but fair. As soon as the words of the most respected member of the community were heard, everyone immediately fell silent and calmed down. Almost all the elders agreed with Santaihi's words and calmly returned to their seats. The president's word is law, although Wolf still hadn't sat back in his chair and was clearly unhappy. Master Cheilao reassured him. Mr. Li also agreed with the president. He noted that some members of the community are going to study abroad next week. Because of this, it will be difficult to keep this situation under control. The president did not immediately understand what was being said. Li insisted on an early inspection. In this way, everyone present will be able to take part in the elections, and everyone will be calm about their fair conduct. One of the candidates will win and receive universal approval. Everyone turned to the president to hear his opinion on this proposal. He replied that it makes sense. Master Wolf sat down closer to Cheilao and said that if everyone participates in the voting, then Lion will be able to get more than half of the votes. Everyone talked about something next to each other and did it in such a way that others could not hear them. In a small ancient community, there were many clans, and it was also necessary to pay attention to this and find contact with everyone. Cheilao was sure that everything would turn out as they had planned, and very soon, Lion would be able to take his place in the council of the ancient community. Meanwhile, the boy was discharged from the hospital. He was confident that he would pass the test, regardless of how difficult it would be. The key task is to get rid of traitors. Lion was walking down the street and saw a car stop behind him, and someone very high-ranking got out. People gathered around. It seems they all knew this man. It was Master Li from the ancient community, one of the elders. The master was quite a public person, so it was not easy for him to move around the city without guards just in case. People around greeted him and said words of thanks for everything that the ancient society had done. Master Li only smiled in response. Someone from the crowd handed something to the person who was with Mr. Li. Lion noticed this immediately because it was something strange. The boy heard from the fat man Lao that Master Li is the country's main specialist in porcelain products. The system immediately indicated that Master Li was 100% a traitor. It seems that he was the one who recently spoke on the phone with the leader of the bandits, Burn. So one traitor was found, and this is not some secondary member of society, but the vice president. Lion was only happy with this information because only he entered the game, as he immediately found the main traitor of the community. He met a man's eyes in the corridor of the building. It was the same man who got out of the car together with Master Li, and to whom an unknown boy from the crowd handed something into his hand. This man's name was Mr. Laret. He turned to Lion, said hello, and said that he had heard about him. They shook hands and got to know each other. Laret was stylishly dressed, and Lion thought that it was necessary to choose a more worthy outfit for the inspection as well. Lion quickly understood that this man was a candidate from Master Li, that is, from a gang of counterfeiters. So, it remains to wait for the third candidate. He also appeared very quickly. It was a very mature old man, all gray and in a white suit. He walked with a stick. His name was Farid Ali. The elder greeted the men and apologized for being late. At first glance, Farid seemed friendly and adequate. Still, the man was quite old, and Lion was surprised that he was not a master, but only a candidate. The candidates didn't know it, but they were being followed at that moment by cameras showing video in the elders' hall. The masters discussed a lot, especially the conversations around Farid Ali. It was said that he is a real professional in his field, and if he wanted to become the president of the ancient community, he would have every chance to do it. He was 2 years older than San Taihi, but the president overheard these conversations and asked everyone present to be quiet, and also remarked that Mr. Farid Ali is actually 2 years younger than the president. Since all 3 candidates have arrived, the vetting process will begin soon. Candidates will enter a room and appraise antiques. They will be watched by the jury through the screen. After that, a vote will be held. To win, you need to get the highest score and receive more than half of the jury's votes. If there are equal points, the one who completes the task faster wins. If there are equal votes, the president will be elected. The verification process has started. Lion was worried that when it came to the vote, the traitors would be able to somehow prevent him from winning. The 3 candidates entered the Great Hall and began to examine the antique selections. It was necessary to be very attentive in order to evaluate everything correctly. Lion felt confident in the process. The system has been updated to the next version, so there is no need to worry. All inspection participants moved calmly and examined the goods. Everyone had their own tactics, and everyone was focused only on themselves and their skills. The antiques could not be touched with hands, but everything was clearly visible. There were many surveillance cameras around them. While Laret and Farid Ali were examining the antique porcelain vase, Lion opened the front door and quietly left the hall. This greatly embarrassed and surprised the other 2 candidates. To value antiques so quickly was beyond their comprehension. In the elders' room, everyone was also surprised. A few minutes to analyze an antique? The young generation behaves very confidently at this time. Master Wolf asked everyone to behave more discreetly and quietly, as the candidate was preparing to speak. Lion appeared on the stage in front of the camera. He began his speech by analyzing a golden elephant vase of the Saya era, Min Dynasty. It was made during Xianda's 3rd year. It showed a shine and a color that was well preserved. The guy added that its market price is approximately from 17 to 20 million. Lion says is a fake. It was made about 10 years ago by a modern craftsman. The quality of the work is excellent. The 3rd object is a 3-color ceramic object covered with glaze, Tan Dynasty, Jagan era. Only a few items of this kind are found now. The market price is about 30 million. All the elders who listened to the boy understood that he was absolutely right in everything he said. Master Wolf and Master Chelao were proud of their student at this moment. It seemed they made the right choice. Lion continued to evaluate antiques, and time after time he was absolutely right. He reached the 9th copy, which belonged to the Tikan era. The boy's success angered Kane Yuta. He did not understand how the young man analyzed everything so quickly, and thought that he also knew the topics of the examination long before the beginning. The president of the Council of Elders noticed that Lion is definitely a very talented and capable guy. He told without fail about absolutely all the antiques, but he did it very quickly, because of which there are doubts. It seems that something strange is happening to him. Some masters, on the contrary, praised the boy and said that at such an age it is very rare to have such knowledge. Moreover, he was not wrong in any detail about these items. He even mentioned the years they were produced, and the market price he mentioned is very close to the truth. Even Master Li paid his respects to the boy. He said that he was impressed, even too much. Such speed of evaluation of antiques is fantastic. Lion finished his speech. He evaluated 10 options of antiques and did not make a single mistake. Lion was asked to go to the break room and wait until the other candidates were screened. The boy was satisfied with himself and felt that he was the best. It was thanks to the system, and he understood that, and thanked her for helping him. She did not disappoint. The system replied that it really is the best, and embarrassed the boy, who did not know that systems know how to brag. The system said that the owner didn't even have to turn on his own brain. It seems the system can be so rough. Larat was preparing to begin his speech. Lion watched this from the lounge. The boy was interested in how his competitors would cope with the task. The young man immediately understood that Larat knows quite a lot about antiques. But the man made many mistakes regarding some dynasties, manufacturers, years of creation, and the approximate value of the product. Lion did not understand how Larat continued to answer after so many mistakes. Considering his age and experience, he shouldn't have shown himself this way. Watching the competitor, the guy turned to the system and asked about Larat, and the system answered that the man had prepared to start the inspection. So he cheated and knew all the topics in advance. One should expect anything from such scoundrels as a gang of counterfeiters. Lion wondered how this could happen. Jury members were isolated long before the inspection began. They could not contact the participants. The system intervened and called the owner stupid and inattentive. Then she recalled the moment when Larat received a secret note from a person in the crowd. Lion immediately understood everything. The puzzle in his head was completed. So the man was ready to start the inspection. But for some reason he still made mistakes. Lion asked the system if he could find evidence, but it was not possible. He washed them in the toilet even before the inspection began. It was mean and impossible to get proof. Moreover, Lion still cannot prove that the vice president is also with him. While the boy was pondering how to find evidence against Mr. Li, Larat finished his speech, evaluated all 10 antiques, and came to the restroom. Lion met the man very calmly. He smiled and with all his appearance showed that he was better than him. Larat tried to act a little arrogant towards the boy, although he was clearly unhappy with his performance, especially compared to Lion. Lion was embarrassed. The opponent tried so hard to surpass his own performance, but it seems that it did not work. The boy also noticed that Larat had bad manners. At this moment, the third candidate, Mr. Farid Ali, began his speech. He didn't make many mistakes, but he spent a lot of time on preparation, which was also taken into account by the jury members. So Lion was not particularly worried, relaxed, and sat and sometimes smiled looking at Larat. The young man also understood that in order to count out all the traitors, it will be necessary to meet with all the members of the jury in person. He remembered his plan, which he had discussed with Master Chelao, and hoped that everything would go as planned. The plan was that the entire jury from the antiquarian community would not be able to so easily recognize Lion as the winner. Traitors will immediately want to take advantage of this. At first, Masters Wolf and Chelao will be on their side, and then they will begin to oppose them so that this does not happen. And when they think they have already won, Lion will convince all the council members to hold an additional vote. Because of this, they will not suspect Master Che and Master Wolf. But the rules of the test have been changed. Candidates and members of the jury cannot meet to prevent cheating. Lion and Master Che did not consider this, while the boy was thinking about how to adjust the plan. Whether it is possible to leave it as it was before, a lot of time passed. All candidates finished the test, and the jury began to announce the results. Mr. Lion answered all 10 questions correctly in 16 minutes. The second candidate, Mr. Larat, answered 9 questions correctly and spent 28 minutes on all of this. The third candidate, Mr. Farid Ali, answered all 10 questions correctly, spending 43 minutes on the whole process. People in the audience were stunned. The youngest candidate won, and with a large margin of time. Lion held his breath from nerves. It looks like he won, but what happens next? There will be a vote of the elders. One of the council members turned to Lion. He congratulated him on his excellent performance and said that despite his youth, the boy already knows a lot about antiques. The young man pointed out all the little things and answered the questions clearly and quickly. It was an impeccable performance. The master also added that they had been in the ancient community for a long time, but they have never met such an intelligent young man as Lion. The boy replied that he was glad to hear this, and it was all thanks to the help of his mentors. Lion was smiling, but he expected a trap. He thought that first he would be praised, and then they would try to destroy him. Here he turned out to be right, because Master Isekai asked if the boy would mind if he was asked a few more questions. Lion agreed, and that was exactly what he was waiting for. Everything was going according to plan. Among the antiques is a furnace that imitates the style of the Sin dynasty, but was created in the Sin dynasty. Everyone knows that this furnace belongs to the Eastern Sin dynasty, but there is evidence that it may belong to the Western Sin dynasty. Lion was asked what he thought of all this. It was a historical question, and the master must have considered the boy ignorant, or perhaps had some other purpose. This question was prepared intentionally for Lion. Traitors will not let him rest. They must have understood that the guy is well versed in antiques, but does not know history, because he is young and inexperienced. Passing the test will not be difficult, but what to do after that? What if the votes of the elders are equal? While the young man was thinking about the answer to all these questions, Larat began to mock him, because he thought that Lion would not cope with the task. He began to ask Lion why he was silent, and he said that it was probably too difficult a question for such a young boy. Also, the insidious traitors among the Council of Elders could not help but rejoice. It seemed to them that their plan was working, and they began to show their joy. Masters Wolf and Chelao were silent. They did not expect that at the finish line, the boy would stumble. Everyone started to get nervous. Larat noted that Lion completed the main task very quickly, and somehow stuck on this question for a long time. It seemed somehow strange. The one who cheated went to accuse the other of fraud. Lion turned to the man and asked if this was an accusation. Larat replied that he did not say such a thing, and noted that the young man had already shown incredible results today, considering his age and level of education. Then the man decided to turn to Mr. Isekai and ask his opinion on this matter. The old man replied that he did not know if Lion had cheated, but he wondered how the boy managed to look at all these antiques in such a short period of time. They found themselves trying to blame the boy as soon as they got the chance. But Lion didn't mind and wanted to see what they would do next. The guy was very self-confident and wanted to do everything perfectly to get into the ancient community. It was all just part of his plan. He again pretended to think, and as if trying to remember the answer. Larat asked Lion why he started stuttering, because when he talked about the forgeries, he did it without stopping. The young man only wanted Larat to continue. He barely smiled, no one saw it. The president of the community, Master Santai, asked if the boy really didn't know the answer. It seemed incredible. Kane Yuta said that Lion's answers were very different from when he described the antiques. These words angered Master Wolf. Kine said that Master Che had the right to look at all the materials of the ancient community, and then he recommended Lion in particular, so the hint should be clear. Mr. Lee intervened. He decided to play the good guy, and said that he trusted Master Che and he would not cheat. Wolf, meanwhile, got even angrier. It seemed that he would now get up at the table and kill those who spoke ill of his friends with bare hands. Master Chelao replied that conducting an investigation was not a problem for him, but he was not the only one who had access to the antique. The president of the community intervened. He asked everyone to shut up and listen first to the candidate, Mr. Lion. He turned to the boy, asked him not to be nervous, and said that everyone was eager to hear his answer. And the answer came. The guy started talking about the official stove. It appeared during the Tan dynasty and belonged to the emperor. As for the porcelain of the Sin dynasty, the official kilns always mean those made in Hayami. According to the Fushuang novel GY, about the Eastern Sin dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Jegen, this furnace is considered to be the official furnace since the time of the Eastern Sin dynasty, at least according to ancient writings. So it is safe to say that from the very beginning, there was no official furnace in the Eastern Sin dynasty. It was a clear and correct answer. The guy took into account all the nuances and showed himself from the best side. All the masters, especially the potential traitors, were surprised by such accuracy. Masters Wolf and Chelao were overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. It was already beginning to seem to them that the boy would not be able to answer the question. The president of the Santaihi community was also very surprised by the quality of Lion's response. He smiled faintly. It was clear that the master was satisfied. Lion was pleased with himself. He couldn't let these elders disgrace him, especially when he had a system. It was quite simple. The young man confirmed his answer and apologized for the delay. According to him, he mentally checked all the details so as not to make a mistake anywhere. He wondered what the old men would say after such a high-quality answer. There was silence at the table among the masters. The sound could only be heard from Master Wolf's joy. He asked the members of the council, "Who wants to say something now?" Maybe those who were against Lion will say something. Kane Yuta admitted that he was wrong and apologized for hinting at the boy's dishonesty and publicly criticizing him. To Master Che that Lion was quite close to failure. But it seems that the boy was well versed in this period of history. Master Siakady also did not stay away and admitted that Lion showed an incredible quality of his knowledge and surprised him. Master Lee announced to the candidates a break and time to rest. It seems that the masters need to discuss everyone's performance and come to a decision. Lion continued to look very calm and confident. He understood that the elders would determine the winner, and he was looking forward to the results. Larat was sitting to his left, looking somewhat alarmed. The man understood that he had spent more time thinking, made several mistakes, and this could cost him a seat on the council. Also, Lion's last answer was flawless, and made Larat even more nervous. The masters decided to forget about the differences and move on to the discussion of verification. Kane Yuta said that even though Lion's answer was correct, for some reason he thought for so long. Kane also mentioned the boy's nervousness and noted that it seemed strange to him. "If you know the answer to the question, then why worry?" Wolf intervened. He was the main defender of Lion. He asked to forget about it and start evaluating the candidates for their performances, because it began to seem to him that some people were deliberately speaking against the boy. Lion deliberately answered with a delay, because by this he wanted to count out the traitors. Master Chelao said that the boy answered correctly, and no one will find evidence that Lion cheated, so there is no need to just blame him. A quarrel arose again among the masters. Master Lee asked everyone to speak more quietly, calm down, and follow protocol. He told Master Che Lao that he is a very wise man, but there is no need to argue over small things now. Lee admitted that Lion is a very unusual person, and really shocked many with his answers and their quality. He offered to test the boy again, and if he proves his high level again, then he will definitely become the winner. This will be an exam where he will be able to prove himself 100%, and no one will be able to say that he cheated. Master Lee turned to the president of the community and asked what he thought about this proposal. For a while, the room became very quiet. Everyone was waiting for the president's answer. Santaihi was the most experienced of all in the ancient community. He was respected, his opinion was listened to, and orders were immediately carried out. The president replied that Lion is really very unusual and even incredible. He looked at Che Lao and said that checking him one last time would be the perfect solution. Master Che Lao agreed with the president, although he was angered by the decision, but did not show his true emotions. Che's agreement and expressed the opinion that Lion would not be against it either. The masters began to discuss the third exam. Lion was waiting for a decision. It seemed to him that an eternity had already passed. Maybe the traitors noticed that he pretended on the last question. The system noted that Lion is not such a bad actor, so the traitors did not notice anything, but they still think that they have everything under control. It seems that they really want to get rid of Lion, and maybe even have a backup plan. It is necessary to prepare for all possible options. For the third examination, each of the jury must prepare one antique item, and Lion will have to examine all of these items and detect fakes. In this way, there will be no possibility that Lion will cheat, and the boy will be able to show all his talents. Also, thanks to this test, Lion will be able to prove to all members of the jury that he did not cheat in the previous tests. Mr. Lee asked Master Che Lao what he thought about it. Lee seemed to only want to anger Master Che, but Che Lao had a lot of experience and was very calm. He said that it is fair, and if the boy is really talented, he will easily prove it again. The master also suggested, after choosing the antiques, to invite Lion directly to them in the hall so that he would publicly evaluate these items. Then there will definitely be no complaints against the guy. This proposal was simple, but at the same time had a hidden meaning. The other masters calmly reacted to Master Che's words. Che Lao is right, so everyone agrees. It seemed that the traitors did not see anything wrong in this, and hoped for victory. Master Chelao was pleased. He did everything exactly as Lion asked him, so now everything will depend only on the boy. All members of the jury board chose one antique product and placed it on the table. This process took only 10 minutes. After everything was prepared, 3 candidates were invited to the room, but only Lion would be doing the evaluation. Master Li made a speech. He said that choosing a key member of the antiquarian community is very important. After the vote, a final inspection was scheduled, and Mr. Lion must show all his skill. Lion listened to this and assured Master Li that he understood everything and would try to show everything he was capable of. The guy was going to treat the inspection very seriously and prepared something for the traders. He wanted them to admit defeat. He was interested in what kind of antiques were prepared for him, because before finding all the traders among the masters, it is necessary to pass this stage of evaluation. There were many antiques on the table in front of Lion. The system got to work and began to analyze each item in detail. The system's findings surprised the boy. There are too many fakes in front of him, but how is this even possible? Are all these fakes made by a gang of counterfeiters? The system answered that the probability of this is 83%. So, among all the antiques that the masters prepared, there was only one original copy. In addition, except for the traders, all the other masters believed that the antique they prepared is original. The system asked Lion why he spends so much time on pointless thoughts and called him a fool. The new update changed her a lot. Master Li looked at the boy and smiled. He looked like a nice person, but in reality he was a lying traitor, and he despised Lion. He thought that the milk on the boy's lips had not yet dried up to go against him. An experienced master of antiques and a professional in the field of porcelain. Li's plan was simple. No one from the jury knew that almost all the antiques were fake. Lion will notice this, because he is very talented. Then he will start to prove to everyone that these are fakes. But no one will believe him, and everyone will think that he is not so capable, and probably cheated in the previous stages of the check. Master Li addressed the jury, and said that everyone had to choose the best antique they had. Master San Taihe looked suspiciously at Li. The president spoke little, was calm and without emotion, but his wisdom was at the highest level. He replied to Master Li that he had brought the same porcelain that he had recently bought and was showing it to everyone. Lion take his time looked at antiques. The system was actively working, and the guy was thinking about what to do. Too many fakes. Li expected the start. He expected that the boy would make a mistake regarding the evaluation of the antiques of other masters, and thereby insult them and lose the chance to prove himself right. Lion looked into Master Li's eyes. As always, the boy was not ashamed of his confidence, and seemed to find a chance to beat an experienced opponent. He realized that even if he could prove that the antique was fake, he would still offend the masters and lose their votes. It was a mean move on the part of the traders, but that was exactly what Lion wanted. He is ready for anything. The system continued the analysis. A lot of antiques were faked only partially, most often by 50%, so it will be extremely difficult to confirm that they are fake. The boy had an idea. He came up with a way to pass the test. All the craftsmen stood and waited impatiently for Lion to start evaluating the antiques. It seemed to some that the guy was thinking longer than usual. Another couple of minutes passed and Lion started. According to him, the first 4 antiques are original. It was about a pink casket, a ceramic pot, a bronze sculpture of Buddha, and another ceramic pot from another dynasty. These were the correct answers. Masters Chelao and Wolf were smiling and proud of their student. Other masters were more calm, but not Kane Yuta. He was angry as always when he first saw Lion, and was sure that the boy would not say anything right about his subject. Lion paused and moved on to the next 2 exhibits. It was all part of his plan. He said that the following 2 subjects are very interesting and not as simple as they seem at first glance. They are both half original and half fake. These words made the masters think. Some were very surprised. For example, Mr. President immediately asked Lion what exactly he meant. As for the teapot made of celadon, with 5 dynasties flowers, its bottom and lid are original, so the shell is real, but everything else is fake. This is a modern copy. The original parts were added to it for a reason. Thanks to the update, the system could now thoroughly disassemble antiques and notice even such minor nuances. Having finished with the teapot, Lion moved on to a Buddha sculpture from the Tan dynasty. Everything was not easy with her either. It was the antique of Master Kine Yuta. The old man immediately tensed up, because he felt that perhaps the boy would be able to correctly assess everything here. Lion raised his head and looked at Master Kane before starting. He saw how the master craved his defeat and wanted to teach him. Tan dynasty. as well as the early years of the Huan dynasty, the middle of the Min dynasty, and the middle of the Sin dynasty. It was even restored in modern years. It was an incredibly difficult task, and somehow Lion answered it perfectly, remembering all the little things. Kane Yuta opened his mouth in surprise. As everyone knows, antiques are valuable treasures left to us by our predecessors. It stores a lot of historical and cultural information. People have to restore them to show the characteristic features of each dynasty. The sculpture itself was made in the era of the Tan dynasty, but then it was restored many times. Lion also said that he understood that one of the craftsmen had to restore this sculpture, which is why it is here. The community president smiled. He was right. Lion is a true professional, and not only in the field of antiques. Master Lee and Kane Yuta gasped in anger. Sometimes it seemed that they were so angry that they could attack the boy right in the examination hall. Looking at Lion, one got the impression that this is exactly what he wanted. This was just the beginning. He had something more in store for them. It was the turn to evaluate the 5 remaining antiques. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Lion to evaluate them. Lion made a short pause and said that they were all fake. Master Zhao Gi began to shout at the whole room and say that the boy himself does not understand what he is saying. But Lion remained calm and only confirmed his words. All 5 items are fake. Master Li asked not to joke, although it was clear from his appearance that this was exactly what he had been waiting for, and he was happy about his victory. He said that these items were part of the community's collection of masters, and if Lion believed them to be fakes, then it needed to be confirmed. Master Kane Yuta confirmed Li's words, and told the boy that he must present irrefutable facts. Otherwise his words are worthless. Lion was no longer smiling, but he remained calm and serious. It seems that he expected such a turn of events, but was ready for it. He said that evidence is not a problem. The masters fell silent and nervously waited to see what the boy would do. Everything should be resolved now. The only proof that porcelain is fake is inside it. It is impossible to confirm this without breaking the vase. The boy had broken the 9-dragon pattern vat just because Master Chelao was protecting him, but would Lion dare to do the same now? Master L, I was waiting for a solution. He was sure that Lion would lack confidence for such an act. The risk is too high, but Master Li didn't know the boy well. Lion had a system and nobody knew about it, so his confidence in his abilities was at the maximum level. Lion smiled and dropped the vase from his hands. It flew about a meter, but completely crashed. He had the audacity to do it. Li couldn't believe his eyes. The guy did it. He must be really that confident. Kane Yuta yelled to the room that Lion was out of his mind. The antique that fell belonged to Zhao Gi. The man ran up to Lion and started shouting and waving his arms. He asked the boy how he dared to break the antiques of the master of the ancient community. Zhao Gi was very angry. He probably did not know that his antique was a fake. He asked for help and called the security with all his might. The security guards heard the man scream and reacted very quickly, and broke into the hall where the inspection was taking place. Lion was scared. He did not expect that all this would have such serious consequences. He asked the system what to do next. The system asked the boy not to worry and to trust her. But it was difficult to do. A little more and the guards will take Lion out of the room, and he will not pass the inspection. The president of the Santaihi Council was probably the only one who positively assessed the boy's act. The master thought that it was very brave, and watched with interest what would happen next. Of course, Master Wolf could not leave Lion alone in trouble. He stood up for him and ordered no one to approach him. This made Zhao Gi even more angry because he couldn't understand how the boy could be protected after what he had done. One of the guards was able to quickly bypass Master Wolf and grab onto Lion with both hands. The guy intervened. He shouted with the last of his strength that the craftsmen themselves asked to show evidence that the porcelain was a fake, and the young man was ready to show it. Lion promised Zhao Gi a 10-fold compensation for the porcelain vase if he could not prove that it was fake. Lion was 100% sure that the system cannot be wrong, and therefore he is definitely right and must go to the end. Master Li felt nervous. He understood that the boy could find evidence, and then he would have problems. Li and Zhao Gi yelled at Lion. They focused on the fact that he broke the porcelain without permission, and thereby showed disrespect to the members of the jury. Master Wolf defended his student and ordered the men to shut their mouths before it was too late. Master Chelao remained silent and calmly observed the events. He remembered the incident with the vase of 9 dragons, and how after it was broken, evidence was found inside it. The master remembered that it was Zhao Gi who brought here this porcelain that had just been broken. Perhaps he is one of the traitors of the counterfeiters? The guards tried to tie Lion up and take him out the door. He did not understand what was happening, and was angry because he was not allowed to find evidence of his rightness. Master Wolf was on Lion's side to the last. He shouted at the guards and demanded that they leave. If it weren't for him, Lion would have already been taken to the street. The always aggressive Kain Yuta intervened in the conflict. He yelled at Wolf and called him inadequate for defending the guy who broke the elder's china. Master Wolf became even more angry and said that if he was really abnormal, then Kain Yuta would not have spoken to him in such a tone. Then the master turned to the Council of Elders and asked to give the boy a few minutes to prove his point, and if he didn't do it, he would compensate the expenses. The president of the ancient society intervened. He called Lion brave and urged the Council of Elders to give him a few minutes to find evidence. If the guy turns out to be wrong, then the owner of the porcelain can do whatever he wants with it, even hand it over to the police. Lion was surprised. He didn't expect Santaihi to help him at such an important moment. The president is probably on his side and wants to hear the evidence too. These words of the president could not go unnoticed by Master Li. He appealed to the president to challenge his proposal, but was instantly rejected. Li also looked angrily at Santaihi and thought that everything was very bad since Master San had sided with Lion. The boy apologized for not warning the masters about his actions. He did not expect that it would lead to such consequences, so he apologized several times. Lion drew the attention of the elders that forgeries in the antique community have existed since ancient times, and everyone knows how many gangs of counterfeiters exist now, who are getting better and better at forging antiques every year. He asked the owner of the porcelain how much this antique cost. Master Zhao replied that it was a very expensive copy. Lion had no doubt that forgers sell their works at a high price. He said that now he will explain everything and tell why this porcelain is a fake. The young man took a few steps towards the broken vase, which was still lying on the floor. No one dared to touch her. Then he stretched out his hand and actively began to dig through the fragments of the vase. Everyone watched this process with surprise. It was not clear what he was looking for. After a couple of minutes, everyone saw that Lion smiled. He must have found what he was looking for. And so it was. The young man got up and showed everyone a piece of a vase on which a QR code was drawn. Zhao Gi may have been really surprised, or maybe he was pretending to be surprised, but he said that it was impossible. Other craftsmen were also surprised, and only a few minutes later they realized that the QR code got into the porcelain vase during their production. This is indisputable evidence of forgery. Lai was probably the most upset by this find. He was silent, but it was clear that this was exactly what he was afraid of. The one who performed this work is a true master of his craft. Every detail of the porcelain is perfect. Lion asked the elders who could make such a perfect forgery. Lion was pleased with himself. Everything was going as he wanted. The new version of the system worked perfectly, and he almost officially became a member of the Council of the Ancient Community. While others were angry and someone was proud of the boy, the president of the council asked Lion how he knew it was a fake if the proof was in the middle. The young man replied that he would immediately recognize a fake antique made by this master, and once he was lucky enough to recognize its forgery. Santaihi looked genuinely surprised. Lion has flawlessly passed all the exams in the last couple of hours, and proved that he is a real master of antiques. All doubts about potential fraud no longer made sense. The guy managed to convince the president, but there are many traitors around, and you can't relax, because everything can end badly. It's a little funny, but the master of forgery seems like a vain person. He hides a QR code in each of his forgeries. This is very strange. Other elders heard that in every fake there is a proof hidden in the middle, and you can get it only by breaking the antique. It surprised some of them. Kain Yuta did not stop getting angry and said that Mr. Lion is a very lucky person. But it is better not to repeat such risky actions in the future, because luck is not infinite. Lion replied that the main thing was that he turned out to be right, thanked the master for his advice, and promised to pay all the costs of the antique out of his own pocket in case of a mistake. The guy then said that losing his fortune and reputation might not be such a big problem compared to if someone finds out that you are engaged in the manufacture and sale of fake antiques. This will be a big problem. Santaihi listened carefully to the boy. He reminded him of himself in his youth, but Lion was 100% more talented. The boy continued his speech, and more masters saw in him a worthy member of the Council of Elders. Probably, the time has come to give way to the young and let new blood into the ancient community. Those who produce and sell fake antiques are worse than thieves. Lion urged the masters to count the traitors, in whatever condition they were. Li listened attentively to Lion's speech. He was angry and serious, but kept silent. He wondered if the boy knew the traders by face. It seems that Master Li himself does not deal with fakes personally, but only cooperates with those who produce them. Lion saw how Li behaved calmly, but decided to make sure once again, and asked the system if the master was really involved in a gang of forgers. The system responded that Li was 83% engaged. A strange answer. Santaihi admitted that what happened is a shame for the community, because craftsmen should not own fakes, and should be able to distinguish the original. But now it seems that everyone trusts Mr. Lion, and there is no point in breaking other antiques, at least in the opinion of the president. Lion did not miss this moment, and drew attention to the fact that the president of the community seems to be protecting him from someone else. The boy decided to watch the old man. Master San ordered everyone to check their antiques, and if anyone was unsure of the authenticity of their items, they should seek advice from other experts. He forbade the sale of antiques until there is certainty that the goods are original. If someone violates this rule, he will regret it. Mr. Li was clearly displeased with this speech. He saw that Mr. President was protecting the boy, but he did not understand why. He came up with a great idea, how to try to get rid of the annoying boy. He approached Lion and asked him to check one interesting item. Such an offer, after all the checks, even from a potential trader, really alarmed the boy. But there was nowhere to retreat. Li looked very kind, smiling and pretending it was just a friendly offer. He said he was good at porcelain, but he was still wrong. Master Zhao Gi came and agreed with Li, saying that it is human nature to make mistakes. He was probably alluding to himself, but he pretended not to know that his porcelain was a fake. Siakaidi agreed with a friend. There are so many antiques from different dynasties that even an experienced expert can make mistakes due to ignorance of small details. Lion only smiled in response. These old men try to absolve themselves of any troubles and justify themselves. Master Li insisted on helping. Lion did not really want to get involved in this, because he understood that everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance. It is 100% a trap. Thanks to Mr. President's reminder, Master Li remembered an item that he was not very sure about. Lion again to check the latest copy. Lion was still debating how to proceed. At first, he tried to refuse, and assured Master Li that he was not his level, and he would better visit him another time. The guy saw through his opponent. Li always tried to remain neutral and let others do all the dirty work. And now all the elders believe that Master Li has nothing to do with those fake items they bought. Li emphasized that it was quite late and everyone should finish their business and go home. But in the end, he hoped that Lion would still check the last antique, because it is a very easy task for a young talent. Lion knew it was just trickery and manipulation. But if it couldn't be avoided, then anything could be done with the system. The young man agreed, and the last antique for today was placed in front of him. Ancient vase. The boy began to look at her. The system immediately notified the owner that the vase was 100% fake. But what is wrong with her? Why did Master Li want Lion to check her so badly? The system came to the rescue and began a very meticulous analysis of the antique. The system seemed to see absolutely everything, and so it was. The vase is fake, but the QR code is missing. This forgery was made by another gang of counterfeiters, so there will be no evidence of its forgery in the middle of the vase. This is already interesting. There is another gang, moreover, which makes fakes that are not worse in quality, and even potentially better than familiar counterfeiters. This technology of making fakes is perfect. Its shape, style, and pattern are one-in-one, as in the original. But the material from which it is made is a little different. Without the necessary tests, it is impossible to confirm this. The system also gave a hint. This item belongs to Mr. Santaihi. Lion tensed. He thought it would be a little easier. This was the main problem. This is not just a fake. It also belongs to the president of the council. That was why Master Li wanted to check. His task is to make Lion break the vase and not find the evidence, thereby greatly offending Santaihi. The boy did not want this, because Mr. President clearly helped him several times. Li leaned over to the boy and asked, what was the matter? Lion did not look very healthy. The master asked him to take his time and be very careful and attentive this time. He was very kind, but Lion better concentrate on business. Breaking a vase is no longer an option. It won't prove anything. So you have to come up with another way. The composition of the vase material can be checked only with the help of a special examination. The same vase will be damaged because no examination will be able to check the antique without first damaging it. If the vase belongs to Santaiha, then the boy should be persuaded to make an examination. He should not be against a little damage because it will be insignificant, and in general everything will be fine with the vase. It is not believed that Lee prepared this vase on purpose for Lion, and is even ready to go for inspection. Is this a hopeless situation for the guy? The system said that Lion is only getting stupider every day, and it's like she slapped him in the face. She said she gave him a lot of hints and asked him to turn on his brain. Lion was the first to face such a worthy opponent, and the system decided not to help. The guy decided that he would figure it out himself. So the antique belongs to Santaihi, and the only proof that it is a fake is the material. It is necessary to think everything clearly and not to make mistakes. Maybe Mr. President is just checking the guy, and not intentionally creating complications, but then why such a perfect fake? Santaihi is the president of the council after all. And if it is proven that his antique is a fake, what will he say? Maybe the fact that he did not know this? But he is not some kind of fool, but still the wisest person of the ancient community. There are legends about him. Master Lee will speak against Lion in any case, regardless of the boy's verdict. Lee will say that he is wrong. What to do then? It was Master Lee who brought the vase, so theoretically he could have done something with it during that time. Maybe he replaced the original with a fake? This is really interesting. And how to act then? The risk is too great. This whole day, in which there were only victories, can be slandered with the last item. Lion thought and seemed to think of a way out of the situation. He has too much responsibility, but his time has come. He turned to Santaihi and said that this last item, as he understood it, belonged to Mr. President. Lee's face immediately changed. He became displeased. Meanwhile, the president, on the contrary, was surprised. No one told Lion whose item it was, so when he somehow guessed the owner of the vase, Lee began to doubt that his plan would succeed. This guy is not a gift. This guy is not a gift. Lion took a few steps forward, then, approaching Mr. President, bent down and began to speak something in his ear. He spoke very quietly, and no one in the hall could hear him, although many wanted to. Lion told Santaihi that his antiques had been replaced. At first, the old man did not understand at all whether the boy was serious. After a few seconds of awkward pause, Mr. President made sure that Lion was not kidding, and was genuinely surprised. Master Lee watched this and turned red with anger. The guy not only guessed that it was an antique of Master Sun, but also started a private conversation with him. Lai could not hold his anger in for too long, and loudly suggested that Mr. Lion speak so that all the council members could hear. But Mr. President asked Master Lee not to disturb the young man, and not to interfere in the private conversation of the two people. No one heard what exactly Lion said, but judging by the old man's reaction and his strange looks towards Master Lee, it was clear that this conversation would not end in anything good for the traders. This private dialogue was not long, because Santaihi went towards the door and asked Lion to follow him. Both men calmly left the council hall and went into the next room, where no one interrupted their conversation. The old man made himself a coffee drink and carefully looked at the boy. Lion looked determined, clearly on his mind. Santaihi took a few sips of the hot coffee and asked Lion to start telling everything he knew. If Lion understood everything correctly, then the vase of Mr. President, from the end of the Tan dynasty, is somehow connected with the vice president, Master Lee. Master San confirmed these words. They had bought it together several months ago from an experienced antique dealer, but then Master Lee gave it to the old man. Lion asked to tell about all this in more detail, so that he would be convinced of his guesses. The master looked at the boy with interest. The more he learned about Lion, the more the boy interested him. The master didn't mind, and told the boy how it was, how they agreed to look at the antique together, how they chose and checked it, and how Lee later gave it up and left it for San. This story was not long. Lion listened to her carefully, and thanked her for her trust and help. The story seemed to help him a lot. Lion said in the jury room that the master's vase was not real, and someone had replaced it without anyone seeing it. But words are not enough for such an accusation. Mr. President asked for evidence. Lion himself must already understand that any words at this level must be confirmed. The boy took a short pause to think. It was necessary to properly consider everything and decide how best to act. The master did not fit. Not even 2 minutes had passed when Lion smiled and said that Mr. Santaihi must find him rather strange. Because of all this knowledge about forgeries and evidence of these forgeries, one may get the impression that the young man is somehow connected with counterfeiters. That's pretty much what Mr. President thought, actually. He smiled and asked Lion to tell more about himself. How he determines whether an antique is original or fake, Lion promised to tell a little later, but now it is better to start with a vase. The outer side of the vase is fake. but it is problematic to confirm this. This is not the same gang of counterfeiters that made the fakes in the past, so this vase does not have a QR code. The only evidence is the composition of the material from which it is made. But you can check this only with the help of special equipment. San Tai-hee quickly guessed that the inspection would damage the vase, and because of this, the boy was afraid that he would not agree to it. Yes, at first Lion thought about it, but now it is no longer the main problem, and he is worried about something else. Lion was worried that most likely the traders had secretly exchanged Master San Tai-hee's vase for a fake. This is the problem. The guy believes that the San Tai-hee vase is original, but it was later changed to a fake. And if Lion said this in front of all the council members, no one would believe him. Even if Master San believed, the others definitely wouldn't. The old man smiled and reassured the boy, saying that the others would not go against him. If it was still decided to check the vase, the traders would have replaced it again, this time with the original one, and it would have been damaged. In this case, Lion was wrong in any case. Master San thought for a moment and asked who Lion was referring to. Master Lee and his men? According to San Tai-hee himself, he and the vice president happened to see the same vase. But the young man believed that it was not a coincidence at all. Master Lee specializes in porcelain, and if he saw such a treasure, he would definitely not give it to anyone. Even if, out of respect for Master San Tai-hee, he would not directly try to buy her back. He would return later and still offer the seller a higher price. Most likely, Lee bought a perfect fake of this vase before meeting Master San. That explains a lot. That's why he gave the old man the original, because the original vase was for the future plan that happened today. As vice president, he can open any of the antiquarian community departments with as many of his people as he wants, with the exception of those belonging to the assessment center and laboratory. Master Lee arranged everything as if it were you, and he would even change to check what, because he is ready for anything to win against Lion. Most likely, he had already planned all of this for a long time, so San Tai-hee should have known about all of this a long time ago. There was no serious evidence in Lion, so it is necessary to complete the inspection first, and not rush to find all the traitors. The system congratulated the boy. She was very happy to see how he started to become a little smarter. After listening to the young master, Mr. President was a little upset. He neglected the management of the antiquarian community, and is to blame for what happened. Lion understood that his words upset Master San, but it was inevitable. It was time to act. San Tai-hee turned to the boy and asked what he thought should be done, and what was the next step to take. Lion thought that the main thing was not to fall into a trap. Breaking a vase is dangerous, but letting Master Lee inspect it is also a bad idea. It is best to find the original vase. It should be somewhere nearby. Mr. President's mood improved a little, and he smiled faintly. Lion seemed to him very intelligent, and also kind. The master got up from his seat and said that he understood everything, and now you can try to find the original vase, and then catch the traitors. This is exactly what Lion wanted. A gleam appeared in his eyes. He is ready to do anything to punish the scoundrels who wanted to set him up. The young man immediately began to analyze all options, who could replace the original vase with a fake, and where it could be kept. Of course it was none other than Larat. Most likely, while all the masters were arguing about the inspection, he, as a candidate who had already been eliminated from the fight, seized the moment and did what Master Lee asked. He was in one of the rooms of the building and saw how the door opened a little. The man got nervous, because it seems that guests have come to him. 10 minutes later, Master San and Lion entered the jury room with another green vase that looked the same as the one on the table in the room. All the members of the council were already waiting for them, but they did not understand where another, the same vase came from. What tricks are these? Lee looked the most surprised of all. He seems to have swallowed his tongue. He thought that it looked like the same vase he had hidden. Lion walked to the center of the room and placed the original vase on the table so that everyone could see it clearly. Next, he said that he was ready to answer questions about the vase, and in front of him was the original, from the Ye kiln at the end of the Tan dynasty. He then pointed to another vase of the same color and shape and called it a fake, of very good quality. San Tai-hee was happy. He was pleased to see the boy win, especially after he put a little effort into it. The police were called before Lion, and the old man returned to the council. The police quickly arrived at the crime scene and arrested Mr. Larat. Lion was also glad that everything went well, and understood that Master Lee was not going anywhere, but unfortunately, he would have to be caught a little later. San Tai-hee congratulated the young talent, said that he is a very promising guy, and he is also young, and for him, checking antiques is easier than drinking water. Everyone thought that Mr. President planned all this. The fake vase was so well made that no one noticed the difference. Master Wolf was very happy, and Che-Lao guessed that there was something wrong with Mr. Santaihi's vase. But the main thing was that Lion handled everything. Lee approached the boy. He smiled and said that Lion is very gifted and incredible. The boy found the original vase, but Master Lee didn't know if Lion had any idea who had set it up? Or maybe he knows, but is planning something against him? Laret, after the arrival of the police, refused to say who gave him this vase. He said he changed the vase himself because he didn't like Lion. The boy gave solid evidence regarding the replacement of the antiques, but Santaihi thought it would be best to deal with it after the inspection results were made public. Lion agreed with this verdict. It seemed quite fair and reasonable. Even if the vice president is publicly exposed, he will begin to justify himself by saying that he just wanted to complicate the task, to confirm his connection with a gang of counterfeiters. Doing so now would only bring shame to the council president and the antiquities community. Master Lee has been in his position for a long time, so surely Santaihi would be wondering how many people betrayed the ancient community with him. Mr. President smiled and said that he was very glad that Lion was so calm even now. He deserves what he gets. Santaihi stood in the middle of the room and announced that the verification was complete and it was time to vote. It was obvious that Santaihi would vote for Mr. Lion. All the elders understood this. There were not many options here, and even those who were against Lion at the beginning decided to support such a promising newcomer, so as not to anger Mr. President. Master Lee publicly began praising the boy and telling how talented he was. After all, the president is on his side, so you have to be more careful with the guy. This was the end of the test. Santaihi officially declared Lion a core member of the ancient community. Wolf was more than happy. He was happy that now everyone will know how amazing Lion is. He has earned his place, and that should be celebrated. Lion took membership rather calmly. Becoming a main member of the ancient community, for him, is only part of the way. Zhao Gi asked to definitely visit him in his spare time and check his antiques. He must have forgotten how he shouted at the boy and called security for help. A few more craftsmen congratulated Lion and asked to visit them and check their antiques. Some were even ready to come with their collection to the guy themselves. Lion simply destroyed Master Lee that day, and probably the vice president will start developing a new plan for the future. He won't just leave it at that, although, of course, in personal communication, he did not show it, and looked and behaved very friendly and kind. Everyone congratulated the young man on his membership. Someone was sincerely happy for the younger generation. Someone pretended to be happy. Lion asked the system at the end of the day, in honor of the victory, to show all the traitors among the main members of the community. The system quickly analyzed them. There were 4 of them, and now they will be under the sights of Lion and Masters Wolf and Che-Lao. The boy promised himself that he would expose and arrest all of them, and they would not escape justice for all their sins. Wolf approached the young man and asked how he was feeling. He also insisted that on such a significant day, it is necessary to drink something strong. At the exit from the hall, a short but very interesting conversation took place. The third candidate, Farid Ali, approached the president of the council. He congratulated him on a job well done, and said that choosing the boy was a good decision, and then asked if he no longer needed his help. Santaihi replied that the old man was absolutely right, and if his help was needed, he would definitely call again. Master San then approached the vice president and asked him to come out for a dialogue with him. Lion was also asked to stay. Master Lee calmly agreed, but asked him to wait for a few minutes because, according to him, he needed to deal with something. This was not a problem for either Santaihi or Lion. Both agreed, looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Lee went out into the corridor. It was not clear exactly where and to whom he went, but it was not very important. Lion just continued to smile and thought that Lee had better come back soon. This day was very positive for the young talent, but Master Lee thought that the president might know about his antics with the vase. Whether he knew it or not, the vice president was going to run as fast as he could. Lion turned to Santaihi and said that Master Lee seems to have understood everything, and then asked the old man what he was planning to do. Master San just smiled and asked the boy to guess. There are still not many options. This surprised Lion. Has the master decided to put an end to the traitors right now? Will he still wait for a better moment? The system immediately gave a hint that the probabilities are about the same, and it is not yet clear what exactly Santaihi will choose. Maybe he came up with something else. Master San said the most unexpected words imaginable. He said that he knows that there are many people with super abilities in the world, and he will not tell anyone the secret of Lion. Then, the old man looked at Master Che-Lao and asked if he agreed with his words. Master Che didn't answer, but just smiled. He understood what San meant. Lion became embarrassed, and he replied that the masters know everything, and he's not even close to their level. The guy was too modest. If he had talked to the master earlier, he would have avoided many problems. It seems that San Tai-hai suspected Master Li of treason for a long time, and was waiting for the right moment to get rid of him. Two masters and a young man sat down at the table to have a small conversation. It turns out that San Tai-hai knew that someone was counterfeiting the antique, but couldn't find any proof, and decided to give Lion a chance to prove himself. Mr. President knew about everything for a long time and planned to get rid of the traitors, so he used Lion as bait. The young man was surprised by the knowledge of the master, but admitted that he was far from the level of San Tai-hai in the evaluation of antiques. Forgery of antiques is a major problem for antique dealers. The more famous he is, the more likely he will be accused of fraud. Master Li is cooperating with bandits, and if this is found out, it will severely damage the reputation of the ancient community. Lai controls the community documents, so he definitely took advantage of his position to trade fakes. Now it is necessary to decide how to deal with the traitor. Maybe don't wait and grab it? San Tai-hai decided to take his time and, watching, try to find more evidence. The plan was simple. See where he would start to run, and thus find out the number of traitors in the community. Lion knew the names of all the traitors, but hesitated to share that information now. Mr. President recently trusted the boy. Now it's Lion's turn to trust San's plan. That is why they talked privately, and the young man was accepted into the community. Che Lao was pleased. Lion was sure that in addition to Li, there are 3 more traitors, and announced his suspicions to the masters. Almost the majority of the main community turns out. They cooperate with bandits. This is some kind of horror. Master San announced that as of today, Li is no longer the vice president. It's time to rejuvenate the community. The old masters don't have much energy, so San offered Lion to take this position. This was not expected, and surprised not only the boy, but also Master Che Lao. The young man thought that today he would only become a main member, but it turned out that now he is being offered the position of vice president. Although it could be too heavy a burden for the young talent, Lion thought, a high position in such an organization is also a great responsibility. Master Che advised the boy to agree and assured him that he would handle everything. The master also assured that in case of need, he and Master Wolf will always be there. But Lion refused. He is too young and not yet experienced in the field of antiques to occupy such a position. In addition, other members of the community still do not trust him. This answer surprised Master San, but the boy really still has a lot to learn. It would be an overwhelming task for Lion, so the master agreed with his decision. Perhaps the master was testing the boy again. But in any case, Lion assured him that he would do everything in his power for the sake of the organization. Mr. President assured Lion that if needed, he would be able to help him in any situation. He just had to ask. The boy smiled, but said that in that case, he wanted to ask something right now. San Tai-hai was willing to listen to the young man, and was only too happy to help him after he helped expose the traitor. Lion has long been against a gang of counterfeiters, and is desperate for help in the fight against them. Che Lao confirmed this, and recalled that the thugs even tried twice to kill the boy. But they failed. Now that Lion is officially in the ancient community, it is necessary to eliminate the entire gang once and for all, and the boy has a clear plan to do it. Mr. President laughed. He liked the ambition of such a young boy. It reminded him of himself in his youth. He agreed to help. Wolf returned with a bottle of champagne. He insisted that Lion's entry into the organization should be celebrated. Master Wolf initially wanted to have a drink with the vice president, but he said he refused for some reason and ran away. So Master Li is still a traitor, and his escape is now clear proof of that. Che Lao was furious that they let him go so easily. Lion and San Tai-hai, on the contrary, they were calm and even a little happy about this news. Everything went according to their plan. Master Li got into his car and left the territory of the ancient community at high speed. Now, you need to come up with a clear plan for further actions. You have to anticipate everything, but act very calmly. Master Li was certainly guilty, and his escape did not seem strange at all. He understood that Mr. President would suspect him, and although there was no serious evidence against him, he decided to play it safe. But it would be a mistake to expose him right now, because other members of the community will think that San Tai-hai wants to promote his candidate, so he is trying to get rid of the vice president. Even if credible evidence were found against Li, it would still cause a general uproar, and that would not be desirable. Master Wolf only now found out that the vice president turned out to be a traitor. He always seemed evil to Master Wolf, so it should have been guessed earlier. From Wolf to leave right now and catch up with this scoundrel and severely punish him. It was in Wolf style, but other panelists did not share his views. Master San asked Wolf to calm down and take his time. Lai escaped, so he proved his guilt. It was decided to tell other members of the community about it and listen to their opinion. San Taihi wants to catch all the traitors at once. The escape of the vice president can be used as a lead to catch his allies and hand them over to the police. Lion still didn't want to let Master Li escape so easily after all his bad deeds. Master San guessed the boy's intentions and asked him what he had come up with this time. Due to the extraordinary events, Li is very confused, so he will most likely immediately try to inform the Forger group about the latest events and ask them for help. The system confirmed these assumptions. 100% probability that he will beg for the help of bandits. And so it happened. Master Li drove away from the ancient community house at full speed and called the counterfeiters. He immediately announced that Lion passed the test, and they underestimated their opponent too much. The guy turned out to be incredible. He talked to Byrne. The man asked Li if the other masters had exposed him, to which the former vice president replied that they had no evidence yet. Master Li assured Byrne that he had done everything right and that he was not in any danger so far. Byrne asked about the whereabouts of the master. As it turned out, Li drove as far away from the city center as possible and asked urgently for 10 million and a fake passport, just in case. Byrne agreed and offered to meet. For some reason, he was all red with anger. Maybe he was up to something. At the same time, Lion was persuading Mr. President to try to catch Master Li right now and not put it off for the future. Master San appreciated the boy's ambition, but such decisions should be carefully considered before acting. Lion insisted that a gang of counterfeiters was harming the entire antiquarian community, and eliminating these scoundrels was the only right solution. Master Wolf was happy to hear such words. The other masters were a little calmer, and asked the boy to tell his plan. Lion felt that it would not be easy to persuade the elders, but he understood that they also wanted to see Master Li in prison. The guy offered to split up for a start. One team will go check the traitor's accounts, the other will focus on catching him. Master San hesitated. He wasn't sure that they would get useful information from checking Li's accounts. Lion was 100% sure of the success of the plan, and asked the master not to worry and to trust him. He managed to persuade the elders, and after a few minutes Lion was driving in his car in search of the traitor. He tried to gain maximum speed, because he understood that every minute is very expensive now. The young man asked the system to work actively, and to show him the route on which Mr. Vice President is currently traveling. The system notified Lion that Master Li was going to the city airport, but due to its overcrowding, the probability of catching the traitor was 93%. Lion and Li were driving at full speed. Only one of them will win. The system intervened. According to its forecasts, the probability that the boy would catch the traitor began to gradually decrease. It was strange because the young man was driving very fast, and Master Li was stuck in a traffic jam at that moment. Lai called Byrne and said he would be about 10 minutes late for his meeting. The probability of catching Li, meanwhile, dropped even more to 22%. Something is happening. Then the system announced that the traitor would most likely get into a car accident and die 61% of the time. Master Li had already managed to get out of the traffic jam and was almost at the meeting point with Byrne. He called the bandit, but he, for some reason, did not pick up the phone. At this moment, a huge truck was driving towards Master Li at full speed. He could not see her in time. Carelessness cost him dearly. The truck crashed into Master Li's car at maximum speed. It was a very strong blow, from which the vice president's car was completely smashed. The master was still alive, but he was conscious. He understood what had happened, that it was not an accidental accident, but a planned murder with the aim of removing an unnecessary witness to gangster affairs. He himself taught Byrne to be careful and to calculate probabilities several steps ahead. It cost him his life. A few seconds later, due to a gasoline leak, the car in which Master Li was sitting exploded. This is the end of the story of a man who betrayed his friends. The system immediately informed the guy, who had already managed to get close enough, that the target was dead. Lion had mixed feelings. First, he wanted to punish the scoundrel himself, although not in this way. Secondly, he understood that bandits are ready for anything for the sake of victory. Now the boy was interested in one thing. Will the death of the vice president affect his plans? How will other traitors behave now? Lion started yelling at the system because it should have known that Li was going to die and warned about it immediately. The system did not like the claims. The accuracy of its analysis depends on the incoming factors and changes every second. It's still not perfect, but it gets better with every update. Lion must be patient. The guy was confused by the fact that the system is not perfect, but behaves as if it knows everything and has no miscalculations. In response, the system only smiled. With her last update, she changed a lot and became a lot more annoying. The system worked so well all day, especially with antiques, and offered to use the new feature more often, which allows you to come up with a different plan. All the blame still lay on Lion. It was he who trusted the system, not someone else. So you need to calm down and think smart. Lion called the masters and said that he did not have time. Master Lee was hit by a large truck and had almost no chance of survival. There are no cameras at the scene of the accident. The system did not find any fingerprints or witnesses to the accident. The truck driver fled after the incident. Most likely, this is a contract killing. Lion turned to Mr. President and said that there is no time to delay and we must act immediately. Master San carefully listened to all the information that the boy told. He was very saddened by the news of Master Lee's death because it was the only clue that led to the gang of forgers. All the masters were next to San Tai-hee. They heard the news of the vice president's death. Everyone was shocked. The two traders immediately became nervous, although they believed that Master Lee got into an accident precisely because Mr. Lion was chasing him. Byrne was also on the phone at that moment. He received a message from the murderer. He managed to escape and leave the city. Byrne was satisfied with the boy's work, asked him to hide somewhere quiet, and promised a sincere reward. The killer suggested that the boss also leave the city and hide, but Byrne managed to destroy all the evidence of his guilt and was sure that he was not in danger. Now he was worried only about Lion. You better be careful with this guy because he is very unpredictable. Two masters of the ancient community who worked for him entered his office. It was Master Chen and Master Leto. Unexpected guests only angered the bandit boss. He did not understand why they came here. The masters were very nervous and afraid. They said that their plans could be revealed, and the vice president was killed. They clearly ran to save themselves and beg for help. Byrne wondered what to do with these two old fools. Perhaps we should do the same as with Master Lee. Chen and Leto said that they have not been exposed yet, but it is better for them to leave the city for their own safety. They said obvious things, but Byrne got very angry about it, and seemed to be killing everyone now. In a second, it is not clear from where, he took out a gun and pointed it at the head of one of the masters. He believed that it all started because of them. The masters knelt down and swore that they were of no use here. The men begged for pity and not to kill them. According to them, Master Lee dug his own grave because he started competing with Lion, and they kept neutral, so no one understood that they were also working with bandits. Approximately, a few tens of meters from the building of the gang of counterfeiters, strange things began to happen. Many cars began to pile up, and after a couple of minutes, many policemen arrived. It seems that this is not a coincidence, and the bandits are about to have big problems. Not far from these events was Lion. He recently came to personally see how everything will end. Lau with him. The fat man was pleased that he was not forgotten. Yan also came. Lion, thanks to the system, revealed the location of the headquarters of the bandits and brought the police here. He was going to put an end to these scoundrels once and for all. The fat man congratulated the boy on passing the test and finding the exact address of the bandits. As it turned out, Lion helped some in this. Lau was very interested in how the young man was able to find the bandits. Maybe he threatened someone or engaged in bribery. These options were not true, and the fat man was out of ideas. Lion laughed and began to tell how it seemed to him. As it turned out, he developed the plan even before passing the test. He decided that it was necessary to catch the main traitor, for a start. His people are afraid of it, and they themselves will quickly run to the bandits to ask for help. It remains only to follow them. The police officers, having prepared, began an operation to arrest dangerous bandits. The operation was managed by Mrs. Selina C. He. The guys saw that everything was starting and tensed up. The finale of the long struggle against counterfeiters was approaching. Lion expected that Master Lee would be caught and then everything would be easier. He could not even think that the vice president would be killed. But in any case, everything was under control. Lion couldn't wait. He wanted to destroy the gang of counterfeiters for good. Byrne did not yet know that the police were preparing a trap for the condition of his building. He continued to shout and beat Masters Chen and Leto. The boss's assistant entered the room and asked to go with him and look at the surveillance video cameras. Byrne, a little nervous, followed him and saw the territory of the factory in which his office was, surrounded by policemen. The fat man also wanted to take part in arresting criminals, but insisted that Lion go with him and not let Selina do men's work. Lion was only annoyed by these words, and he asked the fat man to shut his mouth. If an extreme situation occurs, then they will intervene. Lau remarked that, in general, Selina is the boyfriend's girlfriend, And in this case, you should worry about her. It's time for Mr. Yan to step in. He held Lao to him and ordered him to shut up and not disturb. A lot of thoughts were running through the boy's head. Will the special operation be successful? Will everything be okay with Selena? The system answered that the threat to the girl is small, and the bandits will be destroyed with a probability of 80%. Bandits broke into the office of their boss and began to ask what they should do. They have already learned that the police are everywhere. Byrne remained calm. He asked to send as many people as possible to the police to try to detain the policeman. He also called one of the deputies to him and asked him to destroy all the evidence, because the police cannot be allowed to find anything here. Also, the boss felt that Lion was somewhere nearby, so he asked the criminals to find him. For Byrne, it's personal. In the boss's office, work began to destroy all possible evidence of the organization. The masters were still there. Byrne, although he behaved outwardly calmly, began to worry more and more. Will he not escape this time? He took out his gun, but decided not to give up without a fight, and try to get revenge on Lion and his men. Sounds were heard from the street. The police had already managed to surround the building and began to come closer. Master Chen and Master Leto begged to save them, and almost cried because they were so afraid of death. It looked pathetic, the boss thought. Maybe these two fools can help with something else? He hesitated and even wanted to kill both of them, so that they would not talk at the police station. But then he came up with a slightly better idea and ordered to follow him and not lag behind. For some reason, the probability of neutralizing a gang of counterfeiters was quite high, but the chances that the police would arrest Byrne were only 50%. Then the system made an update and said that the probability of arresting the bandit boss became even lower. Yan, Lion, and the fat man continued to wait patiently together. All three boys were silent. The system updated again, and once again Byrne's probability of detention dropped and continued to drop. Something is happening. Most likely he is trying to escape. Lion ran towards the factory without thinking. He couldn't let that happen. Yan and Lao didn't understand who exactly was going to run away, but there wasn't much choice, so they immediately ran after Lion. Lion ran as fast as he could. He asked the system to help and to show the path along which Byrne is escaping. Lion was here to make the mission a success, so he couldn't let the bandit boss get away with it and escape punishment. The boy was not alone. His friends did not abandon him to do all the dirty work alone, but ran alongside him. The fat man, of course, ran behind everyone, but he tried to keep up. He still didn't understand who they were chasing. 3 boys were already on the territory of the plant. There were no bandits around. It seems they are somewhere in the middle. The fat man was more attentive than the others, and saw the 2 masters, Chen and Leto, trying to escape. Lion was not very interested in these 2 traitors. He knew very well that they worked for bandits. They are only pawns. The boy told Lao not to touch them, because they are not needed. But the fat man had already run far away, and did not hear his friend's words. Lao seemed like a real fool, but that didn't matter. At least, most likely these traitors are unarmed, so the fat man has to deal with them himself. Yan remained with Lion, and it was good. The young man looked at the map to find the location of Byrne. The boys continued their pursuit. So far, they have not met anyone on their way. The map did not show how far there was to run, but at least it indicated the direction of movement. This was already an advantage. Lion and Yan continued to run, but a surprise awaited them around the corner, namely bandits who held knives in their hands. When Lion decided to start looking for the leader of the counterfeiters, he did not think about the fact that he might meet his people on the way to him. Fortunately, Yan was next to him. He found his way in time and knocked the knife out of the thief's hand. A little more, and everything could end badly. Yan stood in front of Lion and covered him with his hand. This situation finally characterized Yan's true attitude towards the boy. Sometimes it seemed that their relationship was cold, but now, at the moment of greatest danger, Yan showed himself from the best side. He was focused and attentive. They ran into the dangerous territory of the plant in vain, but it was already too late to think about it. They were surrounded by a group of bandits. Most had knives, some had iron clubs, until it was not clear what to do next. The forces are clearly not equal, and fighting against a pack of armed thugs is, to put it mildly, stupid. Someone was watching these events from the hill. His face was not visible, but he was a grown man with gray hair. The main target of Lion and Yan is the boss of the forgers, so you have to quickly come up with something and deal with these scoundrels. Yan was a martial artist. Lion asked him if he could defeat these bastards on his own. Yan, as usual, answered without emotion that it was not a problem for him. So Lion can run and catch up with Byrne. Yan bent down and Lion jumped on his back to push as hard as he could. This was enough to jump on the wall and climb over it. The bandits didn't even have time to say anything. It was so fast. Only when Lion had already climbed the wall did they begin to clamor and rush, with all their might, to catch up and catch him. But on their way was Yan, who was not going to talk to anyone, because he was used to body language, and started beating everyone in a row. Neither knives nor sticks helped the thieves. Years of training have turned Yan into a true fighting machine. He shouted to Lion to run faster and catch Burn, but he was careful. The boy obeyed. Lion was left all alone, and he had to find not some ordinary thief, but a real boss of a criminal group. Burn could single-handedly beat a dozen guys like Yan, but Lion has a system. The young man ran at full speed. He could not let this scoundrel escape. Mr. President will be very disappointed if that happens. Lion continued to worry about Selena, but the system told him to think, at the moment, only about himself. Lion was approaching Burn. He was not very worried because he knew that in a critical situation, he would be able to get help from the system. Unexpectedly, the system began to sound the alarm and warn about the threat. After a few seconds, the signal was repeated. Lion managed to bend down a little and heard the shot. The bullet flew very close to his face. There was no doubt that it was Burn who shot, so the chase is over. Now it's time to somehow defeat the opponent. The boss had a gun, so the advantage was doubled. The bullet flew very close. Lion knew that if it were not for the system, he would have died. Burn smiled. It seemed as if he was waiting for the boy and was glad to meet them. He also dreamed of revenge for a long time. Lion brought him a lot of trouble. He told the boy that next time he would definitely hit the target, and Lion would not be so lucky. Burn started shooting without stopping. One bullet even slightly hit the boy and caused a small wound in the shoulder area. At this pace, Lion will not survive for 5 minutes. We need to come up with something urgently, because it is unlikely that anyone will come to help. If things are so serious and there is no choice, then Lion decided to ask the system for help. She can give strength, as in the situation with the killer in the apartment, and then the chances will be equal. The system has started the process of increasing strength. Burn approached Lion, and after saying goodbye to him, prepared to shoot. When the bullet has almost left the gun, the system has finished the process of strengthening and stimulating the body. Lion immediately received superpowers: speed, strength, ability to fight, and super reaction. He dodged a bullet. Burn had never seen such tricks in his life. He was scared, but thought that it seemed to him. It is impossible for an ordinary person to bow down from bullets, so he started shooting more to kill his opponent for sure, but it was in vain. Lion calmly turned away from the shot, but did not even blink. Now he is not victorious. The young man dodged another bullet and moved forward. The defense ended. The attack began. He grabbed Burn's hand and pulled her aside. The boss had never felt such power, despite the fact that he himself was a very strong man. But against the system, even a very strong man is nothing. Lion punched him in the chest with all his might. The cigarette fell out of Burn's mouth. The boy continued to beat the leader of the bandits. It looked so easy, as if a man was fighting a child. Burn, who was used to winning street fights against everyone who got in his way, couldn't do anything against the young guy. It was a total beating. Lion remembered all the problems and all the attempts on his life that happened because of Burn. It was a vendetta. After the last kick, Burn flew several meters and hit the car with such force that it broke not only the glass, but also the door. Before losing consciousness, the man tried to say something. It seemed that he wanted to say the word hate. The system has started a countdown. It looks like Lion's energy will be completely drained in 3 seconds. The process of strengthening the body has been deactivated. Lion almost passed out. It looks like he'll wake up in the hospital again in 3 days. But this time everything went wrong. He did not lose consciousness, but, exhausted, fell to the ground near Burn. The system congratulated the owner. According to the analysis, his stamina increased compared to last time. The guy paid tribute to his opponent. After all, before the system turned on the enhanced mode, Burn almost killed Lion. Since the young man could not move normally due to exhaustion, he took out his phone and wanted to call someone for help. The system updated its data. The new probability of catching the counterfeiter boss was 3%. Lion couldn't believe it. Burn is barely breathing, and the probability of catching him is 3%. At that moment, the door, which was located a few meters from Lion, opened. An old man came out of them. Lion saw him for the first time in his life, and did not understand who he was, and why he was in the bandit territories. The old man said that Burn deserved it. It was his uncle and also the owner of the place. Lion immediately became anxious and began to struggle to stand up. We will probably have to fight again. He began to ask the system for help, but it answered that his life was not in danger. So this old man, whoever he is not a threat? Then why did he leave? The man behaved very calmly and did not even look in the boy's direction. He passed by and moved towards Bern. Leaning over, he looked at him and checked his heartbeat and breathing, then said it was his fault. Lion was nervous. He did not understand what to expect from the old man, and he could not stay conscious for long. After a pause, the old man turned and looked at the boy. He asked if his name was Lion, so he knows the guy, and he's the real monster's uncle. But for some reason the system says he's not a threat. Lion immediately thought that the old man was the boss of a gang of counterfeiters. Then, everything will fall into place. The man seemed surprised. It seemed that he did not like the very name. A gang of counterfeiters. But everything was like that. It was on this territory that antiques were forged, which made this place a group of counterfeiters. This man was responsible for it, so he's a craftsman. Lion opened his mouth in surprise. The old man confirmed this information. He was the successor of one skilled craftsman, and few people know about it. Now it has become clearer who forged and created these almost flawless copies, because Bern was definitely not suitable for the role of a master. Now this question has also been answered. Craftsman asked the boy if he liked his work. Lion replied that they like it, but the QR code in the middle spoils everything. It was only a forgery, and when he remembered it, the old man seemed a little upset. Something is bothering him. There are many ways to make money, so why fake antiques if it's not fun? The fact is that Mr. Craftsman and Mr. Excellence are titles of outstanding craftsmen that are passed down from generation to generation. All they have to do is get on with their business. No options. It was clear that all this was very important to the old man. He was not pleased to talk about the process of forging antiques. He believed that there would be no problems if he adhered to the priority plan. But it turned out that he couldn't help himself, and started doing things that he shouldn't. It was not easy to hold back. It should also be noted that greed is an integral part of the human factor. These reasons led to what the old master began to do. But that's not all. Excellence faction died in a disaster many years ago, while the old man was the only and last successor of the craftsman faction. He survived with his nephew. They managed to escape, that's why they remained alive. The old man thought that he could protect his nephew and not tell him about the craft, but it was very difficult to survive. I had to break my oath in order to earn money for food. A child cannot starve, so the man began to make fakes to feed himself and the boy. One wrong step ruined everything. The boy grew up and became interested in antiques. The man promised himself that after receiving the required amount of money, he would take the boy abroad and they would start a peaceful life there. Lion did not understand that if the master had stopped forging antiques in time, he would have lived a quiet life. He could easily make a living from his skill in the ancient community. But the old man did not want to make money by his evaluative abilities, eloquence, or antiques trade. He did not consider these types of earnings really honest and fair. Lion immediately recalled that this is how he made his first money thanks to the system. The old man's name was Vang, and he was as lucky as Lion. Otherwise they would have died of hunger. In the ancient community, there must be worthy people who think about culture and craftsmanship, but there are many like Lion, so how can he blame others? There is no exclusive black or white in the world. Master Vang praised the boy and called him talented and intelligent. He advised to continue developing, and those who are capable must take responsibility. The system reminded itself and said that the probability of catching the boss is 0%. The old man was silent for a moment. He looked tortured by all that he was doing. He understood that he also had to take responsibility. That would be fair. The young man was frightened and asked the master what he was going to do. Lion had a bad feeling. But it was getting worse. His strength was leaving him, and his eyes were slowly closing. The last thing he saw was Vang walking towards the large factory furnace. It was open. He said that his greed overcame his primordial intentions, and he did not deserve the skill he had. Lion heard before he lost consciousness, or that the old man said that he would answer for what he had done. Lion remained lying unconscious near Bern. Both were found only half an hour later by the police who were checking the area. Lion was in a trance. It seemed to him that he died, but it was just a dream. It happened again. Last time he was unconscious for 3 days. The boy opened his eyes and saw Selena and Lau in front of him. Lion is lucky to have him found earlier than anyone else, and was taken to the hospital in time. The fat man smiled and added that the guy could have been killed by someone from a gang. Selena did not appreciate such jokes, but squeezed the fat man's cheek so hard that he almost cried. Then she pinched his stomach. This girl knew how to hurt 100%. Having finally come to his senses, Lion immediately began to worry about Selena, and asked her what happened to her hand. It wasn't a problem for her. Bandits will pay dearly for their crimes. In addition, they resisted the police during their arrest and were armed. According to him, the fat man was also hurt, but Lion replied that Lao is always lucky, so there is no point in worrying about him. Yan is also fine. He went to Master Wolf to tell how everything went. Lion turned to the fat man and asked him to leave him and Selena alone for a few minutes to talk. Lao didn't mind. The girl was a little embarrassed and blushed. She wondered what Lion wanted to tell her. Lion was interested in the large furnace that was on the factory premises, and whether it had been thoroughly inspected. The girl did not immediately understand what it was about. And then, after thinking a little, she remembered that there was an oven, and it was thoroughly checked. Nothing strange was found in it. Selena was immediately interested in what could be in that oven. Lion said that there was an old man who said he was a craftsman of this generation. He saw how the old man entered this furnace, but then lost consciousness. But Selena reiterated that they searched everything very thoroughly and found no one there. The girl asked the boy not to worry and to forget about it. There will be repeated searches. And by the way, Lion will have to give an explanation to the police. Lion relaxed a little. It doesn't matter if the old man died. In any case, he himself is to blame for what he did. The main thing is that Byrne was caught, and the group of counterfeiters was eliminated. Now the young man can live peacefully. Selena thanked him for his help. Thanks to him, the mission ended successfully. She felt ashamed of the fact that she had always underestimated Lion before. Even though he turned out to be so good, kind, and brave. Lion replied that the girl had already apologized last time, and that was enough. This is not a problem for him. She remembered that she had already apologized, but she wants to do it again, because there may not be another possibility. The girl goes to study abroad. Lion congratulated the girl and said that it was wonderful, and she should be happy. But Selena still didn't know whether to be happy for her or not. Maybe she is worried about her grandfather. The system confirmed these fears, with an 81% chance of worry over Grandpa. Master Che is completely healthy and also intelligent. There is no point in worrying about him. You have to go to the meeting of your dreams, otherwise you may regret not doing it later. The girl looked upset. She asked Lion what he would advise her to do in this case. She was worried about her grandfather, because even though he looked smart, he was still easy to fool. This is said by a girl who sold her grandfather's original antique, thinking it was a fake. It's pretty funny. Selena felt better, because she realized that her grandfather would stay with Lion, so there was nothing to worry about. The young man said that Master Chilao is his best friend, so he will definitely look after him. The girl was immediately interested in the question. If Lion and her grandfather are best friends, then who does she look like to the boy? Lion immediately began to make excuses. He meant that the master treats him very well, and they are like friends, one might even say acquaintances. This is what he wanted to say. Selena laughed at the boy's reaction, hugged him in a friendly way, and said that she understood everything, and asked to take care of her grandfather. Lion did not understand whether the girl had forgotten about the situation when her grandfather proposed to Lion to marry Selena. She rather remembered everything, but it was not clear how she felt about the boy. Sometimes it seemed that they were just friends, and sometimes something more. Selena coldly said goodbye to the boy and said that it was time for her to go, and she did not want to delay him. Lion wished the girl luck in the new stage of life. When she left, he thought about how wonderful it was to be young and healthy and to have a dream of his own. And since Lion is still very young, he has a lot of time to fulfill all his cherished dreams. He only recently entered the antique community, and he did so through the system, but now he has an opening for options. At the very beginning of the journey, he had almost nothing, and he knew nothing about the community. Thanks to Lao and the system, he earned his first money, which was earned in a not-so-honest way. He cheated the fat man several times, and this is no better act than forging antiques. In addition, Lion realized that he was not interested in antiques at all, so it's probably better not to work with him anymore. Either way, the guy has a system, and as long as that's the case, he'll be fine. Lion looked to the future with confidence. Lion was discharged from the hospital and immediately went to Santaihi. He was glad to see the old man, but told him everything about the recent events. Also, the young man did not forget to inform the master that the group of forgers was not led by a man with a scar on his face, but by an old man, craftsman. As soon as the young man said the word craftsman, Master San immediately changed his face and was very surprised. He knew exactly who he was talking about. Lion was also surprised that the president of the community knew this person. So, this was really not a simple man. San Tai said that Mr. Craftsman and Mr. Excellence, two outstanding masters. They were together for a while, but then broke up due to different views on art. Even later, Mr. Excellence disappeared altogether, and Mr. Craftsman went astray. San Tai guessed that it was Craftsman making fakes for counterfeiters, and he was right. Lion listened carefully to this story. It was unpleasant to hear that an outstanding master was wasting his talent on such things. In some ways, the boy is similar to him. The main thing is that everything is behind us, and the main problem of the ancient community, bandits and counterfeiters, has been destroyed. It was also nice to understand that the ancient joint got rid of all the traitors, and now you cannot worry about anything. Master San asked Lion if he had thought about what to do next. Lion replied that everything had just ended, and there was no time to think about the future. But the boy wanted to do something not related to antiques. The master supported the boy and said that doing something new is always great. But it is a little sad that the ancient community will lose such a talent. Lion said that this is not true, because the one who is really important to the ancient community is Mr. President. Compared to him, Lion is not that important. Master San smiled and added that if the boy made up his mind, then so be it. And if he needed help, he knew who to turn to. But also, the master asked not to be lazy, and to always be ready to help the ancient community if needed. Lion did not object. The young man said goodbye and went to meet Lao. The fat man was surprised, because as soon as Lion got into the ancient community, he had already decided to leave it. The young man replied that he does not want to tie his whole life to antiques, because it is very boring. Every day is the same. The fat man replied that he was not at all tired of looking for original antiques every day. This is what he has been doing all his life. He suggested that he continue to look for the antique and let Lion just check it out. This seemed like a great idea to the fat man. They went outside and got into the car. Lao wanted to continue being with Lion and asked what he plans to do now. Lion still hasn't come up with anything. He had only recently been discharged from the hospital and was still walking around in a torn shirt, so he didn't think so. But Lao could always be mistaken for a boy. He suggested thinking about investments and stocks and trying to become the new Warren Buffett. Then Vistun immediately imagined himself at the place of Lion and possible earnings from investments. He would be bathed in money. He could also make a lot of money just by being Lion's assistant when he invests. Lion listened to this offer, but was a little interested. He immediately asked the system how much he could earn from it. The system answered that if you invest in shares, you can earn 100 million almost guaranteed, and 500 million with a probability of 50%. Lion immediately replied to the fat man that he was not interested. Lao did not understand why. But the reason was that the young man considered it rather uninteresting and difficult work. According to Lao, money is always hard to earn. But Lion also worried that even if he could make money in the stock market, it wouldn't be entirely fair on his part. He got into the ancient community and almost died because of it. Now he does not want to do the type where there is a lot of money, because it is dangerous. Lion also added that the main reason is that he does not understand mathematics. The fat man became even angrier after this argument. Lao did not understand, if not shares, then what? What should be done to make it interesting and profitable? Lion didn't care what to do. The main thing was to make an honest living and enjoy the process. He advised the fat man to answer the phone, because it might be important. Lao was angry instead. Most likely these are again some phone scammers who are constantly calling him. The fat man rejected the call, but returned to the conversation with the boy. He asked to tell him the truth and the plan. Lion did not care much about choosing a new job. He asked Lao to calm down and promised that they would come up with something soon. But he asked the fat man to forget about investments and shares. Lao was not very happy, but agreed. Lao began to search the internet for profitable business ideas. There were many options: IT technologies, online training, medical hearings, and services for adults. The fat man also offered to rent premises and start predicting the future for wealthy people. While the fat man was looking for options, he got another call from the same number. This time he picked up the phone. It was a funeral home employee who offered to invest in their company. The fat man did not appreciate this offer, and very loudly asked him to forget his phone number and never call. Lao managed to make some money from the antiques with Lion, although Lion got him into dangerous situations many times. All a fat man thinks about is making money. In this, the friends were not similar to each other. Lao understood that it was good to make money safely and honestly, but it was important for him to earn a lot to last him a lifetime. Many people do not have a very good life, but when people try to strive for a better life, they often only get more problems. Lion was unexpectedly happy and told the fat man that he had an idea for making money. He decided that they could start a consulting company that would help people make more money. The fat man did not take this idea very clearly. It seemed strange to him that people like them would help other people earn money. Maybe he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. But Lion thought everything through. The company will help other people earn, so it will do a good deed. And when you help others earn, you also make a profit. An ideal option. This is a business in which you do not need to invest a lot, and earnings can reach tens of millions per month. The fat man said it was a great idea. Taking a commission of 30% will be honest and profitable at the same time. Tovstun said that this was partly his idea, because the room for predictions of the future, which he proposed to open, is almost the same as a consulting company. Lau wouldn't be Lau if he didn't say something like that. He offered to go immediately and register the company. Lion asked to take his time, because first he had to go and find a place to rent an office. They went to the very center of the city, to an elite residential complex, where one of the best offices could be rented. When the boys approached the right building, Lion saw an old acquaintance. It was Kira, and a guy was next to her. His name was Ahmad. He seemed to be clinging to the girl. Ahmad asked Kira not to go, and was not shy to tell him everything she wanted. Lion didn't like what was happening and that some fool dared to flirt with Kira. The fat man began to smile and said that this is the same girl, and some snotty guy is flirting with her right on the street. We must help her. If Lion approaches her now, and tries to help with this guy who is attached to her, then she can take her anger out on Lion. Ahmad continued to pursue the girl, and said that this residential complex belongs to his family, and he can solve any problem for her. But Kira was clear in her statements, and reiterated once again that she did not need his help. Still, Lion decided to intervene in the conflict. He got out of the car and turned to Ahmad, saying to the lady, "It seems that she made it clear that she does not need help, so there is no need to cling to her." Kira was surprised by such a meeting, and asked Lion what he was doing here. The guy replied that he wanted to buy an apartment here. Ahmad was not familiar with Lion, and immediately thought that he was also courting Kira. The girl immediately remembered the episode when Lion hugged Leia. All this time she tried to forget about it, and so they met again. She said that she urgently needs to run because she has important business. The three boys stood and watched this in silence. They did not understand the reason for what happened at all. Lion was upset by such a reaction from Kira, but pretended that everything was fine and called the fat man to go into the middle of the residential complex. It was necessary to find a good office for the company, because it will be important for customers. Ahmad was angry with Lion, only he appeared when everything went badly. Ahmad was sure that everything would work out for him with Kira. Lion and Lau went into the middle, where they were met by an employee of the complex, but asked how she can help. At that moment, Ahmad caught up with them and asked if Lion and Kira are just friends. The employee recognized the guy and immediately greeted him. The fat man was already starting to get bored with Ahmad. He thinks that Lion is Kira's boyfriend and his rival. This is nothing more than just jealousy. Ahmad asked to answer the question, and for this, Lion will receive a discount on the apartment. This wealthy residential complex is located in the very center of the city. Moreover, its price is the most expensive in the area. Ahmad asked Lion if he had enough money for such a purchase. Lau even more. A few more words and the fat man would be ready to beat up this snot. There was no doubt about that. Ahmad pretended to remind the boys that they were there, and promised to thank them if they bought an apartment here. The complex belongs to his family. It seems that the fat man could no longer restrain himself, and was preparing to start a preventive conversation with Ahmad. But Lion, at the last moment, stopped him. Lion replied to the impudent boy that the future will tell if he will be able to buy an apartment here. He needed an apartment for office space, but it was not yet clear whether to buy it or rent it. The administrator asked to follow her and see everything in person. They approached the table on which there was a model of the complex, and the woman began a mini presentation. Ahmad asked the boys what they were doing, to which Lau replied that it was none of his business. Tovstun offered to immediately buy the apartment, because it is not always possible to rent. In addition, you never perceive a rental property as truly something of your own, so it is better to buy. This company had both residential and office premises, which the wealthiest people of the city choose for themselves. The administrator assured that Lion would like it here. Ahmad also added a few words of his own. He said that there were many fictitious companies in which large sums of money were involved. The administrator assured that the guy was only joking, and meant people who wanted to buy real estate here, but then went bankrupt. Lion thought Ahmad was quite an interesting character, It's just not clear. Is he trying to prevent them? Or is he just dishonoring his family? Lau offered Lion to buy a large apartment in which you can work and live at the same time. It was a good idea, and the boy asked the administrator for a small tour. If the apartment is really as good as they say, the young man will buy it on the same day. Ahmad continued to intervene in the dialogue. He said that now there are a lot of new companies that easily earn and easily lose money. Lion understood what the boy was implying, but did not argue, and simply thanked him for the reminder. Ahmad saw that Lion had money, so he offered him the most expensive apartment available, on the top floor. Both the administrator and the fat man were surprised by such a proposal. Lion was not against looking at this particular apartment. Adam decided to show everything on his own. This guy was, at first glance, very unpleasant and ill-mannered. All four entered the elevator and went up to the top floor to look at the apartment. The receptionist, whose name was Holly, opened the door and invited the boys inside. The apartment was very spacious. It had a minibar, various paintings, and much more. It all looked very expensive. As expected, Lau was most surprised by the quality and beauty of the apartment. He had never been in such an apartment in his life. Lion, who was poor not so long ago, behaved quite discreetly. The apartment even had a separate room for a wardrobe, not like in other apartments, but twice as big. And of course, if we are talking about the most expensive apartment on the top floor, there was a swimming pool. Lau felt ecstatic. It seemed to be his childhood dream to buy such an apartment. Lion also looked pleased. He could finally understand the feeling. Being rich is cool. After the guys had a good look at everything, Ahmad said that it is the best that they have. And of course, the price is also the highest. The living area of the apartment is 550 square meters, not including the huge terrace. The price of the apartment is 48 million. Vartira is really good. Nice layout and great design, so the price is fair. The fat man asked what Lion thought. The apartment is not bad, but for some reason the administrator started to get nervous since they entered here, and Ahmad spoke about this apartment somewhat sarcastically. Although when they entered the middle, he became like a professional salesman. Lion asked the system what was wrong with the apartment, but she replied that everything was fine with it. Tovstun calculated that the down payment for an apartment is only 30% of the price, and you can apply for a 30-year loan. Ahmad intervened again and said that 48 million is a flight price, so it is not possible to take an apartment on credit. He also added that those who buy such apartments usually do not use credit. He definitely tried to humiliate the boys, but it didn't work. Lion said that he was buying this apartment, and asked to prepare the documents. In general, the apartment is perfect, and the price is satisfactory, so you cannot worry, especially after the system said that everything is okay. Lion made the down payment, and 3 days later, when he pays the balance and signs the documents, he will receive the keys. Then you can register a company and start doing business. A new life has begun. But the young man continued to worry. The administrator and this boy were behaving strangely. Maybe something is wrong with the system? But the system replied that everything is fine with her. As Lion stood there contemplating the apartment, his future business, and his life, the elevator doors opened behind him. Kira came out from there. She dragged the suitcase behind her and met the boy's eyes. Was it a coincidence? Lion asked the girl what she was doing here, maybe alive. Yes, Kira lived here in the past. But today, as it turned out, she is moving to another place. Lion wondered if it was because of him. But there did not seem to be any quarrels between them. The guy hoped that all this was not due to problems with the residential complex. In any case, he had only made the down payment, and she had no way of knowing about it. Kira looked upset, but thanked Lion for helping her a few hours ago. She was very unfathomable and prejudiced, and because of her, the boy had problems later, so the girl apologized. She was embarrassed to mention it. Lion had thought all this time that she didn't care, and that she didn't treat him well, so the apology moved him a little. Finally, no one blames him. He told Kira that everything was fine, and she could forget about it. In recent days, she had heard a lot of good things about him, and it impressed her. Lion had no idea what was going on between Kira and Leia, but it was none of his business. And he simply thanked her for the kind words. Kira was going to go further, but for some reason stopped, and began to carefully look at the documents that Lion was holding in his hands. She was surprised when she realized that he bought an apartment here. For some reason, she did not look happy for the boy. Lion replied that he had just put down the down payment, and they could have been neighbors if she hadn't moved. He didn't know she lived here when he bought the apartment, so it's just a coincidence. Kira was upset for some reason. She said that you don't need to buy an apartment here, and you need to hurry to return the down payment before it's too late. Is there something wrong with the apartment? Then all these experiences of the administrator and the sarcasm of Ahmad were not for nothing? But why didn't the system intervene? Kira took his hand and tried to pull him towards the elevator to leave and return the down payment on the apartment. Lion asked to let go of his hand. He probably wanted to hear an explanation of her behavior. The girl took a step back and, upset, turned away. She was behaving strangely and clearly did not agree on something. The boy had already seen similar behavior from her when there was a situation with Leia. Maybe she is also somehow involved in this? Lion asked why he shouldn't buy an apartment here. He cannot withdraw the down payment without reason. Kira got angry and said that he is very greedy for money and she is ready to compensate him for the down payment. It wasn't about money. The guy really liked the apartment, and to refuse it, there must be good reasons. Kira lowered her eyes and a tear ran down her cheek. Something is really bothering her. But for some reason she doesn't want to talk about it. She was about to say something, but a woman came out of the elevator, so Kira fell silent. She was behaving very strangely. Then Kira waited until the woman was far away, leaned into Lion's ear, and said that the feng shui of this complex is terrible. She then added that it was especially felt in this block of the building. Lion asked if these words meant that there was no pure force here. Is it only about the interior? Kira asked the boy to speak more quietly. It was some kind of riddle game on her part. Almost nothing was clear, but very interesting. Looks like Lion is in trouble again. But for some reason, the system kept saying everything was fine with this apartment complex. After a few minutes, the fat man returned from the toilet, and Lion told him everything he heard from Kira. Lao was easily frightened by mysterious stories, so as soon as he heard it, he immediately began to shout something about evil power. Kira shouted at Lao and asked to speak more quietly. The fat man fell silent immediately, but was still very nervous. Lion reminded him that he also wanted to buy an apartment here, and even demanded a discount from the administrator. Lao shouted that he was definitely not going to do it now, and urged him to go quickly and collect the down payment. The girl also insisted on this. Lion asked everyone to calm down. He did not want to rush, and doubted the girl's words. He once again turned to the system, and it assured that there is no evil power in this complex. Of course, he believed in his system, because it always saved him and helped him in difficult moments. The system is definitely on his side. He said that he does not believe in any paranormal phenomena, because most likely, someone is just trying to scare the new residents of the apartment. Kira asked the boy if he thought someone was doing this just for fun, but it seems that not everything is so clear-cut here, and it is necessary to understand everything thoroughly. It's not that simple. The girl said that she would immediately call her people to find out who is doing these pranks. And when he finds out, this joker will not be amused. The boys began to calm her down. With such actions, she would only frighten whoever was behind it. Especially when she, because of the fact that she makes such a face, wrinkles may appear. The words about wrinkles affected the girl, and she decided not to be so angry. Kira is very emotional. It is better not to say anything to her once again. It's even hard to imagine what would have happened if she hadn't been stopped. Lion asked if she went to return the money for the apartment today, and if she really saw anything strange. Maybe it's just a rumor. She does not care about money, and she is never worried about it. She just came there to vent her anger about everything that's going on here. It was not easy with her, like Selena, when she starts to get nervous. Everyone around her starts having problems. Kira bought an apartment here in order to finally feel peace and quiet. In addition, she does not want to live with her parents and listen to their advice every day. In addition, she just liked this apartment. But a few days after moving in, something strange began to happen. For example, strange elevator malfunctions. Also, it was impossible to contact the dispatcher. Once, in the middle of the night, the alarm went off. It didn't scare me so much as it seemed like a very strange coincidence. Lion and Lao, probably. They would be scared to death if they experienced all this themselves. It is not clear what about Lion, but the fat man, just from this story, was already scared to death. Kira complained to the administrator several times, but they only apologized and promised to fix everything quickly, but did not solve the problem. The girl was fed up with this, and she bought an apartment in another area, and today she is going to move there. It seems that she is really from a very wealthy family, as is Ahmad, who is courting her. But the girl denied that she and Ahmad were dating, and said that they only saw each other a couple of times. It seems he has a bad relationship with his father. Kira called him a good fool. It is quite logical that he knew that something was wrong with the apartment, and sold it to Lion to scare him. It seems he really likes Kira. Lao still couldn't calm down after the girl's story, and asked if she really survived all this. Kira became even more angry because she thought that her stories were not believed. Although for her, this is not a joke at all. She also heard that someone in this apartment complex saw something very scary and was very scared. She offered to tell this story, but the fat man politely refused. He was very afraid of such mystical stories since childhood. Kira still wanted to tell this story and said that men can't be as scary as him. Lao immediately got angry and said that he, as a member of the ancient community, definitely knows about all these mystical things. In fact, he didn't know much about it, and he was glad that he was now with Lion, because he probably would have died of fear by now. The fat man said that together with Lion, nothing is scary at all. Kira also heard something about the boy and asked if he really knows everything. Lion asked not to ask stupid questions, and said that if he knew everything in the world, he would call himself Grand Master Lion. Or maybe he would come up with a more apt name. It's not that important. Lion, according to him, can only be guessed, and then if you are lucky. But what Kira told does not look so terrible, so he will surely be able to find the culprit of all this. Lao said that he and his boss are still planning to open a new business. It should be a consulting company, and the purchased apartment will become an office for it. The idea is to help people. The fat man wanted to tell more, but Lion closed his mouth with his hand. Looks like Lao talked too much. Kira was happy with these words, said that it was wonderful, and asked to deal with all this. She gave a card with 800 million on it, and asked to understand who did all these strange things. Lion was interested in this too, and wanted to do it for the sake of all the residents of the house, and he didn't need her money to do it. But Kira is also one of the residents, so she asked to consider it a gift from all the neighbors. If there is not enough money, she can give more, and if the boys do not spend all the money for the purpose, then they can keep the rest for themselves. The fat man took the situation under his control and grabbed the bank card from the girl's hands. In his opinion, the investigation is a very expensive process. Kira wished the boys good luck and told them not to even think about cheating on her. For Lion, losing the down payment on the apartment was not a problem. But he could not be ashamed in front of Kira, especially after she gave him money. So it is necessary to deal with this issue. Moreover, if the guy can't cope with such a task, then there is probably no point in opening a business. Lao was happy. Now they have their first job. The fat man thought it was easy money. Lion asked to keep this money and use it for daily expenses. Lao was only happy with such instructions. Although 800 million is a bit much for daily expenses, Lion decided to get down to business right away and not postpone the task for later. It was decided to split up. Lion will look around, and Lao will try to find out something through his connections. Lion went down to the first floor and approached the security guard of the complex. He greeted, but said that he is new here. He began to question the guard about security in the middle of the complex. As it turned out, there is a new security system that tracks everyone who enters and leaves the building. If a stranger gets inside, the system will sound an alarm, and he will be detained immediately. Lion thought that this is exactly what an elite complex should be like. The guy thanked the guard and said that he would look around for the time being. The man replied that if help is needed, he is always ready to provide it. Lion decided that the best option would be to ask the local residents about all these strange things. He began to walk on different floors and look around. Everything seemed quite empty. He saw the office of an advertising company and thought they could design a logo and name for his consulting firm. The young man went inside and saw a man sitting at a computer. Lion sat down with him and asked him to do something for his company. He looked at what the employee was doing and praised him, but asked him to do something a little more original. The worker agreed, but he was already getting nervous because the guy kept changing his wishes. Lion began to question the employee. Had he heard anything about evil in the compound? Maybe he saw something strange? The worker opened his eyes wide and froze for a few seconds. He said that the former designer quit his job because he saw something so strange during the night shift that he was scared to death. The new details were even scarier than Kira's stories. What could he see to be so frightened? The answer seemed obvious to the designer. He himself came here to work just to see it for himself. But for the past few days he has been almost constantly at work, and for some reason he has not seen anything. This upset him. The man liked all these paranormal phenomena, and he would like to capture what he saw. The owner of this company came up behind and loudly ordered the designer to work, not to tell tales. The owner asked Lion not to believe in fairy tales. According to him, there are few tenants in this building block. That is why it seems that it is deserted. The owner also asked not to tell these tales to others, because then no one would come to them at all. Lion replied that he himself had little faith in such rumors and would not distract them from work. He promised to pick up his order in a few days, said goodbye, and left. Then, everything started to develop even more interestingly. Lion met several people on his way and asked each of them about the strange things in the building. To the boy's great surprise, no one wanted to talk to him, and everyone avoided the topic as much as possible. The first man said that he had no idea about any strange things. The woman replied that she had not heard anything like that, and the third man refused to comment on all this at all. It's weird. On the one hand, Lion is a stranger. Maybe this is the problem. But on the other hand, if these people suffered from this problem, they would tell everything. The system had too little data to help. We need to find out more information about the residents, although it will not be easy. There was an idea to ask everyone about it in a row, but Lion quickly realized that it was a bad idea. Although the system said that it is better to do something than just sit still, the system gave a hint. If you try to bribe the staff of the complex, you will succeed only with a probability of 40%. Trying to steal residents' data is almost impossible, and asking passers-by is the most likely option for success. The third option is the best, although it looks a bit strange. Lion thought that being a security guard was much better than asking passers-by about strange things in the building. Lion got up and went to find people from the complex to try and find some answers. There were many questions. He asked the system how best to do it, because asking everyone in a row is not the best option. The system told to stop the man who was carrying a child in his arms to the left of Lion. 95% success rate. Lion didn't understand why to do this at first. Is there something wrong with him? The system did not respond. It gave all the instructions and left the guy to do the rest himself. Lion began to understand what was happening. The child cried a lot and called his mother for help. Does this look like child abduction? That's right. The mother was standing a few meters away and was screaming at the top of her voice and calling for help. Lion understood that there was no time to analyze the situation, so it was necessary to act immediately. He rushed at the kidnapper. The boy pushed the man and with a sharp movement snatched the child from his hands. It was fast, so the kidnapper couldn't get his bearings. The child was saved, Lion before her mother. Several men ran to help, detained the scoundrel and called the police. The woman's name was Neela. She was very happy and thanked the boy with all her might for his help. Her son is very spoiled. While she was talking on the phone with a friend, he ran away. She was so frightened that she thought that strange things were happening even during the day. It seems that she also saw something strange. Maybe she is from the same apartment complex? The system intervened almost immediately and confirmed this opinion 100%. Looks like Lion is very lucky today. It is possible to learn something interesting from her. The guy started to ask about the mystical things that the woman said, but Neela for some reason said that the guy just heard. It seems that she is not going to tell the truth so easily, and something must be invented, Lion thought. He said he was glad to hear that all this was not true. His wife is pregnant, and the feng shui from the previous apartment was not very good, so they decided to buy a new apartment here. Lion said that they like this apartment complex because it is in a prestigious area, and the surroundings are quiet and clean. He wants to buy an apartment here, and is collecting documents for this. The woman immediately turned pale and asked if they really wanted to buy an apartment in this particular complex. The young man confirmed these words and said that he especially likes Block A. Neela grabbed the boy's hand and said that she should not tell him this. But he's such a nice guy and she doesn't want anything bad to happen to him, so there's no need to buy an apartment here. The elevator here always stops on the 18th floor in the evenings, for no reason. In addition, the alarm system, the dispatcher, and the door control system also work abnormally. Lion asked if it was just a coincidence or a control system failure, but the woman added that there are often bloody traces on the steps, which disappear the next day. Also, in the corridors you can often hear sounds like children crying, along with some scary sounds. Sometimes, a ghost in a white robe and long hair still appears. And this is the worst. Lion had already managed to get a good scare, and asked if the woman was sure of her words. Several more women from this complex joined the conversation. They assured that all this is true, and everyone knows about it. One of the women said that her husband plans to sue the owner of the complex, and order money for the apartment and moral damages from him. Neela's husband recently lost a lot of money in stocks, so they haven't moved out yet. Lion tried to calm the women down, and asked if all this has been going on since the beginning. How did they settle here? Everything was fine before, but about 4 months ago all these strange things started happening. Lion thought all these strange events, for some reason, only happen in the middle of the night. Although this was enough to scare all the women from the complex to death. Although, to tell the truth, not only women. Neela asked Lion to take care of his pregnant wife, and under no circumstances buy an apartment here. The guy agreed and said goodbye to the lovely ladies. They also said goodbye. To prevent this from happening in this complex, and whoever did it, ghost or human, Lion decided to deal with it. The system recalled that she immediately said that all these things are done by a person, and not by some ghost. But late at night, it is unlikely that one person will do it. Maybe a group of people do this? Most likely, they do it just for the fun of it, because no one would go to such lengths to hurt someone. Since the security system here is very good, those who do this can only be the owners or security guards. The system confirmed the host's guesses, but now you have to figure out how to catch them. Behind, with quiet steps, Lao approached and asked why the boss does not pick up the phone when he calls. Lion was scared, and replied that if the fat man scared him like that again, he would get a punch in the stomach. The boys decided to go to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Lao heard many rumors about this place, but they were so absurd that he did not believe them. Lion was not interested in rumors. He needed something concrete. Tiovston said that many residents have moved, or plan to do so. Also, many people plan to sue the owners of the complex. Residents also repeatedly had conflicts with the owner's company. The head of the security service was also dismissed. Unlikely that this is revenge against the former head of security, because it is difficult to gain access to the complex after the release. It seems that everything here is not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Someone has carefully planned everything and wants to scare not just one person but everyone at once, and destroy this complex. They probably have problems with the owner or developer of the complex. Those who did all this, they could be absolutely anyone. Too many suspects. The fat man said that it is better to give up the apartment if it is not possible to fix all this. Who would have thought that an elite residential complex in the center of the city was haunted? Lion said he will definitely remain a resident of the complex, and he has a plan. Lao, who had probably finished his 10th barbecue, listened to Lion with interest. The guy said that tomorrow he will completely buy the apartment, and the fat man will take the logo design that he ordered, and they will prepare for the opening of the company. And it is necessary to tell absolutely everyone that they bought the most expensive apartment in this complex, and that their new company will open soon. The fat man did not understand why he should do this, but as it turned out, Lion wanted to lure the intruders into a trap with these actions. A few hours after lunch, Lion ordered his belongings to be delivered to the apartment complex. Neela saw the guy with her girlfriends and came up to ask why he didn't listen to her and still bought an apartment here. Lion reassured the woman, and replied that he had hired an experienced master who would help cleanse the complex of evil demons. The women were very happy with such news. The guy said goodbye, but first, asked not to tell anyone about it. The process of delivering things to the apartment was managed by Lao. The workers finished their work and said goodbye. The fat man had already managed to freeze up well since the morning, and he was sweating all over. The guys went up to the top floor of the apartment and sat down to rest a little. It's evening. Lion started talking about the fact that soon their new consulting company will open, and there is something to discuss. The fat man replied that he was ready for anything, except catching ghosts at night, because that was too much for him. Lion asked Master Che Lao with the legal aspects of the company's registration, and since he is a dilettante in management, Lao will become the legal face and general manager. The fat man understood that the guy was doing it to cover up, but he was not against it, if, of course, there was a high annual salary. Lion offered a salary of 300,000 a month, and an additional 20% of the company. Lao was so happy that he stopped holding back and started jumping for joy. He got down on one knee and began to thank Lion for everything he had done for him and called him the best friend of his life. Lion envisioned a bright future when he bought this apartment. And if you manage the company together, then you have to live together. This is what a compatible business means. But it turns out that Lao is very afraid of ghosts and does not want to live here. Lion was upset, but the fat man understood everything, and he didn't care about all kinds of ghosts, and he agreed to live in this apartment as well. He is not such a coward. Lion was happy and said that Lao deserves to be called his best friend. Someone rang the doorbell, and just a few minutes ago, the fearless Lao was scared to death. Lion immediately reminded the fat man of his words, that he is not a coward and will always work together with Lion. Lao got angry, said that he understood everything, and he was not afraid. He went to see who had visited them. He asked to be let him deal with it, for he wanted to see who was so bold as to frighten him at 10 o'clock in the evening. The fat man went to the door and asked who came, but for some reason, no one answered. It was strange. Perhaps everything that the residents of this building were talking about will now begin to happen to them as well. Someone called Lion, and he immediately picked up the phone. Lao was nervous, although he tried not to show it. As it turned out, this is the food delivery guy that the guy ordered an hour ago. He was standing outside the door. Lion said that the infection would open the door, and apologized to the fat man for forgetting to warn him. Lao felt lighter from these words, and realizing that it was not a ghost, he calmly opened the door. Half an hour later, Lion and Lao had a delicious dinner, and, sitting at the table, she continued to talk. Lion asked if the fat man liked his food. Although, probably, the fat man always liked any food. Lao was pleased, but said that he was thinking about how difficult it is to make a large fortune now, and he was going to work diligently for their common cause. If the boys can figure out these mystical phenomena, they will become very famous in this residential complex, and will definitely find the necessary connections among wealthy people. It will be perfect. At that moment, the light went out in the apartment. The fat man screamed in fear, and said that all these strange things had begun. Lion asked him to calm down, and said he would catch whoever did it. Lion sent Lao to check the electricity, and asked the guards for surveillance video. Then the boy turned to the system for help. The intruder who had done all this was on this floor, and was moving towards the elevator in Block A. He is near the stairs, on the right-hand side, and Lion immediately went after him. The young man ran out of the apartment and quietly started chasing the criminals until he saw him personally. At that moment, Lion sped up, but started shouting at the intruder to stop, because it will only get worse. But he accidentally slipped on a flat place and fell to the floor. The intruder was a man. He saw how the boy fell and began to run away quickly. Lion got up and ran after him, and shouted that the man should run away, and he would answer for all these jokes. But the intruder had already managed to get away quite far, and catching up with him was extremely difficult, even for such a young guy as Lion. They both ran to the stairs and started to go down. Lion lost all his strength and stopped to catch his breath. He did not understand where this man had so much strength. Lion turned to the system and reminded her that there was a 97% chance of catching this scoundrel. But she replied that it couldn't be done due to Lion falling. The boy was upset. Success was very close, but a little bit was not enough to reach it. His phone rang. It was Lao. Maybe he has some news? The fat man screamed and begged for help. Lion asked him to calm down and asked where he was and what was going on. Lao was sitting somewhere in the middle of the stairs, but was shaking with fear. Strange sounds were heard around. He said that someone is following him and that he is on the 33rd floor. While the fat man was talking on the phone, a hand with long nails appeared above his head. Lion told Lao that ghosts don't exist and ran to save his friend. The fat man asked to run faster. Lao understood that ghosts did not exist, but this did not make him any easier. A hand touched his head. At that moment, Lao forgot everything that Lion had told him and began to scream at the top of his voice and call for help. Probably he had never been so scared in his life. He was sure that he did not think, and someone really touched him. He began to run nervously from side to side, not knowing what to do and where to run. Finally choosing a route, he helped so quickly that he could win any marathon. After running 30 meters, he stopped and turned around to see if there was anyone behind him. Did he manage to escape? As soon as Lao turned around, he saw that a very scary person was standing right in front of him. It was not clear whether it was a woman or a man. It's amazing how his heart didn't stop. The fat man screamed, and almost immediately lost consciousness and fell. 5 minutes passed before he started to open his eyes because he heard someone calling him. It seemed to be Lion. Lao asked if it was a dream, or he died. The boy replied that all this was true, and if he had died, they would not have communicated. When the fat man was able to rise to his feet, he saw that this creature that scared him was sitting next to him, but it turned out to be an ordinary man who was holding his head because he was bleeding. Lao did not immediately understand this, and again began to lose consciousness from fear. It was too much for his psyche. Lion grabbed a friend and began to explain everything, saying that this is usually a person that the fat man himself crashed into. This is just the designer of the advertising agency, which is located on this floor. His name is David. David greeted Lao, smiled, and said that in general he is not a ghost. Lion appreciated David's courage, but now he needs to deal with healing, not ghost hunting. The boys escorted David and called him a taxi to the hospital. He thanked them and asked them not to worry about him. The taxi driver began to worry and asked David if someone had beaten him. But the designer replied that something else had happened, and it was just a coincidence. Lion turned to Lao and asked if he hit hard. As it turned out, the blow was not very strong, and the fat man was more frightened than he hit his head. Lao quickly recovered and started talking about money. He did not like that for a small wound. Lion gave David 30,000. Lao said that he almost died because the ghost started grabbing his hair. But ghosts don't kill, and they can't touch humans, so he was just an ordinary guy. The fat man insisted that he had to be beaten after all, and remembered that there was a lot of blood on the walls everywhere. Lion got angry and shouted at Lao. He assured that it was just a man and not a ghost. He asks the fat man for help, but he behaves like a girl and does not help at all, but only complicates the process. With his screams, he scared all the residents on the entire floor. Lau apologized, but assured that he would take it more calmly. The boys began to return to the apartment and saw the guard. Lion immediately began to suspect that the guard was somehow involved in these events. The system asked if he needed her help, but the guy replied that she had already let him down once today, so for now he would try to figure things out without her. That security guard was standing right in front of the surveillance camera, so it can't be him. Lion reminded Lau that he asked him to check the recordings from the cameras, but the fat man replied that he was afraid that there would be a ghost in the elevator. There should also be a surveillance camera in the elevator, so it is unlikely that they will scare anyone there, due to the risk of being seen by the camera. On the stairs where Lau saw ghosts, nothing was found. And as for the traces of blood, it is a spice for paint, which is visible only in the dark. Everything that was done that night was done by a few people who were divided. Lion thought about asking for the surveillance footage. The system said that the probability of finding something thanks to the records was 37%. Maybe criminals know where surveillance cameras are located and deliberately avoid them. Lion thought that the attackers had done something more than it seems, and he wanted to see for himself. The guys went to the security room and knocked on the door. No one opened. Maybe they all fell asleep in the middle of the night, or maybe there is no one there at all. Behind, someone turned on a flashlight and began to shine directly into the boys' faces. The man asked what they are looking for here. Lion replied that he was the new owner of the apartment on the top floor in Block A, and asked why there was no light anywhere. The man answered, "What happened to the circuit of the main control unit of the lighting network? The electrician will come tomorrow and fix everything. The elevators work as usual. They are on a separate network. The security guard was supposed to be in the control room. Checking electricity is not his job. Something is wrong there." Lau demanded to see the records from the surveillance system. Lion got angry because Lau was again not careful and opened his mouth when he shouldn't. The security guard said that the surveillance system is working, but the boys have no right to check it. Lion asked the system for help and asked if the guard was hiding something, and he was one of the ones who set this all up. As it turned out, someone else arranged all this, but the guard is most likely involved in this, maybe other guards too. Lau continued to argue and insisted that they should watch the surveillance video. The security guard replied that ordinary residents do not have access to this, and this is possible only after the manager's permission. Lau began to demand to call the manager. The man replied that it was already too late and he was not at work, so he would have to wait until morning. The system gave a hint that there is a 50% probability of watching the video from the surveillance cameras. So Lion came up with a plan. He started calling the police and said that together with the police, he would definitely be able to watch this video. The guard was frightened but asked not to do this so that he would not be released. He offered to go to the office of the complex and get a letter of consent to watch the video, and then there would be no problems with it. The fat man yelled at the guard because he should have said it right away and not interfered with them. Lau's fearlessness immediately disappeared somewhere, and he asked Lion C to walk with him because he is afraid to go alone. The guys quickly got permission to watch the video. They were also assured that the electrician would come soon and fix everything. The girl who helped the boys really liked Lau, and he started asking her for her phone number until Lion pulled him away. They went up to the security office again, showed the pass to the security guard, and ordered to show them the video. They didn't expect that when they started watching the video, there would be nothing strange about it. Lau did not get caught on surveillance cameras at all, although he was supposed to. The security guard asked if he was sitting on the stairs in this place. The fat man was sure. Lion asked to include video from the hallway one floor up. The guard turned it on, but as it turned out, Lion was alone, and there was no intruder. He just ran in different directions. It was the same on the stairs. The guy was alone. It was very strange. Lau even asked Lion who he was chasing. Maybe he also saw something mystical? The security guard asked not to spread stupid rumors about ghosts. Because of this, there are many problems in this complex. And then he asked if they were really looking for a dog, and what it looked like, because he had never noticed it. Lion replied that the dog might be at home or would be found by itself, so it was better for them to leave. He thanked the guard for his help. The guard did not understand anything, but said goodbye and said that he is always ready to help. Lau believed that it was better to give up the idea of catching ghosts, because that way they would only get into some trouble. Friends decided to spend the night in a hotel. As soon as they left, the guard immediately closed the door. He was glad that they left, and he was almost exposed. Lion and Lau got into the car and went in search of the nearest hotel to spend the night. Lion asked if Lau feels normal, or is he still afraid. The fat man was still ready to go all the way with his friend, but he didn't understand why they wanted these ghosts. They can easily earn money for themselves, be safe, and not risk their own lives. These words only made the boy laugh. He didn't understand why Lao was so worried and afraid. There was no point in being afraid. The video they watched with the guard was fake. It turned out that the fat man did not understand this, and all the time thought that it was all hallucinations. Lion assured that it is not difficult for a specialist to make such a video, and he did it while they were walking for permission. It was clear that something was wrong with the guard. Lion thought he would let them watch the video because he didn't want to have to deal with the police. But he unexpectedly sent them for permission. He used this period of time to successfully fake the video, and it ruined the whole plan. Therefore, it was necessary to immediately go into that room so that he did not have even a single chance to change something. Although, most likely, the guard would have stopped both boys by force, and nothing would have happened. Surely he is not one of those who arranged all this, and next time, Lion and Lao will not warn anyone. Lion asked the fat man to find someone to watch this guard after his shift. Lao assured that it is within his power, and he will find a real professional for it. Lion will not be hindered by outside help, because it cannot constantly rely only on its system, which has often failed recently. The system was offended, but the boy insisted that it was better to start working steadily, and not to argue. Lion decided to go to the hotel and call Master Wolf to advise him of a consulting company. Lao couldn't understand why they needed a consulting company. Lion wanted their help in the investigation, at least partially. Lao did not expect to learn that someone could handle such a difficult task better than Lion. Lion wanted to find a consulting company that specializes in business investigations and agreed to help. They will help to learn the history of the Dingation group, as well as everyone associated with it, and perhaps even potential competitors. As for everything else, Lion will handle it all. That was the guy's plan. 3 days passed. Lao's video was uploaded to the internet and has garnered millions of views. It seemed to everyone that there were ghosts near the fat man, which the camera did not recognize. This video was watched by the owner of the residential complex and Dingachin group, Mr. Dao. His son Ahmad was sitting next to him. Dao's new project, an ecological city. Because of this, he asked his assistant, Mr. Daya, to deal with the problems in the complex a couple of days ago. But so far, the son has not done anything. The assistant replied that it was quite a difficult job and he was still working on it. Ahmad asked not to blame Daya, because it is about mystical things. He was smiling as he said these words. Dao asked his son to shut up if he wasn't going to help him in this case. So Mr. Dao decided to see for himself how things were going in his apartment complex. He had not been there for a long time. Lion woke up early to do some reading on his laptop. He was very interested in finding the culprits of all these events in the complex. Master Wolf's company had learned a lot of information in a short period of time, and Lion had already read over 100 pages of this file. He asked the system to be analyzed. Who opposes Dingation Group, including those against the company's owner. The system took a long time to analyze the data, and it started to look like it crashed again. The system still answered the questions. It seems that the owner of the complex is very powerful, because he has a lot of competitors who want to destroy his business. As it turned out, Mr. Dao used to be a soldier. He is brave and responsible. Perhaps all its advantages have become problems in business? Dao hated the most was the owner of another construction company, Mr. Van. He used to own a mine and used dirty methods to get his way, but there were also other competitors. Lion was glad that he didn't have such a big business, because in that case, you always have a lot of enemies. Lion asked the system to calculate all the data and find out who arranges all this. Dao can be behind this. It was better not to ask this question. Lion heard the phone ring. It was Fat Lao who called. Maybe he also learned something? Tovston said that the guard ordered a train ticket on his phone. It seems that he wants to escape quickly. As it turned out, Lao also had the necessary connections, and he was able to learn even such information. Lao said that the security guard is at work now, and he follows him, and Lion must quickly run to him, but so that no one notices him. It looks like the guard really wants to escape after what he did, but now he can't do anything. Lion arrived at the park in the residential complex and waited for Lao to call. The fat man called, but it turned out that he lost the bodyguard, and he is trying to find him. Lao was cautious and watched the guard as he walked in a circle, but lost him when he got distracted for a second. Lion turned to the system for help and found out that he was very close, in Zone C on the park. He passed this information to Lao and ran towards Zone C. He couldn't let the guard escape. It was a very important clue. The security guard was talking on the phone. There should be a staff meeting soon, and the head of the theme company will be there. The security guard was afraid that he would be exposed, so he asked to transfer money to him for the fact that he had downloaded the video to them so that he could quickly hide somewhere. On the phone, they told the guard not to worry about the money and asked if he destroyed the evidence. The security guard was experienced, and he had done this from the very beginning. The guard hung up and almost immediately heard his own voice saying what he had said over the phone. It was Lion standing behind him. He recorded the entire conversation on a dictaphone and turned it on again so that the guard could hear it all. The man began to scream. All his fears came true and he was indeed exposed, although not by those who should have been. All he had to do was run, and he did. But he didn't know that Lion didn't come to him alone. In front of the guard, Mr. Fatlau was waiting, who met him with a punch in the stomach. The guard definitely did not take this into account. He failed to match, and now he won't be able to fool these two guys like he did last time in the video. Lion bowed and said hello, so they met again, but now under different circumstances. Lau began to interrogate the man and asked him who he works for and who gives him instructions. The guard tried to resist. He replied that he did not know the boys and did not even understand what they were talking about. Lion said they know he faked the video from that night and deleted the original video. But backups should remain on the server, and the security guard should have access to them. Lion began to intimidate the security guard, because if his boss found out that the original videos were saved somewhere, then something bad could happen to him. The man got even more scared and began to shout and ask, "Who are they anyway?" Lion did not say who they were, but noted that the original videos were kept in the security room. The guard said that he was forced to do it, but he did not understand who was behind it. Lau intervened in the matter and told the man to tell everything as soon as possible, until they moved on to tougher methods of interrogation. The system gave a hint. The security guard was most likely forced to do all this, and he does not know exactly who is responsible for it. He is a contemporary, not a victim, but he did all this because of money. He definitely talked to the boss and they talked about the video, so we should try to find out something. Lion wanted to remind the guard who the Dengation Group's competitor was, but he forgot. He only recently talked about it, but forgot. Now it is not clear how to intimidate the guard. But the name was remembered and voiced by the guard himself. "This is Mr. Van's company, Vancheng Properties." Lion smiled. The guard should have told him about it a little earlier. As it turns out, the security guard has only been with the company for about a month, and the boss made him do all this almost at once. He still has 5 accomplices. The man did this only twice. The other times he just watched from the observation room. Later, someone from Vancheng Properties asked him to send them one of the videos. He could not refuse such an influential company. The system confirmed that this time, he is telling the truth. So now there is more information about how all this is arranged. The fat man asked what video he was talking about. He did not know that the video with him was uploaded to the internet, but Lion did not start to upset his friend. The security guard kept telephone conversations with customers and did not use the money they paid him. The man began to cry and ask for help. He could not lose his job and go to prison, because his sick mother was waiting for him at home, who needed help. Lion thought about how to act. The guard is quite timid, and when he was exposed, he told everything himself, and in any case, a good son. But he is very cunning, and wanted to run away when everything was over. The fat man asked what they were going to do with him, hand over to the police or let go. A car with Mr. Dao drove up to them. He went outside and asked to give the guard to him. Neither the guard, nor the fat man, nor Lion expected the owner of the complex to appear here. How did he find them? He was quite a young man, and did not seem at first glance angry. He greeted and thanked for the help. Lion was glad to meet such an influential man in person. Mr. Dao was caught up by one of his assistants, who wanted to tell something about Secretary Wei. Mr. Dao said that he did not have time to explain, and ordered to act according to the rules, and this time, without mistakes. After that, the man invited Lion to go to his office, and there to continue the conversation and get to know each other better. The guy agreed, and together with Lau went to the complex. The guard, who was caught, was taken away in an unknown direction by Dao people. Dao wondered why Lion bought an apartment in his complex. In addition, it is also the most expensive. He suspected the boy because he did not understand his motives. Lion replied that a friend had recommended the apartment to him, and he liked it very much, so he bought it. Mr. Ahmad also helped him. Ahmad said that it was not difficult for him to help the boy, especially when he found out that Lion is a friend of Kira. Mr. Dao now became more clear about some nuances, and he asked Lion, "What does the guy do, and what does he do for a living?" Lion said he used to be in the antiques business, but decided to try something new and opened a new company specializing in consulting services. The fat man also added that Lion is a core member of the ancient community. Ahmad called Lion a genius and was glad to have met him. How quickly he changed his attitude towards the boy. His courtesies were too false. His father asked him to shut his mouth. Mr. Dao apologized for his son, but said that he was raised by his mother most of the time. That's why he is like this. Lion solved the problems of the family company Ahmad, and he allows himself such jokes. It is not clear who he has bigger problems with, Lion and his father. The system suggested that he has problems with both men, and his psychological age is 12 years. Therefore, it is better not to take offense at the child. Lion told Mr. Dao that all this was planned by Vanqing Properties, and what to do with them next was up to Dao. Dao stood up and said goodbye to all his guests. He had to go on business urgently, and he asked his son to look after Lion and Lao. Ahmad reiterated that Lion is so smart and his plan is perfect, all to get to know his father. He thought that the boy deliberately planned and did all this to get a large sum of money from his father. He is probably much dumber than he seems. His stupidity was getting boring. Lao was tired of hearing this sarcastic tone. He told Ahmad that his company was worthless because it had not discovered anything in 3 months, and they had done everything in 3 days. Ahmad asked why they were so audacious against one guard, but didn't immediately go to Vanqing Properties to deal with it. Is it scary? The fat man was losing self-control. This is complete nonsense, because they even protected the security guard, and they are definitely not afraid of anyone, not even Vanqing Properties. Ahmad stuck out his tongue in response. It seems that this fool just likes to piss off the people around him. Lion began to understand something. All these strange things started happening 2 months ago. The previous complex management company was replaced 2 months ago. The security guard came to work only a month ago. Who then is behind all this? Who organized it? A group of people? Or were there several such groups? It's time to turn to the system for help. You can't do without it. What the guard said was believable, but he still might have missed something. The system couldn't know exactly what was on his mind. Lion quickly got up and ran in an unknown direction. The fat man and Ahmad ran after him. Still, the guard led on a false trail. So now it is necessary to understand everything in a new way. The guard knows absolutely everything, so he cannot be allowed to escape. Lion ran up to the woman administrator and scared her badly. He looked angry, even dangerous. He insisted that Mr. Dao be transferred very quickly, that he wanted to see him urgently. The owner of the complex was at an interview, but the woman promised to try to convey the boy's message to him now. It was not clear whether one group of people orchestrated this whole mystical story. The chances were 50-50. The system's answers were very ambiguous and only made the guy nervous, and he asked to know something really important. The system could not help, but Lion himself understood. This guard works for some and for others, so I somehow sense there is only one group of people. Dao's assistant, Mr. Daya, left the office and addressed Lion. He said that Mr. Dao is currently having an important interview, and if it is urgent, Lion can talk to him. Lao and Ahmad have only now caught up with Lion. They were panting, but could barely stand on their feet from fatigue. Not very athletic guys. Ahmad asked the fat man why he was looking at him so strangely. Lao replied that he was only protecting the young fool. If he had not taken him with him, then Ahmad would have made Lion even more nervous. The guy asked the assistant to leave for an important conversation. Daya didn't mind. Lion wondered how Mr. Dao planned to solve all these problems with the mystical happenings in his compound. He was just curious, so if it's a secret, then Mr. Daya might not say anything. As it turns out, it's no secret, and Mr. Dao plans to fire everyone responsible, but not go to the police. So he wants to solve everything secretly. Lion asked what would happen to that guard they caught. Daya replied that the guard himself confessed to everything, so he will be released, and that's it. It's a good thing they didn't send him to the police, because otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to continue the investigation. Mr. Daya thanked Lion and Lao for their help, and decided to present a gift from the entire company. Ahmad intervened in the conversation. He shouted that Lion should not believe the words of this lying scumbag. Dao's assistant began to ask the boy to calm down, and not to embarrass his father in front of everyone. Lion said that he was helping just like that, and he didn't need anything for the help. He thinks not only about money. The guy said goodbye, called Lao, turned and left. Everything he wanted to know, he found out. Ahmad wanted to see what the boys would do next, although his father's assistant tried to stop him. Lao complained that he couldn't follow the guard properly because of the fact that this kid, named Ahmad, was following them everywhere. Lion came up with a plan. He asked the fat man to quickly run around the corner and then to the parking lot, from there to the hotel to cancel the room reservation. Lion will take care of everything else at this time. The boys ran in other directions. Ahmad did not understand what to do and who to catch up with. He couldn't let Lion get away from him today, so he decided to run after him. He barely caught up with Lion and said that today he will not let him escape. At that moment, a fat man drove by in a Lion car. He smiled and wished sarcastically good luck. Sometimes it seemed that Lao should have gone to acting courses. Ahmad caught up with Lion. But what did it do for him, and what is he going to do next? Ahmad decided to get into the car and go after Lao. Lion just laughed. He outsmarted this fool. It was not completely clear what Ahmad wanted from the boys. But in any case, Lion said goodbye, smiled, and said that he was always at his service. Ahmad behaved like a stupid child, and did not even understand who his real enemy was. Half an hour passed. The security guard was released, and he rode off in an unknown direction on his motorcycle. Lion watched him and asked the taxi driver to follow the man on the motorcycle directly. Wano, that was the name of the security guard, called someone while waiting for the green light at the traffic light, and said that everything is fine with him and they still have a chance. He betrayed Vancheng Properties at a crucial moment, because it was actually done to protect his real boss and himself. After a 10-minute ride, Wano arrived at his destination, near the Serval area. People live in unfinished houses in this area, sheer horror. The guard met with a woman who was his sister. He asked what she is doing here. Instead of answering, he received a slap in the face. His sister dreamed that he went to college, but as it turned out, he works as a security guard. This really embarrassed her. Lion imperceptibly watched this and did not understand what was happening at all. The sister shouted at Wano and said that it would not be possible to take revenge on a large corporation because they are just ordinary people, and there is no need to risk their future for this. The man replied that it makes no sense to believe that they will restore and finish the construction of their apartment. According to him, such people only understand the rule, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and only the attention of journalists and society will be able to scare them into doing at least something. It looked dramatic. Residents of unfinished apartments are trying to fight the developer on their own. Dao's company reports he seemed to be a decent and honest businessman. The sister was sick and coughing badly, so Wano asked her to go with him to the apartment. The woman said that if she is not indifferent to him, then let him find a normal human job and stop even thinking about revenge. Although the security guard did very bad things, he himself was also a victim in this situation. He got a job as a security guard to take revenge on the developer, but was forced to do so by the assistant manager, and Vancheng Properties forced him to sell them surveillance footage. If he succeeded, he could make good money. If not, he would blame others for everything. What an innocent suspect who was forced to do everything. Lion needed the help of the system, but not empty facts, but the real state of affairs. These houses did not even have water and electricity. How can they even live in such conditions? The man carrying the water seemed kind, and Lion decided to offer him help. Lion came up and said hello, but the man looked at him in a strange way and asked what was his name. At this moment, it is not known from where, Ahmad started again. This fool has already managed to bore Lion and Lao. It seems he was following Lion. Ahmad approached the water seller and said that he and his friend were journalists. The man replied that journalists do not wear such expensive things while working. Ahmad's actions only destroyed Lion's plan, but we had to adapt to new conditions. Lion told Ahmad that he told him many times not to dress like that when they planned to do interviews and asked his partner to return to the office. Although Ahmad is not very smart, he understood that Lion wanted to get rid of him, and I wasn't going to give up so easily. He pretended that he forgot to change his clothes and asked not to punish him and to continue his work. He probably doesn't even know about the project of his family company. So the boys continued to pretend to be journalists and asked the man to answer a few questions about the unfinished houses. The man replied that the developer is Dingation Group. There are commercial buildings and security buildings. Ahmad was very surprised and started asking about which company he was talking about, and assured that the man was wrong. But the water delivery man said everything correctly. It was about Dingation Group, Mr. Dao's company. Lion asked Ahmad not to interfere in the dialogue and not to interrupt the man. As it turned out, people were happy when they found out that such a well-known company would build them a new home. But then, at the very finish, the project was stopped, and the director was arrested for stealing the company's money. For about half a year, the construction was renewed and then stopped again. Then the construction stopped completely, and it does not continue to this day. Lion wondered if people had contacted the Dingation Group to look into the situation. The man replied that people asked for help, but they were not answered. And then Dingation Group sold the project to Vancheng Properties. Vancheng Properties asked the residents of the apartments to pay extra money for the construction, and if they refuse, the company will buy the apartments at first priority prices. The residents of the house had no way out, and they did as they were told. The man asked the boys which TV channel they were from, because the journalists who had come earlier, on the contrary, did not want to communicate with them. Lion said they are from an online media company, and much more professional than their predecessors. A man approached them and asked why they haven't delivered water for so long. The water vendor replied that he was talking to journalists, and would deliver everything soon. Lion and Ahmad tensed as the same guard, Wano, stood behind them. V-In began to shout and call out to all the residents and say that people from the Dingation Group company had come. Lion quickly realized that they had to run because it would end badly for them. The water vendor did not know that he had been tricked, but became very angry and seemed ready to start a fight. Lion grabbed Ahmad's hand and told them to run while they still could. People had already managed to get out of their houses, but started running after the boys and throwing stones at them. Lion and Ahmad managed to pull away a little and hid under the car. The angry crowd did not notice them and ran past. They waited until it was safe to come out of hiding. They were lucky to escape. Ahmad looked upset. Turns out he didn't know that his father's project was responsible for such bad things. He knew only small nuances, but he did not know that his father was capable of such things. Lion hadn't expected all of this to make the boy so angry. He seemed to him very depraved and evil. Ahmad decided to urgently call his father and find out. Did he do something terrible for money, or is this all fiction? Lion asked him to take his time and to understand this situation better, to find more facts. He suggested that Ahmad try to restore this project for the sake of the people, despite the fact that the residents saw him as their enemy. Lion asked the system to analyze Ahmad and find out. Will he fall out with his father? Ahmad asked Lion what he would do in the place of the residents. Would he wait for the greedy developer to come to his senses? Lion thought and replied that he would make the developers fear him. Ahmad is a child from a wealthy family. He never knew how poor people live, and he did not know about the injustice they experience. He first observes the life of poor people, no wonder he is upset. When Ahmad was a child, his father was always busy with work. He was strict, and it was as if he trained him as his soldier. Sometimes Ahmad wondered if he was really his son. Then it turned out that Dao treated everyone like that. Some people consider him a successful businessman, but Ahmad hates him. He decided to take up the matter and asked Lion to help. But then he said that Lion will not help just like that, if it does not benefit him, because he only helps the rich. Ahmad got upset and started yelling at Lion and accusing him of everything. Lion just smiled and decided to help the boy because he impressed him. He agreed to Ahmad's offer to help and asked what was their plan. Lion also said that it will help because sometimes you want to do a good deed, as focusing only on money is boring. The boys arrived home where Fat Man Lao and Kira were waiting for them. They told them everything. Lao supported the guard's actions and believed that he had done the right thing. This is exactly what people need to do to fight the horrible developers. Lion said that Lao does not know many details, and it is better not to jump to conclusions. Kira asked Ahmad if he would have a fight with his father if it turned out to be true. These words only angered the boy. If he is not trusted, then he is ready to deal with everything on his own. Lion asked them not to fight because now they are all in the same boat and have to work as a team. Something has been wrong with Dingation Group in recent years. Probably because Mr. Dao invested too much money in his main project, an ecological town. Dao's assistant stole a lot of money from the Huxley Garden project, which is where Wano and his sister live. The company took money from other projects, but it was still not enough. Dao had no way out. He sold Huxley Garden to another company. This eased the pressure on the company. But then the city government started a new design in the Huxley Garden area. Now the company that bought this project has decided to rebuild this district into an elite one. For Lion to figure this out, but the project that bought Huxley Garden and began to put pressure on the residents is to blame for the problem. This is Voncheng Properties. So Ahmad's father is not as guilty as it seemed at first glance. Tovston offered to enlist the support of apartment owners and preserve the reputation of the Dingation Group in order to restart the project later. Kira called the plan ridiculous. Voncheng Properties will not give up its plans or bid a very high price to sell the project. The system suggested that it will not be easy to buy back the project. The probability is 35%. Lion asked if there were any other important details of the deal. As it turned out, Voncheng Properties did not have time to complete the project on time, although it was supposed to under the contract. Now has the right to buy back the Huxley Garden project at the price they sold it for. The fat man said that you can't waste time, and you have to do it quickly. For the Ahmad family, this is not a lot of money. But to fully restart the project, more than $1 billion is needed. Dingation Group cannot afford to spend such a large amount of money at the moment. Kira intervened and said that Dingation has many large projects that are expensive. Also, few apartments are sold in this residential complex due to stupid rumors. And also, Dingation is obliged to fulfill an important agreement VOM. Lao did not understand what kind of important agreement VOM is. Something is not clear. Investors? Is the deal important to you? It is probably Qingtian Group. In the investment contract between Qingtian Group and Dingatian Group, if Dingation Group does not have time to achieve the desired results within the set time, then they will have to fulfill what is written in the contract. Qingtian is a major shareholder in Mr. Dao's company. That's all Ahmad knows. He asked how Kira knew so much about this area. As it turned out, her grandfather told her this. If the target is not met, Mr. Dao's company will have to buy back the shares and pay Qingtian a large amount of interest. But one thing is clear. If this happens, Dingtian will not be able to pay such high interest, and then they will have to sell their shares to Qingtian at very low prices. These are the rules of the agreement. Lao asked what would happen if the Dingtian Group still achieved all of its goals. Then the opposite will happen. Dingtian's capitalization will grow, and the investor will have to pay them a lot of money. If they don't, they will have to sell their shares at a low price. Mr. Dao risked everything for ambition. If he fails, he will lose the company and also his family. Ahmad and his mother knew nothing about it. Father is very selfish to talk about such things. Kira said that the main thing is a low price, and then Ahmad's family will still be wealthy even if his father loses. The fat man was very nervous, as if he had a heart attack, and together with Kira asked Lion to come up with something. The guy had a lot of thoughts in his head, all these economic terms, agreements, and business traps. He asked the system to step in and help. Before the system had time to respond, Lion had an idea of his own. Is behind all this. It is impossible to buy the project back because of the high price, so the only way to succeed is to help Mr. Dao win, and after that, get a big compensation from Qingtian. Only the fat man appreciated the idea. Kira and Ahmad did not expect such a turn of events. Lion asked why they had such expressions when they heard about Qingtian. The fat man had never heard of this company. He was only surprised that if he lost, Mr. Dao's company would have to give all his money. Ahmad was angry that this company was mentioned. Wasn't it clear what was so annoying about him? Almost no one thought about her, although they hid well. And by the way, they were one of Mr. Dao's biggest competitors. Qingtian is a real shark in the world of investments, and it is better not to joke with her once again. It seems they have invested in some other real estate companies using various shenanigans. They managed to absorb many large corporations, and now set their sights on the Dingation Group, their competitor. They want to become monopolists in real estate. Their methods are very dishonest and must be destroyed. Kira did not understand how to destroy such a monster when they had not yet figured out how to help Dingation and the owners of apartments in Huxi Garden. Lao and Ahmad were a little upset because it all seemed like too much of a plan to carry out. The girl asked not to be upset, because when all these details became known, it would be easier to implement their plan. Lion said that he has to follow through on this plan, and he needs the help of everyone in this room. He asked if they trusted him. Of course, Lao answered first. There was no doubt about it. Ahmad also apologized for everything that happened between them earlier, and said that he would do his best. The fat man smiled, but said that not everyone gets a chance to work with his boss. Kira said that she can do anything, you just have to ask. Lion asked if they were all serious. Are you seriously ready to do anything for success? Kira didn't like to wait, so she told him to hurry up and tell her the whole plan. Lion agreed. The main thing is for her to calm down. Regarding the unfinished complex, after Vancheng Properties breached the agreement, Dingtian can buy the project. Lion decided to help them raise money to pay for the buyout of the Huxi Garden project. The fat man began to say that it was too much money, but the boy asked not to interrupt him. As for the money to complete the development of the district, Lion believes that Mr. Dao and the other owners will be able to do it together. Kira asked the boy to tell more details because they are not smart enough to understand all this. Lion planned to spread rumors that Dingtian would take on debt to buy out the Huxi Garden project. As you know, Vancheng partner Qingtian. So Qingtian will 100% cooperate with Dingtian because they are making a good move, so the buyout of the project should go well. When the owners find out about all this, they will decide to raise money, and then Fat Lao will intervene and give a speech that will only speed up the process. Ahmad worried about the debt, but Lion assured him that the owner of the private bank was his friend. Lion was going to ask Master Wolf and Master Che for help. Kira was also not going to stand by, but to help, and offered to financially support the plan. The boys called her incredible, and the girl blossomed like a flower. Since her grandfather is a very famous businessman, Lion asked her to find out how things are going with Qingtian, their investments, and the other two companies. Thanks to this information, it will be easier to deal with them. The girl agreed to help with this. In order to put the rumors of mystical things to rest, Lion decided to visit some women. Soon, apartments in this residential complex will start selling normally again. Kira asked about Ahmad. What should he do? Indeed, everyone had their own task, so it is necessary to come up with something for the boy as well, Lion thought, and came up with something. It will play a very important, one might say, fundamental role. Since the basis of their plan is Dingtian, success requires the trust of Mr. Dao. This is exactly what Ahmad should do. But the boy does not have a very good relationship with his father. Besides, Mr. Dao is quite a closed person. He can guess everything. Lion asked not to worry because he had an idea. He turned to the system and asked, "What is the probability of persuading Mr. Dao?" The probability is only 22%. The man is not as simple as you would like. You have to trick him somehow. The system suggested coming up with another plan and not fooling Dao. But tricks are sometimes just necessary. Lion thought and looked ominous. Everyone looked at him and did not understand what was in his head. Lion left the room to make a confidential call. Everyone was looking forward to how it would end. As soon as Lion returned, Lao immediately started asking him if everything was okay and if everything worked out. The guy called the antiquities community and asked for help. Everything worked out. 3 masters promised to help. Now, we need to go to Mr. Dao and deal with him, because he is one of the most important elements of the plan. The whole team decided to split up and start doing their own work. At the head office of Dingation Group, Mr. Dao was present. Some people visited him. It was his son, Lion, who said that the Dao company would soon have problems, and asked if the man had any options for getting out of the situation. Dao confirmed that his company had problems and praised the boy for knowing a lot about Dingtian. As it turned out, Mr. Dao had already managed to carefully study the entire biography of Lion, but he was troubled by the fact that he did not understand why the boy would take such a risk for Dingtian. The man couldn't believe that Lion was doing it just like that. Lion said that everyone has different values. Moral principles are one of the reasons. Besides, he wants to help a friend. He understood that he was not trusted, and offered Ahmad to show himself and talk to his father. Mr. Dao did not expect to hear that his son was also involved in this. He did not take him seriously. Ahmad said that he fully trusts Lion, and has already managed to personally take out a loan for 500 million. It would be better if he didn't say that. Dao started yelling at his son, calling him a fool, and asking why he did that. Naturally, the young man was very frightened, and began to call the secretary to come and help him. The boy asked his father to calm down and said that they would call him soon and explain everything. He and Lion left the office. Ahmad was glad to be alive. He was just lucky. When they went out the door, they could still hear Mr. Dao in the office continuing to yell at his son and call him a fool. Ahmad began to worry that something bad might happen to his father because of his nerves. Lion reminded the boy that his father is completely healthy, and no matter how they quarrel, everything will be fine. Lion did not show his excitement, although he himself had already thought that he was doing something wrong. 10 minutes passed. The boys were sitting in the corridor and waiting to be invited back to the office. Came out to them in the corridor and invited them inside. It's time for 10. The boys entered the office. Mr. Dao looked tense and worried, but at least he didn't yell at them. Dao said that Mr. Li and some important members of the antique community called him, and they are all willing to help. Now he believes Lion. He called Lion amazing and thanked them for their help. It seems that now he trusts them, and that's the main thing. Lion was glad to hear this, but apologized that some details, such as his son's credit, had not been reported to him earlier. Dao understood that it was an emergency, so he didn't hold a grudge against it. He also turned to his son and said that he was proud of him and what he had done. He must have been wrong before, and we should have spent more time together. Dao had too much ambition, but also a management problem, which is why this situation happened. Lion's planned very much. He said that he would not be able to carry it out himself, and asked to help him together with Ahmad. Of course, Lion agreed to this offer. He said it would be an honor for him. Lion was worried if Dao really trusted him, or if it was just a lie. The system said that trust is real, and this is a prerequisite for cooperation. When the boys left the office, the employees were talking quietly. They said that the owner's young son, who had always been a fool, had taken responsibility. People who do not know this will think that Dingtian will go bankrupt. So all the enemies that Dingtian has will definitely be happy about this news, and that's even good. Already in the evening, urgent news was shown on TV. Mr. Ahmad is going to take control of Dingtian. The new owner is taking serious steps. Dingtian bought out the Huxley Garden project. Will they complete unfinished houses? The new owner refused to answer all questions regarding the loan. The competition for the project of an ecological town, which captivated the public's attention, has ended. Dingtian narrowly lost to Jiacheng. In one of the country houses, despite the late hour, a celebration was going on. There was a lot of alcohol and delicious food. The owner of the house was celebrating something with his friends. It was Paulus, the head of Jiacheng. He was happy that he finally received the long-desired project of an ecological city. He thanked Mr. San for his support and great plan. San argued that they would rule the real estate industry when they got the Dingtian shares. It wasn't just these men who were up at such a late hour. Lion lay by the pool and drank wine, thinking about all this real estate business. As always, he was confident in his abilities and that tomorrow everything would change. The next day, Lion woke up early and had time to swim in the pool. The fat man woke up much later, and only because he was awakened by the ringing of the phone. It was one of the men Lion asked for help, Mr. Ray, calling. He congratulated himself, and told Lion that his words turned out to be true, and the graves that were found during the installation of the stone did indeed belong to the Doshin period. Lion replied that he was glad to hear it. The man also said that because of this, the ecological city project will have to be stopped. Lion was happy to hear that and thanked Mr. Ray for helping him raise the money last time. The fat man was happy because he realized that their plan was working, and their rivals were now in big trouble. Lao called Lion incredible and offered to have something delicious for breakfast. Lion did not particularly listen to him and was thinking about something of his own. In the same country house where yesterday was a holiday, today is a bad day. Mr. San shouted. He couldn't believe how he invested in a company that let him down. Pal and S reassured him and promised that after the break, the work with the ecological city will continue and they will solve all the problems. San was even more furious. He couldn't wait because it was costing him crazy money. In the room of one of the city's hotels, Mr. Dao raised a toast to the work done and the joint success of the Dingtian company. At the table, besides him, there was his son Kira, Lion and Lao. Everyone enjoyed delicious food and delicious wine. Mr. Dao thanked Lion for his skill. Ahmad also said a few warm words, thanking everyone for their help. The guy has changed recently. He has become pleasant, kind, and not so stupid. Lion asked how things were going in the apartment complex as well as Huxley Garden. Rumors of ghosts and mystical things dispelled, people began actively buying apartments in the complex. Regarding Huxley Garden, negotiations with the owners have gone well, and the area will be fully completed soon. Lion was also concerned about the deal with VOM. About half a year remains, and the goal is almost reached. Qingtian Group will have to take responsibility. Mr. Dao was very interested to see how they would handle this responsibility. Then, Mr. tried to change the subject to talk about something more pleasant. He was very pleased that Lion made such a big contribution to the overall victory. He appreciated the boy's actions and wanted to say something more than, "Thank you." Kira asked the man what he was going to do, and also reminded her that she was also participating and helping. The fat man, hearing these conversations, of course also wanted to remind himself, but the crab he was eating was too delicious to stop. Dao burst out laughing. Everyone made their contribution, for which he is very grateful and will definitely repay everyone for it. He offered 20% per annum. Lion said that he borrowed money from Mr. Ray, and he did not ask him to pay any interest. But Dao insisted, and as a true businessman, he must repay the help. Otherwise, he will not be understood. Kira was probably the happiest after these words, of course, not counting Lao. Lion thanked Mr. Dao for his kindness and hoped that their friendship would continue. Recently, he managed to find many influential friends. Also, Mr. Dao did not forget about other help from the guy, and will pay about 30% of the profit for the consultation. It was a huge amount. Where did the Dao company have so much money? Even Kira immediately asked if Mr. Dao would stop running his company, because the amount as a gift to Lion would be too much. The man admitted that they still have problems with liquidity, and he cannot afford to pay such large amounts for consultations. Lao even spat out the remains of a large shrimp in surprise. Dao found a way out of the situation and decided to repay the boy with company shares. Lion will become a full shareholder. Kira was happy for the boy and said that it was a great idea. But Lion didn't know how to run a real estate company. He was just lucky. He told Mr. Dao that he is a total zero in the real estate field, and he is also used to ordinary life, so he is unlikely to be able to do such a job. Ahmad thought that Lion was thinking too much. No one asked him to run the company. He should only receive dividends sitting at home. Lion refused, but Mr. Dao continued to insist. Meanwhile, the fat man calculated everything. the amount from Kira together with the amount of shares, and their earnings will be more than 1 billion. While Lion and Dao argue, Ahmad says that all the problems are because of money and offers Kira a drink. Lion remembered little of that day. He drank too much. His head hurt a lot when he woke up. When the young man opened his eyes, he did not immediately understand what he saw in front of him. Lion was very frightened. Something was sitting on it. It was some kind of hologram. This hologram called him Daddy and asked why he didn't recognize her. The guy was so scared that he even fell from the bed to the floor. He understood that it was a system, and she was glad that he recognized it. He was not as stupid as she thought. Of course, he is surprised, because he did not expect her to become humanoid. The system received a new third update. This will help her save more brain activity for the owner. She very quickly began to make Lion nervous. His system is just a little naughty child. Lion asked her why she started to look like that. He did not agree to this at all. It is against his will. But she didn't want to hear anything. She just said that it was all because of a new system update. She called him Dad again and asked to go for a walk. He said that he is not her father and is not even married and is still waiting for a bride. Lion in the system, where she took the energy to upgrade? If it updated automatically, then it turns out that it is a malicious system. In response, she only started to cry and continued to actively ask for a walk. The system began to go everywhere for Lion and make him nervous. He couldn't even brush his teeth calmly. She decided to scare him, and at the moment when he had almost finished brushing his teeth, she jumped on him. The boy got scared, slipped, and fell. Lao ran into the bathroom, thinking that someone was trying to kill the boss. He was frightened when he saw Lion lying on the floor, with a leg injury. The young man begged to help him, because the pain was very strong. At that moment, the system disappeared somewhere. It was nowhere to be seen. They went to the hospital and bandaged the boy's leg. Lao said that Lion was lucky not to break a leg, and probably all this is due to the amount of money earned recently. It had nothing to do with money. It's just that Lion had a child. The system asked not to blame her, because the boy would not have injured his leg if they went for a walk. Lion and Lao moved towards the elevator. They planned to go home and have breakfast. At that moment, a dog attacked Lion from behind. She caught him by surprise and scared not only him, but also the fat man. It was not understood what the dog wants from Lion. Maybe she is hungry? By the way, the dog looked like Oreo. The dog Lily. People around did not understand where the dog came from in the hospital. Lion covered the elevator and prevented people from entering it. After a few seconds, something lit up in the elevator, which scared all the patients of the hospital. The elevator flew downwards, breaking away from the attachment. Fat Lao was so scared that a little more, and he would have had a stroke. The elevator fell, and if anyone had been there, no one would have survived. As soon as this happened, the dog calmly let go of the boy and ran in an unknown direction. Everyone around, having just recovered from the shock, began to thank God that they did not have time to enter this elevator. It was too strange, but everyone thanked Lion that he blocked the entrance to the elevator and saved everyone. Lao leaned over to Lion and said that he was very lucky, and also that he saved many people. Everyone around approached the boy and thanked him for saving his life. They asked him how he was feeling. He was fine. Lion was once again frightened, this time because of the fact that some blue orbs that glowed began to fly around him. There was a system near them. It was as if it inflated them like soap bubbles. Is she indulging again? Lion couldn't take it anymore. There's a lot going on with him today. It's too much. It seems that the system ate something wrong, but now it looks a little better, clearer. The system replied that she didn't eat anything like that. She just had energy. That's why she started to look clearer. Lion was interested in it. Where did she get the energy? He began to remember that in the past, the system told about energy. She, like a little child, continued to play and laugh looking at him. It seems that the system receives energy through Lion. That is why she asked to go for a walk. She replied that this thought does not make sense. He did a good deed, but was it an accident? Lion thought. And those blue balls that shone like stars appeared in front of him again. Was it difficult to understand what it is? It is definitely something related to the system, but what exactly is not clear. While Lion seemed to sleep standing up, Lao watched him and thought that the boss had lost his sanity. The system told the boy that she would show him something else when they got home. Lion stopped thinking about the system and asked where the dog went. He recognized her because she looks like the dog Lily. Near them, one man was shouting at the doctor. He called him a thief and blamed him for his mother's death. She was fine a few days ago and died quickly after being sent to this hospital. The nurse began to calm the husband. She said that the doctors were not to blame, and the mother was very ill. The man did not appreciate these words and hit the nurse so hard that she fell to the floor. People around were confused. No one dared to intervene, but everyone started calling for security. The man continued to scream and blame the doctor for his mother's death. This doctor was very unlucky to encounter such troubles. The fat man offered to intervene in the conflict. Lion asked to wait. It seemed to him that something was wrong here. He asked Lao to call the police first. A guard came running. He began to advance through the crowd of people. People around panicked. Beat the doctor in the hospital. This is not civilized at all. The guard intervened in the conflict. Looks like this man has a partner. He doesn't look like an ordinary speculator. And he can really harm the doctor. Lion asked the system to stop playing around because they had work to do. He asked the system to check whether this aggressive man has partners. Maybe it's people from the crowd? The system quickly performed an analysis and determined that the man has many partners. His partners included 3 men and 1 woman. They were all next to each other. Lion again asked the fat man to call the police and tell them that the man had 4 partners. Now we have to find out if the doctor really caused the death of the mother of this gang boss. The system said it was a mistake, and the man was not a gang boss. All these people are professional speculators of medical obedience. Although the system took the form of a child, it still became a little smarter, at least today. Tovston said that there is a police station next to the hospital, so the police will arrive here soon. Someone took Lion by the hand and asked what he was doing here. It turned out to be Lily. She was happy to see the boy, said hello, and said that she wanted to talk to him for a long time. She was with her dog. Lion hadn't expected to see her here. Everything happens one after the other. It's a very difficult day. Lion opened his eyes very wide and tensed. No, it's not from Lily's appearance. He saw something. While the man continued to attack the doctor, one of his companions took out a large knife. Lion quickly realized that there is no time to think. You just need to act, and ran to save the situation and people. At the last moment, when the criminal was already swinging to stab, Lion intervened and knocked him down. The intruder quickly got up, but Lion did not, and now his life is in mortal danger. The fat man and Lily were very frightened, but it all happened so quickly that they would not have had time to intervene. The system sounded an alarm. Even she was afraid for the owner. Lion must be saved. The system immediately confirmed the stimulation of the nervous system to strengthen all body functions. Cyperman seemed to have taken up residence in Lion again. His eyes began to glow blue. He hit the criminal with all his might, possibly even breaking his jaw and causing a concussion. The fat man watched the boss as if he were a Mortal Kombat hero. He fought so coolly, as if he were a pro and a master of martial arts. The opponent was defeated very quickly, and the super abilities disappeared. The guy sat on the criminal, and it seemed that he was about to lose consciousness. He spent too much energy on this fight, but everything worked out. Looks like Lion has become even more resilient. He also noticed that his leg didn't hurt so much anymore. Lao came over and helped his friend up. He was proud of his boss. The police arrived and arrested the bandits. People thanked Lion, because if it wasn't for him, the doctor could have been killed. Lao asked what happened to Lion. How did he become so strong and skillful, and even his leg did not hurt in battle? Lion replied that it was necessary, because if he had not intervened, the doctor could have been badly hurt. Lily was glad that everything ended well, and said that all the perpetrators should be arrested and punished. Lion thought that the girl had already left, and asked why she was still here. The guy realized that near the elevator, he was saved by the girl's dog. Wherever she is, there is always a mess. Lion is not lucky, and the reason for everything is this child called the System. Lion decided to deal with her when he returned home. The System said that she is the best assistant and saved the owner, but she had no choice, as he was in danger. A nurse and a doctor approached the young man. They sincerely thanked him for his help and for saving their lives. These blue balls were flying near them. As it turned out, it was energy feeding energy. All the boys' problems were due to a system that is constantly hungry for energy. The system said that all the consequences are Lion's fault, and she is not guilty of anything. Lion's so angry that he was going to go home and rather deal with her once and for all. Lily was against it. She grabbed the boy's hand and asked him to stay and not go anywhere. It seems he missed the chance to leave quickly, but it's too late. The girl pulled his hand and said that she had to tell him something important. Lao, who observed this, thought that girls of this generation are very active in relationships with men. He asked if he should go with them. Lily replied that she didn't need to, and she would soon bring Lion back. The fat man watched as Lily pulled his friend's hand behind her. He had never seen such courtship before. Lion asked the system if it had enough power, and if they could go home safely. The system replied that much more energy is needed. She regenerated in extreme conditions, and lost a lot of energy. Lion lost their luck with the latest update. The system said that now the owner has very bad luck, and he can choke even when he drinks water. The boy blamed the system for all this, because it took a lot of energy out of him to get human form. But it was not so. The energy the system received for the upgrade was taken from what Lion received last time. The boy did not trust her, and believed that she took away his strength. But without energy, the system will not be able to work. Oreo started pestering Lion and trying to play with him. Lion asked the system to tell him when his luck would return. As it turned out, luck will return step by step when he helps others solve their problems. It looked like Lion was atoning for its past sins. But there is no choice. But everything is not as simple as it seems. Good deeds alone are not enough. The system asked him to think about whether he received energy when he intentionally did good deeds. Lion got angry because he didn't understand anything. It seemed to him that the system would involve him in some problems, and he might even die because of it. Maybe she's joking with him? Does it really get you into trouble? The guy said that heroes in movies always have a lot of luck, unlike him. These words greatly offended the system, and it seemed that it would now begin to cry. Maybe the guy overdid it. Updating the system can also be beneficial. It has more advantages than disadvantages. Besides, she's so cute right now. Lion began to apologize for everything he had said, and assured that he would not behave like that again. He asked to forgive him, and promised that he would listen to her next time. She said that Daddy must now keep his word, otherwise he will be in trouble. Lion laughed, but agreed. He asked her to tell him the plan she had come up with. At that moment, Lily was telling something to the boy. But as it turned out, he was not listening to her at all. She asked if he could hear what she was saying. Lion replied that of course he hears everything, he just thought a little. Although in reality, he didn't hear anything, and he had no idea what Lily was talking about all this time. The girl was upset and said that even a master like Lion could not understand her. She started to cry. People around saw this, and started saying that Lion is a scoundrel because he brought the girl to tears. Already the second woman this day is crying because of him. Lion began to calm the girl down, and asked her to give him more details so that he could come up with something and help her. Lily accused the boy of not listening to her at all. As it turned out, her friend went bankrupt. She decided to tell him everything again, but asked him to listen carefully. Otherwise she would go to her grandfather and complain that Lion insulted her. The girl has a friend who graduated from the university this year with a major in robotic construction. Is this something new? Lion asked. Does it apply to Transformers? The girl ignored his question and continued her story. After graduating from university, she opened a company with her friend. And at first, everything went well. But they could not find investors for their project. Because of this, Lily's friend even began to regularly quarrel with her partner. Lion said that she probably just needs to find the right investor who is well-versed in this field. If Lily considers this project promising, she can ask her grandfather for help. Lion did not listen, and the girl said that it was not about the investor. Her partner, with whom they started this business, ran away with the money. This already changes everything. Here you have to think about how to help her. Lily had wanted to ask Lion for help for a long time, but the last time she came to his house, she was attacked by a thief. She lost consciousness, and then, when everything was normal, she forgot to turn to Lion and ask for help. Now it is clear why she came to the boy then. Like her dog, Lily likes to cause trouble. The partner who ran away with the money later sold their technology to another company. This hit her friend hard, and Lily doesn't know what to do now, and came to Lion for help. This girl was really unlucky. The guy asked what kind of project was in her company. It was something technological. Lily didn't immediately remember, but then she still answered that it was related to the control of robots and artificial intelligence. The product sounds pretty good. If they could actually do this, the new company would be a great success. The girl said that her grandfather trusts Lion a lot, and so does she, so he should help her and her friend. She took the boy's hand, and at that moment someone in the hospital called her name. It was the same friend she was talking about. She is a tall girl with black hair. Her name is Iren. Lion thought that Iren looked downright bad, and she seemed to have even more luck than him. Iren asked the boy if his name was not Lion by any chance, so she knows him. Lion did not expect that he turned out to be so popular. Maybe Lily told her about him? Iren got angry and looked at the boy with hatred. She asked her friend why she was asking this scammer to help her. It seems that Iren immediately began to quarrel with Lion, although he did not even begin to help her. It was not clear why she thought so badly of the boy. Iren did not wait for an answer to her question, turned around and went to her room. Lion was not very upset by her actions. He only smiled, and told Lily that her friend did not know the rules of etiquette. Lily turned to her friend and asked her not to be so angry and unceremonious, and to give the boy a chance to help. Irene only asked in response if he could help her. Why does she have such an attitude towards a boy? She said that she does not need any master or psychic. And in general, she does not need anyone's help. She will figure everything out by herself. She threw a newspaper at Lion. Irene went to her room, and Lily and Lion went out together. The boy kept this newspaper with him and began to look at it. Behind him, a man decided to drink water and recognized the boy. It was written in the newspaper that the Dingtian company survived the crisis thanks to an unknown master. The system was happy. With its help, everyone considers their master a master. Lion was a little upset. There was even a photo of him in the newspaper, together with Lao. These stupid journalists don't know anything about him. They just spread rumors. He decided to call the fat man and ask where he is now. Lao shouted into the phone that he had just arrived home and they now had a lot of work to do. He asked Lion to come quickly, near their apartment. Many wealthy business owners want to ask Master Lion for help. Due to their past success, they have now become very famous. Ahmad recently reported that the Jiacheng company will not last long as their capital is frozen. Jiacheng is almost bankrupt, and Lion seemed to be making some kind of thief out of him. The fat man said that the women from their house also want Lion to personally predict their future, such as how many children, husbands, and marriages they will have. While Lion was on the phone with Lao, Lily turned to him and asked to listen. She said that Irene got angry because she suffered a lot. Lily promised to talk her into accepting help. The girl turned around and walked towards the exit. Her words, as it seemed to the boy, sounded rather ambiguous. He did not like that people now perceive his consulting company as a fortune-telling salon. Lion ordered Lao to write down everything these bosses wanted to know and what they needed help with, as well as a background check on her. Maybe not everything is as simple as the fat man thinks. Lao understood everything and promised to do everything. Lion began to worry that the fat man would start charging huge sums of money for help. This is not surprising, knowing his passion for money. He could not allow this to happen and decided to return home urgently. But the same man who recognized the boy decided to attack him. He swung and yelled for Lion to go to hell. But Lion slipped at the last moment, and because of this the man missed and did not hit him on the head. The man did not stop there and tried to continue the fight. He said that because of Lion he lost his favorite job. He grabbed Lion by the neck and began to strangle him. Lion did not understand who it was, and said that it was the first time he had seen him. The guy quickly got his bearings and kicked the man in the stomach. Of course it worked. Lion did not understand where the man had so much anger that he was ready to kill him. The guy had been through a lot during the day, and he just wanted to be given peace. The man said that it was because of him that Jiacheng went bankrupt, and he lost his job. His wife is left to die quietly, and all because he does not receive money. The system told the host that this is a former employee of Jiacheng, but Lion is not stupid enough not to figure it out himself.